Chapter 1: The 13-fold Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. This batch consists of 600 martial artists, 400 martial artists, and 3 first-rate martial artists. You must defer me a fair price. Rest assured, the letter-off demon sect, Su Dao Xin, is currently in a critical phase. If they will not undervalue such martial arts experts. Amidst a cacophony of noise, Jiangchen struggled to open his eyes. How peculiar, where am I? Just a moment ago, Jiangchen had been crossing the street when he spotted a new TOF-controlled dump truck hurtling towards him. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Oh dear, I didn't expect Tanither to awaken. Is your so poor fictragam? Jiangchen surveyed his surroundings, noting the presentio fathers and orso genie way, sprawled on the ground with thire wastes persescu. Numerous dishes and drinks lay overturned on the table. Ashbandra this predicament, a torrent of fragmented memory surged into his mind. In the next instant, Jiangchen grasped his current situation had traversed to a feudal dynastic known as the Ming. Unlike the historical Ming, these world truly harbored extraordinary powers. Mundane warriors, third-rata martial artists, second-rata martial arts, first-rata martial artists, postnatal, innate, grandmasters, great-grandmasters, celestial beings, law manifestations, and martial saints. Each tier of these realms represented a significant weapon power. Theory Jine Albata weighs a strength practitioner among Genie Wei, possessing merely third-rate martial prowess. These individuals had been pursuing the demonic monk, Zhu Ming, who was responsible for dozens soft murders, under their superior, Li Qingqi. Unexpectedly, Li Qingqi had colluded with Zhu Ming, incapacitating them with narcotics, intending to sell them to the demon sect in exchange for cultivation resources. At this realization, Jiangchen felt an overwhelming sense of isolation. Am I to perish so soon after my arrival? Just as despair gripped him, a system notification kimmed in his ears. Ding! Host detected obeying imminent danger wu dio alike to activate demon slaying system immediately? System? Golden finger? Omadermather, you've a finale arrived. Pat, pat, pat. At that moment, Li Qingqi approached with his blade drawn. Activate now. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Jiangchen roared fervently within. Ding! System activation in progress. System successfully activated. Since it is the host's first system binding, a beginner's gift packages granted. Would I like to peanut immediately? Oh penitence! Congratulations, host has acquired the 13-fold Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. As the system's voice faded, an overwhelming surge of power surged into his body. Thepoten true ina jariver be rata through his meridians, clearing the blockages behind him. Third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, postnatal, early innate, mid-innate, late innate, angry at perfection. An unprecedented, astonishing power quiet lie awakened within Jiangchen. This forces him to manate from the deepest recesses of a soul, a sieve summoned from an infinity void, imbued with an inscientessence. Within his meridians, torrents of surging energy surged forth, carrying a breathtaking power that threatened torpture of his being. Under thisurgy of energy, a breathtaking phenomenon manifested before the king Kanjwaming the legendary dragon elephant resonance. The sound resonated like Kicho as from a primordialara, infused with an ineffable majesty. It weighs a safadivine dragon roiled within his meridians, its roar deafening, exuding boundless dominance. Simultaneously, a colossal elephant stood resolute within his bones, its trumpet low wanpole, emanating infinite strength. These 12 forces intertwined, creating a magnificent tapestry of inspiring spectacle within Jiangchen. They harmonized, their sounds reverberating throughout Hein, a celebrating Jiang's transformation. If not for the requirement of mastering Gal 365 acupuncture points to brain eye through to Grandmaster. Jiangchen felt that with the sheer might of Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, a brain eye through to Grandmaster could very well be within reach. At the same time, the sound reached Li Qingqi, causing him to halting his hurried steps, his gaze fixated in Jiangchen, fled with an indescribable astonishment. In that fleeting minute, Li Qingqi perceived something inconceivable, as if Jiangchen had transformed into an entirely different being. The strangeness was so palpable that led him to question whether he was indeed gazing upon the same person. Jiangchen stood there, exuding an ineffable aura, one that was profound, mysterious, and imbued with strength. It was as if a mere, insignificant and instantaneous light transformed into a londermant dragon. Reality to strike. Lichenkus Gazeptiver Jiangchun, desperately seeking theories and forth his transformation. However, all heckled see was Jiangchun's tranquil visage. Beyond that, there appeared no significant alterations seen Jiangchun's appearance. Despite this, Lichen Kikud distinct lie sense of the surging power within Jiangchun. It ways of foresee seeming lie capable of obliterating gone conquering gal, sending waves soft trepidation through him. Ju mingle so sensed, samathingamus sanda perched swiftly. What just happened? What was that sound? Ding! System task trigger delimina tethidemonic juming. Tasker were die off malice. Something just no trite with this person. Lichenka spoke in a lovo voice, imbued with an undercurrent of caution, placing a shange upon the hilt of his intricate, lit as I Ned knife, thin graving seeming to comb me alive with his rising tension. Highsies, sharp as eagles, where Lakadonto Jiangchun, brimming with vigilance. Ju Ming, too, sensed the unusual aura, his brow furrowing involuntarily, his expression betraying a tough gravity. Having traversed the martial world for man years, they had honed thyrabilitatoriadoth or sandwary exceptionally keen and sensing energies. Good eyes, perceptive eandiller to badu a real distinct toperish. Jiangchun's voice suas gold as the winter wind, lay said with an undeniable resolve, clear lie unwilling to osta further words. With that, it took a forceful step forward. The ground beneath him buckled under the pressure, instant leformin gas spider web-like crater, dust swirling and debris scattering, as an invisible force emanate dutward, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Chapter 2 Iron Head Skill. I specialize in Iron Head skills. How swift! Ju Mingantly Chinky exclaimed in union, feeling as if Thyrishad blurred momentarily, a flating shadow passing before them. When Thy regained focus, Jiangchun had materialized before them like a specter, his speed surpassing Thyr wildest imaginations. Jiangchun's is glimmered with his intent, capable of raising gallant Thyrpath fist form ways as steadfast as Sam Mountain yet, a sagilist hue end, each movement exuding an ineffable power. Die! With a cold shout, Jiangchun's voice was laden with undeniable blemmerdearous and Tintash's right fist struck out, carrying Goff forsaken to an avalanche, aim a direct Liathy head off the demonic monk, Ju Ming. That fist seemed to embody Theverai power of the heavens, Dirthasit post, Thyr wasrent asunder, producing a piercing howl. Ju Ming had trained in Shaolin ironcloth shirt, era reformofard martial arts touch required in Du Ring and imaginably pain antrial sto develop a badiofiran and bronze. Beneath his skin lay hidden astrength thaken tothlevent has sharpest blade wood struggle tomerous flesh. Unless include precisely target thistle vulnerability, theonly weak point amidst these clad fences, event the mightiest weapon swood find it arduous to breach his guard. And the hardest part of Ju Ming's bada was undoubtedly hished. Having long practiced said ironcloth shirt, his cool lad been forged through countless trials, rendering Jite exceptionally resilient even under heavy blows. It was difficult to inflict substantial harm. Thus, when Jiangchun's palm, imbued with overwhelming power, bore down upon him, Ju Ming chose to evade. His ears narrowed slightly, histance firmus a mountain, seemingly unconcerned with the impending impact. In his mind, he was already calculating how to retaliate, intending to exploit he appeaning luft by and strike to deliver a fatal blow. Crack! A sudden, sharp sound pierced Thyr, echoing like a harbinger, from the depths of hell, laden with an cycle. Then, before Lichin Kisvarais, Ju Ming's shed exploded, as a faint invisible force had torn it asunder, exposing grotesque questing of blood and flesh. In that instant, time appeared to freeze. Lichin Kissis wouldn't in horror chev health scene, his art gripped be an unfathomable fear. Ju Ming's body, akin to oxit with its strings severed, fell backward, his eyes fled with reluctancy and despair, as if Heffinally comprehended the proximity of death. His skull was concaved, as if it had been violent lie struck by a heavy object, with crimson blood continuously oozing from missive orifices, staining his visage in a gas liminar. The blood trickled down his cheeks, pulling gone the ground to form a shocking puddle-leaf gore. Ju Ming's badian like Hamato, a gradual halt after colliding with Thule, collapsing limp plied a the ground, devoid of any further movement. His demise exceeding lie tragic, rendering it unbearable to beld. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task contra receiving the word die off malice. From no one, The host may utilize the thigh off malicido cest he's in value fevery individual. For every enemies lane, the host will obtain corresponding sin points, which can be employed to upgrade the host's martial arts or, partaking in a themerism points expended, them are bountiful their words. Upon receiving the system's prompt, Johnson felt a warmth surge through his eyes. When he opened them on some more, he beheld a black number hovering above the head of every individual present. To his astonishment, Lichenka bore a staggering 132 points above him. Just moments ago, Li Qingqi, filled with fervor, had intended to ally with the demon monk Juming against Yang Chun, but upon witnessing Juming Shore victimize, he was instantly engulfed by fear. His feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. Rendering immobile, Ashes starred incredulous life fellas buddy of the demon monk, his eyes brimming with terror. No way, Lichenka murmured, his voice quivering slightly. He could not fathom the reality before him. The unceasingly indomitable Juming had fallen without warning at Zhang Chen's. Fear spread through him like a plague. His mind blinked save for a singular thought that instantly echoed. Flee. Hire Ned to escape this dreadful place, to distance himself from this terrifying man. With that, Hebrip lighter Ned and dashed toward Thixit, as thoughtfuling this locale would liberate him, frontlaming shadow of death. However, Jonction's voices lie said through he air like a frigid blade, penetrating Gizzardrumhemph. Planning to escape? Intimate staff speaking, Jonction moved with lightning speed, casual easy-izing a pair of costicks frontable. With the subtle flick of his wrist, the seemingly innocuous chopstick shot forth like a bolt, accompanied by a whistling wind, hurtling towards Li Qingqi. Li Qingqiber lihed Tomedo imitate terrified screamba, for yeffel te searing pain in his knee joint. Thekip stick, akin to a precise Cessna per bullet, pierced through his knee, causing him to split and crash to the ground. The intertwining Gijon terror nearly rendered Li Qingqi unconscious. Hele prostratian Theffler, clutching his knee wound tightly, blood seeping through his fingers, staining his sand clothing. Jonchin slowly approached, towering over him with an air of disdain and indifference. Died out trouble escape? Lichenka trembled, unable to utter a single word. His eyes wide with helplessness. Sash watched Yangchen advance a step. No, please don't kill him, Lichenka pleaded from the ground, desperately clutching Eisenju red knee. His voice lay said with boundless fear and despair. Blood continued to flow from his wound, staining Ashan's garments, while it here was thick with secret Sintoff blood. Jonction's strike had been so powerful he tight nearly rendered obvious lexusless, the pain almost causing him to faint. Jonction gradually knelt before him, fixing him with appear's gaze. His voice was calm and detached, as though he were merely stating a simple fact. Stashered, "I shall not kill you, provide you give evidencio file your collusion," linked initially to go. Up in hearing this, a glimmer of hope flicker reddenly Chinka's eyes. Hello Kejapat Yongchen, his voice said trembling gashisked, "You truly won't kill him?" Zhangchen for das light smile, his expression imbued with sincerity, as if soothing a frightened child. Of course, I keep me word. As long as ye are willing to cooperate, not only will I spare your life, but I will also assist in treating our injury, allowing you to stand again. Yet, despite hyper insincerity in Zhangchen's words, a glint of his malevolence flashed in his eyes. This feeding expression was sufficient to send Akil deep into Lichenka's. Chapter 3. The minor rejuvenation pill. He hurriedly shook his head. The evidence of our transaction is at my residence. Come with me to retrieve it. I assure you, I will not attempt to flee. Is this truly the case? Jiang Chan stroked his chin, seemingly contemplating his suggestion earnestly. It is indeed true. I would never deceive you. If I fail to produce it, you may kill me on the spot. Li Qingqi knelt anxiously, continuing, I also have 1,000 taels of silver and 3 blood magic pills at home. I can offer you these in exchange for my life. It has been far too long since I managed to open the round and do meridians. And in a moment of folly, I engaged in dealings with the demon sect. Li Qingqi's expression was sincere, his tone humble, as if he were truly a misguided soul. Then lead the way, Jiang Chun replied calmly. As though genuinely moved by Li Qingqi's words, he gestured for Li Qingqi to rise. However, Li Qingqi did not immediately comply. He bowed his head, his disheveled hair obscuring his eyes, concealing his true emotions. Yet beneath those lowered eyelids, a glint of malice flickered unnoticed. How could he simply surrender? Li Chengqi secretly calculated that if he were captured by the Jinyue, he would face endless interrogations and brutal punishments, ultimately leading to his demise. Once we return to the capital, I must find a way to frame my uncle for the murder of his superior, accusing him of colluding with the demon sect and plotting treachery. Whether he surrenders or resists, I can manipulate the Jinyue to slowly torment him, making him wish for death yet unable to attain it. As Li Chengqi plotted in his mind, a smug smile crept across his face, as though he could already envision Jiang Chun's suffering agonizing torment. However, just as he was lost in his delusions of grandeur, a sudden jolt of pain struck the back of his head. As if he had been struck by a heavy object, the chopsticks in Jiang Chen's hand struck with lightning speed, penetrating Li Chengqi's skull with precision. With a gentle twist, they emerged, stained with blood, and embedded themselves firmly into the wall of the tavern. Li Chengqi's body froze instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jiang Chen, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. His mouth opened slightly, yet no sound emerged. Jiang Chen regarded Li Chengqi coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. He lightly clapped his hands, as if the act of killing Li Chengqi had sullied his hands. Evil points 132 from the very beginning. He had no intention of letting Li Chengqi escape. What a joke. He could never bear to relinquish those 132 points of evil. His previous inquiry had merely been a means to obtain the evidence directly, sparing himself the hassle of further searching. The system interface opened before him. As his words fell, a pale blue screen materialized in the AIR. Name: Jiang Chen Realm. Peak of Innate Realm Evil Points: 132 Martial Arts, Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. 13th level, lower grade Xian, perfected. Requires 360,000 evil points for upgrade. Treasures: none. Upon seeing that upgrading the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique required 360,000 evil points, Jiang Chun decisively shifted his gaze to the lottery interface. System, may I draw from the lottery now? Yes, the system's voice affirmed. The lottery wheel is divided into 6 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. A draw from the white lottery wheel costs 100 evil points. Then I shall draw once from the white wheel, Jiang Chen declared with a wave of his hand. As soon as he spoke, a white lottery wheel appeared before him. On this wheel were various prizes: pills, martial techniques, wealth, rare treasures, and 5 blank segments, each with a 1 in 5 chance of being selected. System, why are there blank spaces on the wheel? Jiang Chen inquired, puzzled. Blank spaces indicate no winnings. Goodness, this feels rather unfair. Jiang Chen's lips twitched. Will the higher tier wheels also have blank spaces? Indeed. However, as the tier increases, the proportion of blank spaces decreases by 5% for each tier. Only at the gold tier will they disappear. Then, never mind, let us proceed with the draw. Though Jiang Chen felt somewhat resigned, he could only hope for favorable luck. Are you certain you wish to begin the lottery? The system's voice echoed once more. Yes. With that, the wheel began to spin rapidly. After a few breaths, it gradually slowed, finally landing on the pill segment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 minor rejuvenation pill, which can heal injuries and increase proficiency in any martial art by 10 years. In the next instant, a small wooden box appeared as if conjured from thin air. Resting quietly before Jiang Chen, he focused intently. Curiosity piqued as he gently lifted it. The box had an ancient texture, adorned with peculiar carvings that exuded an air of mystery. As Jiang Chen carefully opened the box, he discovered a black pill within, emanating a potent herbal fragrance. The pill's surface was smooth and rounded, as if meticulously crafted, radiating a faint black light, unmistakably extraordinary. The aroma invigorated him, banishing fatigue from his body. He delicately lifted the pill, examining it closely. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, appearing both naturally formed and artistically engraved. These patterns were complex yet orderly, emanating an enigmatic charm. To his astonishment, such a remarkable item was contained within the white lottery wheel. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened, and his anticipation for future draws intensified. Placing the minor rejuvenation pill into his pocket, Jiang Chen began to search Li Chengqi and Zhu Ming. In a short while, he uncovered a total of 800 taels and silver notes, several blood-red pills, and a small booklet. The scent of the pills revealed they were infused with human essence. Jiang Chun collected the silver notes and returned the pills and the booklet to Li Chengqi's possession. Such items were hardly beneficial. Though the demon sex products proved useful, their side effects were equally formidable. Jiang Chen, with a path of righteousness before him, naturally would not indulge in such matters. Moreover, he discovered an antidote for the comatose powder, a small nose and mouth vial. Jiang Chen proceeded to waft it under the noses of the Jinui, ensuring each one inhaled. After about a tea's worth of time, the Jinui slowly regained consciousness. Chapter 4. The scheme. Fortunately, Zhu Ming required these Jinui for alchemical purposes. Otherwise, had they been poisoned, they might have perished here. What has happened to us? The Jinui groggily rose from the ground. Jiang Chen pointed at Zhu Ming. Look over there. Who is that? A dead monk? No, he is the demon monk Zhu Ming. Only then did they realize, their grips tightening around their steel knives, their faces etched with anxiety. It was no wonder they were so tense. The reputation of the demon monk was formidable, a formidable figure at the postnatal level. And several waves of Jinui had already fallen victim to him. There is no need for such alarm. He is already dead. Jiang Chen spoke indifferently, prompting a shared glance among them. It was only at that moment that they noticed Li Chengqi lying lifeless on the ground. Li Zongqi is dead too. One of the second-rate warriors named Wan Ping exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that they perished together? But it does not seem like they did, just as they speculated wildly. Jiang Chen interjected, you need not guess any further. I am responsible for their deaths. The group fell silent in astonishment upon hearing Jiang Chen's declaration. Both Zhu Ming and Li Zongqi were postnatal masters, notable figures in the martial world. How could he possibly have killed them? A first-rate warrior named Ma Zhong, his face filled with skepticism, retorted, you must be jesting. I know you wish to prove yourself, but there is no need to fabricate such an outrageous lie. You think we are all fools who would believe your tall tales. You do not believe me? Jiang Chen's voice resonated with a deep and powerful timbre, each word seemingly imbued with immense weight, rendering it impossible for anyone to disregard. His gaze suddenly sharpened, akin to the blades of two razor-sharp swords, piercing through every individual present. In swift succession, he executed a casual yet seemingly effortless palm strike, concealing within it an astonishing might. A formidable surge of true energy coalesced within his palm, reminiscent of a raging river, tumultuous and unstoppable. As he swung his hand, this force of true energy surged forth, traveling a distance of 2 zhong, crashing heavily against a sturdy wooden table. A resounding bang echoed through the air as the table shattered instantaneously, splintering into fragments that scattered like leaves caught in a tempest. The entire room was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of vibration, inducing an involuntary palpitation in the hearts of those present. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers instinctively recoiled, their faces betraying a mix of terror and reverence. They had never before encountered such potent true energy, nor could they fathom that Jiang Chen possessed such astonishing prowess. True energy externalization? You are a master of the innate realm, Ma Zhong exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief and profound shock. He understood all too well that the externalization of true energy was a hallmark of a master at the innate level. Only warriors who had reached this echelon could condense their true energy into such formidable offensive power. The eyes of the crowd widened in astonishment as they gazed at Jiang Chen, as if beholding a creature of myth. They had never imagined that this once inconsequential third-rate warrior, in their eyes, would turn out to be a master of the innate realm. I believe rather than focusing on this, it would be prudent to investigate what secrets these two individuals might harbor. Had I not intervened, you all would likely be corpses by now. One among them, named Yang Gai, a burly member of the Genie Wei, stepped forward with a steady stride, his gaze piercing as he meticulously searched the fallen adversaries. Soon, his fingers brushed against a hard object, and a flicker of realization crossed his mind as he swiftly retrieved it. It was a small booklet, its cover shrouded in dark silk, exuding an air of mystery. Simultaneously, he discovered a delicate pill bottle nestled within another pocket, its crystalline surface faintly emanating a subtle fragrance. Found it. Yang Gai's voice was deep and resonant as he quickly opened the booklet, revealing a plethora of densely packed text and diagrams. chronicling when and where they had been sold, and to whom. His expression morphed into one of fury and astonishment. "Damn it! Li Chengqi intends to sell us to the demon cult," he bellowed, the booklet trembling slightly in his grip due to his ire. Yang Gai's voice echoed through the spacious room, each word striking the hearts of the onlookers like a hammer. The crowd converged, eagerly passing the booklet among themselves, each face reflecting an undeniable mixture of anger and shock. As they perused its contents, their growing horror became palpable. It turned out that Li Chengqi had colluded with the demon cult, secretly plotting to betray them, the Genie Wei, in exchange for elixirs for cultivation. Truly a treacherous soul. One Genie Wei member gritted through clenched teeth, his fists tightly balled, as if wishing to exact vengeance upon Li Chengqi. Within the Ming dynasty, the Genie Wei stood as the emperor's eyes and ears, wielding immense power that invoked fear. Yet, behind this illustrious faade, the path to promotion within the Genie Wei was fraught with difficulty, particularly for the lower-tier warriors. For these warriors, the aspiration to rise from their status and officially become members of the Genie Wei was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Warriors were the foundational layer of the Genie Wei, tasked with executing various mundane yet perilous missions, often teetering on the brink of life and death. Nevertheless, they clung to their dreams, yearning for the day when they could ascend to the rank of small flag, thereby altering their destinies. For once a warrior advanced to the rank of small flag, it would signify a qualitative leap. First and foremost, they would receive a precious Huanglong Dan each month. The Huanglong Dan, revered as the sacred elixir for cultivators, could aid in enhancing one's cultivation and fortifying one's physique. For the warriors, this was undoubtedly a substantial fortune. Even more enticingly, upon promotion to small flag, they would have the opportunity to select a cultivation method from the Genie Wei's treasure vault. Although they could only choose from yellow-grade techniques, it was sufficient to elate them. After all, while yellow-grade techniques were merely entry-level, they could still facilitate a significant enhancement in the warrior's capabilities. Chapter 5. Wu Baihu within the treasure vault. Warriors could select suitable cultivation methods to hone their strength, presenting an unparalleled opportunity for these individuals. Indeed, quickly report this to Wu Baihu, Wan Ping exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Jiang Chun recognized the urgency of the situation. He turned to the two Genie Wei members with the highest culpability and commanded, "You two, accompany me to report to Wu Baihu. The rest of you, remain here and ensure no one approaches." Understood, Jiang Chen, displaying agility, exited the inn and leaped onto the steed that had originally belonged to Li Chengqi. The horse, sensing that this rider was not its rightful master, began to rear and kick. Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully, releasing the aura of the 13-fold dragon elephant prajna technique, a terrifying presence reminiscent of an ancient beast that instantly subdued the creature. Giddy up, with that command, the magnificent steed galloped forth, swiftly carrying Jiang Chen toward the Zhengfu Sea. Approximately an hour later, the sound of hooves gradually ceased before the gates of the Zhengfu Sea, dust swirling as Jiang Chen's figure stood tall and imposing. This place was the power center of the Genie Wei, where subordinates reported significant matters. "Stop! What is your business?" Two guards clad in Genie Wei attire, brandishing long spears, obstructed their path, their tone exuding an undeniable authority. Their eyes scanned Jiang Chen and his companions, clearly regarding them as small flags, dismissing them entirely. In response to the guard's inquiry, Jiang Chen exhibited no hesitation. He calmly retrieved his waist token from within his robes. Holding it aloft, while articulating in a clear and powerful voice, Genie Wei warrior Jiang Chen, with urgent military intelligence to report. Genie Wei Commander Li Chengqi is in collusion with the demon monk Zhu Ming, plotting nefariously. Please, Wu Baihu, accompany us swiftly to avert any delay. Jiang Chen's words were succinct yet impactful, succinctly encapsulating the gravity of the situation. His voice reverberated before the Zhengfu Sea, drawing the attention of passers-by. Upon hearing the names Li Chengqi and the demon monk Zhu Ming, the guard's expressions shifted slightly. After a brief moment of silence, one of the guards swiftly turned and dashed into the depths of the Zhengfu Sea, evidently to notify Wu Baihu. Meanwhile, Wu Baihu, engrossed in his official duties amidst a mountain of documents, felt his countenance darken upon receiving the report from his subordinate, It was as if a chilling wind had swept through, causing his pen to slip from his grasp and clatter softly against the desk. He abruptly lifted his head, eyes wide with disbelief, his mouth a thin line. Revealing his incredulity, he hurriedly exited the Zhengfu Sea, his voice sharp as he interrogated Jiang Chun. What did you say? Li Qingqi is colluding with the demon monk Zhu Ming. Wu Baihu's fury surged, and he repeated Jiang Chen's words incredulously, as if seeking to confirm whether he had misheard. It was known that Li Qingqi, as the commander among the Genie Wei, had always been viewed as a loyal ally in Wu Baihu's eyes. The sudden accusation of collusion with the demon monk Zhu Ming was utterly intolerable. In response, Jiang Chun clasped his hands in a respectful salute, leaning slightly forward as he reiterated with conviction, absolutely true. I witnessed it firsthand. Li Qingqi not only conspired with Zhu Ming but also attempted to betray the Genie Wei in exchange for elixirs from the demon cult. I implore you, Lord Baihu, to accompany us swiftly to prevent any further escalation. Upon hearing this, a resolute glint flashed in Wu Baihu's eyes. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, then pivoted swiftly, addressing the two small flags standing before him. Their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. Summon Zhou Baihu, Wang Baihu, and Li Baihu. Yes. The two small flags responded promptly and hurried away. Observing their departing figures, Wu Baihu quickly turned and strode purposefully toward the stables, carefully selecting a magnificent steed with a lustrous coat and exceptional bearing from the row of horses. Just as Wu Baihu mounted the horse, preparing to set forth, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. He looked up to see the other three trial Baihus, Zhou Baihu, Wang Baihu, and Li Muqing, hastening toward him, their faces etched with urgency. Lord Wu, Li Qingqi, Li Muqing began, his voice tinged with unease. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wu Baihu. Enough. I will discern the situation for myself. Wu Baihu comprehended Li Muqing's sentiments. After all, Li Qingqi was Li Muqing's nephew. Should the accusation of Li Qingqi clandestinely consorting with the demonic sect be substantiated, it would be difficult for Li Muqing to absolve himself, and he might even suffer collateral repercussions. Sighing, accompanied by the urgent and powerful neighing of horses, Wu Baihu tightened the reins, causing his steed to rear its front hooves and come to a steady halt before the dimly lit tavern. Following suit, Zhou Baihu, Wang Baihu, Li Muqing, Jiang Chen, and others also reined in their horses, their gazes intense and expressions grave, as if heralding an impending storm. The flickering light of torches pierced the night, illuminating the area around the tavern as bright as day. Night was approaching, and on the street outside the tavern, several torches were raised high, casting a clear light on everything within the darkness. Wu Baihu's countenance darkened, resembling ominous clouds pressing down. He pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent as he strode purposefully into the tavern. Why, Lord? Upon seeing Wu Baihu and his companions arrive, the Genie Wei guards within the tavern bowed respectfully, their voices in unison, revealing their inner reverence. Wu Baihu merely nodded slightly, signaling them not to be overly courteous, then cast a keen eye around the surroundings. Wu Tao's gaze fell upon the two lifeless bodies on the ground. He slowly crouched down, meticulously examining the wounds on Zhu Ming. Under the torchlight, Zhu Ming's injuries appeared particularly grotesque, his flesh and blood mangled as if he had been trampled by an elephant. Wu Baihu furrowed his brow, his heart brimming with confusion. Such tyrannical true energy. Wu Tao's brow knitted tightly, his tone betraying an unmistakable shock. He understood well that Zhu Ming, as a disciple of Shaolin, not only possessed profound true energy cultivation, but also had a physique hardened through countless trials. Resilient as iron, ordinary individuals could scarcely inflict any harm upon him. Yet, the body before him indicated that Zhu Ming's skull had been shattered by a single blow, the sheer power astonishing. Tio be able to crush his skull in such a manner. Honestly, I could not achieve that. Wu Tao rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across everyone present as he sternly inquired, "Who killed him?" Chapter 6. Qinglong Envoy, Ming Wangjin. I report to Lord Baihu. It was I. Jiang Chen stepped forward, responding directly. His voice was calm, devoid of any hesitation. The Genie Wei was a place of practical affairs, where strength reigned supreme, a a small flag bearer needed only to accumulate merits. But ascending further required sufficient strength to back it up. For instance, a general flag bearer must at least be a postnatal warrior, while a 100-man commander must possess innate warrior capabilities. The deputy 1,000-man commander must be at the master level. And the 1,000-man commander must reach the grandmaster level. As for the four great pacification envoys, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhu and Xuanwu, they required transcendental abilities to hold their positions. N01 knew the exact cultivation levels of the two deputy commanders and the legendary commander of the Genie Wei. He only understood that it was precisely due to the existence of these Genie Wei experts that the 4 sects and 6 schools within the martial world, along with those harboring ill intentions, dared not easily provoke the majesty of the court, let alone attempt to disrupt the peace of the common people. They were like the court's sword, suspended over the rivers and lakes, instilling fear in those with ulterior motives, thereby ensuring the stability of imperial authority and the tranquility of the realm. In this world where strength prevailed within the Genie Wei, power was paramount. With sufficient strength, one could soar to great heights, becoming a figure above all. Every individual here tirelessly strived to enhance their strength, for they understood that only with formidable power could they establish themselves within the Genie Wei and secure a place for themselves amidst the treacherous intrigues of the court. Thus, Jiang Chun had never intended to conceal his own strength. He knew well that in this world where strength was revered, only by showcasing his true capabilities could he earn the respect of others. As for what had transpired to elevate him from a third-rate warrior to a preeminent force, that remained his secret. The unspoken rule in the martial world was that whoever pried into one's secrets became a formidable enemy. Wu Tao did not linger on Jiang Chun's strength, but with piercing eyes and a serious demeanor, he asked, "Have you discovered any evidence? Something that can prove Zhu Ming was indeed killed by Jiang Chun? Or point to other culprits?" His voice resonated in the still air, carrying an undeniable authority. He was acutely aware that while the Genie Wei could operate without evidence when dealing with outsiders, matters concerning their own could not be taken lightly based solely on one side's words. Otherwise, if the hearts of men scattered, the team would become unmanageable. Yes. Jiang Chun's voice was resolute and powerful as he promptly produced a manual from his bosom. The very one he had previously confiscated from Li Qingqi. He presented it with both hands, his expression revealing a hint of gravity. Wu Tao accepted the manual, his brow furrowed as he began to scrutinize its contents carefully. His gaze traversed the lines, occasionally emitting a low hum, clearly astonished by the material within. As he delved deeper, his expression grew increasingly somber, fury igniting within his chest. Damn that bastard! Wu Tao could no longer contain his rage. Slamming the manual forcefully against Li Muqing's face, the cover crumpled slightly from the impact, pages scatteringly falling to the ground, as if narrating the crimes committed by Li Qing'e. Li Muqing's complexion instantly turned pale. Trembling, he picked up the scattered manual, his eyes filled with terror. Look at what your good nephew has done." Wu Tao's voice was icy and furious as he pointed at the manual on the ground. Addressing Li Muqing, "No wonder those guards who went out on missions keep dying. It turns out he sold them to the demonic sect. Don't even think of telling me you knew nothing about this." Li Muqing's face flushed crimson, as if scorched by a searing flame. Yet he found himself speechless. "I truly did not know about this." With great difficulty, Li Muqing managed to squeeze out these few words. His tone subdued, he understood that no matter how he argued, he could not alter the reality before him. After all, the Genie Wei guards were merely replaceable temporary workers in their view, lacking even a death benefit. How could he possibly inquire into such trivial matters one by one? Wu Tao regarded Li Muqing coldly, disappointment evident in his gaze. "Bring the bodies back. I wish to thoroughly investigate how many more scoundrels like this exist within our Genie Wei." As Wu Tao's words fell, several Genie Wei guards swiftly approached, lifting the bodies from the ground and placing them onto the backs of horses outside the inn. Their movements were swift, as if they had grown accustomed to such tasks. Inside the inn, the innkeeper and staff had been silenced by Li Qingqi and his accomplices. Once the Genie Wei departed, the entire establishment fell into a profound silence. A man with a vulture-like countenance strode in, casually lifting a plate of dishes from a table to sniff. The soul-controlling poison was clearly administered. How could it have failed? Bang, discarding the plate with a casual flick. The man approached the table that Jiang Qian had shattered. Such tyrannical true energy, who could have done this? After a moment of contemplation, he sneered. Regardless of who it is, anyone daring to disrupt our sacred sex affairs must die. With that, he strode purposefully toward the capital. The following morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Chen arrived at the gates of the pacification office. Within the office, most of the Genie Wei had gathered, either standing or sitting. Engaged in fervent discussions, the atmosphere thick with tension. The incident involving Li Chengqi had detonated like a heavy bomb, creating uproar within the Genie Wei. The crimes he committed had dealt an unprecedented blow to the reputation of the Eastern Division of the Genie Wei. At this moment, Meng Wangjin, the Qinglong envoy among the four great pacification envoys, appeared like a flash of lightning at a high point within the pacification office. Dressed in splendid official robes, adorned with a jade pendant symbolizing his status. He stood upright like a spear, quietly observing the Genie Wei gathered before him. His gaze was deep and piercing, as if he could see into the hearts of each individual. Meng Wangjin's arrival instantly heightened the tension within the pacification office. Jiang Chen glanced at him, unable to suppress a change in his expression. For above Meng Wangjin's head, there floated a number. 13560. However, this number was not black. Rather, it shone in resplendent gold. The black represented sin value, while the golden number, could it be merit value? Jiang Chen stroked his chin, unable to suppress his thoughts. Chapter 8. The Trial of the 100 Households, within the ancient and solemn town guard office in the western district of the capital. As all the Genie Wei assembled, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, so quiet that the sound of a falling pin could be distinctly heard. Sunlight filtered through the cracks in the roof, casting mottled patterns on the bluestone floor, adding a touch of solemnity to the grave occasion. Meng Wangjin's features were austere, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, seemingly capable of penetrating the deepest secrets of the human heart. He stood upon a raised platform, coldly surveying the Genie Wei below, his eyes appearing to pierce through all facades, reaching into the very souls of each individual. Last night Meng Wangjin's voice was deep and resonant, each word striking the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. A horrifying incident has transpired within our ranks. His tone brimmed with undeniable authority and fury, causing the atmosphere in the square to plummet to a freezing point. The Genie Wei exchanged glances, silently speculating on Meng Wangjin's forthcoming words. Li Muqing stood among the crowd, his complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his hands clenched into fists, the tension palpable as he could almost hear his own heartbeat. When Meng Wangjin alluded to the events of the previous night, a strong premonition surged within him, as if dark clouds loomed over his heart, rendering him nearly breathless. He lowered his head, afraid to meet Meng Wangjin's piercing gaze. A flicker of panic crossing his face. Zhongqi Li Chengqi, as a member of the Genie Wei, was expected to dutifully safeguard the tranquility of the court, yet he colluded with the demonic sect, betraying his faith and selling out his fellow Genie Wei comrades. His actions were so vile that they were utterly unforgivable. Meng Wangjin's voice echoed across the square, each word resonating like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of those present. His eyes brimmed with wrath, as if he felt profound sorrow for Li Chengqi's treachery. However, the heavens are vast, and no wrongdoing escapes their grasp. Fortunately, the valiant Jiang Chen uncovered Li Chengqi's plot and executed him, thus eliminating a threat to our Gene Ewei. At this juncture, Meng Wangjin's tone revealed a hint of approval. He turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen, admiration gleaming in his eyes, then, shifting his demeanor. His gaze turned stern as he addressed Li Muqing in a deep, authoritative voice. Li Muqing, Li Chengqi is not only your nephew but also your subordinate, as his elder and superior. It was your responsibility to guide him strictly and prevent him from straying onto a misguided path. Yet, you failed to discipline him, allowing him to run amok and even shielding his crimes. Your conduct is equally blameworthy. Li Muqing's complexion instantly drained of color. He lowered his head, unable to meet Meng Wangjin's gaze. Therefore, I have decided to revoke your salary for 1 year and demote you to a minor flag rank, prohibiting any promotion for the next 3 years. Do you have any objections? The subordinate dares not. Li Muqing's voice trembled slightly. He was acutely aware that Meng Wangjin was currently in a furious state, and any attempt at justification would only exacerbate the situation, leading him deeper into peril. Meng Wangjin's gaze, sharp as a sword, shifted from Li Muqing to Jiang Chun, his eyes reflecting both admiration and anticipation. Jiang Chun Meng Wangjin's voice resonated with authority, each word carrying weight. You have slain the demon monk Zhu Ming, rooting out the traitor within the Genie Wei. Your accomplishments are indeed commendable. Now, you shall take Li Muqing's position. Do you possess the confidence for this task? Indeed. Jiang Qian stepped forward, his voice resounding powerfully, as if it could pierce the heavens, revealing his inner confidence. His eyes sparkled as he met Meng Wangjin's gaze, seemingly demonstrating through his actions that he was more than capable of fulfilling this new role. Living up to Meng Wangjin's expectations, Meng Wangjin regarded Jiang Qian's resolute expression and smiled slightly, saying, "Very well, strive diligently and do not disappoint me." Upon finishing, Meng Wangjin took a light step, transforming into a streak of light that soared skyward, vanishing into the clouds. Though his figure disappeared, his voice seemed to linger in the air. Jiang Qian watched this scene with great envy, raising his eyes to the sky. A glimmer of aspiration shining within, he had heard that only by reaching the celestial realm and overcoming the 5 calamities of the celestial beings could one traverse the skies like an immortal. He wondered when he would achieve such heights. Li Muqing cast a glance at Jiang Qian, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Despite having done nothing wrong, he saw his position snatched away by another, which incited his fury. Yet, he dared not voice any grievance, for Meng Wangjin might truly take action to purge the ranks. Wu Tao approached, nodding at Jiang Qian. I did not expect Lord Meng to directly promote you to trial 100 households. I see your steps are steady, your prowess substantial. With further merits in the future, the position of 100 households will surely be within your grasp. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Wu. Jiang Qian responded with a modest smile. Although he harbored confidence, he still deemed it necessary to show due respect. Be by the way. Remain vigilant. The demonic sect harbors a strong desire for revenge. If they discover you have thwarted their schemes, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. Thank you for the warning, my lord. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Chun strode out of the town guard office. In this world, the official attire of the Genie Wei was custom-made. Hence his identity token and official garments would not be delivered until 3 days later. Jiang Chun remained unperturbed when suddenly, several Genie Wei warriors who had been drugged alongside him surrounded him. Congratulations, Lord Jiang. The Genie Wei warriors advanced, their voices filled with sincere congratulations, mingled with an imperceptible hint of yearning and anticipation. They understood that Jiang Chen's promotion not only signified an elevation in his personal status, but also presented them the opportunity to serve under him, collectively working for the court. Within the hierarchical structure of the Genie Wei, the authority of a trial 100 households was indeed considerable. He could select 3 total flags and 50 minor flags as his subordinates. This meant that Jiang Chun now held the power to appoint 3 total flags and 50 confirmed positions, the allocation of which would directly influence their futures and destinies. Chapter 8. An Unexpected Joy. Naturally, Jiang Chun understood that if he chose individuals of insufficient caliber, the 100 households possessed the authority to refuse. Thus, he must proceed with caution. However, typically, 100 households would not be so disrespectful. Nonetheless, Jiang Chun was also aware that while these warriors were loyal and dependable, at best, they could only assist him with minor tasks and daily affairs. Their cultivation was too weak to serve as his formidable aids in battle, rendering them of little critical use. Yet, despite this, Jiang Qian did not belittle them, for he recognized that each individual possessed their own value, and with the right utilization, they could yield unexpectedly significant results. Let us proceed, gentlemen. Today, I shall treat you. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Jiang Qian proclaimed, his voice imbued with a sense of bravado. His words ignited a wave of enthusiasm among the Genie Wei warriors, their faces alight with excitement. In this world, where gold, silver, and copper coins circulated as the primary currency, silver was undoubtedly precious and valuable. According to the conversion rules of this realm, One tael of silver equated to 1,000 copper coins. The capital city, as the heart of the Ming dynasty, was the most prosperous city in all of Ming, and naturally prices soared. Even in such a high-cost city, 5 taels of silver sufficed for the annual sustenance of a family of 3 yet. When Jiang Chen discovered a total of 800 taels of silver notes from Li Chengqi and Zhu Ming, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. It is worth noting that this was no trivial sum, but a fortune that could incite envy and excitement in many. 800 taels of silver was, for an ordinary person, an astronomical figure. The group marched with great momentum to the largest tavern in the Western District, the Gathering of Heroes Pavilion. Lavishly decorated and bustling with patrons, it stood as one of the premier high-end taverns in the capital. They secured a spacious private room and ordered a grand feast of wine and delicacies, beginning to indulge in their repast. At the banquet, 12 Jin Yiwei warriors raised their glasses in toast to Jiang Chen. Their words laden with flattery, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles. Jiang Chen graciously accepted their gestures, unreservedly relishing their praise. He understood that this was also a means of garnering loyalty as a superior. If one consistently presented an austere demeanor, aloof and unapproachable, subordinates would often feel overwhelmed with pressure, finding it difficult to connect. Conversely, by appropriately accepting the compliments of his subordinates, he could bridge the gap between them. By the time the banquet concluded, it was already midday. Jiang Chen possessed robust qi. Thus, ordinary yellow wine would pose no effect on him. After bidding farewell to everyone, he stepped onto the street, beginning to observe the sin values above the heads of the passers-by. The vast majority of individuals on this street bore sin values ranging from 1 to 2. Those exceeding 3 could generally be discerned by the ferocity etched upon their faces. For instance, some individuals wielding knives and swords exhibited sin values that reached into the double digits. Even if he were to eliminate these individuals, it was unlikely he would accumulate enough for a single opportunity for a draw. Jiang Chen observed the pedestrians on the street, and an involuntary sense of disappointment welled up within him. At that moment, a number appeared in his line of sight, abruptly halting his steps. The figure before him was an unremarkable middle-aged man, whose features were decidedly ordinary, even bland. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice a slight pallor to his complexion, giving off an air of unapproachability. Yet, despite this, if judged solely by appearance, he remained merely an inconspicuous wanderer, devoid of any distinguishing characteristics. Nevertheless, the number above his head betrayed his true identity, 369. This figure sent a thrill through Jiang Chen's heart. If he could eliminate this man, it would grant him at least 3 chances at a lottery draw. Just then, the man's gaze turned towards Jiang Chen, but he merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily departing. How could Jiang Chen allow such prey to escape easily? He fixated on the man's silhouette, his steps light and swift, maintaining a judicious distance to avoid detection. The two moved through the bustling and tranquil streets, like a hunter and his quarry. As they ventured deeper, the throngs of people dwindled, the surroundings growing increasingly desolate. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded locale, enveloped in silence, save for the occasional chirp of insects and the rustle of the wind. In a darkened corner, the mysterious figure halted, refraining from advancing further, and slowly drew a long sword from his waist. The blade glimmered with a cold light, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike, as it coldly awaited a misstep from the one daring to trail him, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Jiang Chen did indeed reveal himself. The man moved like a streak of black lightning, wielding his sword with a fierce wind that accompanied his strike. The attack was steady, precise and ruthless, every ounce of power coalescing into an ultimate strike, as if vowing to behead his adversary with a single blow. However, Jiang Chen's reaction was far beyond the man's expectations. Faced with this thunderous assault, he remained unmoved, merely lifting 2 fingers in an elegantly delicate gesture, akin to plucking a flower. Just as the sword was about to graze his skin, those 2 fingers firmly pinched the sword's tip, freezing the devastating blow in midair. Innate realm. The man's complexion changed drastically, a flicker of disbelief and terror flashing in his eyes. It is known that masters of the innate realm are rare in the world of martial arts. And he never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary youth possessed such formidable cultivation. He immediately attempted to withdraw his sword, hoping to escape Jiang Qin's grip, but with a slight exertion of his fingertips, Jiang Qin shattered the sword with ease. A resounding crash echoed as the long sword splintered into countless shards, scattering in all directions. The overwhelming force traveled up the blade and into the man's arm, causing a wave of numbness and soreness that nearly robbed him of feeling. Retreat. In the face of Jiang Qin's unfathomable strength, despair filled the man's heart. He understood that this adversary was far beyond his capabilities, and further entanglement would only lead to humiliation, if not the loss of his life. Thus, he made a swift decision to turn and flee from this perilous situation. Chapter 9. Ruthless Slaughter. However, Jiang Qin would not permit him to escape so easily. His eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, as if he had already deciphered the man's intentions. At that moment, he flicked his fingers, and a flash of silver light flickered in the air, akin to a shooting star racing across the night sky. With a subtle sound of slicing air, that silver flash struck the man's thigh with precision. Jiang Qin had not used all his strength, yet it was sufficient to incapacitate his foe. The man cried out in agony as a surge of pain radiated from his thigh, engulfing him entirely. His body trembled involuntarily, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. He attempted to struggle, but the excruciating pain from his wound rendered him unable to rise. Jiang Qin approached him slowly, looking down from a superior vantage point. I will ask the questions, and should you answer incorrectly, you will experience the 18 tortures of the Jinyui. Yes, he nodded in terror, panic evident on his face. What is your name? I am Han Yong. How many people have you killed? Jiang Qin inquired coldly. He was eager to uncover the relationship between the sin value and the act of killing. How many points does one gain for taking a life? 1 point or 10? I have not killed anyone. Han Yong's gaze flickered, desperately attempting to weave a web of deceit to mask his crimes. His voice quivered slightly, revealing the fear that gripped his heart. He knew well that his adversary was formidable, and falling into his hands would spell dire consequences. However, Jiang Qin was uninterested in his evasions. He coldly regarded Han Yong, unwilling to waste further time, and in a swift motion, he steadied a shard of the broken sword between his fingertips. The shard glimmered in the sunlight, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Jiang Qin flicked his fingers, and the shard shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, moving with astonishing speed. Swish, with a faint sound of air being sliced. The shard pierced Han Yong's groin, embedding itself deep into the ground. Although this strike did not harm Han Yong mortally, it filled him with a terror that shattered his composure. He felt a dampness in his groin, his face paling to an ashen hue. Just a hair's breadth away, Han Yong sensed that his precious life was hanging by a thread, and an unprecedented fear surged within him. His body trembled, his complexion as white as paper, as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering onto his dampened trousers, adding to his humiliation. Did I miss? Jiang Qin's brow furrowed, his gaze betraying a hint of displeasure. He had not anticipated that his strike would falter. He had aimed to incapacitate Han Yong entirely, yet it had merely grazed him. I will speak. I will speak. I have killed 5 people, under immense pressure. Han Yong could no longer bear it and shouted in desperation. He realized he could no longer conceal the truth. Only by confessing could he perhaps salvage a sliver of hope. Yet, upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's fury ignited. He advanced, delivering a crushing kick to Han Yong's thigh. A resounding crack echoed as his bone shattered, eliciting a scream of anguish that resonated like a dying pig. As he curled into a ball, despair etched across his face. You have killed a total of 369 people. Jiang Qin's voice was frigid, each word laced with an icy chill that pierced Han Yong's very soul. His eyes conveyed an undeniable authority, as if he had unraveled the entirety of the truth. Han Yong stood frozen, shock and disbelief plastered across his face. His eyes widened, mouth agape, yet no words emerged. For Jiang Qin had spoken the truth. He had indeed taken the lives of over 300 individuals. Though he could not recall if it was precisely 369, the accuracy of Jiang Qin's revelation instilled within him a profound terror. How did you know? After a long pause, Han Yong finally managed to stammer out those words, his voice trembling and weak. He could not fathom how Jiang Chun had uncovered the details of his heinous acts. It felt like an unavoidable judgment descending upon him, leaving him no escape. How did I know? Let me assure you, I possess knowledge beyond your imagination. Should you fail to be forthcoming from here on, I guarantee your demise will be excruciating. Han Yong's psychological defenses were utterly shattered, and he hastily divulged everything he knew. Upon hearing his revelations, Jiang Chen's expression gradually darkened, becoming as somber as the depths of water. He had not anticipated that the man before him, Han Yong, was actually the notorious fourth disciple of the infamous flower thief, Huang Fei, who typically engaged in menial tasks and reconnaissance to facilitate Huang Fei's nefarious deeds. This time, his master, Huang Fei, had set his sights on the daughter of the Su family in the capital, Su Baiwei, with the intent of claiming her affections. Thus, he had dispatched Han Yong to gather intelligence, and Huang Fei was scheduled to arrive in the capital in 3 days. What made Jiang Chen's situation particularly precarious was that Huang Fei was not only a notorious flower thief, but also a formidable master. Having achieved the pinnacle of martial prowess, his agility was as ethereal as the wind, and his swordsmanship was unmatched, both exquisite and lethal, rendering him nearly impossible to defend against. Such an adversary was not one to be taken lightly. Even by Jiang Chen, he understood all too well that if he were to confront Huang Fei head-on, he might not possess the certainty needed to defeat him decisively. Rather, he risked becoming embroiled in a protracted struggle that could lead to his own peril. Therefore, he knew he must tread carefully. After pondering for a moment, he cast his gaze upon the trembling Han Yong beneath him, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen lifted his foot and methodically crushed Han Yong's limbs. Each scream echoed like a sharp blade, slicing through Han Yong's flesh and soul. Ultimately, with a final, forceful stomp upon Han Yong's chest, he was met with futile struggles that soon waned, leaving his eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Chen offered him no respite, continuing to apply pressure until Han Yong's body lay lifeless beneath him. As he was mercilessly crushed to death. Chapter 10. The Five Tigers Severing Blade Evil Points 369. The voice of the system resonated once more, yet Jiang Chen's countenance revealed neither sorrow nor joy. Commencing the lottery. No sooner had he spoken than 3 white spinning wheels began to rotate before his eyes. After a few breaths, the wheels gradually came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rare treasure, a century-old ginseng X1. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a martial technique, the Five Tigers Severing Blade. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received wealth, 10 taels of gold. Claim your rewards. As Jiang Chen's words fell, these 3 items materialized before him. Tucking them away, he hoisted the lifeless body and strode purposefully toward the town protector's office, eye in the moonlight. His figure appeared particularly resolute, as if no matter how many trials lay ahead, nothing could hinder his advance. Before long, he traversed the bustling streets and arrived at the entrance of the town protector's office. As a significant institution of the court, the office was typically fortified with vigilance, yet at this moment, it seemed devoid of obstacles in Jiang Chen's eyes. He walked straight in, the body in his grasp swaying gently with each step. The Jin Yi present could not help but be filled with curiosity at Jiang Chen's sudden entrance. They paused their activities, their gazes fixated on the corpse he carried, eager to glean any clues from his expression. Jiang Baihu, whose body do you hold? At last, someone could no longer contain their inquiry. Their voice carried a hint of doubt, clearly wary of Jiang Chen's identity and strength. Jiang Chen halted, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembly, and then replied unabashedly, the corpse of Han Yong, the fourth disciple of the flower thief Huang Fei. At these words, astonishment flickered in the eyes of those present. Huang Fei's name resonated throughout the entire Jin Yi system, known far and wide. However, his notoriety stemmed not from exceptional skill but from his astonishing ability to conceal himself and escape detection. A cunning individual, he was adept at hiding his whereabouts, akin to a ghost slipping silently through the night. After committing a crime, he would never linger, vanishing without a trace as if he had never existed. Such near-perfect evasion had rendered the Genie Wei's pursuit efforts repeatedly thwarted. Even with relentless dedication, they struggled to capture any hint of his presence. Though Huang Fei had achieved mastery, he was a formidable figure in the martial world, eliciting gasps of disbelief. Even those at the celestial realm found it nearly impossible to ensnare him. His exceptional lightness of foot and keen intuition allowed him to navigate treacherous environments with ease, leaving pursuers in his dust. Thus, Huang Fei had roamed the martial world for over 30 years, wreaking havoc upon countless women, yet he had never been apprehended. His existence had become a source of dread for all Genie Wei. The Genie Wei, their eyes wide with disbelief, could hardly fathom that one of the most infamous and cunning disciples of Huang Fei had so easily fallen into Jiang Qin's grasp. Jiang Qin, holding Han Yong's corpse, confidently approached the forensic examiner, Wu Tao. He gently laid the body on the ground and patiently awaited Wu Tao's arrival. Upon hearing the news, Wu Tao's expression turned grave. He was well aware of the infamous reputation of Huang Fei and his disciples, and he understood the implications of this corpse's appearance. He immediately instructed his subordinates to come for identification. To ascertain the true identity of the body, shortly thereafter, an elderly forensic examiner named Wang Hong was summoned in haste. Although his steps were unsteady, his gaze remained sharp. To Jiang Qin's astonishment, the number above Wang Hong's head shimmered brilliantly, indicating he had saved 1,356 lives. Wang Hong, this seasoned forensic examiner, adeptly unveiled a cloth to reveal an array of meticulously prepared autopsy tools, each one carefully selected, indispensable companions in his numerous examinations. He retrieved a sharp and exquisite scalpel, which seemed to come alive in his hands as it deftly navigated Han Yong's body. Wang Hong's focus was unwavering. He scrutinized every incision, every subtle change escaping his discerning gaze. After a meticulous examination, he finally made a discovery. He practiced the illusionary technique. It seems this man is indeed a disciple of the flower thief Huang Fei, he pronounced with unwavering conviction, each word imbued with undeniable weight. At this declaration, murmurs erupted among the crowd. They all knew that the illusionary technique was Huang Fei's unique secret martial art, capable of inducing a temporary state of confusion, thus providing an opportunity to strike. This martial art was infamous throughout the martial world, a nightmare for many innocent women. Wu Tao nodded gravely. He was acutely aware of Huang Fei's and his disciples' malevolence, as well as the implications of this corpse's emergence. Turning to Jiang Qin, his eyes brimmed with expectation and inquiry, he asked, "Jiang Qin, did you manage to extract any information from him?" Jiang Qin's expression was solemn, his tone resolute as he replied, "Before I captured him." He disclosed crucial information. The flower thief Huang Fei has set his sights on the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Baiwei, and according to his plan, he is expected to arrive in the capital in 3 days. What? At this, the assembly was taken aback, disbelief etched across their faces. They were all too aware of Huang Fei's methods. Any woman targeted by him rarely escaped his clutches. Chapter 11. The Flower Thief. Huang Fei was not only a master of martial arts but also cunning and exceptionally adept at concealment. More importantly, he possessed an abundance of patience and strategy regarding his targets. At times, he was willing to scheme for months to identify the optimal opportunity to strike. However, during this period, this wily individual would not cease his nefarious activities, lurking like a venomous serpent in the shadows, perpetually seeking his next opportunity. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 days of thievery, but only a day of defense. No matter how meticulous the precautions over time, there will inevitably come a moment of vulnerability. Contemplating this, Wu Tao felt a wave of anxiety. Huang Fei's threat loomed overhead like a bomb, ready to detonate at any moment. Jiang Qin, your intelligence is of utmost importance. Wu Tao regarded Jiang Qin earnestly. I will report this matter truthfully to the higher-ups, ensuring they are aware of our situation and the imminent danger. Meanwhile, we shall bolster our defenses to ensure the safety of Su Baiwei and others. After receiving Wu Tao's affirmation, Jiang Qin intended to leave this place. After all, the fate of Miss Su Baiwei from the Su family was of no direct concern to him. The reason he brought Han Fei here was solely because capturing these criminals would grant him merit points as a reward from the Jinyue. Merit points were indeed a coveted asset within the Jinhui. They not only served as a crucial criterion for promotion, determining Jiang Qin's potential to ascend within the ranks and wield greater power and resources, but they could also be exchanged in the Jinyui's treasury for various rare treasures, divine weapons, and internal martial arts manuals. These were exceptional avenues for Jiang Qin to enhance his strength and enrich his foundation. The thought of the alluring treasures in the treasury made Jiang Qin's gaze burn with fervor. He understood that only by continuously improving his abilities could he establish a firm foothold within the Jinyui, and merit points were an essential tool for achieving this goal. His recent slaying of the demon monk Zhu Ming would yield him a mere 500 merit points, contingent upon his discovery of Li Chengqi. Otherwise, a postnatal realm criminal could expect a maximum reward of 200 merit points. Han Fei, being in the early stages of the innate realm, should be able to secure around 300 merit points. However, capturing the infamous Hua Fei Huang would likely yield at least 10,000 merit points, given the Jinyui's high regard for him. Ordinary master-level martial artists could not enjoy such treatment. Even 1,000 merit points would be a significant stretch. Upon returning to his modest courtyard at the Jinyui base, Jiang Qin wasted no time and went straight to his desk. He gently opened the ancient manual detailing the 5-tiger door-cutting blade, beginning his focused training. Although the dragon elephant prajna skill possessed immense power, he felt it lacked a certain fluidity and variation in martial techniques. The 5-tiger door-cutting blade, renowned in the martial world for its fierce and domineering style, was precisely the technical supplement Jiang Qin urgently required. However, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. Despite Jiang Qin's exceptional talent, he encountered bottlenecks when faced with the profundity of this blade technique. He practiced the movements from the manual repeatedly, striving for precision in every action. Yet he sensed an intangible barrier, as if a thin veil obscured his understanding of the true essence of the 5-tiger door-cutting blade. After all, mastering a blade technique was not an endeavor achieved in a single day. It demanded substantial time and effort for contemplation and comprehension. I wonder if that small huandan could assist me? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Qin produced the small huandan from his bosom. The reason he had refrained from consuming it earlier was that his cultivation of the dragon elephant prajna skill had already reached its limit. To advance to the unprecedented 13th level would require millennia of dedicated effort. Yet, therein lay its weakness. Progressing from the first to the second level could be accomplished in a few months, gaining the power of one dragon and one elephant. However, advancing from the 12th to the 13th level, after thousands of years, would yield only the same power. The cost-effectiveness in the later stages was exceedingly poor. Thus, he chose not to use the huandan to enhance the dragon elephant prajna skill, but to focus it on the 5-tiger door-cutting blade instead. Swallowing the small huandan, infused with potent medicinal properties, Jiang Qin felt a warm current rising from his dantian, swiftly spreading throughout his body, as if he had been imbued with boundless strength and vitality. Taking a deep breath to calm his inner excitement, he redirected his focus to the 5-tiger door-cutting blade and resumed his training. Unlike before, this time Jiang Qin entered a marvelous state of flow. With each strike of his blade, he could distinctly sense his comprehension of the technique soaring, as if an invisible bond tightly connected him to the essence of the blade. His movements became increasingly fluid, each strike brimming with power, as if 5 masters of the blade were performing the technique alongside him. Excitement sparkled in Jiang Qin's eyes. He could feel his strength growing at an astonishing rate. By the time he completed the sequence of the 5-tiger door-cutting blade, his understanding had reached a formidable level. In this realm, comprehension and mastery of martial arts are strictly categorized into 5 levels: introductory, proficient, adept, accomplished, and perfected. At this moment, bolstered by the invaluable small huandan, Jiang Qin's cultivation and insight experienced tremendous enhancement. This surge of power propelled his training in the 5-tiger door-cutting blade to an accomplished state, signifying that he could now proficiently wield every technique, even expressing its essence and intent to a remarkable degree, thereby amplifying its potency. Chapter 12. The onslaught. Jiang Qin's rapid advancement in such a short time was not solely due to the assistance of the huandan, but also attributed to the inherent characteristics of the 5-tiger door-cutting blade. Unlike convoluted and obscure martial arts, this blade technique emphasized brute force and simplicity. Its moves were not complex, yet each strike held immense power, targeting vital points. This direct and effective combat style enabled Jiang Chun to grasp its essence more swiftly, thus achieving an accomplished level. If he had been practicing a profound or even higher-level blade technique, the Huandan's effectiveness would have been markedly diminished, just as he immersed himself in the art of the blade. Suddenly, an indescribable chill crept up his spine, a warning from his instincts that a cold gaze was lurking in the shadows, observing him. Who could it be? Jiang Chen's heart tightened. He swiftly sheathed his blade, executing the movement with precision and without hesitation. Stopping his actions, his gaze sharpened like an eagle, vigilantly scanning his surroundings in an attempt to capture the source of the concealed scrutiny. Although this courtyard was modest and somewhat shabby, its compact layout was clear and straightforward. Therefore, as his eyes swept over each corner, no rustle of movement escaped his notice. He quickly spotted a shadow poised atop the roof, its figure light and agile, seemingly merging with the night. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's commendable cultivation and heightened alertness, he might have overlooked it entirely. The voyeur, clad in dark attire and veiled with a black cloth, revealed only a pair of icy eyes, gazing down at him with both curiosity and a barely perceptible hint of hostility. "Who goes there? What brings you here in the dead of night?" Jiang Chen queried in a deep voice. "What sharp perception, truly worthy of an innate realm warrior," the shadowy figure replied. "Who are you?" Jiang Chen gripped his long blade tightly, speaking warily. The number hovering above this person's head was even more terrifying than Han Fei's. Reaching a chilling 756, "Listen closely, brat," the hulking figure with a menacing visage sneered, a threatening glint flickering in his eyes. "I offer you a chance to live. Like Li Chengqi, you will continue to transport our blood slaves. As long as you comply, I can let you go today." His words dripped with an undeniable arrogance, as if Jiang Chen's fate rested solely in his hands. As he spoke, he slowly opened his palm to reveal a vivid red pill, radiating an ominous aura that suggested it was far from benign, likely a substance capable of controlling minds or laced with deadly poison. However, in the face of this blatant threat, Jiang Chen exhibited no trace of fear. His eyes turned frigid, and a mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips, as if he were witnessing an absurd joke. "I suggest you save that for your mother," Jiang Chen retorted coldly, his tone laced with disdain. "Such audacity!" The man roared, his voice booming like thunder, causing the air around them to tremble. He shifted his form like a great rock taking flight, leaping down with blinding speed, radiating an unstoppable momentum. In an instant, his long sword was drawn, its blade flashing like lightning, aiming directly for Jiang Chen's vital points. A master-level warrior. No wonder he is so arrogant, Jiang Chen silently pondered. Yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. He was acutely aware that a master-level warrior was a paragon within the martial world, possessing extraordinary prowess. Although he had his own measure of skill, it paled in comparison. Nevertheless, in the face of formidable adversaries, he felt no trepidation. Rather, his fighting spirit surged. As he spoke, the long blade in his hand was already brimming with latent energy. With a slight movement, he resembled a dragon emerging from the sea, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, striking fiercely at the oncoming sword light. In that instant, it seemed as though he and the long blade had become one. The blade's intent formidable and its momentum overwhelming. When their weapons clashed, a resounding clang echoed, sending sparks flying from the metallic collision. Astonishingly, Jiang Chen's embroidered spring blade was cleaved asunder by a single stroke of the sword. The blade fractured, its light extinguished, leaving only a deep fissure that bore witness to the sword's sharpness. Jiang Chen's expression immediately soured. However, this was hardly surprising. After all, the weapon he wielded was merely a common embroidered spring blade, typically assigned to the guards of the brocade-clad military. While it was indeed sharp, its quality and power were ultimately limited in a true duel of masters. In stark contrast, his opponent wielded a genuine low-grade yellow-tier sword, its blade shimmering with a faint cold light, exuding a chilling sharpness that was utterly captivating. Thus, when these two weapons collided in the air, the outcome was almost self-evident. With a single stroke, Jiang Qin's embroidered spring blade was effortlessly severed. The break clean and the sword mark clear, a testament to the sword's lethality and the wielder's profound skill. Kid, you've shattered your own blade. What do you intend to fight me with now? Upon witnessing this, a smirk of satisfaction crept across the man's face, his lips curling into a cold grin, as if victory was already within his grasp. Envisioning Jiang Qin's demise, his eyes brimmed with disdain, as if Jiang Qin had become an inconsequential insect in his sight. Has no one informed you that villains often perish from excessive chatter? Jiang Qin's voice was frigid, and as he uttered these words, his figure shot forth like an arrow, charging toward the swordsman. His movements were swift and decisive. Although he was unarmed, he radiated an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spine. In that moment, it seemed he had cast aside the very concept of life and death, intent solely on delivering a fatal blow. The swordsman, taken aback, briefly faltered. However, being a seasoned warrior, he reacted swiftly, almost simultaneously swinging his sword toward Jiang Qin. The sword light flashed like lightning, its momentum fierce, as if intending to cleave Jiang Qin in two. Yet, Jiang Qin did not retreat. Instead, he extended two fingers. These fingers, seemingly delicate and feeble, appeared to harbor boundless strength. Just as the sword light was about to reach him, he deftly pinched it between his fingers, trapping the exceedingly sharp sword with an iron grip. At that moment, the sword trembled slightly, emitting a crisp sound. The swordsman's expression shifted dramatically, realizing he could not withdraw his weapon, no matter how hard he strained. The sword felt as though it were ensnared between two mountains, utterly immovable. Chapter 13. The demonic cult's sorcerer Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled like cold stars as he coldly regarded the man. A mocking smile playing on his lips. I forgot to mention, my forte lies in martial arts. His voice rang clear in the biting wind, and as the words left his mouth, he unleashed a kick aimed directly at the man's midsection. Should this kick connect, even steel and bone would surely shatter. The man's face paled. He had not anticipated that Jiang Qin possessed such formidable physical strength. If he did not relinquish his sword, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blow, with dire consequences. However, if he chose to abandon his sword, what could he use to contend with Jiang Qin? After all, the sword was his last bastion of hope. In that moment, he found himself ensnared in profound indecision, his gaze flickering between the sword and Jiang Qin, his heart a tumult of struggle and contradiction. He understood that to forsake the sword was to relinquish his final hope. Yet, should he cling to it, he would be unable to withstand Jiang Qin's fierce assault. Just as this hesitation gripped him, Jiang Qin's offensive surged forth like a shadow. In that instant, the man opted to leap high. Evading the strike and using the momentum of his body to retrieve the sword that Jiang Qin had ensnared between his fingers. His eyes gleamed with determination and reluctance, as if he intended to channel all his strength into this singular moment. However, little did he know that this leap would mark the beginning of his descent into despair. As his body lingered in the air, Jiang Qin's eyes glinted with a keen insight. He swiftly exploited the opening presented by his opponent. Drawing the sword toward himself with force, pulling the airborne adversary along with it. The swordsman felt a surge of power emanating from the sword, propelling his body forward against his will, utterly lacking control. Panic surged within him. He had never anticipated Jiang Qin could wield such immense strength. In the next breath, Jiang Qin's other hand shot out like lightning, seizing the man's face with a vice-like grip. In that moment, the swordsman felt as though a colossal beast was crushing his head, pain radiating through him, rendering escape impossible. Jiang Qin's grip was so powerful it threatened to shatter his skull. Terror and helplessness filled the man's eyes as he sensed the encroaching specter of death. He exerted every ounce of strength to struggle, yet Jiang Qin's hands were as unyielding as iron claws. Leaving him utterly immobile, with a thunderous crash, Jiang Qin executed his move with precision and decisiveness, forcefully driving the man's head into the earth of the courtyard. Dust billowed, soil scattered, and the man's face was instantly buried, leaving only a pair of terrified, pleading eyes glimmering faintly amidst the dirt. Jiang Qin's eyes shone like cold stars, devoid of sympathy, only chilling intent. Drawing a deep breath, He unleashed a flurry of punches upon the man, each strike accompanied by the howling wind and an unsettling force. His fists fell like rain, each impact causing the man's body to convulse violently. The man's eyes brimmed with fear as he perceived the might of Jiang Chen's fists, as if they were intent on obliterating his very existence. Each blow landed with surgical precision upon the man's vital points, his movements fluid and powerful, reminiscent of the legendary warrior Wu Song battling the tiger. After a barrage of roughly 10 punches, the man's body finally ceased its tremors, falling completely still. Jiang Chen withdrew his fists, standing there exuding an aura of chilling dominance and lethal intent. He glanced down at the man, who was now half buried in the soil, the ground mingling with blood, a sight that was utterly harrowing. Jiang Chen realized that his relentless assault had inflicted devastating harm upon the man. He felt as though his own body had been trampled by a herd of elephants. His internal organs shattered, leaving him devoid of any strength to resist. Even if he were a master-level warrior, under Jiang Chen's tempestuous onslaught, such a condition was utterly insurmountable. Even the prowess of a master-level fighter seemed trivial before Jiang Chen. Each of Jiang Chen's punches contained a terrifying force, as if intent on annihilating the man's very being. He showed no mercy, continuing his assault until the man was rendered incapable of resistance, devoid of even the slightest strength to struggle, before finally extracting his head from the ground. At that moment, the man was covered in dirt and blood, his eyes tightly shut, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth rendering him woefully tragic. His chest heaved violently, each breath seemingly draining the last vestige of his strength. A violent bout of coughing erupted, blood mingled with fragments of internal organs spewing forth from his mouth, staining his garments crimson. His gaze became hollow, as if he had already glimpsed the end of his life. Jiang Chen observed the scene before him, his heart devoid of any emotional turmoil. He coldly scrutinized the man, wishing to extract some information from him. However, before Jiang Chen could utter a word, the man's head lolled to the side, his eyes losing their luster, and he succumbed to death on the spot. Evil value 756. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated this man to be so easily vanquished. He had hoped to glean some useful information from him, but it seemed that was no longer a possibility. Damn, he truly couldn't withstand a blow. Jiang Chen gently flicked the bloodstains from his fists, his tone laced with disdain. He crouched down, meticulously searching the body before him. His hands moved with practiced ease, and soon he made a discovery. A token lay quietly within the deceased's clothing, boldly inscribed with the word sorcerer. The characters were clear and powerful. In addition, Jiang Chen found 200 taels of silver notes, 2 vials of elixirs, and a well-sealed letter. He picked up the letter, carefully unsealing it. As the contents unfolded, his expression gradually shifted to one of gravity. The look of disbelief flickered in his eyes, as if he had encountered something utterly inconceivable. "How is this possible?" Jiang Chen murmured, a tremor in his voice. After a moment of contemplation, he resealed the letter and tucked it cautiously into his bosom, a solemn expression settling over his features. Subsequently, he grasped the already fractured dagger, a glint of ruthlessness crossing his gaze. Approaching the corpse without a hint of hesitation, he viciously slashed the man's face with the blade, delivering dozens of deep cuts. Each stroke penetrated flesh and bone, blood splattering as the once recognizable visage was reduced to a grotesque mask, as though mauled by a beast. Chapter 14. The secret letter. Jiang Chen's actions did not waver. Akin to performing a significant ritual aimed at obliterating the man's identity and past, it was only when he was certain that even his own mother would fail to recognize him from the twisted face that he ceased his assault. Breathing heavily, he glanced at the corpse on the ground, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Then, with great effort, he hoisted the lifeless body as though it were a heavy burden. He traversed the night, arriving at a brightly lit estate belonging to a wealthy family. The grandeur of the residence was evident, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, clearly the abode of the affluent. In their backyard lay a desiccated well, long stripped of its vitality, leaving only crumbling walls and a parched bottom. Once a source of water for the household, it had now become a secretive site for disposing of recalcitrant concubines and slaves. Each night, ominous shadows swept across this place, accompanied by muted wails, ultimately descending into silence. Jiang Chun callously tossed the corpse into the dry well, listening to the dull thud as it landed, his heart unmoved. He knew that the body would soon join the ranks of the many souls at the bottom of the well, eternally consumed by darkness and decay. Thus, he had removed a potential threat, allowing himself to continue his journey of survival in this convoluted world. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Chen's expression remained grim, his eyes harboring traces of unease. He inhaled deeply, striving for composure, then reopened the letter. The content had become inconsequential, as the information it bore had already etched itself into his mind. Yet at this moment, his gaze fixated on the signature. The 3 characters C2 Lang leapt out at him. C2 Lang, a name known far and wide in the capital, was one of the 4 great commanders of the Jinhui, renowned for his cold-heartedness and ruthless tactics. Jiang Chen's fingertips lightly tapped the table, each strike sending ripples through his thoughts. Why had this letter come into the possession of a martial artist of the master realm, although a master was considered a formidable figure in the martial world? To the truly powerful, they were merely insignificant insects. How could such an individual access such an important missive? Unless, of course, there lay a more intricate conspiracy behind it. Moreover, the sender had used his real name. In this treacherous world, a true name often signified the exposure of one's identity and vulnerabilities. Si2 Lang, being one of the 4 great commanders of the Jinhui, was known for his caution. Why then this apparent carelessness? Was it a deliberate act, or did it hide deeper secrets? Furthermore, was this letter genuinely addressed to the demonic sect? Yet, upon reflection, could it be a scheme to frame him? In a world rife with plots, anything was conceivable. Perhaps someone sought to exploit this opportunity to sow discord, using Jiang Chen to implicate C2 Lang, pitting him against his superior, Meng Wangjin, or even against the entire Jinhui. Such methods, though insidious, were not uncommon. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed, his thoughts tangled like a mass of threads, refusing to untangle. He understood the urgency of finding answers. Otherwise, this sudden storm could plunge him into an abyss from which there would be no return. Rising to his feet, he approached the window, gazing into the night outside. The moonlight bathed his face but failed to illuminate the fog clouding his mind. A myriad of questions swirled within him, leaving him feeling more lost than ever. Yet, despite his fervent desire to uncover the truth, he was acutely aware that he could not afford to meddle in this affair lightly in a world where strength reigned supreme. Power was the foundation of all that present. He was still too weak, merely an inexperienced martial artist, incapable of intervening in the direct conflicts of the powerful. Should he step into this fray, even the slightest miscalculation could lead him to an irreversible fate. He knew that if C2 Lang had indeed betrayed them, reporting him would spell disastrous consequences. The heartless members of the demonic sect would not spare anyone opposing them, and as a high-ranking member of the Jinhui, C2 Lang was equally ruthless. Should he bear a grudge against Jiang Chen, his life would become a living hell. It was far easier to steal than to guard against thieves. And if he were not a traitor, he might still become a pawn in someone else's scheme. Regardless of the final truth, he wished to remain uninvolved. At this juncture, it was best to draw a lottery. Jiang Chun sighed, murmuring to himself. He had accrued 756 points of evil value from killing the member of the demonic sect and 369 points from slaying Han Fei. After previously drawing 3 times, he still had over 800 points left. Let the drawing commence. As soon as the words left his mouth, 8 white wheels appeared in midair, spinning rapidly. Heaven help me, let me draw a weapon, Jiang Chen thought, his Xiao Chun Dao already destroyed. And he was hesitant to reveal the sword of the demonic sect member, fearing that Shi Min Lang would connect it back to him. After a few breaths, the wheels gradually came to a halt. This time, 2 landed on empty spaces, granting Jiang Chen only 6 items. Congratulations, host! You have obtained 10 taels of gold, 2 small Huandon pills, 1 humanoid He Shou Wu, 1 book of martial arts, and 1 blood dagger. Excellent! Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. Fortunately, he had drawn a weapon. Otherwise, he would have to find another one. Claim it immediately. As he spoke, 10 taels of gold, 2 small Huandon pills, a humanoid-shaped He Shou Wu, a volume of martial arts, and a gleaming long dagger appeared on his table. He carefully concealed the gold and the century-old He Shou Wu beneath his bed, ensuring they would not be easily discovered. Turning around, his gaze fell upon the blood dagger resting silently on the table. He approached slowly, reaching out to grasp the dagger, beginning to examine it with great care. The blood dagger measured approximately 1 meter in length, broad and hefty, exuding an extraordinary aura. A deep blood groove was etched along the blade, resembling a winding river of blood, sending chills down his spine. Gripped in his hand, he could distinctly sense the chill emanating from the blade, as if the dagger itself were a cold, living entity, perpetually yearning for the baptism of blood. Jiang Qian swung the blood dagger lightly, and in an instant, the air seemed to thrum with a chilling, killing intent. He scrutinized every detail of the blade, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship and the unique design of the blood groove. Chapter 15. A shocking conspiracy. What a fine blade. He sighed sincerely, remarking that this blood knife was not only extraordinarily sharp, but also exuded an indescribable aura of murderous intent, as if it were born for the battlefield and crafted for slaughter. Jiang Qian understood that this blood knife was no ordinary item. It would undoubtedly play a significant role in his future cultivation journey. He gently caressed the blade, feeling the chill that seemed to emanate from ancient times. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and bathed the bluestone slabs of the Zhenfu Sea in a golden hue, Jiang Qian had already tidied his attire and strode confidently into the Jinyue. His steps were steady and assured, as if the events of the previous night had left no mark upon him. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Zhenfu Sea, Jiang Qian keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. He raised his gaze and saw 3 Qianhu under the command of Meng Wangjin, along with 9 deputy Qianhu and 27 Baihu, all of whom appeared solemn as they gathered at the entrance of the eastern Zhenfu Sea. Clad in the distinctive Feiyu attire of the Jinyue, with embroidered spring knives at their waists, they stood tall and imposing, radiating an aura as fierce as wolves. The arrival of these skilled Jinyue undoubtedly heightened the tension enveloping the Zhenfu Sea. Jiang Qian pondered quietly, questioning the purpose of this assembly of Jinyue elites. Could it be related to the secret message from the previous night? He stood aside, observing their actions. They spoke in hushed tones, occasionally glancing toward the distance, seemingly awaiting some significant news. The square of the eastern Zhenfu Sea was expansive, akin to a vast plain capable of accommodating thousands without appearing crowded. Surrounding the square were towering ancient trees, and the ground was paved with blue stones, exuding a sense of solemnity and grandeur. At this moment, sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the square, adding an air of gravity to the impending important moment. Meng Wangjin, donned in the Jinyue's Feiyu attire, appeared even more gallant and imposing. He stood aloft, surveying the square below with a serious expression that resembled the biting cold of a winter wind, instilling a chill in the hearts of onlookers. His deep-set eyes flickered with visible anger. It was evident that he was genuinely enraged, which accounted for his uncharacteristic demeanor. Behind him hung a massive brocade banner embroidered with the vivid image of a Qilin, seemingly poised to take flight and soar through the heavens. This banner was the emblem of the Eastern Jinyue. As time gradually passed, after about the duration of a tea break, the majority of Jinyue from the Eastern Zhenfu Sea, of all ranks above the small flags, had assembled at the scene. Clad in uniform Feiyu attire and wielding sharp embroidered spring knives, they marched in perfect unison, their presence formidable. Meng Wangjin stood high, his gaze sharp as he scanned the densely packed Jinyue below. Without concern for whether all had arrived, he spoke directly, his voice calm yet powerful, cutting through the clamorous crowd and resonating across the vast square of the eastern Zhenfu Sea. Yesterday, Princess Yuling was abducted within the palace, and this matter has alarmed His Majesty. His tone carried an undeniable authority, each word striking the hearts of the assembly like a hammer. Upon hearing this, the Jinyue in the square displayed expressions of shock. His Majesty is enraged and has issued an edict, Meng Wangjin continued, his voice deepening yet resonating with greater intensity. The Jinyue must retrieve Princess Yuling before nightfall, without fail. Otherwise, the salaries of all within the Jinyue will be halved this year as a punishment. At this pronouncement, Astonishment flickered across the faces of the crowd. Princess Yuling, the cherished daughter of the current sovereign, had been showered with affection since childhood. Her beauty was enchanting, her demeanor noble, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, unforgettable to all who laid eyes upon her. The Ming Emperor's protection of her was, without question, impenetrable. Furthermore, the current Ming Emperor had achieved the legendary realm of martial saints, his prowess unfathomable. Even a master of the Dharma realm would find it impossible to abduct Princess Yuling without drawing the Emperor's attention. The Dharma realm was the pinnacle of martial arts, capable of manifesting divine forms and wielding earth-shattering power. Yet, before the might of a martial saint, even a master of the Dharma realm would be no more than an insect. Yet, despite this, Princess Yuling had gone missing. How could she possibly vanish from within the palace? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his thoughts. The current sovereign had proclaimed that whoever could retrieve Princess Yuling would be handsomely rewarded. Meng Wangjin spoke gravely. There are 5 hours remaining until nightfall. I hope you will act swiftly. Since this incident occurred last night, could it be possible that Princess Yuling had already been taken far from the capital? As Meng Wangjin's words echoed in his mind, Jiang Chun felt a fleeting thought arise. However, he swiftly dismissed it. The Ming Emperor had held power for over 30 years, excelling in both civil and martial endeavors. With a cunning intellect that marked him as a master strategist, since he had allowed for 5 hours, it was clear he had confidence that Princess Yuling had not been abducted from the capital. Otherwise, 5 hours would barely suffice to pursue her, let alone recover her. But where could she possibly be? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chun shook his head, deciding to abandon the task. After all, even if catastrophe were to strike, there would still be someone tall enough to bear the burden. What was a mere half-salary cut? He did not rely solely on his wages for sustenance. If he drew too much attention and became a target for those skilled individuals, he might find himself facing an untimely demise without understanding how it happened. Anyone capable of abducting Princess Yuling beneath the Emperor's very nose would undoubtedly possess immense power. Should Jiang Qian offend them, he might find himself in grave peril. With this in mind, Jiang Qian began to entertain thoughts of slacking off. At that moment, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Task activated. Please, host, uncover the truth behind Princess Yuling's disappearance within 5 hours and successfully return her. Task reward, Eye of Investigation, capable of revealing the target's name and realm. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Qian's spirits lifted. The Eye of Investigation was incredibly useful. He would be able to discern the realm of any adversary at a glance. With this skill, he would no longer fear ambushes from hidden foes. Yet, where would he find the missing Princess Yuling? As he pondered, Wu Tao approached him. The situation is urgent. We must at least ensure that Princess Yuling is not within the jurisdiction of our Eastern Jinfu Sea. If it were to be discovered that she escaped from our area, our lives would be in jeopardy. Seeing Wu Tao's anxious demeanor, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled the letter from the previous night. Chapter 16. Entering the Palace. Could it have been the doing of Situ Lang? Yet, he quickly dismissed this idea. The reason was simple. The strength of that cultist was far too weak to be involved in an abduction of such magnitude. Unless the abductors had lost their senses and brought along a liability to seal their fate. Moreover, he had already reviewed the contents of the letter, which pertained to betraying low-ranking Jinyui to the cult in exchange for magical pills to enhance martial prowess. It bore no relation to the abduction of the princess. However, this line of thought opened Jiang Chen's mind. Perhaps there was an insider within the palace facilitating the escape. Only in this manner could the princess be taken away without a trace. Yet, that was quite an impressive feat, to transport Princess Yuling out of the palace without alerting the elite guards. He wondered how they managed to achieve such a thing. After all, exiting the palace required navigating layers of scrutiny and defenses. Impossible to do so casually. Just then, Meng Wangjin unexpectedly turned his gaze toward him. Jiang Chen, you will accompany me into the palace. This declaration struck him like thunder, causing Jiang Chen's expression to shift dramatically. Why would Meng Wangjin want to drag him into the palace? Yes, my lord. Clearly, this was not the time for slow inquiries. Jiang Chen hastily approached Meng Wangjin. The two made their way into the palace, one following the other. Meng Wangjin moved swiftly, compelling Jiang Chen to jog to keep pace. Soon, They arrived at the palace gates. To Jiangqin's astonishment, the 4 great Shenfu officials were gathered at the palace entrance, each accompanied by a solemn-faced individual. Feeling a twinge of unease, Jiang Qin instinctively glanced toward the western Shenfu, whereby Hu Situ Lang stood. Just a fleeting glance made his heart race, and a chill ran down his spine. He quickly lowered his head, but it still caught Situ Lang's attention. The latter cast a casual glance in Jiang Qin's direction, sending a shiver coursing through him. As if he were pierced by unseen daggers' point, one should never gaze where one ought not. Meng Wangjian gently reminded Jiang Qin, who promptly acknowledged her, although he did not cast another glance at Situ Lang. His heart was already filled with profound trepidation, for above Situ Lang's head, a sinister black number, 95634, loomed ominously. This signified that he had taken the lives of at least 90,000 individuals, or in other words, had incurred a karmic debt of over 90,000 souls, reaching a terrifying magnitude. Jiang Qian now felt certain that Situ Lang was undoubtedly entangled with the demonic sect, and it was even highly probable that he served as a covert agent of the sect within the Genie Way. After a brief moment, the palace gates slowly creaked open, as if a heavy historical portal was being eased aside, revealing another realm beyond, a rather effeminate-looking eunuch, his face painted white and exuding an eerie charm. Stepped forth, dressed in resplendent eunuch attire, he moved with a lightness that belied the undeniable authority he bore. Standing at the palace entrance, he declared loudly, "Summon the 4 grand commanders of the Genie Way from the east, west, south, and north, along with their attendants, to enter the palace at once." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating across the vast courtyard, sending a tremor through the hearts of all present. Despite his seemingly frail physique, the eunuch's voice was remarkably robust, brimming with force. This striking contrast between his delicate appearance and powerful voice was undeniable. Jiang Qian and the other elite members of the Genie Way instantly discerned that this eunuch was at least a master of the Tianren realm, a pinnacle of martial prowess capable of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Possessing extraordinary strength, such masters were exceedingly rare in the realm of martial arts. "At your command." The 8 bowed respectfully before striding into the palace. "Do you know why I chose you to accompany me?" Meng Wangjin inquired as they walked deeper into the palace. "I do not know," Jiang Qin replied, his heart filled with confusion as to why Meng Wangjin had brought him to the imperial palace. "Because nearly all of my subordinates have been dispatched, and among those at the lower ranks, I only know your name." Upon hearing Meng Wangjin's answer, Jiang Qin's lips twitched involuntarily. Such honesty was quite striking. "Once we enter, speak little unless the emperor inquires. Otherwise, remain silent," Meng Wangjin cautioned him, to which Jiang Qin repeatedly nodded in agreement. Before long, under the guidance of the chief eunuch, they arrived at the innermost depths of the palace. They halted before a grand palace door, where a booming voice resounded from within. "Speak, how do you all intend to investigate this matter?" Without the door opening, a majestic voice emanated from within. "Your Majesty, I believe we should conduct a thorough search of every household in the capital, leaving no stone unturned for those who abducted the princess," Situ Lang boldly proclaimed, stepping forward. Jiang Qin could not help but smirk internally. Such a method could only have originated from him in the capital, where countless dignitaries and nobles resided. The sheer time and manpower required for such exhaustive searches were unfathomable. Would they even search the chambers of the female relatives? Would they comb through the secluded quarters of the aristocracy? Even if a search were conducted, could they be assured of success? Every household likely harbored secret rooms, and if the princess were hidden away in one, their efforts would be in vain. Yet, despite these reflections, it was indeed the only feasible course of action available to them at present. The emperor remained noncommittal, merely stating, "Do you possess a better plan?" Zhuge Chaonongxi signaled to a youth behind him. The boy stood proudly and declared, "Your Majesty, I believe that the princess's abduction must stem from someone close to her. We should investigate those surrounding her and ascertain if anyone left the palace last night. If so, it is likely the princess was secretly taken out of the palace." His words exuded confidence, and the other grand commanders nodded in agreement. After all, he was Iron Junzuo, renowned as the finest detective in the capital and one of the future heirs of the Iron family within the 6 doors. Chao Nongxi had specifically invited him to showcase his talents before the emperor and leave a favorable impression. Do any of you have further comments? The emperor's voice echoed once more from within the palace. With a sigh, Jiang Qian raised his voice. I have something to say. This declaration drew the attention of all present, especially Ming Wangjin, whose face betrayed a flicker of anger. Chapter 17. Speculation. His decision to bring Jiang Qian into the palace had been a reluctant one. After all, the four of them had previously agreed to bestow this credit upon Iron Junzuo to secure the support of the Iron family. Thus, he had casually brought along someone to express goodwill. As for why it was Jiang Qian, that was merely due to a faint recollection of him from days prior. Now, with Jiang Qian speaking up, if his response were unsatisfactory, it would expose the randomness of his selection, potentially sowing discord between him and the emperor. Speak, the emperor commanded, disregarding Ming Wangjin's internal conflict. I believe the princess is still within the palace, Jiang Qian asserted boldly. The room fell silent, and beads of sweat dotted Ming Wangjin's forehead. A chill creeping down his spine. Your Majesty, an invisible force silenced Ming Wangjin, compelling him to close his mouth. Jiang Qian felt helpless in this moment. If not for the system's task, he would never have spoken up today. Yet, if this group continued their investigation along this misguided path, they might never uncover the truth. The palace is heavily fortified, and I believe it is impossible for anyone to infiltrate it quietly. Jiang Qian continued. This world thrived on martial prowess, embodying the might of heaven and earth. The strength of a martial sage was beyond comprehension. The barriers against intruders were not merely walls but the very presence of the Ming Emperor himself. Iron Junzuo had also recognized this. The presence of an insider within the palace was certain. However, they were all ensnared in a flawed line of reasoning. If the princess had vanished, she must have been spirited away from the palace. Yet they failed to contemplate a crucial question. Any attempt to forcibly remove someone from the palace carried risks that were explosive in nature. If Jiang Qian had a three-part certainty before entering the palace, upon witnessing its formidable defenses, his confidence had swelled to 7 parts. Exiting the palace would require passing through 3 checkpoints, each manned by over 10 guards, all of whom hailed from noble families. Furthermore, the guards were assigned randomly each day. Tio bribed these individuals, risking their family's annihilation to assist in the princess's escape, was simpler than staging a rebellion. However, concealing the princess within the palace was far less challenging than one might imagine. Then where would the princess be hidden? Iron Junzuo's face paled, caught in a tumult of emotions. Though he disagreed with Jiang Qian's assertion, he found himself unable to refute it. Tio do so would imply a flaw in the palace's defenses, a matter far graver than the mere disappearance of a princess. Such a revelation would demand bloodshed and chaos, with the wrath of the royal family and noble clans far beyond what the Iron family could withstand. Jiang Qian pressed on. The princess has not been hidden away. I can assert with confidence that she is right beneath everyone's noses. This statement stunned the assembly once more, rendering the emperor silent, as if deep in thought. Iron Junzuo burst into laughter. Are you mad? The princess is right under our noses. Then where is she? Jiang Qian's gaze was piercing. He understood that the most perilous locations were often the safest. Where could be safer than hiding the princess in plain sight? The method of concealment was also straightforward. Jiang Qian completely immersed himself in the mindset of the abductor, contemplating how one might kidnap the emperor's beloved daughter without resorting to martial prowess, which would surely alert the palace guards or even the emperor himself. The optimal solution was, of course, to employ poison. The use of poison required no exertion of true energy, and even a martial sage like the Ming Emperor would be oblivious to the presence of poison. May I inquire, Your Majesty, where was Princess Yuling last seen? Jiang Qian directly posed the question. The princess went missing in the Changla Palace, the eunuch replied on behalf of the Ming Emperor. Then may I ask, when did the maidservants surrounding the princess realize she was missing? Jiang Qian continued. After the last maidservant attended to the princess, at the stroke of midnight, the maid on duty at the door heard sounds from within the room. When she called out, the princess did not respond, prompting them to enter and check. Upon their entrance, they discovered the window ajar, and the princess had vanished from the chamber. The eunuch recounted the scene in meticulous detail to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian clasped his hands together and respectfully inquired, "Your Majesty, may I be permitted to conduct an investigation on site?" "Granted." The emperor's voice, both authoritative and profound, resonated through the palace's layers of drapery, reaching the ears of those outside. This voice bore an irresistible power, sending a chill through the hearts of all present. The eunuch, a being of celestial stature, bowed deeply upon hearing the emperor's decree and gestured for Jiang Qian and the 4 grand pacifiers to follow him to the Changla Palace. The Changla Palace, one of the most opulent residences within the imperial complex, was now surrounded by multiple layers of guards. The sentinels, clad in iron armor and wielding long spears, surveyed their surroundings with piercing gazes, ever vigilant for any signs of disturbance. Under the eunuch's guidance, Jiang Qian and the 4 grand pacifiers successfully navigated through the ranks of guards and arrived at the entrance of the Changla Palace. The eunuch gently pushed open the palace door and signaled for them to enter. As Jiang Qian stepped into the Changla Palace, he immediately sensed its extraordinary atmosphere. The layout of the palace was both meticulous and grand, with every detail exuding the essence of royal elegance and luxury. Yet, at that moment, the palace was shrouded in a veil of foreboding, the air thick with an oppressive tension. They arrived at the scene of the incident, a spacious and well-lit room, dominated by an exquisite red bed that stood out strikingly. Evidence of the princess's recent slumber lingered, the soft bedding still imbued with her delicate fragrance. The quilt had fallen towards the window, clearly having been torn asunder. From the traces left behind, it appeared that the princess had been sleeping when someone had intruded from outside, abducting her from her bed and escaping through the window. It seemed the princess had indeed been taken by an intruder who entered through the window, undoubtedly a master of martial prowess, for there were no footprints left on the ground. Tai Junzuo confidently articulated his deductions. Chapter 18. Consort Wang. Everyone nodded in agreement. While individuals of celestial stature could traverse the skies, it was indeed challenging to avoid leaving footprints in such a confined space without relying on exceptional lightness of foot. Tai Junzuo cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Qian, seemingly eager to see if he had anything to counter. After all, assassins were not fools. They would hardly remain in the palace awaiting their demise. Jiang Qian remained silent, examining the quilt on the ground before moving to inspect the window more closely. Before the window stood a table, upon which rested a candlestick directly facing the window. Its candle burnt down to the last remnants of wax. Jiang Qian traced the edge of the table with his fingers, then looked outside, where a small garden flourished, filled with exotic flora. He leapt from the window into the garden, where he began to scour the underbrush. Before long, 2 stones, one large and one small, appeared in his hands. "Found it." Jiang Qian smiled with satisfaction, then scrutinized the area surrounding the stones. A faint circle of black lines, exceedingly delicate, encircled them, almost imperceptible unless examined closely. Tai Junzuo and the others approached, their expressions puzzled. "What do you need those stones for?" Jiang Qian refrained from elaborating and turned to the eunuch. "Sir, could you summon the last maid who entered the princess's chamber?" The eunuch shook his head. "All the maids in the Changla Palace have been detained, but the one who entered the princess's room has not been seen since last night, as expected." Jiang Qian nodded, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. "Where is the princess's personal guard? Could you kindly call her forth for questioning?" "Certainly." Moments later, the heavy sound of footsteps shattered the silence of the Changla Palace. 2 burly eunuchs roughly dragged a battered woman, shackled and bruised, into the center of the room. Her attire was disheveled, hair unkempt and cascading over her shoulders, her face marred with wounds, and her eyes filled with despair. She crumpled to the ground, her body weakened from prolonged torment, as though she had lost all strength to stand. The once vibrant spark in her eyes had dimmed, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear. Clearly, she had endured unimaginable cruelty, both physically and mentally. "This woman is the princess's personal guard. We interrogated her last night, but extracted nothing of value," one of the eunuchs indicated, fatigue lacing his voice. Reflecting his dissatisfaction with the interrogation's results, Jiang Qian crouched slowly, meeting the trembling woman's gaze. He noticed that her fingernails were absent, her bloodied fingers quivering, silently narrating the torment she had faced. Despite her frail condition from the prolonged torture, she fought to retain her consciousness, unwilling to succumb to unconsciousness. Her eyes, filled with profound fear, told a tale of anguish from being utterly shattered. Jiang Qian marveled inwardly. This woman must have been a formidable fighter, for an ordinary person would likely have succumbed long ago under such brutal punishments. Yet she had persevered, buoyed by indomitable will and remarkable physical resilience. I know nothing, I truly know nothing, the woman trembled, repeating the phrase in a desperate cadence. Her voice was laden with helplessness, clearly a victim of the eunuch's relentless torment. Jiang Qian inquired, "Were you with the princess throughout yesterday?" I know nothing, I know nothing." She seemed to have lost her grip on sanity, fixated solely on her two repeated phrases. Seeing her state, Jiang Qian spoke calmly, "I understand you are innocent. I have a way to save you and retrieve the princess. But you must answer my questions truthfully. You have but one chance. If you refuse, I cannot assist you further." A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. "When I arrived, the princess was already gone. I do not know where she is gone. Before her disappearance, where did the princess visit? Please detail it for me. I in Consort Wang's palace, in Consort Li's palace, in Consort Morong's palace, in the imperial garden, in the scripture pavilion." The woman listed a dozen places, causing the listeners to furrow their brows. Yet, a spark of excitement flashed in Jiang Qian's eyes. Did she visit so many places daily? Or just yesterday? Just yesterday. Previously, the princess would visit no more than 2 or 3 places at most. The woman replied. Where did she intend to go first? To Consort Wang's place. After leaving Consort Wang's palace, where did she go next? To Consort Yang's. How long did she stay with Consort Yang? For the duration of a tea's brewing. And how long was she with Consort Wang? For 2 hours. During those 2 hours, did your gaze ever leave the princess? The woman's expression suddenly shifted to one of panic. No. I kept my eyes on her the entire time. Jiang Qian grasped her chin firmly, his voice stern. Speak the truth to me, or no one will be able to save you. The woman broke into tears. I may have lost sight of the princess for about the duration of a tea's brewing, but I followed her closely thereafter. The princess was at Consort Wang's. Jiang Qian exclaimed forcefully, hurry and search. They may have means of disposing of the body. Upon hearing this, the eunuch hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face. But soon, a hushed command reached his ears. He immediately beckoned the 2 eunuchs who had brought the woman. Quickly, move, capture Consort Wang. Upon hearing these words, Meng Wangjin's complexion turned even paler. If Jiang Qian's judgment were to prove erroneous, he might inevitably face the repercussions. After all, this concerned the imperial concubine. Should the search yield no results, the wrath that would follow would be unbearable for any ordinary individual. Moreover, the family of the Wang Guifei was none other than the founding noble Wang clan. If their daughter were to be dishonored, how could they possibly let it go unpunished? However, the arrow was already nocked. There was no choice but to release Yu Zhaoan moved with an ethereal grace, his speed astonishing. He glided like a swallow, lightly touching the ground, as if treading upon an invisible staircase, and in an instant, he soared above the palace where Wang Guifei resided, his garments billowing, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Chapter 19. The princess's disappearance. Wang Guifei sensed something amiss within the palace. Her figure flickered, and she too traversed the air, standing firmly in midair, confronting Yu Zhaoan, clad in resplendent palace attire that fluttered with the wind. Her expression was stern, and her gaze exuded an undeniable authority. That moment, Jiang Qian arrived late, observing the standoff from afar, his heart filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Wang Guifei was also a formidable expert in the realm of celestial beings. Her strength rivaling that of anyone present. It was truly unexpected that Wang Guifei possessed such prowess. Jiang Qian murmured to himself, his eyes fixed intently on the 2 figures suspended in the air. Fearing he might miss any detail, the tension in the situation escalated. The atmosphere between Yu Zhaoan and Wang Guifei felt almost frozen, saturated with the scent of gunpowder. A great battle seemed imminent. Yu Zhaoan, you possess an audacity beyond measure, daring to trespass upon my domain. Do you seek to rebel? Wang Guifei's voice was icy and commanding, piercing like frost and instilling a chilling dread. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhaoen's lips curled into a cold smile, yet a glint of ruthless determination flickered in his eyes. Although he was acutely aware of Wang Guifei's esteemed status and extraordinary power, he found himself in a precarious position, unable to retreat, and thus had to press on with unwavering resolve. "Your Highness, I am merely carrying out orders. I beseech you to stand aside and not make things difficult for me." Despite the politeness in his tone, a vicious glimmer flashed in Yu Zhaoen's eyes. "What of the Guifei?" Yu Zhaoen scoffed inwardly. He had not hesitated to eliminate those in high positions before. Within the confines of this palace, the line between power and life often hung by a mere thought. Should the princess truly be within Wang Guifei's palace, then she would undoubtedly face dire consequences today. After all, Princess Yuling was no ordinary royal. She harbored a secret of immense significance, one that even the Ming Emperor was closely monitoring. If this secret were to be unveiled, the repercussions would be catastrophic. And what if I refuse? Wang Guifei's voice was resolute. She understood that should this matter leak, her family would face utter annihilation. "Freeze!" At that moment, a deep and authoritative voice resonated from the heavens, as if a deity had descended, invoking a sense of reverence. This voice carried an extraordinary power, causing Wang Guifei's body to abruptly freeze in place, as if bound by invisible frost, rendering her immobile. Observing this, Yu Zhaoen's heart soared with joy, realizing that the Ming Emperor had intervened. He swiftly darted into Wang Guifei's residence like a specter, commencing a meticulous search. He understood that time was of the essence. He had to locate the princess swiftly, for the longer it took, the more complicated the situation would become. Yu Zhaoen scoured the residence, leaving no corner unchecked. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, and not a whisper of movement escaped his awareness. He silently prayed to find the princess within the shortest possible time, ensuring her safe return to the palace. The palace maid stood nearby, trembling in fear. Yet, as a stick of incense burned down, Yu Zhaoen still found nothing. Outside, Meng Wangjin grew increasingly anxious, his heart sinking further. Regret washed over him for having brought Jiang Qian into this predicament. If they failed to uncover Princess Yuling's whereabouts within Wang Guifei's palace, it was likely that, to placate the Wang family's fury, the Ming Emperor would sacrifice him. After all, a mere deputy commander could hardly satisfy the Wang clan's demands. Yet, he found himself without options now. As Meng Wangjin lamented his choices, Yu Zhaoen emerged, his expression dark and foreboding. "I found nothing." He regarded Jiang Qian, seemingly hoping to catch a glimpse of panic on his face. However, Jiang Qian remained composed, as if everything was well within his control. "Of course, you will find nothing. Did I not tell you from the beginning that Princess Yuling is right under everyone's noses?" "What do you mean by that?" Yu Zhaoen was compelled to suppress his frustration and inquire, "Isn't Princess Yuling right here?" As he spoke, he pointed toward the group of palace maids. Yu Zhaoen's eyes lit up instantly as he approached the maids. Scrutinizing each one, soon, he seized a maid with a vacant expression and a plump figure. He examined her face for a moment, then suddenly extracted a long needle from behind her ear. The next instant, her appearance transformed significantly. Yu Zhaoen was overjoyed, quickly retrieving several more silver needles. As he removed them one by one, a face he was all too familiar with emerged before everyone. "Princess!" Yu Zhaoen immediately knelt and exclaimed. Meanwhile, Wang Guifei, suspended in midair, turned pale, her eyes filled with despair. Moments later, several masked women arrived, lifted Princess Yuling, and vanished from sight. "Zhaoen, escort them out. The following matters are familial affairs, not suitable for outsiders to witness." "Yes, Your Majesty." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yu Zhaoen's eyes as he addressed the crowd. "Please, everyone." The group departed the palace along the same path. Yu Zhaoen eagerly asked Jiang Qian, "Young hero, I still fail to grasp how you discern this. Could you elucidate?" Jiang Qian nodded. "I surmise the truth of the matter is this. Yesterday, Princess Yuling visited Wang Guifei's palace for leisure. Wang Guifei must have long plotted to divert the guard. Subsequently, she employed a master of disguise among her subordinates to replace the real princess, hiding the genuine Princess Yuling under poison, while sending the impostor to visit various places. In this manner, should the guard arrive. He would lack the time to scrutinize the princess closely and would not quickly discover her flaws. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's explanation, Yu Zhaoan expressed confusion. But the ladies of the various palaces are familiar with Princess Yuling. Would they not notice any discrepancies in such a hasty exchange? Jiang Qin smiled slightly. The substitute Wang Guifei sought must have been trained for a considerable time. It is quite possible that she was a maidservant close to Princess Yuling. However, this maid was swapped out by another, making her every action closely resemble the genuine princess. Furthermore, since she visited each Guifei's palace for a brief duration, it would naturally be difficult to expose her. For who could have imagined that someone would audaciously attempt such a deception? Yu Zhaoan remained puzzled. Then who was the assassin that intruded upon the room upon their return? Where did that impostor princess vanish to? Chapter 20. Departure. I suspect that the impostor princess escaped through the window. Tai Junju interjected immediately. Did you not notice? The window opens inward. Is that so? The group sensed something amiss yet could not articulate it. Indeed, there was no assassin, but the impostor princess had never exited the room. Jiang Qin's comment startled everyone. Then where did she go? She died. Her body was transformed into a foul liquid by the maid who entered afterward and then disposed of. But how could the maidservants from the princess's residence be bribed by Wang Guifei? Tai Junju could not resist countering. Do you remember these 2 stones? Jiang Qin raised 2 stones, one large and one small, and continued, you are correct. The window was indeed not closed from the outside, indicating it was not breached by external force, but rather opened from within. Since the impostor princess had been transformed into a foul liquid, no one was present in the room at that time. Thus, Wang Guifei's people set a small mechanism. They tied a rapidly burning rope to a large stone and a small stone, placing the small stone inside the window and the larger stone outside. They then closed the window. Afterward, they secured the rope to the corner of the table, anchoring the 2 stones. When the candle burned down to a certain length, the rope would be ignited, causing the larger stone to fall, bringing the smaller stone down into the garden's grass, which would simultaneously open the window. This would create the illusion that someone had intruded from outside the window and abducted the princess. As for those 2 stones, stones in the garden are nothing out of the ordinary. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's explanation, the group vividly envisioned the perpetrator's intricate setup, manipulating everyone in the palace without employing genuine energy. But why would she go to such lengths? Tai Junju could not help but inquire, would it not be more advantageous for her to wait until dawn the following day to allow others to discover the princess's absence? Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a tactic would afford them more time and would avoid causing a commotion of this magnitude. However, Jiang Qin shook his head. No, that is precisely where their brilliance lies. Should Princess Yuling vanish without a trace in such a manner, the prime suspicion would rest within the palace itself. As she disappeared from within its confines, the palace would undoubtedly intensify its search efforts, possibly even scouring each chamber meticulously. Furthermore, it is inconceivable that concubine Wang would dare to smuggle someone out under the emperor's very nose. With a cold smile, Jiang Qin continued, yet, if chaos ensues within the palace as they seek the whereabouts of the princess, many would resort to their true energies. In such a scenario, even the emperor could not ascertain whether someone had taken advantage of the turmoil to spirit the princess away from the palace. Although the likelihood of such an event is slim, it is not impossible. Consequently, all attention would shift outside the palace, leading them to believe she has already escaped. In that case, concubine Wang could easily concoct an excuse to return to her family, at which point they would be able to brazenly escort Princess Yuling out. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the palace gates. Yu Chaoran regarded Jiang Qin with eyes full of admiration. Young hero, it would indeed be a great loss to the world if you did not become a constable. Your praise is unwarranted, Jiang Qin replied modestly with a slight bowed at that moment. A golden token flew forth from the depths of the palace, hovering before Jiang Qin, emblazoned with the 6 characters proclaiming him the world's greatest detective. Upon seeing this token, Tai Junju's teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. This token had once belonged to his father, Tai Yunting, who had solved countless cases and received it as a commendation from the late emperor. After the current emperor ascended the throne, The token was returned to him when Tai Yunting was promoted to the head of the Six Doors. Furthermore, Tai Yunting had previously declared that whoever from the Tai family could obtain this token would become the next family head, and if someone from Six Doors acquired it, they could become his esteemed disciple. Little did he expect that this token would end up in the hands of a member of the Jinyue. Tai Junjua glared at Jiang Chen with eyes full of murderous intent. Jiang Chen, resigned, held the token in his hands. "Thank you for your gracious reward, Your Majesty." Yu Chaoran laughed heartily at the scene. "Young hero, it seems the Emperor truly holds you in high regard." With that, he turned and strode into the palace, evidently eager to engage in his preferred pursuits, showing that certain Wang Guifei, who often derided him as a castrated dog, the consequences of her insults. Meng Wangjian regarded Jiang Chen with a complex expression, astonished that his simple request for assistance had led to such fortuitous opportunities for him. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring the skill. Eye of Investigation." In the next moment, a glimmer of clarity flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and as he surveyed the crowd, he noticed that above each person's head, alongside their malevolence points, their names and current realms had appeared. Tai Junjua, Mid-Stage Grandmaster, Malevolence Points, 53.it. Seems that fellow has been up to no good, Jiang Chen mused, stroking his chin. Let us return to in a few days, once the Emperor has uncovered the truth. You shall receive your reward, Meng Wangjin sighed. Jiang Chen's accolades would undoubtedly bring him considerable benefits, for after all, it was he who had unraveled the case. According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, the reward he received would surely be greater than Jiang Chen's. This was established to encourage those in higher positions to assist and elevate capable juniors. Thus, for him, the vicissitudes of life could hardly be more pronounced. After leaving the palace, Jiang Chen did not pause, making his way directly towards the largest merchant establishment in the capital, the Jubioge. Soon, he arrived at its entrance. The building towered into the clouds, an imposing 33 stories high, occupying vast acres of land. Its grandeur rivaled even that of the skyscrapers of later eras, perhaps even surpassing them. Each floor of Jubioge was adorned with intricate carvings and golden embellishments, exuding opulence and prestige. At the entrance of Jubioge stood two lifelike golden lions, their robust forms and muscular frames exuding an air of authority, particularly their piercing eyes, which seemed to contain boundless majesty. They sat vigilantly at the entrance. Resembling two loyal sentinels guarding the establishment, Jiang Chen gazed at the golden lions, silently marveling at their magnificence. Gold essence was a material essential for crafting profound-grade weaponry, and he was astounded that Jubioge would utilize such precious material for their entrance. At that moment, he overheard a group discussing the lion's eyes, with one claiming they were crafted from the eyes of two legendary dragons, each having claimed millions of lives. This assertion struck Jiang Chen as somewhat incredulous. He was uncertain of its veracity, but such a legend undoubtedly added an air of mystery to the lions. He scrutinized the eyes of the lions, attempting to discern some clue. However, they appeared as two deep whirlpools, drawing a gaze irresistibly into their depths. Jiang Chen silently rejoiced that he had not succumbed to their allure. Otherwise, he could not fathom the peril he might have encountered. Retracting his gaze, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and stepped into Jubioge. Inside, the bustling crowd created a sensation of intimacy within the expansive space. As he wandered aimlessly, a shop attendant approached him. "Esteemed guest, what might you wish to purchase? Do you have any celestial-grade techniques in your establishment?" Jiang Chen inquired directly. "Indeed, we do, but such techniques are exceedingly costly and in short supply. You would likely need to ascend to the 30th floor to find treasures of that caliber." "How does one gain access to the 30th floor?" Jiang Chen questioned, perplexed that it is simple. Either your cultivation must reach the Dharma aspect realm, or you must spend a total of 10 million taels of gold in our establishment. 10 million taels of gold? Jiang Chen gasped at the figure. That must equate to the entire tax revenue of the Ming for a month. In this world, the Ming dynasty was far more expansive than its historical counterpart. Its vast territory and immense population formed the bedrock of its prosperity, yielding a continuous stream of tax revenue. Thanks to this fertile land and its populace, the annual tax revenue of the Ming had surged to a remarkable height, 15 billion taels of silver. a fortune that would make any nation envious. However, as with the two sides of a coin, alongside this bountiful revenue, the nation's expenditures were equally staggering, from maintaining its vast bureaucratic apparatus to supporting its military. From constructing water conservancy projects to providing relief for disaster victims, each endeavor demanded significant financial investment. Thus, to alleviate fiscal pressure, the court had to grant various levels of local government a degree of autonomy, allowing them to raise funds independently in response to escalating expenditure demands. For instance, the Jinuri, when executing their duties, were not required to surrender all spoils of war to the court. They could retain a portion as their reward and operational funds. Moreover, they could leverage their authority to extract additional resources from merchants and commoners. Although such actions somewhat compromised the interests of the populace, the court deemed them permissible as long as they did not exceed reasonable bounds. After all, compared to the overarching interests of the state, these minor transgressions were trivial. Of course, 10 million taels of gold, even when converted into silver, equated to a staggering 100 million taels, a figure that was undeniably formidable in this world. Then I shall forego that. What is the highest floor I can access at present? Jiang Chen directly inquired. The higher one ascended within Jubioj, the more precious the treasures became. However, correspondingly, those who could ascend were either immensely powerful or possessed vast wealth. I perceive you must be at the innate realm. May I inquire if you are at the initial stage or have attained completion? The attendants, accustomed to their work, could discern a customer's cultivation level at a glance based on their demeanor. Aura and attire. I am at the completion of the innate realm, Jiang Chen replied casually. Then please proceed to the 10th floor. The 10th floor? The two approached a structure resembling an iron cage lift. Upon entering, the attendant called out, "One esteemed guest to the 10th floor." In the next moment, as the sound of the chain's movement echoed, the two individuals gradually began their ascent. After several dozen breaths, they arrived at the 10th level. The items in this place were evidently far more precious than those on the first level. The attendant who had escorted him to the elevator then descended via the cage elevator. A graceful beauty clad in palace attire approached them. "Young master, may I inquire what you wish to purchase? Do you have any secret manuals?" Jiang Chen inquired directly. "Indeed, we have such items. Please follow me." The palace-clad beauty responded, leading him to a location reminiscent of a scripture repository. "Young master, the highest martial arts here are of the yellow grade upper tier, encompassing lightness skills, internal skills, concealed weapons, knife techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, axe techniques, and more. May I ask which type you desire?" Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. He already possessed the 5 tigers break the door blade and the dragon elephant prajna technique, along with the swift transformation manual. What he lacked now was a means to subdue enemies from a distance. Hence, concealed weapons became his primary target. This way, he could prevent enemies from fleeing. "What types of concealed weapon skills do you offer? Please show them to me." Shortly, the palace-clad beauty returned with several manuals. "Please, esteemed sir, take a look. Swallow dart, golden spirit silver needle, little ghost blade." He examined them one by one and soon selected the manual titled Golden Spirit Silver Needle. After all, needles are easy to carry, compact, and possess a high degree of concealment. Otherwise, carrying other concealed weapons would require an unwieldy amount of space. This manual is priced at 500 taels of silver. Would you prefer silver notes or cash? Silver notes, please. Jiang Chen retrieved 5 100-tael silver notes from his pocket and handed them over. The palace-clad beauty smiled, turned, and entered a room, emerging with an iron box containing several dozen golden needles. "Young master, these are the golden needles, treated with potent poison. Please keep them safe. If you wish to purchase more later, they will be 50 taels of silver per box." Understood. After accepting the items, Jiang Chen intended to leave but was halted by her voice. "Young master, please wait a moment. There's something you need." Jiang Chen asked directly. She handed him an invitation resembling a summons. "Our gathering treasure pavilion will hold an auction 3 days hence. You may attend with this invitation." Looking at the invitation in his hand, Jiang Chen nodded and, after putting it away, strode out, returning to his courtyard. His visit to the gathering treasure pavilion was merely to see if there were any items he required. As it currently stood, given his strength, there was nothing on the first 10 levels that could assist him. The items produced by the system appeared far superior. It seemed time to take on a few tasks to earn some sin value. Tasks could be accepted within the embroidered uniform guard, and upon completion, one would receive merit points. The amount of merit points often correlated directly with the strength of the task's objectives. This fact allowed many individuals of lesser strength, yet notorious for their evil deeds, to find a glimmer of hope, for the bounty on their heads was too meager, leading the powerful embroidered uniform guards to disregard them, while the weaker ones lacked the time to pursue them. Suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Chen swallowed a small return elixir and began to practice the two manuals he had acquired today: Golden Spirit Silver Needle and Swift Transformation. Outside the capital, atop a towering mountain peak, stood a woman clad in a black robe. Her figure swayed gently in the breeze, resembling a solitary black lotus, quietly gazing upon the bustling and vibrant capital. Following the outbreak of the Princess Yuling's disappearance case, the entire capital seemed shrouded in an invisible haze. Tio's search for the missing princess, the court dispatched a multitude of elite troops to scour for clues, simultaneously to guard against potential enemy attacks or internal strife. Every city wall in the capital boasted at least one master of the Dharma realm stationed, their presence as solid as a mountain, instilling a sense of reverence. Under such stringent defenses, one could say that not even a fly could easily escape the capital. Yet, amidst this tight security, someone dared to disrupt the tranquility. A bloodied and tattered figure stumbled into the black-robed woman's line of sight. His steps were unsteady, as if each stride drained the last vestiges of his strength. Should anyone recognize him, they would surely exclaim in shock, for this man was none other than Wang Xinyan, the legitimate son of the Duke of the Kingdom. Wang Xinyan held a position of unparalleled prestige in the Ming dynasty. Not only was he the sole heir of the Duke, but he was also a high-ranking official in the court, deeply favored by the emperor. Yet, at this moment, he resembled a lost dog, covered in wounds. In utter disarray, "Saintess, our plan has been exposed." Wang Xinyan suddenly collapsed to his knees, his voice tinged with despair, his eyes riddled with bloodshot veins, appearing particularly haggard. The woman before him was strikingly beautiful. Her skin as delicate as fine jade, her crimson lips luscious and tempting. However, her gaze was cold and profound, emanating a dangerously unsettling aura. She furrowed her brow slightly, her captivating eyes filled with confusion. How could this be? This plan was flawless. Could there have been a flaw in one of the steps? Wang Xinyan trembled slightly, taking a deep breath as if to steady his emotions. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice laced with hesitation and struggle. "No, every step was executed strictly according to your instructions. There were no errors. However, there was a member of the embroidered uniform guard." At this point, Wang Xinyan abruptly halted, a conflicted expression crossing his face, clearly contemplating whether to divulge the subsequent details. "What happened to him? Don't play coy with me." Hearing the woman's icy tone, Wang Xinyan immediately replied, "He saw through your plan and directly located Princess Yuling in Mainyang's palace." "What?" The woman erupted in fury, an aura of lethal intent radiating outward, causing even the nearby stones to crack with fissures. "Forgive me, Saintess." Wang Xinyan hastily bowed his head, his voice tinged with trepidation. "What is his name?" The woman ground her silver teeth, each word seemingly forced through clenched jaws, her gaze flickering with icy malice, instilling fear. "His name is Jiang Chen," Wang Xinyan replied, his voice hoarse, as if he were struggling to suppress the fear and regret within. "Jiang Chen? Very well, I shall remember him." The woman's voice was low, her eyes revealing a fierce intensity, as if she intended to engrave this name deeply in her heart for future retribution. Wang Xinyan, upon witnessing the saintess's gaze, felt an even deeper fear welling up within him. Tremblingly asking, "Saintess, what shall we do next?" The saintess remained silent for a moment, then slowly raised her head, her gaze piercing into Wang Xinyan. "Your entire family has been captured?" Wang Xinyan painfully nodded. "Yes. Saint Ses It was my father who used the Great Teleportation Talisman to send me out." "What? The Great Teleportation Talisman? You fool." The Saintess of the Five Poisons sect's expression changed drastically, a mixture of shock and anger surging within her. Her form swaying as she took flight into the sky like a swift swallow. However, despite her speed, she could not escape the impending crisis. Just as she ascended, a colossal hand, vast enough to obscure the sun and the moon, gradually took shape in the air, its enormity seemingly capable of covering the entire world, even eclipsing the stars. The hand glimmered with a faint golden radiance, exuding an air of supremacy and inviolability that instilled awe. The Five Poisons sect? Truly intriguing, daring to set their sights upon me. Such boldness indeed. A voice, deep and commanding, resonated through the sky, as if it emanated from the heavens above or the abyss below, filled with unfathomable authority. Upon hearing this voice, the saintess of the Five Poisons sect was struck with dread. With her strength, she could not possibly contend against the Ming Emperor, and could only exert herself to escape. Grasping for a sliver of hope, thus, she promptly retrieved from her spatial ring a palm-sized, pitch-black scorpion. The scorpion exuded a dense aura of venom, appearing exceedingly fearsome. Without hesitation, the saintess swallowed it whole, and instantly, a powerful force erupted from her, her aura surging, as if in that moment, she had transcended humanity, transforming into a terrifying beast of poison. In the wake of this newfound power, the saintess was able to stand her ground against the colossal hand overshadowing her. Her figure darted through the air, her hands weaving intricate movements, releasing trails of poisonous light in an attempt to shatter the constraints of the enormous hand. The 7 transformations divine scorpion? The old poison master has even provided you with such a treasure. It seems he has high hopes for you. I wonder how he will feel if you were to perish here. In the vast expanse of the sky, that commanding voice resounded once more. Laced with a hint of amusement, as the words fell, the colossal hand, obscuring the sun, surged with even greater might, its golden radiance becoming increasingly dazzling, as if it were consolidating the immense power of heaven and earth within itself. Exuding an irresistible force of oppression, the face of the holy maiden of the Five Poisons sect turned ashen. She could hardly fathom that despite exhausting her every effort, she was still unable to withstand the strike of this giant hand. She felt the weight of pressure akin to that of a mountain, threatening to crush her body and soul into mere dust. With a dull thud, the holy maiden finally succumbed to the overwhelming force. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, her body bending involuntarily under the immense pressure, in her eyes filled with terror, the giant hand descended like a divine being, pressing down with unyielding force. She could acutely sense the breath of death swiftly approaching. She wished to struggle, to flee, but it was far too late. With a thunderous roar, the small hill known as Coal Mountain was obliterated, dust swirling and stones scattering. Beneath the giant hand, it seemed as though even the very fabric of space was torn asunder. Manifesting shocking fissures in the wake of this cataclysmic strike, the holy maiden of the Five Poisons sect and Wang Xinian appeared as insignificant as ants, mercilessly ensnared within the grip of this colossal hand. Their bodies, caught in the vice-like pressure, were on the brink of complete annihilation. Moments later, as tranquility returned, the figures of the two had vanished from Coal Mountain, as if they had been wholly devoured by this force, leaving behind only the debris and dust, along with the pervasive stench of blood in the air. With a crisp sound, a slender golden needle anchored itself firmly into the hard stone, the lethal poison contained within swiftly spreading, causing the surface of the stone to take on a sinister hue. What a potent toxin! If it can pierce stone so effortlessly, how devastating would it be against flesh? Jiang Chen lightly shook his head. A satisfied smile gracing his lips, he slowly withdrew the golden needle, examining the lingering black marks with admiration gleaming in his eyes. Stretching languidly, as if casting off the fatigue of the night, he retrieved the gleaming blood knife from the wall and strode purposefully towards the door. Sunlight enveloped him, draping him in a golden aura in no time. Jiang Chen arrived at the headquarters of the Jinyui. As soon as he entered, the gaze of numerous Jinyui members converged on him, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions, envy, jealousy, and reverence. Jiang Chen understood that the source of these gazes was his recent success in unraveling the case of the missing Princess Yuling. This case had not only sent shockwaves throughout the court but had also propelled Jiang Chen's name into the annals of Jinyui and even the capital, rendering him a legendary figure. Meng Wangjin regarded him with a complex expression. After a moment, he summoned Jiang Chun into his office. Jiang Chun, you handled the case beautifully yesterday. I truly did not expect you to possess such a talent for investigation. Meng Wangjin remarked. Jiang Chun cupped his hands in a gesture of modesty. Your Excellency, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck. Meng Wangjin waved his hand, producing a golden seal and 3 sealed letters. Laying them out on the table. Your contributions yesterday were significant, hence His Majesty has decided to reward you. First, you may enter the Jinuri treasury and select any one treasure at your discretion. Simply take this golden seal with you to make your selection. Second, you may choose one position from these 3. Upon hearing the first reward, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. The Jinuri treasury was replete with treasures, many of which were worth an immense fortune. The opportunity to select any one item was indeed a rare honor. However, the immediate priority was to choose one of the 3 positions presented. The options were the chief of the 6 doors in any state, the general of Zhenwei, or a Qianhu in any state of the Jinyue. Contemplating these choices, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. Each of these positions offered tremendous allure. Both the 6 doors and Jinyue had branches throughout the provinces of the Ming dynasty. Each province had a Qianhu overseeing all matters of the Jinyue. Ranked at the 4th grade, answering solely to the Ming emperor, free from the jurisdiction of outside officials. The 6 doors operated similarly, with a chief overseeing all affairs within each province. The authority of a local Qianhu was so great that it left many in the capital envious. The position of general of Zhenwei was equally esteemed, a coveted role that many would vie for. After some contemplation, Jiang Chun resolutely chose the position of Qianhu in the Jinyue. Regardless of how things unfolded, he had already made a name for himself within the Jinyue, and venturing into the 6 doors could potentially subject him to exclusion. Moreover, having recently offended Tai Junzuo of the Tai family in the 6 doors, it would be peculiar if his father did not create difficulties for him. As for the general of Zhenwei, while it sounded imposing, its actual power was quite limited, being subject to various constraints. The sole advantage was the ability to remain in the capital, enjoying wealth and privilege. If one wished to take it easy, that position would indeed be a suitable choice. Meng Wangjin was not surprised by Jiang Chen's decision. Were he in Jiang Chen's position, he would have made the same choice. Which province do you wish to serve as Qianhu? Once you decide, I shall report to the emperor. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen replied, I wish to go to Jiaozhou. At this declaration, Meng Wangjin's eyes widened in astonishment. What did you say? Jiang Chen inhaled deeply and stated with conviction, I choose Jiaozhou. Meng Wangjin regarded him, his astonishment surpassing even that which he had felt upon Jiang Chun solving the case of Princess Yuling. Do you realize what sort of place Jiaozhou is? Jiang Chun nodded slightly, his expression resolute. Of course I do. Jiaozhou, notorious among the 13 provinces of the Ming dynasty, was infamous for its chaos and dread. It was the most challenging region to govern, where law and order seemed to have lost their efficacy, and various malevolent forces ran rampant, instilling fear in all who heard its name. Moreover, Jiaozhou was the province where the Ming dynasty's influence was weakest. Here, the authority of the court was brazenly trampled, and the safety of officials was far from guaranteed. According to incomplete statistics, as many as 50% of officials were murdered annually for various reasons. Even more alarmingly, 2 of the 4 major demonic sects of the Ming dynasty had established their headquarters in Jiaozhou. These sects wielded great power and employed brutal tactics, not only oppressing the common folk but also opposing the court, posing a grave threat to the Ming dynasty. The turmoil in Jiaozhou did not end there. Large-scale uprisings erupted every 3 years, often instigated by discontented martial artists seeking to overthrow the court and establish their own hegemony. Consequently, the position of Qianhu in this region was the only one that required forcible assignment. Here, the Jinyue and 6 doors had to tread carefully, lest they find their heads displayed atop the city walls. Are you still choosing this place? Don't say I didn't warn you. Ambition is commendable, but one must also assess their own strength. Even I could not change anything in that place, Meng Wangjin cautioned earnestly, yet Jiang Chun remained obstinate. Your Excellency, I have made up my mind. There is no need for further persuasion. Seeing Jiang Chen's resolute demeanor, Meng Wangjin could only sigh. Since you have made your choice, I shall refrain from advising you further. Prepare yourself. Upon concluding his words, he rose and departed, heading to report to Emperor Ming. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of greed flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. For others, Jiaozhou was a terrifying hell on earth. However, for Jiang Chen, it was an undisputed treasure trove, offering an endless supply of sinful value for him to draw upon and enhance himself. Although there were indeed heinous individuals in other provinces, he would need to seek them out one by one, which was far less efficient than a direct slaughter. As he pondered, he gently picked up the exquisitely carved, gleaming gold seal from the table, secretly contemplating his imminent visit to the treasure vault of the Jinyui. This gold seal not only symbolized his status, but also served as his pass for this venture. With steady steps, he traversed the corridor and arrived at the entrance of the Jinyui treasure vault. At the entrance, several stewards were diligently attending to their tasks, holding ledgers and scrutinizing the merits of the Jinyui who came to exchange treasures. Ensuring the value of their chosen items corresponded appropriately, dressed in the distinctive uniform of the Jinyui, these stewards exuded an air of authority and solemnity, safeguarding the treasures within the vault and maintaining order among the Jinyui. On a nearby patch of open ground before the vault, an elderly man, frail and decrepit, languidly reclined on a rattan chair, basking in the sun. His hair was as white as snow, and his face bore the marks of time. Jiang Chen approached one of the stewards and halted. He slightly bowed, adopting a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, and stated, "I come at His Majesty's behest to select treasures." As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, holding the small seal aloft for all present to see. The gold seal shimmered brilliantly under the sun, emanating an indescribable air of authority and power. Upon seeing this, the stewards ceased their work, their gazes locking onto the gold seal in Jiang Chen's hand. "It is His Majesty's gold seal," one exclaimed in astonishment, quickly taking the seal to verify its authenticity. "Indeed, it is confirmed to be His Majesty's gold seal," the steward responsible for verification declared after thorough examination. "May I enter now?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Seventh Prince, could you permit him entry?" the steward asked the elderly man. The old man cast a glance at Jiang Chen and, upon realizing he was merely a lowly innate realm individual, snorted in displeasure. Fourth brother has truly become increasingly generous, allowing even an innate realm brat to receive such favor, he remarked, his tone laced with dissatisfaction and envy. After speaking, he waved his hand at the nearby Jinyui guards, instructing, "Go, tell him he is forbidden from entering the upper 3 floors." Jiang Chen understood that the fourth brother referred to the current emperor, and this favor was a special grace bestowed upon him. Standing aside, he listened to the old man's complaints, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. What a jest! The treasure vault of the Jinyui was divided into 9 levels, each housing invaluable treasures. If he were barred from the upper 3 levels, what use would this grace serve him? The edict bestowed upon me by His Majesty permits me to select any treasure I desire, with no stipulation regarding access to the upper 3 levels. Jiang Chen's tone was resolute, his gaze unwavering as he met the middle-aged man's eyes, as if challenging his authority. Upon hearing this, the onlookers before the treasure vault gazed at Jiang Chen in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had not expected that this innate realm Jinyui would dare to speak in such a manner to the 7th prince. It is worth noting that when the founding emperor did not pass the throne to his son, the current emperor, but instead to his grandson, it was the present emperor and his brothers who stormed into the capital, eliminating the 3 national advisors left by the founding emperor, thereby seizing control of the realm. The 7th prince was one of those brothers who had accompanied the current emperor into the capital. However, his cultivation was not particularly formidable, being merely at the master realm. Even so, he was not someone Jiang Chen could easily insult. "You, a mere innate realm lackey, dare to bark in my presence?" The 7th prince's words dripped with authority, his eyes glinting like cold stars, a massive aura pressing down upon Jiang Chen like an avalanche. Jiang Chen felt as if a great mountain had descended upon him, the overwhelming pressure nearly rendering him breathless. The stone tiles beneath his feet cracked under the weight of this pressure, as if even the earth could not bear such force. Yet, Jiang Chen did not shrink back. He stood tall, his gaze fixed firmly on the 7th prince, displaying no hint of compromise. His eyes brimmed with defiance. As if he would never yield, no matter how formidable the adversary. A typical innate realm martial artist would likely have perished under such pressure, but Jiang Chun was no ordinary innate realm practitioner. He had cultivated the 13th layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. This technique not only possessed immense power, but also greatly enhanced the practitioner's physical prowess. Thus, although Jiang Chun felt significant pressure, he was not overwhelmed. He took a deep breath, channeling his internal energy to its utmost, striving to withstand the seventh prince's oppression. His muscles tensed under the strain, each fiber seemingly roaring, showcasing his resilience far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. The seventh prince, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous innate realm martial artist could endure for so long under his pressure. Nevertheless, he did not relent. Instead, he intensified his force, eager to discover Jiang Chun's limits. Yet, Jiang Chun did not disappoint him. Gritting his teeth, he relied on the formidable strength of the 13th layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to remain steadfast, bravely resisting the seventh prince's pressure. After a period of time equivalent to the brewing of a cup of tea, a fierce expression began to manifest on the face of the seventh prince. Zhu Kaishian, in his view, the treasures of the Jinui rightfully belonged to the Zhu family. Thus, he was loath to relinquish true treasures to others. Therefore, to exchange for genuine valuables, one must first ensure he was content. The emperor was aware of this matter, but felt helpless in the face of his own brother, choosing to pretend he was oblivious. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered someone as obstinate as Jiang Chun, who was unwilling to yield. Placing Zhu Kaishan in a difficult position, as a consummate master realm expert, Zhu Kaishan had assumed that merely exerting his pressure would suffice to compel this seemingly weak opponent to submit. Like an ant beneath his foot, however, reality far exceeded his expectations. Jiang Chun stood there, as steadfast as a rock, his physique as resilient as iron tempered through countless strikes, impervious to Zhu Kaishan's overwhelming pressure, which left no trace upon him. The pressure surged like a tempest, yet it merely stirred the latent power within Jiang Chun, failing to budge him an inch. Zhu Kaishan was growing anxious, his face turned ashen, and his eyes flashed with fury. The emperor's brother, when had he ever faced such humiliation? Especially in front of so many witnesses, he could not tolerate losing face. Thus, he summoned all his might, attempting to crush Jiang Chun with an even greater force. Yet, Jiang Chun felt no fear. On the contrary, he sensed an opportunity in Zhu Kaishan's terrifying pressure. He recognized that this was an exceptional chance to temper his internal energy and enhance his strength. Drawing a deep breath, he focused all his attention on the circulation of his internal energy. Jiang Chun began to harness the tidal wave of pressure from Zhu Kaishan, continuously refining his internal energy. The energy within him surged like boiling water, each clash with the pressure bringing him indescribable exhilaration. His physique grew even more resilient under the onslaught of this force. The internal energy of the 13th layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna coursed through Jiang Chun's body like an unstoppable river. Imbued with an irresistible force, the once impenetrable 365th acupoint began to miraculously loosen under the impact of this energy, as if shaken by an invisible force. A splendid opportunity. A flicker of joy flashed through Jiang Chun's eyes, for he was acutely aware of the significance of this moment. He immediately adjusted his breathing, focusing entirely on harnessing the immense pressure emanating from Zhu Kaishan, akin to that of a mountain, to propel the true energy within him with even greater force against the 365th acupoint. Within Jiang Chun's body, a battlefield seemed to manifest, where the clash between true energy and acupoints raged fiercely. The once impregnable acupoint began to show signs of yielding under Jiang Chun's relentless efforts, as if it were on the verge of being breached. After what felt like the span of a tea ceremony, a fine sheen of cold sweat appeared on Zhu Kaishan's forehead. He had initially believed that his mastery of the grand completion of the Master Realm would be sufficient to compel Jiang Chun to submit. Yet at this moment, he realized that not only had Jiang Chun not yielded, but he was also utilizing Zhu Kaishan's oppressive force to achieve an unprecedented breakthrough. In this predicament, Zhu Kaishan could not afford to act rashly. Should he resort to force, rumors would spread throughout the capital that he, the seventh prince and a master of the grand completion, had been compelled to act against a mere innate realm underling. Such a scenario would not only tarnish the royal reputation, but also render him a laughingstock among the ancient figures of the capital. Thus, he could only hope that Jiang Qian would falter and, at that juncture, he could inflict a minor injury, impart a lesson, and then graciously let him go, preserving his own dignity in the process. As Zhu Kaishan calculated his strategy, Jiang Qian suddenly made his move. Ah! Jiang Qian let out a roar that echoed to the heavens, his voice brimming with boundless exhilaration, as if, in that moment, all the pressures he had endured were finally released. Within his meridians, the mighty roar of dragons and elephants resounded, a symbol of his breakthrough into the master realm, as an unprecedented surge of power surged within him. With the eruption of this true energy, the surrounding air seemed to ignite, and the waves of energy radiating outward compelled the onlookers to instinctively step back, their faces etched with astonishment. The force was so overwhelming that they could not bear to look directly, relegating themselves to distant observers of the impending tempest. Zhu Kaishan's expression soured considerably. He had thought his mastery would compel Jiang Qian to submit. Yet now he found himself not only failing to intimidate Jiang Qian, but inadvertently aiding him in his ascent to the master realm. This outcome was utterly beyond his expectations and completely unacceptable. He understood that this incident would undoubtedly circulate throughout the capital by the morrow, becoming the gossip of the day. And he, Zhu Kaishan, would be cast as the foolish antagonist, the one who faltered publicly and inadvertently bolstered his opponent. This was a stain he could not bear. His status would not allow such a blemish to exist. Thus, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his pressure, Zhu Kaishan stepped forward without hesitation, his form moving with ghostly swiftness as he lunged at Jiang Qian. His fists were tightly clenched, enveloped in a potent true energy, as if he intended to seize Jiang Qian directly and salvage his lost face. "Kneel before me," Zhu Kaishan growled, his tone laced with undeniable authority. He was convinced that only in this manner could he utterly diminish Jiang Qian's dignity, sap his spirit, and force him to bow in acknowledgement of his transgressions before the gathered crowd. After all, he was a member of the royal family, the younger brother of the current emperor, possessing unparalleled status. What difficulty could there be in compelling a mere martial artist to kneel? However, Jiang Qian did not share this sentiment. Facing Zhu Kaishan's assault, he felt no trace of fear. Instead, he retaliated with a palm strike of his own. Accompanied by a deafening roar of dragons and elephants, Jiang Qian's true energy surged forth like a tempest, clashing against Zhu Kaishan's oppressive force, unleashing an astonishing display of power. Under the impact of this force, Zhu Kaishan found himself involuntarily retreating over 10 paces, only managing to steady himself upon colliding with the wall. In stark contrast, Jiang Qian remained firmly rooted in place, as steadfast as an ancient tree, unwavering and unyielding. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if capable of penetrating the very fabric of illusion that enveloped the world. In that moment, he unleashed the terrifying might of the 13-fold dragon elephant Prajna, leaving all present in awe. What? How is this possible? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. It was common knowledge that Zhu Kaishan was a seasoned expert at the grand completion of the master realm. Even if his vitality had waned over the years, his foundational strength remained. There was no way an upstart entering the master realm could stand against him. Yet the reality was that Zhu Kaishan had retreated several paces while Jiang Qian stood immovable. As if the strike had been nothing more than a casual flick of his wrist, Jiang Qian chose to disregard Zhu Kaishan further. The man bore over 300 points of malevolence. Clearly not a virtuous individual, however, to kill him would be akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Thus, forcing him back was the most favorable outcome. As for whether the Ming emperor would harbor resentment over this incident, Jiang Qian could hardly concern himself with such matters. The pursuit of martial arts was to attain clarity of thought, and should he fail to force Zhu Kaishan back, he would find himself unable to access the upper 3 tiers of the Jinyui's treasury, an outcome that was simply unacceptable to him. With determined strides, Jiang Qian entered the Jinyui treasury, while Zhu Kaishan's eyes bulged with fury, longing to intervene, yet he felt a tumultuous upheaval within his chest. The Jinui present feigned indignation at this spectacle, yet they were secretly elated. For years, this old wretch had clung to the Jinui like a leech, extorting and bullying those of lower standing while relying on his seniority to intimidate those above him. Now, someone had finally risen to confront him, which was nothing short of a delight. However, given that he was the emperor's brother, a certain degree of respect was still warranted. Thus, none of the Jinui stepped forward to obstruct Jiang Qin. Despite their feigned hostility, "Are you all dead? Seize him!" Zhu Kaishan bellowed in rage, but the assembled individuals hesitated, unwilling to advance. Meanwhile, within the depths of the treasury, Jiang Qian strode confidently to the uppermost tier. The 9th level. Each item here was of immeasurable value, including several treasures of heavenly grade. Supreme martial arts manuals capable of transforming a person and granting them extraordinary strength, high-grade elixirs that could help one break through barriers, prolong life, or even resurrect the dead, and divine weapons, the coveted treasures of martial artists, which not only significantly enhanced combat prowess but also symbolized status. For any martial artist, these 3 treasures held far greater allure than the most exquisite and enchanting beauties. For in a world where strength reigns supreme, possessing them would bestow upon one the means to effortlessly attain wealth, power, and influence. Just imagine. A supreme martial arts manual could elevate an inconspicuous martial artist into a revered hero of the martial world in an instant. A high-grade elixir could restore a mortally wounded fighter to life and enhance their capabilities. And a divine weapon could empower a martial artist in battle, rendering them virtually unstoppable. Thus, the value of these 3 treasures in the martial realm was beyond measure, and the mere whisper of their existence would incite a storm of bloodshed, as countless formidable martial artists would risk life and limb to claim them as their OWNT that moment. Deep within the treasury, a particular weapon caught Jiang Qin's eye. His gaze traversed the array of treasures before settling on a magnificent sword standing proudly at the center. Crafted from bronze, its blade tapered slightly upward. As if imbued with infinite might and spirit, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Jiang Qin's eyes as he murmured to himself, "Is this the legendary divine weapon, the Qishao sword?" According to folklore, there existed 7 weapons of unparalleled power in the world, transcending even the highest grade of heavenly treasures to achieve an unrivaled status. These were the Emperor's Xinyuan sword, the Han Emperor's Qishao sword, the First Emperor's Imperial seal, the eternal lifeblade of the Khan of the Steppes, the heavenly hunt bow of the Tang dynasty, the Panlong staff of the Song dynasty, and the world-subduing spear wielded by the Ming Emperor. These 7 treasures, while originally ordinary heavenly grade items, had become supreme artifacts through the accumulation and enhancement of immense fortune over countless generations. Each possessed unique capabilities and were deemed invaluable. Yet, what perplexed Jiang Qin was that the Han Emperor's Qishao sword had vanished from the world after its appearance in the martial realm 3 centuries ago. Even if it were to resurface, it should rightfully be in the hands of the Ming Emperor, as it was an artifact imbued with the fortune of the Han dynasty over 400 years. How could it possibly be displayed so openly here? Puzzled, Jiang Qin approached for a closer inspection, only to discover that it was not the Qishao sword, but rather the Qinggang sword. Jiang Qin scrutinized the resplendent divine sword within the treasure chamber, a fleeting expression of bewilderment crossing his face, due to the fact that both the Qishao sword and the Qingtang sword are renowned treasures from the Han dynasty, imbued with extraordinary power and spirit. Jiang Qin mistakenly identified it upon first glance. Nevertheless, even so, the Qingtang sword is an exceedingly rare weapon. It's worth not to be underestimated in the martial world, aside from the 7 legendary supreme weapons. There exists a notion of the 108 divine weapons catalog. Each of these divine instruments possesses unique powers and spiritual essence, coveted by countless martial artists. The Qingtang sword ranks as the 83rd on the list of divine weapons throughout the realm. Its blade is long and sharp, suffused with a faint azure glow, as if it harbors boundless sharpness, instilling a sense of reverence in all who behold it. Chapter 27. The 9 Tribulations Life and Death Pill. As Jiang Qin beheld this unparalleled divine weapon, a surge of intense desire and impulse welled up within him. He yearned to grasp it in his hands, to admire it thoroughly and experience the flowing sword energy that coursed along its blade. He understood that such a divine instrument is an invaluable treasure for any martial artist. Should he manage to acquire it, his combat prowess would be significantly enhanced, potentially allowing him to carve out his own domain within the martial world. However, Jiang Qin soon rationally suppressed his yearning for the Qingtang sword. He was acutely aware that while divine weapons are splendid, one must also possess life to enjoy them. An artifact of the Qingtang sword's caliber would attract endless pursuers. Even if wielded by a formidable practitioner, let alone someone of his relatively weaker stature. Should he forcefully seize the Qingtang sword, he would undoubtedly become a target, plunging into an abyss of despair. Moreover, Jiang Qin recognized that what he truly needed at this moment were treasures capable of directly enhancing his cultivation, thereby bolstering his strength. After all, in a world where the strong reign supreme, power is the most fundamental assurance. While weapons are important, they pale in comparison to the advancement of one's cultivation. Thus, Jiang Qin shifted his gaze to the surroundings, meticulously selecting treasures within the chamber. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, soon identified 5 items among the vast array of treasures that captivated him the most. Gazing at the 5 treasures in his possession, Jiang Qin's heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement. He knew that by skillfully utilizing these items, his cultivation and strength would undergo significant enhancement. The 9 Tribulations Life and Death Pill and the Yin-Yang Transformation Pill are 2 elixirs capable of purging impurities from the body, allowing the user to undergo a complete metamorphosis and restructure their meridians. Especially the 9 Tribulations Life and Death Pill, regardless of the severity of injuries sustained, as long as one remains alive. It would activate its effects, enabling swift recovery. Furthermore, during this restoration, it could also reshape a martial artist's foundation, unlocking greater potential, rendering it a miraculous medicine. However, its drawbacks are glaring. One must be brought to the brink of death for it to work, as even severe injuries would render it ineffective. If one were to be gravely injured in a life-and-death struggle, the opponent would undoubtedly strike the final blow rather than allow for a slow recovery. Conversely, should friends or family attempt to inflict such injuries to activate the pill's potential, the balance of such an act is equally difficult to control. To date, 7 individuals have consumed this pill, attempting to enlist friends and family to injure them severely in order to trigger its activation. Yet, none have succeeded thus far. The Pure Yang transformation technique is a premier cultivation method that aids individuals in refining pure Yang energy, enhancing both cultivation and constitution. This technique wields immense power. When mastered to a profound level, one can even alter the very fabric of reality and reshape the laws of nature. The Hunyuan body refinement technique is specifically designed for honing a martial artist's physical form. Upon mastering this technique, the practitioner's body becomes virtually indestructible, possessing immense strength, capable of overcoming even formidable foes through sheer physical prowess. The no-leak golden body technique is an extraordinary method that enables one to cultivate a body that is impervious to harm. Practitioners become as unyielding as adamantine, rendering them immune to all forms of attack. Moreover, this technique aids in refining the spirit, enhancing perception and reaction speed. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qin ultimately chose the 9 Tribulations Life and Death Pill. The reason was simple: the availability of potential enhancing elixirs is exceedingly scarce. Although the Yin-Yang Transformation Pill is commendable, it lacks the upper limits that the 9 Tribulations Life and Death Pill possesses. Having secured the precious elixir, Jiang Qin turned to depart. At that moment, he sensed an indistinct yet piercing gaze fixated upon him, sending a chill down his spine. Unlike the blusterous and hollow aura of Zhu Kaishan, this presence was cold and formidable. Should it choose to strike, Jiang Qin would likely be slain on the spot. Indeed, there were masters lurking within this treasure chamber. Otherwise, with Zhu Kaishan's mediocrity alone, he would have been oblivious to the entire chamber being emptied. With this thought, Jiang Qin dared not linger any longer and hastily made his exit. Upon arriving at the grandiose lobby of the treasure chamber, Jiang Qin gently placed the softly glowing 9 Tribulations Life and Death Pill upon the table, speaking in a calm yet resolute tone. "I wish to exchange for this pill." Zhu Kaishan, busily attending to other matters, abruptly lifted his head at this declaration, his gaze instantly locking onto the elixir, revealing a flicker of unmistakable pain in his eyes. He had long coveted this 9 tribulations life and death pill. Fully aware of its unparalleled value, having implored the Ming Emperor on multiple occasions to bestow it upon his son to aid in his cultivation. Yet, the Ming Emperor had consistently rebuffed him without hesitation, citing the royal edict that deemed it a treasured possession, to be utilized only in dire circumstances. This left Zhu Kaishan feeling internally constrained yet powerless. Now, the very pill he had yearned for was brazenly presented before him, ready to be exchanged by this seemingly inconsequential youth, who could only be described as having stumbled into fortune. How could Zhu Kaishan endure such an affront? Just as he was about to speak, his lips twitched as if he had something to say, only to be interrupted by a sudden flash of greed in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumultuous anger surging within him, donning a sinister smile as he fixated on Jiang Qin's softly glowing 9 tribulations life and death pill. Jiang Qin naturally discerned Zhu Kaishan's unabashedly greedy gaze, suppressing a smirk within. How could he be unaware of the old fox's intentions? Yet Jiang Qin was not one to be manipulated. A playful smile graced his lips as he leisurely retrieved the prepared contract from his pocket, signing it with graceful fluidity, exuding an air of nonchalance. Having completed this transaction, Jiang Qin's gaze returned to the 9 tribulations life and death pill in his hand, a resolute determination flickering in his eyes. Without further hesitation, he tilted his head back, executing the motion in one fluid action, swallowing the precious elixir whole. Dare you? Zhu Kaishan's countenance transformed to a deep shade of fury, his eyes widening as if flames raged within his pupils. A tumultuous blend of anger and shock twisting his expression into a grotesque mask, he could no longer afford to hold back. Like a bolt of lightning, he lunged forward, intent on swiftly preventing Jiang Qin from consuming the 9 tribulations life and death pill. Chapter 28. The martial saint's great perfection, however, Jiang Qin would not grant him such an opportunity. He had long anticipated Zhu Kaishan's actions, thus he was well prepared. With a mere flick of his wrist, an unparalleled surge of true energy erupted from his palm, akin to a mighty river rushing forth, unstoppable in its momentum. This true energy coalesced in the air into an invisible barrier, resembling an impenetrable fortress. Unyielding and steadfast, Zhu Kaishan's all-out strike collided with it as if he had slammed into a towering mountain, forcefully repelled several dozen steps back. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, nearly causing him to stumble backward and lose his footing. Taking advantage of this moment, Jiang Qin swiftly swallowed the 9 calamities life and death pill. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, it dissolved rapidly like melting ice and snow, its pure medicinal essence flowing through him like a warm stream, nourishing every corner of his being, from his limbs to his bones, and through his meridians and blood vessels. However, at that moment, it did not rush to reveal its miraculous effects, but rather lay dormant within Jiang Qin, awaiting that critical moment. Only when Jiang Qin truly faced the direst of life and death situations would the 9 calamities life and death pill awaken like a slumbering dragon, unleashing astonishing power to rescue him from peril. Jiang Qin was unwilling to engage in prolonged entanglements with Zhu Kaishan and strode directly out of the town protector's office. For Jiang Qin, the true challenges and opportunities lay not here but in the distant Jiaozhou. That was the battlefield he intended to conquer, the stage upon which he would realize his ambitions. There, he could soar as high as the heavens and swim as freely as the seas. Unbound by the myriad restrictions and limitations of the capital, as for the so-called idle prince before him, Jiang Qin merely offered a disdainful smile, casting him aside in his thoughts. To him, he was nothing more than a mere clown, hardly a stumbling block on his path forward. Outside the imperial palace, before the chamber of the Ming Emperor, Meng Wangjin reported Jiang Qin's decision. Silence reigned within the chamber for a long while. It was not until Meng Wangjin was drenched in perspiration that a resonant voice emerged from within. He has indeed chosen Jiaozhou. Youth is a fine thing, filled with vigor, so different from those listless individuals who only seek pleasure. Meng Wangjin dared not speak, bowing his head to await further instructions. If he wishes to go, let him. Bestow upon him a Jiaolong steed. The mention of the Jiaolong steed sparked a flicker of astonishment in Meng Wangjin's eyes. The Jiaolong steed was a royal treasure, and even among the numerous princes, not everyone could be granted one, let alone their imperial guards. The fact that Jiang Chun could obtain a Jiao Long steed spoke volumes of the Ming Emperor's deep favor toward him. Meng Wangjian took his leave after receiving the decree and soon encountered Jiang Chun, who had been waiting among the imperial guards. His Majesty has granted your request. Here is the attire of 1,000 households, the 100 refinements embroidered spring blade, and the official seal. Meng Wangjian presented each item to Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen accepted them, he solemnly stated, His Majesty has also specially bestowed upon you a Jiao Long steed, which you must choose yourself at the imperial stable. As he spoke, Meng Wangjian produced a crimson-edged decree from his bosom and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiaozhou is far and rugged. I hope you take care. You must serve at least 5 years before you can be rotated out. If you feel overwhelmed, it would be wise to act with discretion. Jiang Chen's accomplishments had also afforded him significant benefits, prompting Meng Wangjian to offer heartfelt advice in response to this kind reminder. Jiang Chun clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your counsel, Lord Meng. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Chun departed from the imperial guards. Now, he no longer needed to report to the imperial guards in the capital. He could set off for Jiaozhou within a month. I shall wait until the auction at the treasure pavilion concludes before I depart. He mused quietly as he pondered. A ragged beggar passed before him on the street. He stood frozen, incredulously gazing at the beggar's head. Above it, a black numeral was inscribed. 1, 386, 663, over 1,000,000. How could this possibly be? Jiang Chun was filled with astonishment and immediately activated his eye of detection to probe the beggar's information. For from his aura, the man appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary beggar. Han Qingkong, martial sage, great perfection. Upon seeing these 5 words, Jiang Chun was rendered speechless. This seemingly unremarkable old beggar was, in fact, a master of the martial sage realm. Han Qingkong, Han Qingkong. Jiang Chun repeatedly mulled over this name, as if he had heard it somewhere before, though he could not quite place it. Just then, the old beggar seemed to sense something, glancing his way. Jiang Chun quickly feigned calmness, yet his gaze involuntarily wavered. Fortunately, Han Qingkong did not strike at him. He merely leaned on his cane and limped away. Jiang Chen turned and walked in the opposite direction, but after taking about 20 steps, the unease in his mind grew stronger. He decided to return home to fetch some gold and proceeded directly to the capital's largest intelligence trading post, Baishao Pavilion. Soon, Jiang Chen arrived before the grand and magnificent edifice of Baishao Pavilion. The towering structure reached for the clouds, exuding an imposing aura, yet in stark contrast, its entrance appeared particularly small and exquisite, like a delicate embellishment in nature. Through the various gaps in the screens flanking the entrance, Jiang Chen could faintly discern numerous busy figures bustling about, seemingly preoccupied with their respective affairs. With a blend of curiosity and anticipation, he strode confidently inside. Upon entering, a portly middle-aged man with a thick mustache immediately approached him. Dressed in an ornate robe, his face was beaming with smiles, radiating warmth and hospitality. Welcome to Baishao Pavilion. Might I inquire whether you are here to buy information or sell it? The middle-aged man inquired, his voice laced with cunning and shrewdness. Jiang Chen replied straightforwardly, I wish to buy information. Ah, splendid. A pleasure to have you. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's intent, the man's smile grew even brighter. He gestured for Jiang Chen to enter a tastefully decorated private chamber. The room was adorned with exquisite landscape paintings on the walls, and fragrant orchids graced the table, imbibing the entire space with a poetic ambience. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Jiang Chen settled into a carved pearwood chair. What news does the esteemed guest seek? The man asked, pouring tea into Jiang Chen's cup. Who is Han Qingkong? Jiang Chen directly inquired. Upon hearing this name, the man's hand froze mid-motion, tea spilling over the edge of the cup. Esteemed guest, for that question, I can answer for 5 taels. Jiang Chen wasted no time, producing a 100-tael silver note and placing it on the table. Speak quickly. After confirming the validity of the note, the man cheerfully replied, Han Qingkong is the secular name of the leader of the 5 Poisons sect. Of course, I cannot assert that no one else bears that name, but he is indeed the most renowned. The leader of the 5 Poisons sect, that must be correct. Jiang Chen lowered his head, a grave expression crossing his features. But why has the leader of the Five Poisons sect come to the capital? After a moment's contemplation, he continued, Are there any recent happenings in the capital related to the Five Poisons sect? The man paused, tapping his fingers on the table, before responding, That question will cost 50 taels. Jiang Qin did not hesitate, replying, Agreed. Yes, there is. The man nodded affirmatively. What is it? Jiang Qin pressed eagerly. However, the man's lips curled into a sinister smile. That question will cost 500 taels. Jiang Qin, having recently purchased several techniques, possessed at most 20 taels of gold and a single 100 tael silver note. How could he possibly afford 500 taels? After a moment's thought, he suddenly conceived a possibility. Then I shall not inquire further. Please return my money. Observing Jiang Qin's demeanor, the man furrowed his brow. Those who sold information feared nothing more than a customer deducing a highly valuable piece of news from a few minor tidbits. Such an occurrence would not only prevent them from making a substantial profit, but could also result in the loss of a major client. After deliberating for a moment, the man asked, Do you, esteemed guest, happen to know something we do not? Naturally, but I don't believe I owe you an explanation, do I? That's true. Yet if you could provide us with some information, we would naturally offer you a generous reward in return. The man said with genuine sincerity. Had Jiang Qin not previously witnessed the man's shifty demeanor, he might have been inclined to believe him. Why, information is quite valuable, and I doubt you can afford it. Jiang Qin's mind raced as he contemplated how to maximize the benefits of this news. Should he report it to the Ming Emperor? Currently, it is impossible for me to meet the Ming Emperor in person. If I were to send someone to convey my message, Meng Wangjin would undoubtedly be a suitable choice. However, would Meng Wangjin believe him, even if the Ming Emperor were to place his trust in him? What rewards might he offer? As he pondered these thoughts, the informant spoke up. Rest assured, esteemed guest, for behind our Baixiage, we have the protection of a true master, as long as your information possesses sufficient value. We can afford the price. Jiang Qin's mind raced with thoughts, and after a brief moment, he uttered a piece of news that would surely astonish the entire capital. What if I were to say that Han Qingkong is currently in the capital? The informant stood frozen in place, his mouth agape as if rendered immobile by an unseen force. After a moment, his lips twitched slightly. Esteemed guest, please do not jest, he continued. Between martial saints, it is akin to the territorial dominion of tigers in nature. Each possesses its own specific domain and territory. If Han Qingkong has truly entered the capital, it would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of bloodshed. How much is this news worth? Jiang Qin inquired nonchalantly. Well, I cannot determine that on my own. Perhaps if you could provide me with more detailed information, I might be able to assess its true value. The informant displayed his mercantile nature, eager to extract more information from Jiang Qin without parting with a single coin. Yet upon hearing this, Jiang Qin opted not to engage in further trivialities. Hasten and bring me the money. Please, esteemed guest, do not be impatient. I have not finished speaking. If you can provide evidence that Han Qingkong is indeed in the capital, then the value of this information would be priceless. What? When has Baixiage resorted to coercive tactics? A flicker of anger ignited in Jiang Qin's eyes as he slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacup to rattle. The informant realized he had overstepped and could only chuckle awkwardly before retreating, saying, Please wait a moment. Jiang Qin snorted coldly and directly stood up, heading for the door. As the saying goes, take a gamble and a bicycle can become a motorcycle. Since the path through Baixiage was blocked, he would have to pursue the route of the Genie Highway.as for whether Baixiage would exploit this information for their own gain. Jiang Qin could only surmise that they could not guarantee the veracity of the news, nor did they know Han Qingkong's whereabouts. Thus, the current value of this information was equivalent to zero for them. Therefore, he was not inclined to wait for them to gather the funds. Regardless, before he departed the capital, he would ensure that Baixiage received a profound lesson, demonstrating the cost of trifling with him. The informant's face turned pale. If this news proved true, he would have unwittingly caused Baixiage to forfeit a significant business opportunity. When the higher-ups found out, he would bear the brunt of their ire. He needed to give them some time to verify this information, for it could bring immense profit to Baixiage. However, if the news turned out to be false, Baixiage would also be unable to withstand the ensuing wrath. Quick, stop him! The informant, realizing he could not halt Jiang Qin, shouted to the guards within Bike-Ch. Just as he finished speaking, a burly figure, a master of the realm, stepped forward to block Jiang Qin's path. "Esteemed guest, it was my error just now. Why not return with me?" Before he could finish, Jiang Qin swiftly struck with a palm. The master let out a cold snort, channeling his internal energy, and met Jiang Qin's strike with equal force. Puff! The master from Bike-Ch, upon contact with Jiang Qin's palm force, felt his arm twist grotesquely, sending him hurtling backward. His body crashed against the door, creating a sizable hole. How dare you attack a court official? Bike-Ch possesses great audacity. Due to the delayed issuance of his official uniform, Jiang Qin had been donning the attire of a Jinui warrior, leading the informant to mistakenly believe he was merely a lowly enforcer. Thus, he had engaged in such unscrupulous behavior. Had he known from the outset that Jiang Qin was a Qin Hu of the Jinui, he would never have dared to insult or deceive him so brazenly. Chapter 30. The Ancient Demon Suppression Fist. At that moment, a man clad in white, with a fair complexion, leaped down from the rooftop, landing before Jiang Qin. "Your inner strength is quite formidable. May I inquire your name?" Jiang Qin activated his perception technique and discovered that the man before him was named Yi Xiangwan, a master of the Tianan realm. Jiang Qin replied coldly, casting a glacial gaze at Yi Xiangwan. "Jiang Qin?" Upon hearing this name, Yi Xiangwan's face revealed a hint of surprise. "Could it be that you are the world-renowned detective who located Princess Yuling yesterday?" Bike-Ch was renowned for its information network, and Yi Xiangwan was already well informed about the events of the previous day. He couldn't help but marvel at the existence of such a meticulous individual. Little did he expect that after contemplating yesterday, he would encounter the man himself today. "Esteemed guest, what transpired earlier was a fault of Bike-Ch. On behalf of our establishment, I sincerely apologize. If your previous statement holds true, Bike-Ch is willing to offer you a local-level martial arts technique, along with unrestricted access to any information within Bike-Ch. In exchange for this news, Yi Xiangwan spoke earnestly. Jiang Qin contemplated for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. "Very well. I have already received ample rewards recently. If I were to report this news, the Ming Emperor might grow suspicious of my motives. Even if he does not, the likelihood of receiving rewards more substantial than this offer is exceedingly low, almost impossible. In fact, therefore, let us retire upstairs for a discussion. First, provide me with the technique, and I shall promptly reveal Han Qingkong's whereabouts. I advise you to act swiftly. Otherwise, it may soon be too late," Jiang Qin stated decisively. Yi Xiangwan did not delay, promptly retrieving an ancient-looking martial arts manual from his storage ring and placing it before Jiang Qin. The title inscribed in archaic characters read, "Ancient Demon Suppression Fist." "Excellent," Jiang Qin nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to say, "Han Qingkong has just passed by the entrance of the Jinui's Western Jinfu Division, disguised as a limping old beggar." Jiang Qin described Han Qingkong's appearance in detail. After listening, Yi Xiangwan nodded. "Please wait a moment." With that, he strode away from the scene. Jiang Qin picked up the Ancient Demon Suppression Fist and quickly skimmed through it.at. That moment, the system's voice echoed in his ear. "Ding, high-level martial arts detected. Would you like to utilize evil points for learning?" "Yes." As Jiang Qin's words fell, every technique and channel of internal energy associated with the Ancient Demon Suppression Fist surged into his mind. This was a martial art of immense power, originating from ancient times, created by a mysterious and formidable being. The original name of this technique was Ancient World Suppression Fist, symbolizing the ability to subdue all evil and chaos in the world. It was undoubtedly a celestial-level high-tier martial skill, its power sufficient to shake the heavens and terrify all things. However, as time passed, the lineage of this martial art faced numerous challenges, due to various reasons such as wars, sect disputes, and breaks in transmission. The once complete manual gradually became lost, making it difficult for later martial artists to grasp its entirety. To remedy this, generations of martial artists continuously modified and improved the technique, striving to unearth greater power from it. Yet, after countless revisions and transformations, the technique gradually lost its original purity and might, ultimately becoming a local-level lower-tier martial skill known as the Ancient Demon Suppression Fist. Despite this, the technique still contained a trace of the will of ancient beings, allowing practitioners to take a significant step forward on their martial path. The ancient demon suppression fist is divided into 9 layers, each representing a different realm. When a practitioner reaches the final layer and unleashes it, they can summon the souls of ancient powers, harnessing their strength to execute an immensely powerful fist technique that subdues all demons and evil spirits in the world. Under the might of this technique, even the most powerful demons would feel fear and despair, unable to escape their fated suppression. Just as he was engrossed in comprehension, his evil points were exhausted. Pulling him out of that profound state, "Damn it, I've run out of evil points." Jiang Chen lamented helplessly. He had spent too many evil points on the lottery, leaving him with too few to fully comprehend this technique. If only I could eliminate Han Qingkong, over 1,000,000 evil points would surely suffice for me to grasp a celestial-level martial art. While Jiang Chen was lost in thought, he casually said, "Open personal panel.name. Jiang Chen, poisoned, 7 Xian blood bat poison, realm. Early stage Grandmaster evil value. 0 external skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, 13th level, lower grade Xian, perfected. Requires 360,000 evil value for further upgrade, movement technique. Divine movement of 100 changes, middle grade Huang. Proficient, sword technique. 5 Tiger breaking the door blade, lower grade Huang. Proficient, hidden weapons. Golden soul silver needle, lower grade Huang. Proficient, fist technique. Primordial demon suppressing fist, lower grade earth. Not yet initiated, treasure. Blood blade, middle grade Huang. Upon gazing at this lengthy list of information, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted in shock. I am poisoned. He never anticipated that merely passing by Han Qingkong would result in such a fate. Moreover, had it not been for his system, he might have remained oblivious to the cause of his demise until his last breath. Meanwhile, Yi Xiangwan swiftly mobilized the members of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion to locate Han Qingkong. He appeared to be an innocuous beggar, limping toward the dungeon. Just as he was nearing the dungeon, a drunken brute unexpectedly collided with him. Han Qingkong seemed clumsy yet cautiously evaded the drunken man's charge, which brought a glimmer of realization to the observers from the 100 Knowledge Pavilion. This old fellow is indeed not what he seems. Han Qingkong sensed something amiss, yet within the capital, he dared not excessively employ his true energy. Otherwise, if discovered by the Ming Emperor, it would surely lead to a fierce battle. How could these youngsters possibly see through my disguise? Han Qingkong felt a surge of frustration. He believed his breath-concealing technique had reached an unparalleled level. Unless a martial saint-level expert scrutinized him, no one should be able to discern the peculiarities about him. Yet the present reality forced him to reconsider. When did I reveal myself? Could it be the Ming Emperor? Impossible. Han Qingkong immediately dismissed this thought. If the Ming Emperor had uncovered his presence, he would have already engaged him in combat rather than sending a few lackeys to probe, which was utterly pointless. So who could it be? After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the Imperial Guard's warrior from earlier. The confusion and shock in the man's eyes, though well concealed, still betrayed a hint of chaotic energy. Fortunately, I have already inflicted the 7 Xian blood bat poison upon him. Within a month, he will inevitably succumb to slow blood loss, serving as a fitting warning. Were it not for his intention to conceal his identity, Han Qingkong had countless methods to ensure his immediate demise. However, for now, he needed to devise a way to shake off these pursuers. Although he could not vigorously employ his true energy, many poisons did not require such force for activation. A faint smile graced Han Qingkong's lips as his fingers danced through the air, an intangible aura beginning to subtly pervade the surroundings. Yi Xiangwan, intently observing the old beggar, suddenly gasped in astonishment as a dazzling pink peach blossom appeared out of thin air on the originally empty street. These blossoms seemed to have traversed from another realm, brimming with the essence of spring and vitality, instantly transforming the street into a dreamlike spectacle. The density of the blossoms exceeded imagination, intertwining tightly to form pink barriers that completely concealed the figures of all present. Yi Xiangwan strained his eyes, attempting to peer through the gaps in the blossoms to discern what was transpiring within, but the scene before him appeared veiled in mist, rendering him unable to grasp any useful information. "This is impossible," Yi Xiangwan murmured in disbelief. desperately rubbing his eyes in an attempt to see more clearly. Yet, upon reopening his eyes, he was met with an even more shocking sight. The pink blossoms surged like a torrential wave, rapidly engulfing the entire street in a sea of flowers. The boundless tide of blossoms rolled and surged forth with an irresistible force, sweeping toward Yi Xiangwan's position. Yi Xiangwan instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear, "Boss, what's wrong?" With great effort, Yi Xiangwan opened his eyes to find himself lying on the ground. Although the wave of blossoms had vanished, he was now confronted by several faces formed from peach blossoms. Damn, this is not a technique. It is poison. I have been poisoned. In the world, the leader of the 5 poison sect, Han Qingkong, claimed to be second to none in the art of poison. No one dared to claim the first position. Having witnessed his terrifying methods, Yi Xiangwan seized the shoulder of a subordinate beside him, urging, "Quickly inform the pavilion master. Han Qingkong is attempting a prison break." The subordinate stumbled as he rushed out. Observing this scene, Yi Xiangwan was certain that Han Qingkong had indeed unleashed a widespread poison. However, this poison was neither lethal nor likely to incite mass chaos. It would merely ensnare those who dared to disturb him. How did he achieve this? Yi Xiangwan pondered, but now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Crack! Inside the dungeon, a guard, eyes glazed, led Han Qingkong within. Soon, they arrived at the place where the saintess of the 5 poison sect, Han Qingkong's daughter, was imprisoned. At this moment, Han Wanner sat cross-legged in the damp, cold dungeon in the dim light. Her figure appeared especially frail, yet her eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. 2 massive hook blades gripped her shoulders like malevolent claws, piercing through her scapula and binding her tightly, rendering her utterly immobile. Around her vital acupuncture points, slender silver needles pierced deep, cold like arrows, sealing her internal energy and blood, subjecting her to constant torment on the brink of life and death. Since 2 days prior, when she had been knocked unconscious by the Ming Emperor and ruthlessly taken here, Han Wanner had endured inhumane torment. The Ming Emperor, in his pursuit of the secrets he desired, employed various cruel methods, seeking to shatter her will and body. Nevertheless, Han Wanner persevered through astonishing willpower and unwavering conviction, knowing that yielding would spell her demise. Upon witnessing his precious daughter in such a wretched state, Han Qingkong's fury ignited. Aware that now was not the time to act recklessly, he urgently addressed the entranced guard. "Quickly, open the door." The guard obediently produced a key and unlocked the door. The commotion startled Han Wanner, who had been meditating, causing her to tremble, fearing another interrogation. However, when she opened her eyes, she beheld none other than her father, the leader of the 5 poison sect, Han Qingkong. "Father!" Tears streamed from her eyes as she seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. "My precious daughter, do not fear. I shall rescue you at once." Han Qingkong strode forward, his gaze locked onto Han Wanner. He examined the deeply embedded silver needles, each one a merciless shackle binding her true energy. Han Qingkong's brow furrowed tightly before relaxing once more. From a gourd he carried, he cautiously extracted a half-foot-long centipede. This centipede was pitch black, exuding an aura of danger and potent venom. Yet, in Han Qingkong's hand, it appeared remarkably docile. Were it an ordinary woman, the sudden appearance of such a large centipede would surely send her into a panic, screaming in terror. But for Han Wanner, this centipede was a familiar companion. The creature extended its sharp fangs, carefully extracting the silver needles one by one from Han Wanner's acupuncture points. Its movements were swift and precise, as if honed through countless repetitions, as each silver needle was removed. Han Wanner's tightly knitted brow began to ease, and she could feel her internal energy gradually resuming its flow, her vitality returning little by little. Chapter 32. The Ming Emperor takes action after what felt like the duration of a tea ceremony. All the deeply embedded silver needles within Han Wanner were finally extracted by the miraculous centipede. Her once furrowed brow finally relaxed, and she breathed heavily, as if awakening from a protracted nightmare. However, just as Han Qingkong prepared to free her from the 2 hook blades binding her shoulders, he suddenly sensed a subtle disturbance, and his expression darkened instantly. He keenly detected the hurried, heavy footsteps approaching the dungeon. Damn! These Central Plains people are arriving far too quickly, Han Qingkong muttered under his breath, a flicker of urgency flashing in his eyes. As he spoke, he retrieved a palm-sized venomous bee from his gourd. This bee radiated an ethereal blue glow, clearly not an ordinary creature. Han Qingkong gently caressed the wings of the bee, as if imparting some form of command. Open the prison and release all the inmates. No sooner had Han Qingkong's words left his lips than the venomous bee shot forth with startling speed. It swiftly split into 2 in midair, then 4, multiplying at an astonishing rate. Like a sudden blue tempest, it engulfed the entire dungeon. After multiplying into countless thousands, the blue venomous bees finally halted their division, resembling a surging ocean of blue, roiling within the prison. The bees quickly soared to the entrances of each cell, their sharp mandibles glinting ominously in the dim light, akin to scythes of death. Without mercy, they bit through the sturdy locks of the cells, rendering them as fragile as decayed wood. The long-imprisoned inmates, who had been shrouded in darkness for so long, suddenly ignited with a fierce desire for survival upon witnessing the glimmers of hope. They rushed to fling open the iron doors of their cells, as if wild beasts long restrained had finally broken free, charging towards the open air of freedom beyond the dungeon. Meanwhile, the prison guards, now mere puppets under the control of the leader of the Five Poisons sect, were utterly incapable of mounting any effective resistance, helplessly watching as the prisoners flooded out of their cells like a relentless tide. Once outside, the inmates were consumed by a burning hatred for the guards who had tormented and oppressed them daily. Their eyes blazed with seething fury, and the first thing they did was to encircle the treacherous guards, unleashing a brutal and merciless retribution. Amidst the prisoners' roars and cries for blood, the guards found themselves utterly defenseless, suffering a gruesome fate as they were beaten to a pulp, their bones shattered. The air of the dungeon was thick with the stench of blood and the atmosphere of vengeance, as if a merciless feast of brutality was unfolding. After unlocking the 2 curved knives, Han Qingkong swiftly blended into the crowd with his daughter, making their escape to At that moment. He was taken aback to discover that a contingent of the Genie Wei was already stationed at the entrance of the heavenly prison. The formidable practitioner guarding the prison had also shaken off the enchantment of the mesmerizing insect he had painstakingly devised and returned to the prison's threshold. Jiang Qian, hidden among the crowd, was suddenly struck with revelation upon seeing the group of death row inmates, their heads seemingly emitting black smoke. Wow! So much sin value. The lowest is already over 1,000 points. Return to your cells, or face execution without mercy. An angry glint flickered in the eyes of the practitioner, his voice echoing throughout the dungeon. Laden with murderous intent, he was filled with rage. As a master of the law phase realm, he could not fathom how he had been so thoroughly ensnared by a mere insect at such a critical moment, as if trapped in a bizarre dream, experiencing a surreal passage of time. The disorienting yet vivid sensation had nearly caused him to forget everything in reality. Had he not been awakened in time, he would likely still be lost in that illusory world, completely bereft of control over reality. The one who roused him was none other than Jiang Qian. After discovering he had been poisoned, Jiang Qian had immediately seized his bag, interrogating until he uncovered that the leader of the Five Poisons sect had come to the capital to rescue his daughter, who had been imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Armed with this information, he wasted no time rushing to the prison, fortuitously encountering the practitioner plagued by the mesmerizing insect at that precise moment. Just then, reinforcements from the 6 doors of the Genie Wei arrived on the scene. The leader of the Five Poisons sect seethed with rage, perplexed as to how his seemingly flawless disguise had been unveiled. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from taking action. With a swift motion, Han Qingkong commanded the venomous bees, which had been swirling in the air, as if they had received orders, to plunge into the bodies of the frenzied death row inmates like arrows released from a bow. As the bees infiltrated, the bodies of the inmates began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Their skin rapidly turned a ghastly blue. Their eyes became blood red, as if they had completely lost their sanity. Emitting beastly roars, akin to puppets controlled by dark forces, recklessly charging forward in that critical moment, a towering and terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the palace, sweeping over the entire capital like a raging tide. This aura bore an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if it could obliterate any obstacles in its path. Han Qingkong's expression turned grave, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Damn it! We must flee. He understood that hesitation was not an option. Otherwise, they would plunge into an abyss from which there was no return. At this juncture, Han Qingkong could no longer conceal his true power. A formidable aura erupted from him, revealing his authentic strength. He dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, racing toward the outskirts of the capital. Just as Han Qingkong was expending every ounce of effort to escape with his daughter, a blood-red spear, akin to a weapon drawn from a sea of blood, suddenly materialized before them, forming an impassable chasm that completely obstructed their path. Isn't it a bit too late to think about leaving now? A chilling voice reverberated through the AI. As the voice faded, a figure clad in a five-clawed golden dragon robe descended from the heavens, exuding an unparalleled majesty. He approached the blood-red spear, gently grasping its shaft. As if engaging in some mysterious communion with the formidable weapon. Chapter 33. The 10,000 Poisons Cauldron. In that moment, his entire demeanor transformed into one of icy severity, evoking reverence akin to ancient, unyielding ice. His eyes appeared capable of piercing through all worldly illusions, gazing directly into the deepest fears of the human heart. He embodied the sovereign of the entire realm, intent on subjugating all existence beneath his feet. Rendering all struggles null and void, a heavy weight descended upon Han Qingkong's heart as he realized he had fallen into an inescapable predicament. Zhu Taidan, do not overstep your bounds. Han Qingkong's face turned ashen, a deep apprehension flickering in his eyes, as before him floated an ancient and mysterious cauldron, intricately inscribed with complex runes, emanating a ghostly blue light that exuded a disquieting aura. This cauldron was the sacred artifact of the Five Poisons sect. The heavenly grade high-tier treasure, the 10,000 Poisons Cauldron. It was not only the sect's treasure but also a renowned divine weapon, ranked 98th among the 108 divine armaments. The 10,000 Poisons Cauldron contained boundless toxic gas. Once unleashed, it could provoke a transformation in the very heavens and earth. Yet, despite its formidable nature, the cauldron appeared woefully inadequate when faced with the spear in Zhu Tiedan's grasp. That spear was one of the strongest divine weapons in the world, its might sufficient to suppress any adversary daring to challenge the dignity of the Ming Emperor. At this moment, it stood silently as an insurmountable barrier. Its tip aimed directly at Han Qingkong, seemingly poised to unleash apocalyptic power at any moment. Han Qingkong inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within his heart. He understood that he had plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Zhu Tiedan's strength far exceeded his expectations, and while the 10,000 Poisons Cauldron was powerful, it was rendered impotent before the Spear of Dominion. You of the Five Poisons sect dared to lay hands on my daughter beneath my very nose. Prepare for my retribution. The voice of the Ming Emperor was as cold and piercing as a winter gale, imbued with an undeniable aura of dominance. His eyes, sharp as twin blades, fixated on Han Qingkong, as if seeking to pierce through the very depths of his fear. As soon as he spoke, the formidable spear in his grasp began to dance with a life of its own. The tip traced an elegant arc through the air, stirring a sharp wind that seemed to cleave the very fabric of space. With a mere thrust before him, an overwhelming intent to destroy surged forth, akin to a torrential flood, instilling profound awe within those who beheld it. Han Qingkong's countenance darkened gravely, fully aware of the formidable strength possessed by the Ming Emperor, which was far beyond his capacity to withstand. He promptly summoned the Wanda Ding, channeling its powers to their utmost potential. The inscriptions upon the vessel began to shimmer with a brilliant light, and dense streams of toxic gas erupted from its mouth, swiftly enveloping the surrounding space. Following this, 5 towering manifestations appeared in midair. A toad, a scorpion, a snake, a gecko, and a spider, all sacred relics of the Five Poisons sect. Under the influence of the Wandu Ding, they transformed into colossal apparitions, exuding an inexhaustible might. Each of these manifestations opened their gaping maws, unleashing deafening roars as if intent on devouring the entire world. The 5 apparitions spiraled through the air, fiercely contending against the Emperor's spear intent. The collision of spear tip and manifestations erupted in a cacophony of thunderous booms and dazzling sparks. Each impact shook the very space, as if the heavens themselves trembled in response. Han Qingkong gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to wield the Wanda Ding. He realized that he had entered a perilous juncture, where any lapse could lead to irreversible doom. Simultaneously, the condemned prisoners on the ground, under the control of the venomous scorpions, charged toward the crowd like frenzied beasts. A fierce melee erupted between the prisoners and the Imperial Guards. Jiang Qian, wielding a long blade, carved a path of slaughter among the throngs of prisoners. Although these inmates were not weak in cultivation, their prolonged confinement in the Sky Prison had rendered them disoriented, compounded by the loss of rationality due to the venomous wasp's control, significantly diminishing their combat prowess. Jiang Qian selectively targeted the weaker, high-crime prisoners, and within a short span, he had dispatched 7 or 8 masters of the realm. Just as he was about to slay an inmate with a crime value of 1,300, Meng Wangjin suddenly intervened, executing the prisoner with a swift strike. Jiang Qian, infuriated, felt blood rush to his head, nearly losing control and striking Meng Wangjin. The latter, startled by Jiang Qian's fierce demeanor, inquired, "What brings you here?" Jiang Qian, unwilling to entertain his question, knew that failing to respond would lead Meng Wangjin to incessantly pry for answers, jeopardizing this rare opportunity. "Lord Meng, I shall inform you soon. Let us see who can slay more prisoners." Despite Meng Wangjin's puzzled expression, he nodded in agreement. With a thunderous crash resonating through the heavens, the Ming Emperor's spear, akin to the dawn's light, pierced the darkness of the sky and struck Han Qingkong directly. In that instant, it felt as if the very space were torn asunder by this overwhelming force, with the surrounding air swirling violently, forming tumultuous vortices. The formidable centipede apparition, towering nearly 100 feet, shattered under the Emperor's strike as if it were mere paper, unleashing a spray of green venom that tainted the sky a bizarre hue. The Wanduding hovered in the air, emitting a ghostly blue glow, seemingly recounting tales of its former glory. However, at that moment, its master, Han Qingkong, and Han Wanner had vanished without a trace, leaving their fates unknown. Whether they had perished under the Emperor's spear or seized the chaos to escape. The Ming Emperor, Zhu Taidan, regarded the scene with a frigid detachment, his gaze betraying no hint of emotion, as if all transpired according to his design. With a grasp into the void, an invisible force surged from his palm, drawing the Wandu Ding into his possession. The vessel struggled futilely in his grasp, attempting to break free, but with a mere gentle squeeze, it succumbed to silence. Indeed, it knows to sever its tail for survival. With one of Han Qingkong's 5 poisons manifestations obliterated and the relic of the 5 poisons sect now in his possession, the Ming Emperor abandoned any thoughts of pursuing Han Qingkong and his daughter, redirecting his attention to the battlefield at the prison's entrance. Jiang Qian, aware that reinforcements would soon arrive to clean up the aftermath, fought with all his might, exhausting every ounce of potential within him. With a swift stroke, he dispatched a Grandmaster-level prisoner, leaving no foe standing. Surveying the ground strewn with corpses, Jiang Qian felt as though his heart were bleeding. Had he been the one to slay them all, the crime value he would have amassed would surely surpass 1 million. Yet, it was too late for lamentations. He could only sigh and gradually retreat into the crowd. Satisfied with the battlefield's control, the Ming Emperor nodded in approval before vanishing from sight. "Jiang Qian, what transpired? You seem to have lost your wits." Meng Wangjin approached him, concern etched upon his face. "Nothing, just a bit fatigued," Jiang Qian waved dismissively, responding weakly before heading towards his small courtyard. Meng Wangjin, perplexed, could not fathom why Jiang Qian had been so enraged despite his assistance. Upon returning to his courtyard, Jiang Qian promptly commanded, "Open the personal panel." Name, Jiang Qian, poisoned, 7 Xian bloodbat poison, realm, initial stage of Grandmaster crime value, 12,580 external skills, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, 13th layer, lower Xian grade, perfected, requires 360,000 crime value for upgrade, movement technique, divine transformation, middle Huang grade, proficient, blade technique, 5 tiger severing blade, lower Huang grade, proficient, hidden weapons. Golden Soul Silver Needles, lower Huang grade, proficient, fist technique. Ancient Demon Suppression Fist, lower Earth grade, not yet initiated, treasures. Bloodblade, middle Huang grade, over 12,000 crime values. Not too shabby, he had slain 7 or 8 individuals, and the substantial crime value was largely attributed to the last Grandmaster-level warrior, who had bestowed upon him over 4,000 points. Should he use it for a lottery draw or to upgrade his skills? As Jiang Chun contemplated the 12,000-plus crime values in his possession, he found himself deep in thought. With this amount, he could conduct 1 blue draw, 12 green draws, or 120 white draws. Originally, this was an exhilarating prospect, but now, burdened by the deadly toxin coursing through his veins, he felt no joy. System, do you possess a method to cure the 7 Xian blood bat poison? Jiang Chen inquired with hopeful anticipation. Negative. This system only provides 2 functionalities: upgrading skills with crime values or conducting lotteries. However, please do not lose heart. The system's prize pool contains pills capable of nullifying all poisons in the world. The system replied, and where might I find such a remedy in the prize pool? Jiang Chen probed further. In the purple prize pool. Damn, Jiang Chen exclaimed, nearly cursing aloud. The purple prize pool required a staggering 10,000 crime values for a single draw. Such a daunting sum was beyond his current means, and even if he had it, the chances of obtaining the desired antidote were slim. It seemed he would need to devise a different plan. Jiang Chen pondered, and soon a name came to mind. Bai Xiaoga. He wondered if Bai Xiaoga might possess a means to counteract the 7 Xian blood bat poison. Truly infuriating, even a simple stroll could lead to poisoning. Grumbling under his breath, Jiang Chen swiftly made his way to Bai Xiaoga. This time, he was greeted by a young man clad in white, exuding a charming demeanor. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, the man's cultivation had reached the formidable realm of perfected manifestations. Mere steps away from the exalted martial sage realm. I am Bai Xiaosheng. The information you provided us this time proved invaluable, yielding significant profits. We are truly grateful, Bai Xiaosheng remarked. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Chen immediately understood why so many Imperial Guards and 6 Doors personnel had suddenly appeared at the prison entrance. They must have received word from Bai Xiaoga, enabling them to act swiftly to corner Han Qingkong. Though such actions were fraught with peril, all they needed to do was compel Han Qingkong to expend his true energy, alerting the Ming Emperor. This intelligence had evidently brought Bai Xiaoga considerable gains. However, Jiang Chun felt no envy. They had taken substantial risks themselves. Dear Guildmaster, do you have knowledge of the 7 Xian blood bat poison? He queried. At this, Bai Xiaosheng was rendered momentarily speechless. The 7 Xian blood bat poison. It is an exclusive toxin of the 5 poisons sect. While its lethality is not particularly strong, it is exceedingly troublesome. If the antidote is not administered within a month, one will gradually dissolve into nothingness. And where might the antidote be found? Or who in this world possesses the means to counteract such a poison? Jiang Chen inquired with great excitement. Bai Xiaosheng shook his head and replied, only 3 individuals in this world possess the ability to counteract such poison. One is Han Qingkong himself, the other is his daughter, and the last is the infamous Ghost Doctor of Life and Death. Qiu, the Ghost Doctor of Life and Death. Jiang Chun pondered this name, unaware that such a figure existed in the realm. The Ghost Doctor resides in the Wanhua Valley of Jingzhou. His medical skills unparalleled. However, to receive his treatment, one must obtain the life and death order he issues, of which he releases only 10 each year. Hearing Bai Xiaosheng's words, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow tightly. Without needing to ask, he understood the immense value of these life and death orders. To acquire one in such haste was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Observing Jiang Chen's serious demeanor, Bai Xiaosheng continued, you are fortunate. I have heard that at tomorrow's auction at Jubaogu, 1 life and death order will be up for bid. What? Jiang Chen gasped in surprise and delight, immediately clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Master, I must take my leave. After speaking, he strode out of Bai Xiaogu. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xiangwan emerged from the shadows. Master, why did you divulge so much information to him? Wouldn't it be more advantageous for us if he were to perish? We could reclaim that inferior martial art technique. Bai Xiaosheng shook his head. This person possesses great potential. He is worthy of our investment. As he spoke, he turned to Yi Xiangwan. What is your assessment? Is the poison completely resolved? Yi Xiangwan nodded. I cannot guarantee it. The toxicity from that old poisoner can be deeply hidden, making it difficult to detect whether one is poisoned or to what extent. Bai Shaosheng nodded, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. I see no signs of poisoning on him, yet he is able to discern that he has been afflicted by the 7 mysterious blood bat poison. He is certainly not simple that I wonder if he will be able to secure that life and death order tomorrow. Bai Shaosheng scoffed. It will be difficult. The starting bid for the life and death order is over 100,000 taels of silver. With the recent uproar caused by Han Qing Kong in the capital, the number of individuals vying for that order will undoubtedly increase. As he spoke, he rose from his seat and gazed into the distance through the window. Moreover, even if he obtains the life and death order, Qiujiu may not necessarily agree to treat him. If he can survive this ordeal, it will indicate that he is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps we should consider inviting him to serve as an esteemed guest of Bai Xiaogu. A profound insight, Master, Yi Xiangwan quickly replied. Chapter 35. The auction. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Jiang Chen immediately accessed his personal panel, activating the comprehension of the ancient town demon fist. In an instant, he felt as if he had stepped into a peculiar realm of time and space, where everything around him became hazy, and only the essence of the ancient town demon fist grew increasingly vivid in his mind. Guided by this power, he began to delve into an unprecedented understanding of this martial art at an astonishing speed. As he spoke, the proficiency of the ancient town demon fist began to escalate at an incredible pace. Every moment felt as though he were rehearsing countless times in his heart, with each practice deepening his comprehension and sharpening his mastery of the techniques. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the proficiency of the ancient town demon fist underwent a tremendous transformation, advancing from a novice state to the pinnacle of its first layer. At this moment, he was capable of executing every move of the fist technique with finesse, each gesture infused with the primal power of the ancients, as if he could suppress all malevolence. Simultaneously, an intangible essence of fist intent quietly surged into his mind. This intent was profound and powerful. Seemingly imbued with the most primal will to fight found in the universe, it was as though a seasoned master of the fist had completely merged with him, continuously demonstrating the supreme realm of the martial art. Under the influence of this fist intent, his mindset became more resilient, and his understanding of the martial art reached a new zenith. At this moment, he was no longer merely a practitioner. He had become the embodiment of the ancient town demon fist, with each punch and kick harboring boundless power. Merely achieving the first layer's perfection had cost him a staggering 3,000 points of evil value. Moreover, he sensed that attaining the second layer of the ancient town demon fist would require even more evil value. Though he still possessed surplus evil value, he was reluctant to expend it further. With the support of the 13-layer dragon elephant prajna skill and the first layer of the ancient town demon fist, he felt sufficiently empowered to navigate the realm of masters without concern. Gaining further insight into an additional layer of the ancient town demon fist seemed less meaningful. Initiate the lottery. I choose the green wheel. Drawing 8 times, Jiang Chen murmured to the system in the next moment. 8 green wheels materialized before him. After spinning for a while, they gradually came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 taels of gold, 2 300-year-old wild ginseng, 2 great return pills, 2 thunder pearls, and 1 golden silk armor. Damn. I spent 8,000 points of evil value to draw this junk. Jiang Chen frowned deeply, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome of the lottery. Had he drawn a high-level martial art, he could have sold it at the auction to gather funds for that life and death order. However, with only these items in hand, he was left questioning whether he could secure the life and death order. He still held 1,000 points of evil value, enough to support another draw. Yet, Jiang Chen hesitated, unsure whether to go for a white tin draw or another green draw. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against further draws, opting to reserve the 1,000 points of evil value for unforeseen circumstances. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen arrived at the auction hosted by Zhu Baoguo. The venue was bustling with people, and among the crowd, he recognized several prominent figures, including Ming Wangjin, Si Tu Lang, and that Tai Junhua who had been humiliated before him. However, he did not focus on these individuals, instead scanning the area. Within this auction hall, several individuals possessed evil values exceeding tens of thousands, yet they were all formidable figures. Some even reached the level of the Dharma realm. Yet, there were also a few with weak abilities but exceedingly high evil values. After committing their names to memory, Jiang Qian shifted his gaze to the auction stage. Soon, the auction commenced. Treasures were presented one by one, but none piqued Jiang Qian's interest. It was not until halfway through that a delicately crafted wooden box wrapped in red cloth was brought forth. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qian's eyes flickered with interest, for this was the item he had consigned for auction. The 300-year-old wild ginseng. Whether for alchemy or culinary use, it was highly effective, starting at a bid of 1,000 taels of silver, with increments of no less than 100 taels. As the auctioneer's voice rang out, the audience began to place their bids. 1, 200 taels. 1, 500 taels. 2, 000 taels. Before long, the price of this 300-year-old wild ginseng soared to an impressive 600 taels. However, the number of bidders began to dwindle. Faced with this outcome, Jiang Qian could only conclude that it was within his expectations. After all, in this world, there were numerous treasures more precious than ginseng, rendering it less valuable than he had imagined. Before long, a second 300-year-old wild ginseng was brought forth, and the two ginsengs together fetched a total of 7,000 taels. Jiang Qian sat composed in his seat, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. This result was roughly what he had anticipated. However, using such a meager sum to secure the life and death order was akin to chasing a fanciful dream. Soon, the auction reached its climax. The life and death order was finally presented. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the life and death order issued by the Ghost Doctor of Life and Death. With this order, one may visit the Wanhua Valley in Jingzhou and receive treatment from the Ghost Doctor, Qiujio. The auctioneer announced slowly. The starting bid for this life and death order is 100,000 taels of silver, with increments of no less than 10,000. The auction begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of bidding. 120,000, 130,000. In no time, the price of the life and death order skyrocketed to an astonishing 180,000 taels. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Qian remained silent, not making a single bid. 200,000. A voice rang out from a corner, instantly overpowering all others. The crowd fell silent, and before long, the life and death order was sold. Jiang Qian glanced toward the corner and saw that the successful bidder was a tall, handsome young man with striking features. Chapter 36, Murder and Pillage. Yu Chongqing, Mastery Complete. Through his investigative technique, Jiang Qian learned this person's name and level. However, the name puzzled him, as he could not recall any notable figures by that name in his memory of the capital. Could he be a master from outside the region? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qian began to close his eyes and meditate. He had already made up his mind. Regardless of who acquired the death order, he would seize it from their hands. As he pondered, the final item was brought forth. It was the Pai Si Da assistance of the auction. A profound grade weapon, the Heavenly Bow. The auctioneer's booming voice immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Profound grade weapons were exceedingly rare, and this bow, among the most elusive of its kind, was no exception. As the red cloth covering it was lifted, a magnificent bow materialized before the audience. Crafted from mysterious iron, its string was made from the tendons of a celestial dragon, capable of shooting an arrow over 8,000 zhong even without the use of true energy. The starting bid was set at 300,000 taels, with a minimum increment of 10,000 taels. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred, and even Jiang Qian couldn't help but glance over. However, he soon lost interest. He was not skilled in archery, and acquiring this magnificent bow would serve him little purpose. His immediate priority remained obtaining the death order to rid himself of the deadly poison coursing through his veins. While he contemplated, the bidding commenced. 310,000 taels, 320,000 taels, 340,000 taels. Before long, the price soared to around 400,000 taels. 450,000 taels. With the resounding bid, a hush fell over the attendees. Although the bow was indeed remarkable, it was certainly not worth 450 taels of silver. To Jiang Qin's astonishment, the latest bid came from none other than Yu Chongqing. Yu Chongqing, Yu Chongqing. Jiang Chun suddenly found the name oddly familiar. After a moment of reflection, he realized with a jolt, damn, isn't Yu Chongqing the eldest disciple of the infamous Kaihua Feng, Huang Fei? Upon recalling this, Jiang Qian scrutinized Yu Chongqing again, noticing that his malevolent value was merely a little over 50 points. While still considerable, it paled in comparison to the thousands attributed to more notorious villains. Could it be that he had mistaken the individual, and they merely shared the same name? Yet, Jiang Chen quickly dismissed this notion. Regardless of whether this person was virtuous or nefarious, he had to obtain the death order. Was he to allow a good person to escape while he awaited his own demise? Even if a Buddha appeared before him, obstructing his path to survival, he would not hesitate to strike them down. Having clarified his thoughts, he began to quietly observe the man's movements. The bow naturally fell into Yu Chongqing's possession, and the auction concluded at that moment. Many eyes turned towards Yu Chongqing, their expressions laden with malice. To the onlookers, he appeared no different from a lamb awaiting slaughter. It seemed Yu Chongqing was aware of this as well. After securing his auctioned item, he promptly made his way out of the treasure pavilion. Numerous figures discreetly followed him, with Jiang Qian among them. After exiting, Yu Chongqing hastened into the bustling marketplace. Being within the capital, no one dared to snatch it openly, so they could only silently trail behind him. After circling the market several times and realizing he could not completely shake off his pursuers, Yu Chongqing took a direct route into a narrow alley. Upon entering the alley, onlookers saw him leap nimbly atop the rooftops, darting westward with astonishing speed. The pursuers were taken aback and quickly gave chase, but Jiang Chun chose to halt his steps. Thanks to his probing technique, he discerned that the figure soaring through the air was not Yu Chongqing but rather a man named Zhou Ruiwen. After they had departed, a cart driver pushing a unicycle emerged from the street. His head bowed as he made his way towards the eastern gate of the capital. What a clever tactic! Jiang Chun couldn't help but admire. The driver's presence, once suffused with the aura of a perfected master, had vanished entirely, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary, unskilled mortal. Even his stature appeared markedly different. Were it not for Jiang Qin's probing technique revealing the name above his head, he likely would have been deceived as well. Jiang Qin trailed him from a distance, observing that he was heading toward the outskirts of the capital. Soon, he exited the city gates and paused on a seldom trodden, overgrown path in the wilderness. Turning around, he surveyed the empty surroundings with a cold, vigilant gaze, his deep-set eyes glinting with caution. You have followed me all this way. What are your intentions? Yu Chongqing's voice was low, each word echoing in the air. Upon hearing this, a figure slowly emerged from behind a nearby tree. Jiang Qin, clad in a light-colored robe, bore a stern countenance, his eyes glimmering with avarice. He fixed a cold stare upon Yu Chongqing, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he declared, "Hand over the death order, or you shall not leave this place alive." What death order? I possess nothing of the sort. Yu Chongqing feigned calmness, his heart racing as he failed to comprehend how his disguise had been so easily unveiled. Yu Chongqing's form subtly shifted, hinting at an attempt to flee. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Qin's eyes. Without hesitation, he acted decisively, flicking his right hand. A gleam of cold light shot forth as a small yet terrifying explosive orb hurtled toward Yu Chongqing. Just as Yu Chongqing was retreating with all his might, he sensed a menacing aura closing in and instinctively sidestepped, his movements fluid as he narrowly evaded the oncoming attack. The explosive orb whizzed past, grazing his clothing and stirring a gust of cold wind. However, the orb did not cease its course. It continued forward, ultimately crashing into the ground behind Yu Chongqing. With a resounding explosion, the orb detonated, unleashing a blinding flash and a powerful shockwave. The force of the blast was immense, akin to a small bomb detonating upon the earth, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. The shockwave radiated outward, annihilating all in its path, leaving the ground cracked and the foliage devastated. Even from several zhang away, Jiang Chun, despite his protective dragon elephant-like energy, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, as if struck by an invisible force. His complexion shifted, and he quickly retreated to mitigate the impact of the shockwave. Meanwhile, Yu Chongqing, merely a meter away from the explosive orb, bore the brunt of the blast. Chapter 37. Huang Fei arrives. Evil value 54. Although the area around the epicenter of the explosion remained shrouded in dust, Jiang Qian rushed forward to assess the situation. Upon hearing the alert, he beheld the gruesome aftermath. Yu Chongqing's body had been obliterated, reduced to a mangled mass of flesh, utterly unrecognizable. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood and charred flesh, eliciting a wave of nausea. Standing a short distance away, Jiang Qian's heart raced at the sight of such carnage. His primary concern was whether the precious death order had also been destroyed in the explosion. After all, it was the ultimate goal of his endeavor. He forced himself to suppress his rising panic and began to sift through the remnants scattered on the ground. Carefully, he inspected each bloodied fragment, hoping to uncover any trace of the death order. However, after an exhaustive search, he found neither the heavenly bow nor the death order, leaving him feeling disheartened. That moment, his gaze fell upon one of Yu Chongqing's fingers. Though mangled and bloodied, it adorned a ring. This ring appeared rather ordinary, yet Jiang Qian sensed an undercurrent of mysterious power emanating from it. Could it be that he had stored everything within this spatial ring? A flicker of hope ignited in Jiang Qian's mind as he pondered this possibility. Cautiously, he removed the ring from Yu Chongqing's finger and studied it closely. The surface of the ring was etched with intricate patterns, emitting a faint luminescence. Jiang Qian slipped it onto his own finger, attempting to attune himself to its essence. Indeed, he felt a surge of enigmatic energy flow from the ring, establishing a remarkable connection with his soul. Soon, as Jiang Qian continuously channeled his true energy into the spatial ring, it appeared to awaken, radiating brilliant light. Subsequently, the ring's interior seemed to open a rift, as items began to pour forth like a waterfall. Upon seeing the death order and the heavenly bow among the retrieved treasures, a glimmer of uncontainable joy flashed in Jiang Qian's eyes. He grasped the death order tightly, feeling the enigmatic energy coursing through it, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. The heavenly bow rested gently upon his shoulder, its body shimmering with a soft glow, as if poised to unleash earth-shattering power at any moment. Truly, heaven has aided me, Jiang Qian murmured to himself, a victorious smile illuminating his face. However, at that moment, his gaze was drawn to the clutter strewn across the ground. He crouched down, meticulously sifting through the debris, hoping to unearth more valuable items. Indeed, amidst the jumble, he discovered a map crafted from an unknown hide. The map appeared somewhat antiquated, its edges yellowed with age, and it was marked with the scars of time. Even more astonishingly, it seemed to have been torn in half, and Jiang Qian held only a fragment of it. Nevertheless, he could still discern intricate topographical details and markings upon it. Could this be the legendary treasure map? Jiang Qian scoffed, dismissing it, for beside it lay a substantial pile of silver notes that was clearly far more enticing. Upon a cursory count, he realized there were as many as 300,000 taels. Where had Yu Chongqing procured such a fortune? No matter, it now belonged to him. After stowing these items into his spatial ring, Jiang Qian hastily departed, neglecting to deal with the corpse. After all, the wild dogs and wolves lurking nearby would soon erase any trace of what had transpired here. Approximately half an hour after his departure, the sky gradually darkened, enveloped by a faint twilight. A small bird, resplendent in golden feathers, fluttered in from an unknown direction, suddenly hovering above the mangled corpse of Yu Chongqing. It circled a few times, seemingly intrigued yet cautious of the scene before it. Shortly thereafter, a short, unsightly middle-aged man hurriedly arrived at the scene. He donned a tattered gray robe, his face marred by wrinkles and scars, presenting a rather intimidating visage. His eyes glinted with a sinister intensity, as if ready to erupt at any moment. That moment, several wild dogs gathered around Yu Chongqing's lifeless body, greedily gnawing at the bloodied remnants of flesh. They seemed utterly consumed by this unexpected feast, oblivious to their surroundings. However, upon noticing the approach of the grotesque middle-aged man, they abruptly ceased their gnawing and began to bark fiercely, their growls rife with hostility, as if warning the stranger not to encroach upon their meal. The man, filled with rage, swung his hand abruptly, unleashing a surge of dark energy that enveloped the wild dogs in an instant. With chilling cries, their bodies contorted and spasmed, ultimately dissolving into puddles of black liquid that dissipated into the air. Damn it! You have killed my disciple. I, Huang Fei, will ensure your entire family suffers for this. This man was none other than the notorious Huang Fei, the flower-picking bee. After venting his fury, he began to scour the ground meticulously, as if searching for something. Even the remains of the wild dogs lay eviscerated before him. The spatial ring must have been taken. This man employed gunpowder. Could he be from the divine mechanism sect? After a moment's contemplation, Huang Fei snorted coldly. Regardless of who they are, anyone who dares to harm my disciple must pay the price. With that, he produced an item for the small bird to sniff, and it immediately took flight, carrying Huang Fei toward the capital. Lord Ming, I intend to set off for Jiaozhou tomorrow. Within the Eastern Town Pacification Office, Jiang Chun bid farewell to Ming Wangjin. Ming Wangjin nodded. Jiaozhou is fraught with peril. You must exercise caution. As he spoke, he retrieved a book from his spatial ring and handed it to Jiang Chun. This contains the distribution of power among the 123 counties across the 8 prefectures of Jiaozhou, a list of experts, information on industrial scales, as well as our Jinui undercover contacts. You will find these invaluable for your upcoming journey. After accepting the book, Ming Wangjin added, Don't forget to select the Jiaolong steed as well. Thank you, my lord. After exchanging pleasantries, the two men strode out of the Eastern Town Pacification Office. Once Jiang Qin's figure had completely vanished from the streets, a short distance away, Huang Fei fixed his gaze on his retreating silhouette, his eyes brimming with hatred. Oh, it is one of the Pacification Office's men. This scoundrel, as a member of the Jinui, dares to kill and plunder. Truly shameless. Master, what shall we do? Zhou Ruiwen, standing beside Huang Fei, whispered. Should we go after him tonight? He mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. No. Anyone capable of killing your senior brother must possess formidable skills. We shall first investigate his background before taking action. Understood. Chapter 38. Crimson Lightning. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qin, he had already become the target of scrutiny as he swaggered into the Imperial Horse Office. After presenting his name, the horse officer guided him to a stable. My lord, please take a look at these horses and tell me which one you prefer. The Jiaolong steed is exceptionally rare and must be housed in a spacious stable. Moreover, 2 Jiaolong steeds cannot share the same stable, lest they engage in a deadly battle. Which is your finest Jiaolong steed? Jiang Chen inquired directly. That would undoubtedly be the Crimson Lightning, the horse officer replied with a hint of pride. While other horses can cover 7,000 li in a day, if you let Crimson Lightning run free, it can cover over 10,000 li in a single day. However, what is it? Jiang Chen prompted the horse officer. However, Crimson Lightning has an exceedingly volatile temperament, making it extremely difficult to tame. Even some Grandmaster-level experts find it unmanageable. Let us go. Take me to see it. A glint of amusement flickered in the horse officer's eyes. Knowing another would soon face humiliation, yes, my lord. The horse officer led Jiang Chen to a stable. In front of the feeding trough stood a female monkey, idly grooming itself for lice. Why do you keep a monkey in front of the stable? Jiang Chen asked, perplexed. My lord, you may not know, but a female monkey's menstrual cycle can prevent epidemics in the stable. The horse officer explained. We also refer to this type of monkey as a stable guardian. I see, Jiang Chen pondered, striding into the stable. There stood a magnificent horse, its coat a brilliant red like flames, its sheen glimmering as if it had leapt from the pages of a painting. Quietly resting within the stable, however, this tranquility was swiftly shattered by the arrival of Jiang Chen and the horse officer. Crimson Lightning slowly opened its eyes, revealing a deep, soulful gaze that clearly expressed its displeasure. Evidently irritated by their intrusion, Jiang Chen stood to the side, his eyes fixated on the steed, filled with admiration. He inhaled deeply, unable to suppress his exclamation. What a splendid horse! No wonder it is so difficult for ordinary individuals to tame it. Its wild spirit is akin to that of a hero descending from the battlefield. With that, Jiang Chen boldly stepped forward, grasping Crimson Lightning's mane, and with that leverage, he swiftly mounted the steed. Nay, the magnificent horse let out a piercing and furious whinny. clearly enraged by Jiang Chen's sudden assault. Initially taken aback, it quickly raised its front hooves, as if attempting to throw Jiang Chen off its back. The steed then began to thrash wildly, its body swaying side to side in an effort to dislodge Jiang Chen's grip. Yet, Jiang Chen remained firmly seated atop the horse, his fingers gripping the mane tightly. The horse officer retreated, shaking his head in disbelief. It seems yet another is destined to fail in that tense moment of struggle. Jiang Chen suddenly snorted, inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as if he had accumulated all his strength and authority, and then roared, "Be quiet!" The roar that erupted was nothing short of monumental, imbued with the majestic resonance of dragons roaring and tigers howling. Akin to the combined voices of the mightiest creatures in nature in that instant, it reverberated throughout the entire horse arena, penetrating even the sturdy wooden walls of the stables, echoing in every nook and cranny. The dragon steeds, previously either languid or restless in their respective territories, were struck by this sudden, thunderous roar. A fleeting glimmer of disbelief and fear flickered in their eyes. Consequently, they instinctively halted all movements. Retreating involuntarily, some even curling up in the corners, casting terrified glances towards the source of the sound. At the forefront, the fiery red steed, Qi Dian, was particularly unsettled, pacing back and forth in trepidation, its hooves pulverizing the ground beneath. Possessing physical prowess comparable to a master of the highest rank, it was a standout within the arena, known for its untamed spirit and unparalleled arrogance. Yet, under the weight of that roar, it experienced an unprecedented terror emanating from the depths of its bloodline. A reverence rooted in ancient memories that rendered it trembling, as if confronted by an irresistible fate. Jiang Chen's roar not only intimidated all the dragon steeds, but also brought a profound silence to Qi Dian. The air was thick with a delicate balance, as if the entire horse arena had come to a standstill. Much like a dog encountering a lion or a tiger, true beasts of the wild. A latent fear would awaken within its bloodline. Jiang Chen gently stroked its neck, gradually calming it. The stable hands outside, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but swallow hard. Qi Dian had been subdued, truly astonishing. "Are you not going to fetch the saddle and reins?" With a commanding shout from Jiang Chun, the stable hands snapped back to reality, hurriedly bringing forth a brand new saddle and reins to adorn Qi Dian. Once fitted, Jiang Chun led the steed away from the premises. As he departed, the stable hands wiped the sweat from their brows, yet one couldn't help but chuckle to themselves. Finally, we have sent off this calamity. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jiang Chen retrieved 2 large elixirs. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed one whole. The potency of the large elixirs far surpassed that of the smaller ones, with a single dose capable of alleviating 30 years of arduous training. Furthermore, compared to the smaller elixirs, the large ones could enhance the user's comprehension, aiding in a more profound understanding of advanced techniques. It was akin to the disparity in knowledge gained by a genius and an ordinary person studying the same material for a day. After consuming these 2 large elixirs, he swiftly commenced the second stage of the ancient demon-sealing fist. Unlike the direct bestowal of power through sin points, each movement of the ancient demon-sealing fist required his own comprehension and practice. Yet, this process unfolded at an astonishing pace, as if fast-forwarded. Entry, proficiency, mastery, and completion. Only after reaching the pinnacle of the second stage did that overwhelming sensation gradually dissipate. Jiang Chen reopened his eyes, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It appeared that his talents were still lacking. It took him 60 years to cultivate the second stage of the ancient demon-sealing fist to completion. In this world, martial artists' talents were categorized as ordinary, astute, genius, prodigy, and born saint. Typically, the assessment method involved the cultivation of a technique known as the Qing Shui Ju. Those who could condense internal energy within 7 days were deemed ordinary. Those who could do so within 7 days had astute talent. Those who could do it in a day were considered geniuses. Those who could achieve it in 15 minutes were prodigies. Observing this, those who could generate internal energy spontaneously were recognized as born saints. Capable of soaring to great heights with just a bit of opportunity, breaking through to the realm of martial saints. Chapter 39. Killing Huang Fei. There were rumors that the current Ming emperor was born with prodigious talent. Although Jiang Chun had never tested his own aptitude, based on the original's experiences and the effects of the elixirs he had consumed, he feared he could scarcely be deemed astute, merely qualifying as ordinary. For an ordinary person, high-level techniques were not necessarily the best choice. The more profound the technique, the more extraordinary the talent required for comprehension. A person of mediocre aptitude might spend a lifetime unable to even grasp the basics of advanced techniques. As the clock struck midnight, Jiang Chen stretched lazily and promptly fell into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident. The following morning, as the first light of dawn barely pierced the lingering darkness, Jiang Chun prepared himself meticulously for departure. After ensuring he had not overlooked any essential items, he gently locked the courtyard gate and mounted the poised Qi. "Let us be off," Jiang Chun silently urged. Giving a firm pat on the steed's flank, Qi surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, hooves thundering, dust swirling in its wake. Its speed was indeed remarkable, rivaling even the swiftest trains of the future, perhaps even surpassing them. Each of Qi's hooves seemed to tread upon the very air, each landing stirring up clouds of dust, leaving deep imprints on the hard stone path, starkly visible. Jiang Chen gripped the reins tightly, feeling the surge of power and speed coursing through Qi, his heart brimming with ambition. "Giddy up," Jiang Chen urged once more, accelerating the pace. The scenery along the way unfolded like a series of flowing paintings. Rushing past his eyes, he had no time to admire the beauty. He was wholly focused on guiding Qi toward his destination. Before long, he had covered over 100 miles, at a busy crossroads. 2 carts had overturned, their cargo strewn across the ground in chaos. The horses that had drawn the carts lay in agony, blood-soaked and struggling helplessly, their eyes wide with terror. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. Prompting involuntary frowns in this critical moment, Jiang Chen deftly reined in the horse, and Qi let out a long neigh, coming to a steady halt not far from the accident site. His gaze swept across the scene, quickly landing on a woman lying by the roadside. She was heavily pregnant, her complexion as pale as a sheet, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, clearly gravely injured, teetering on the brink of consciousness. Her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Beside her, 2 men, an elder and a youth, were frantically pacing like ants on a hot stove, their faces etched with anxiety, evidently at a loss regarding the dire situation. The elder's hands trembled incessantly, while tears glimmered in the youth's eyes, both desperately seeking a way to rescue the woman. Additionally, 2 bloodied individuals lay motionless nearby, their bodies still, leaving uncertain whether they were unconscious or had already succumbed to death. Blood seeped from their wounds, staining the ground and heightening the horror of the scene. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, the 2 men rushed toward him, kneeling and banging their heads against the ground. "My lord, I implore you, save my daughter-in-law," the elder cried, tears streaming down his face, as if he might collapse from grief at any moment. Jiang Chen dismounted with a swift, fluid motion, without a hint of hesitation, and strode purposefully toward the fallen couple. Sunlight danced upon his shoulders, yet it seemed unable to dispel the oppressive atmosphere of bloodshed surrounding them. Just as he closed the distance of a mere meter between them, Jiang Chen struck with sudden ferocity, without a moment's pause. His actions were as swift as lightning, the wind of the ancient demon-sealing fist howling forth, imbued with an ancient, formidable pressure, aimed squarely at Huang Fei's face. Huang Fei was taken aback, his face paling in an instant. Instinctively, he sought to evade, but Jiang Chen's fist arrived with such ferocity and speed, as if transcending the constraints of time and space, locking onto his vital points. The moment Huang Fei attempted to move, he was engulfed by that irresistible force. Bang! A dull, thunderous roar reverberated through the air as Huang Fei's head, under Jiang Chen's punch, shattered like a ripe tomato struck by a sledgehammer, blood and brain matter splattering in a gruesome display upon the ground, creating a scene that was nothing short of horrifying. This spectacle unfolded so abruptly that the onlookers were rendered momentarily paralyzed, their eyes widening in terror as they beheld Jiang Chen standing there like a malevolent deity, exuding an aura that sent chills down their spines. Sin value 13506. Some pedestrians, initially drawn by curiosity to witness this unforeseen chaos, were utterly horrified as they beheld Huang Fei's gruesome fate and Jiang Qin's merciless strike. Fear gripped their hearts, their faces turning ashen. It was as if they had glimpsed the grim Reaper himself brandishing his scythe. The crowd began to disperse in panic, some shrieking, others stumbling, all desperately seeking to flee from this blood-soaked scene. Their figures darted across the road like a flock of frightened birds, yearning for a safe haven. Beside Jiang Qin, Zhou Ruiwen was equally struck with terror, a primal instinct for survival surging within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he took flight, attempting to escape this horrifying tableau. However, to Jiang Qin, his speed appeared agonizingly slow. Akin to that of a snail, with a mere flick of his finger, a slender golden needle shot forth like a bolt from the blue, piercing Zhou Ruiwen's skull with unerring precision. The needle traced a graceful arc through the air, imbued with an irresistible force, striking its target flawlessly. Zhou Ruiwen's body froze in place, disbelief flickering in his eyes. A sharp pain shot through the back of his head, followed by a crimson bloom erupting from his brow. Vivid and blinding. His body crumpled to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, his fate hanging in the balance. Sin value 2540. The woman who had been feigning death on the ground suddenly yanked a pillow from her clothing and tossed it aside before sprinting away. A cruel smile graced Jiang Qin's lips as he spurred his horse in pursuit of her. In less than 5 or 6 breaths, he closed the distance to her, a golden needle shot toward her thigh, causing her to collapse to the ground instantly. Swish, swish, swish. Multiple golden needles were unleashed, rendering her limbs and acupoints completely incapacitated, ensuring she could stir no further chaos. Jiang Qin gracefully dismounted from his towering steed, landing deftly before Xiao Lingyu, casting down upon her with an air of undeniable authority. Xiao Lingyu, the third disciple of the notorious Huang Fei, was known for her infatuation with charming men, often leading them to their demise and feasting upon their essence. Jiang Qin's voice was calm yet piercing, each word slicing into Xiao Lingyu's heart like a cold blade. Xiao Lingyu jerked her head up in disbelief, her eyes wide with terror. She had never imagined that a stranger would so clearly unveil her identity and misdeeds. Her body trembled slightly, on the brink of collapse. "How do you know this?" she stammered, her voice quaking with a mix of defiance and fear. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a cold smile, offering no direct answer. His gaze sharpened, as if attempting to pierce through her very soul. "Now, I shall ask the questions, and you will answer. Should your responses falter, regret shall be your only companion." With that, Jiang Qin retrieved a weathered treasure map from the ring on his finger. Slowly unfurling it, the intricate lines upon the map seemed to conceal boundless secrets and treasures. "What is this?" Jiang Qin's voice was low, each syllable resonating like a hammer striking Xiao Lingyu's heart. She turned her head away, clearly reluctant to divulge the answer. A battle raged within her. She was torn between the desire to guard the map's secrets and the fear of Jiang Qin's potentially cruel methods of coercion. She thrived on tormenting others, yet when faced with the prospect of her own suffering, she was enveloped in dread. However, Jiang Qin did not grant her much time to ponder. His eyes grew even colder, as if he intended to freeze her in place. "I shall ask you once more, what is this?" At that moment of hesitation, Jiang Qin sighed softly, the sound laden with the weight of his diminishing patience. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and precisely stomped down on Xiao Lingyu's ankle. Xiao Lingyu let out a piercing, anguished scream, terror saturating her voice. Her body convulsed violently from the excruciating pain, cold sweat cascading from her forehead like beads from a broken string. Soaking her garment, I'll tell you. Xiao Lingyu finally succumbed to the unbearable agony, her voice quivering as she spoke. "This is a treasure map obtained by my master, Huang Fei. He said it contains the riches of King Cheng." Jiang Qin furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. King Cheng? Which King Cheng? In this complex world, countless tales of Kings Cheng flowed through the annals of history, leaving Jiang Qin unable to ascertain which of these treasures belonged to which sovereign. It is Zhang Shiqing. Xiao Lingyu replied, her voice trembling. He once held immense power in the Jiangnan region, commanding great wealth and armies. Yet, He ultimately fell victim to the purging wrath of Ming Zhu. Before his demise, he concealed all his treasures and precious artifacts, hoping that one day future generations could rise again using his legacy. It is said that among his treasures lies the legendary Qian Kuanli Hua sword, ranked 43rd in the Divine Weaponry Catalog. "What?" Jiang Qin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with astonishment, the magnitude of this revelation overwhelming him. He never anticipated uncovering such astonishing information from Huang Fei. The Qian Kuanli Hua sword was a mythical weapon of immense power. Possessing it meant wielding a force capable of reshaping the very landscape of the martial world. Jiang Qin inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart, and urgently pressed on. "Where are the other treasure maps? Do you have any leads?" His gaze fixated on Xiao Lingyu, as if attempting to see through her very being. According to Huang Fei's estimates, there should be a total of 7 maps. Xiao Lingyu's voice quivered. Over the years, he has managed to collect 4 of them through his means. The remaining 3 are held by the illustrious Su family in the capital, the wealthy Li family in Jiangnan, and the notorious leader of the Black Dragon Village, Chao Liuguang, in the Taihang Mountains. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun could not help but inwardly exclaim in disbelief. These 3 factions held immense sway both in the martial world and the court. Attempting to seize the fragments of the treasure map from them would undoubtedly prove to be an arduous task. The Su family, the Li family, and the Taihang Mountains are no trifles, Jiang Chun lamented. "Is it true that your purpose here is to pilfer the map fragment from the Su family?" Xiao Lingyu shook her head slightly, a hint of resignation flashing across her face. "That is merely secondary. Our primary objective is to capture Su Baiwei. The Su family's heiress. It is said that she possesses unparalleled beauty, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. My master, Huang Fei, has developed an infatuation with her and yearns to experience her charms. Thus, we resolve to take this perilous risk and venture into the capital." Jiang Qin, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of disdain for Huang Fei's greed and foolishness. If it were merely for the treasure map fragment, it might be excusable, but risking so much for a woman's beauty seemed an unwise endeavor, a clear case of folly. Truly lacking in ambition, Jiang Qin scoffed, casting a disparaging glance at her. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a distant sound of galloping hooves reached his ears. In her despair, Xiao Lingyu seemed to catch a glimmer of hope, desperately seizing upon it like a lifeline. She summoned all her strength, calling out, "Help! Help! There are thieves attacking!" Her cries echoed across the desolate plains, drawing the attention of several young riders nearby. They were leisurely trotting along on their fine steeds when they suddenly heard her plea, swiftly pulling on the reins and fixing their sharp gazes upon the scene. "Bold thieves! How dare you act with such audacity under the bright sun?" At the forefront stands a youthful figure. Strikingly handsome and brimming with vigor, he wields a long sword, its tip quivering slightly, a clear indication that he is poised for action. His voice resonates powerfully, imbued with a strong sense of justice. Chapter 41. Lodging. Jiang Qin had initially intended to inquire further for information before searching for Huang Fei's corpse, yet unexpectedly, a few meddlesome individuals emerged. A flicker of annoyance stirred within him. Though he maintained an impassive facade, he cast a cold glance at Xiao Lingyu, then without hesitation, he placed a foot upon her chest. With a forceful press, her gaze quickly dulled, and the spark of life within her was extinguished. Evil value 3644. After dealing with Xiao Lingyu, Jiang Qin mounted his horse with fluid grace. His gaze swept over the young men with a chilling intensity, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. A band of Na'vi youths daring to meddle in my affairs. With that, he disregarded their reactions and spurred his steed, galloping towards the direction of Huang Fei's remains. Their appearance had served as a reminder. This was a thoroughfare bustling with travelers, with eyes and ears aplenty. Should Huang Fei and the others be discovered by passers-by, he would be at a significant loss. Thus, Jiang Qin approached Huang Fei's corpse and began to search. As anticipated, he soon unearthed a spatial ring. Satisfied that he had not overlooked anything, Jiang Qin mounted his horse and set off towards Jingzhou. Meanwhile, the leader of the group of young men fixated his gaze on Jiang Qin's retreating figure. His fists clenched, eager to pursue and avenge the innocent woman. However, at that moment, a delicate-looking woman behind him timidly grasped his sleeve. Her voice trembled with concern. "Brother, please do not chase after him. Look at his attire. He wears the flying fish uniform of 1,000 households from the Jinui, and he rides a legendary steed of great value. He is likely no ordinary individual." As she spoke, fearing her brother would doubt her, she added urgently, "We should avoid attracting trouble." At her words, a flicker of anger crossed the man's face. He glanced at the lifeless Xiao Lungyu on the ground, then at his sister beside him. Ultimately, his fury intertwined with frustration, culminating in a resounding slap across her face. Slap! The force of his hand left her hair disheveled and her cheek rapidly swelling. "Did I permit you to speak? Do you think I am blind?" Zhao Yuan's eyes flashed with a mix of anger and humiliation. He had indeed overlooked the details she had pointed out, and being confronted with his oversight stung sharply. Seeing this, the woman obediently lowered her head, her eyes reddening with unshed tears, yet she held them back, presenting a pitiful visage that evoked sympathy. Her voice, as faint as a whisper, murmured, "Brother, I was wronged. I should not have spoken out and angered you." This scene elicited frowns from the men present. One could not restrain himself from speaking up. "Zhao Yuan, how can you lay hands on a woman? She is your sister. Do you truly have the heart to strike her?" Another echoed, "Exactly. If you have the ability to pursue and slay that man to avenge the innocent woman, what merit is there in striking a woman here?" Zhao Yuan stared at the woman with a glint of disdain in his eyes, offering no explanation, instead riding off into the distance. As he departed, a subtle glimmer of calculation flickered in the woman's eyes. With a gentle tug on the reins, Jiang Chen brought his steed, Qi Dian, to a gradual halt. After a day's relentless travel, the sky had darkened, and the surrounding scenery blurred into obscurity. Raising his gaze to the heavens, he observed a crescent moon quietly ascending, with scattered stars adorning the night sky. Taking a deep breath, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Though Qi Dian was a magnificent steed capable of continuing through the night, it too required rest and sustenance. After all, even the finest horse would eventually succumb to exhaustion without respite. He tenderly stroked Qi Dian's sleek coat, deciding to take a brief respite at this inn situated at the foot of the Qinling Mountains. Though modest in size, it boasted adequate facilities. He knew that in no more than 3 days, he would reach the Wanhuager in Jingzhou. Furthermore, this was the last inn before entering the Qinling Mountains. Failing to replenish here would mean facing a journey of 3,000 miles without supplies. "Innkeeper, prepare me a room and feed my horse the finest oats," Jiang Chen instructed as he entered, tossing a gold ingot weighing about 1 tael. "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please, follow me upstairs." The innkeeper promptly escorted Jiang Chen to his quarters. "Bring me 10 pounds of pig's head meat, 10 pounds of cold cuts, and a jar of Huadiao wine out of course, esteemed guest." Once the innkeeper departed, Jiang Chen accessed his personal panel to review the day's gains. Today, he had slain 3 individuals, yielding an impressive total of 20,000 points of evil value. Such a windfall ignited a surge of excitement within him, adding to the over 1,000 points he had previously accumulated. He now had enough to spin the green wheel 20 times, or the white wheel 210 times. As he pondered, the innkeeper returned with the meat and wine. "Esteemed guest, your food and drink have arrived." Jiang Chen nodded. "Bring them in." Once the food was set before him, he swiftly consumed it all. In the past, he would never have been able to eat 20 pounds of meat, but now his body required vast quantities of sustenance to meet its nutritional demands. Currently at the master level, consuming meat barely sufficed for his needs. Once he broke through to the Grand Master realm, he would have to ingest potent elixirs or rare treasures to sustain his energy, lest he risk starvation. However, this situation would improve upon reaching the celestial realm, where practitioners could directly absorb the ambient true energy from the heavens and earth, alleviating the burdens of hunger entirely. After instructing the innkeeper to clear the table, Jiang Chen immersed himself in the system once more. Chapter 42. Talent. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Chen ultimately decided to elevate the ancient town Demon Fist 2nd level from proficiency to perfection. Proficiency, mastery, perfection. These 3 stages consumed 5,000 points of evil value. As he uttered the command, a pale blue screen materialized before his eyes. Name: Jiang Chen, poisoned, 7 mysteries bloodbat venom, Realm. Initial stage of the Master Realm talent. Ordinary. 2. Evil value. 16180 external skill. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. 13 levels. Lower grade Xian. Perfected. Requires 360,000 evil value for further upgrade. Fist technique. Ancient Town Demon Fist. Lower grade Earth. Second level perfected. Body technique. Divine movement. Middle grade Yellow. Proficient. Blade technique. 5 tigers breaking the door blade. Lower grade Yellow. Proficient. Hidden weapon. Golden Spirit Silver Needle. Lower grade Yellow. Proficient. Treasure. Blood blade. Middle grade Yellow. System. What does this talent mean? Jiang Chun recalled that the last time he accessed the system, he had not encountered this talent interface. Ding! Due to the host using a treasure that enhances talent, the system now displays the talent interface. The higher the talent, the greater the enhancement gained from using treasures. And the swifter the cultivation and comprehension of skills will be. Wait a minute. A great return pill only increases it by 1. This is utterly absurd. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with disbelief. Though he had anticipated this, witnessing his talent being so dismal still left him somewhat disappointed. Forget it. Let us proceed with the lottery. Hopefully, I can draw items that enhance my talent. Among the prize pools of the wheels, Jiang Chun discovered that aside from the Great Return Pill, there was also a yellow-grade cleansing pill capable of enhancing talent. However, the odds of drawing it were exceptionally low, roughly 2 in 1,000. Never mind, let us go for 10 consecutive draws, Jiang Chen declared with fervor as 10 green wheels materialized before him. Commence the lottery. As soon as he spoke, the 10 green wheels began to spin simultaneously. After a few breaths, they all came to a halt point. One of the indicators pointed to empty air, clearly indicating a miss. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Great Return Pill 3, 300-year Wild Ginseng 1, 100 Tails of Gold, 1 Gene of Heavenly Mysterious Iron, Mountain Shaking Fist 1, Middle Grade Xian, 1 pair of Golden Soft Boots, Yellow Grade Cleansing Pill 1. Wow. I actually drew the cleansing pill. His eyes lit up and excitement surged within him. Claim it immediately. As soon as his words fell, a heap of miscellaneous items piled up before him. However, as he gazed at the martial arts manual in his hands, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He already possessed the ancestral Ancient Town Demon Fist, which rendered the value of this mountain-shaking fist evidently less significant. Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's thoughts, the system's voice echoed again at that moment. Should the host wish to discard any martial arts techniques, they could be dismantled into martial arts points. These points could ensure the next lottery would yield the desired technique, and the same applied to other divine weapons and rare treasures. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a fortunate opportunity truly existed. Oftentimes, possessing an abundance of techniques is not necessarily advantageous. Mastering a single advanced technique far surpasses the efficacy of mastering numerous inferior ones. Thus, without hesitation, he declared, "Commence dismantling." In the next instant, the mid-tier mystical mountain-shaking fist that lay before him vanished from sight. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 45 martial arts points. Upon reaching 100 points, you may partake in a martial arts lottery, and upon reaching 1,000 points, you may select a specific technique. What the heck? Such a steep price. The realization that 100 points were required for a basic martial arts lottery and 1,000 for a specified technique caused Jiang Chen's heart to bleed. Well, having something is better than having nothing. After burying this thought deep within, Jiang Chen picked up the marrow-cleansing pill, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This was indeed a marrow-cleansing pill, a treasure coveted by numerous masters in the martial world. He could only wonder how much it might enhance his innate abilities. Just as he was about to consume it, he suddenly halted his actions. He was currently in an inn, surrounded by many people. Taking the marrow-cleansing pill would inevitably weaken his body. Should someone choose to ambush him during that vulnerable moment, he would be in grave danger. With this thought, he returned the marrow-cleansing pill to his storage ring, along with other treasures he had obtained. Indeed, it was much easier to acquire treasures through a tenfold draw. He decided to wait until he found a secluded spot to use it, muttering to himself. Fatigue from his long journey soon overcame him, and he pulled the blanket over himself, drifting into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, a cacophony of hoofbeats echoed outside the inn. Welcome, esteemed guest. Please, come inside. Due to the vastness of this world, The distances between cities were considerable. Thus, the inn operated around the clock for 12 hours. 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, strode into the inn, the leader being Zhao Yuan, whom Jiang Chun had encountered earlier in the day. "Innkeeper, prepare 4 guest rooms," Zhao Yuan proclaimed, slamming a handful of silver onto the table. "Certainly." The attendant glanced at the group. "Would you like some refreshments? Our marinated cold meat is quite famous." The cold meat referred to beef, which was deemed an important draft animal in the Ming dynasty. Thus its slaughter was strictly prohibited. However, as the saying goes, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Those in the martial world held a fondness for this nutritious meat, leading to a number of daring establishments that risked selling beef despite its prohibition. Especially in inns like this, frequented by martial artists, beef remained in high demand. "Bring me 20 pounds of cold meat and 4 jars of Huaiyao wine," Zhao Yuan casually instructed before finding a spot to sit. Once seated, Zhao Yuan wrapped an arm around Zhao Xinro, who sat beside him, and began to grope her. Embarrassed, Zhao Xinro's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she might cry at any moment. Her pitiful expression sparked discontent among the other 3 men towards Zhao Yuan. Yet, due to the Zhao family's influence, coupled with Zhao Xinro's identity as a member of that family, they could only stifle their anger. Soon, the attendant brought out the dishes. "As we embark on our journey to the Qingyun sword sect, I wonder if my esteemed brothers feel confident about gaining entry." Perhaps sensing the hostility from the 3, Zhao Yuan took the initiative to speak. Upon hearing his words, their irritation only deepened. "We cannot compare to you, Zhao brother, who possesses an entry token," one man complained with dissatisfaction. Zhao Yuan took a sip of his drink and laughed heartily. "There's no need for jealousy, my 3 friends. I have an uncle who holds a position within the Qingyun sword sect. With his recommendation, your chances of gaining entry will surely increase significantly." Upon hearing this, the 3 men's eyes lit up, their tone turning eager. "Zhao brother, is that truly the case?" Zhao Yuan chuckled, "Of course." The 4 gathered around the table, toasting and exchanging pleasantries, laughter filling the air as the atmosphere grew lively. However, at that moment, a rotund man with a round face suddenly barged into the inn. He strode in with purpose, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings until it settled on the stable. "Whose magnificent red steed is that?" The man's voice boomed, coarse and resonant, infused with an undeniable air of authority. Clearly, he held a strong interest in the steed. The attendant, noticing his demeanor, quickly approached, nervously hushing him. "Please, sir, lower your voice. That horse belongs to the Jinyui. They are the emperor's enforcers, wielding immense power. Crossing them could lead to great trouble." However, the man seemed unfazed by the Jinyui's reputation. He scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Humph, just a mere Jinyui. Do you think I fear them?" With that, he abruptly shifted his tone. "Go fetch me the finest food and drink." The onlookers shared knowing smiles at the scene. After all, a Jinyui who possessed such a splendid steed would undoubtedly be formidable. This man was merely saving face. The others understood the unspoken agreement and refrained from challenging his bravado. Yet, Zhao Xinro, nestled in Zhao Yuan's embrace, suddenly spoke up. "Isn't this the Jinyui who recklessly slaughtered innocents by the roadside today?" As her words escaped her lips, the expressions of the other 4 shifted. Upon reflection, there was indeed a possibility, as the direction he had come from aligned with their intended path. "Humph!" Zhao Yuan slammed his bowl onto the table. Then without hesitation, slapped Zhao Xinro across the face. "Who gave you the right to speak?" Zhao Xinro lowered her head, feeling wronged, and fell silent. Before long, they finished their meal and retired to their rooms. The 3 men each took a separate room, while Zhao Yuan and Zhao Xinro shared one. "Hurry and wash my feet," Zhao Yuan barked, loosening his clothes in anger. Zhao Xinro approached with a basin of water, carefully removing his shoes and beginning to wash his feet. Zhao Yuan gazed at the obedient Zhao Xinro, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. He suddenly seized her chin, coldly demanding, "Speak. Why did you seduce my father? Why did you betray me?" With tears welling in her eyes, Zhao Xinro replied, "Do you think as an orphaned foster daughter, I possess any power to defy the family head?" Zhao Yuan's chest heaved with anger. "You lie! I saw the letter you wrote to my father. Had it not been for my mother exposing you, I would still be oblivious." He then kicked Zhao Xinro forcefully. Zhao Xinro's eyes widened in panic, but she deftly dodged the basin of water. Although the wash basin remained upright, she was sent sprawling to the ground. Zhao Xinro said nothing, merely rising silently and standing before Zhao Yuan with a bitter smile. "Go ahead, hit me. Had it not been for the desire to see you, I would have long succumbed to humiliation and ended my life. Dying at your hands would be a blessing." Zhao Yuan waved his hand angrily. "Take the water away." Zhao Xinro complied, her eyes flashing with a cold glint. Soon, the night quietly faded, and dawn gradually broke in the eastern sky. Clouds began to gather, a faint blush of dawn emerging, after a night of rest. Jiang Chun felt revitalized, as if all fatigue had dissipated with the night. Thus, he left his room early, leading Red Lightning as he embarked on his journey across the Qinling Mountains. However, shortly after Jiang Chun's departure, chaos erupted within the inn. Zhao Xinro appeared exceedingly anxious. She rushed to Li Lianqing's door, her fists clenched tightly as she knocked frantically, her voice tinged with desperation. Li Gige, please open the door. My brother is missing." Li Lianqing, still asleep in his room, was preparing to welcome the new day. Hearing Zhao Xinro's frantic cries, his heart tightened, as if gripped by an unseen force. He had no time to ponder further. Quickly wrapping himself in his clothes and bursting out the door, a look of concern etched on his face. "What did you say?" "Zhao brother is missing." "Yes," Zhao Xinro replied, her urgency palpable. "Earlier, I saw him leave." Thinking he had just stepped out for a moment, but he never returned. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Li Gige, please help me find him. Do not rush. First awaken Xiao and Lu, and let us search together." Soon, the three of them sprang into action, beginning their search around the inn. However, after a prolonged search, they still could not uncover Zhao Yuan's whereabouts. That moment, Li Lianqing seemed to have an epiphany and hurriedly inquired, "Miss Zhao, did your brother take any weapons before he left?" Zhao Xinro pondered for a moment before responding. "I did not see him carry any blades, yet his weapon is indeed absent from the room." After a brief hesitation, as if she had made a resolute decision, she continued, "Last night, I overheard my brother say he intended to rid the world of evil. I advised him against acting impulsively." "What?" The three were taken aback by her words, exchanging looks of concern. Could it be that Zhao is indeed in danger? If so, we must confront this person directly to ascertain the truth. Precisely. Then the innkeeper was asked which room that person occupied. Before long, they found the innkeeper to inquire. The innkeeper feigned reluctance and said, "Esteemed heroes, our establishment prohibits the disclosure of guest information. You are putting me in a difficult position. Will you speak or not?" Li Lianqing unsheathed his sword, cursing angrily. The innkeeper trembled in fear, and Zhao Xinro quickly produced a silver ingot, pressing it into the innkeeper's hand. "Young man, we are truly anxious. Please do us this favor." Chapter 44. The death of Zhao Yuan. Upon seeing Zhao Xinro's exquisite, yet slightly anxious visage, the innkeeper grinned, pocketing the silver. "Very well, since the lady is so distressed, I am obliged to assist." However, that guest departed quite early. "What?" The three exchanged glances, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere. "Quickly, lead us to his room." The innkeeper guided them to the chamber, and they were instantly struck by horror. The once neat room was now strewn with blood. Zhao Yuan lay on the ground, sword in hand, his eyes wide open in eternal shock. "Brother!" Zhao Xinro cried out in anguish, immediately rushing to his side. The mournful sound stirred the hearts of all present. The Ming dynasty's Jinyue actually killed young Master Zhao. What audacity! Li Lianqing ground his teeth in fury. The other two exchanged worried glances. What shall we do now? Just as uncertainty loomed over them, Zhao Xinro spoke. "My uncle is within the Qingyun sword sect. Perhaps we should first lay my brother to rest here and later summon him to seek justice?" "That makes sense, indeed," the three echoed in unison. After all, transporting Zhao Yuan's body back to the Zhao family would consume considerable time, risking their attendance at the Qingyun sword sect's enrollment ceremony. The group swiftly reached a consensus, procuring a coffin to inter Zhao Yuan's remains. Meanwhile, in the woods behind the mountain, the innkeeper's eyes gleamed as he gazed at Zhao Xinro, her stunning beauty causing his heart to race. Under normal circumstances, he would never have dared to dream of such a woman being within his reach. "Shinro, you have come," he said. Zhao Shinro nodded. "Yes, I have. Let us depart quickly." The innkeeper, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Now that that beast is dead, no one can bully you any longer, brother. You are so kind." Zhao Shinro approached him, taking his hand and saying, "Good brother, could you assist me with one more favor? Dear sister, if you ask for one, I would gladly do 100, he replied eagerly. Just then, without warning, Zhao Shinro's hand swiftly tightened around the innkeeper's neck, and she effortlessly snapped at you. The innkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the betrayal before him. His lips trembled, attempting to utter something, but only a faint gasp escaped as his head tilted, lifelessly collapsing into a pool of blood. Zhao Shinro gazed upon the innkeeper's corpse, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her features. She gently cradled his head, her voice low and tender. "If it were possible, I truly would not wish to kill you. Yet this world is unbearably cruel. Sometimes, for survival, we must make difficult choices." After uttering those words, she slowly lowered the innkeeper's body, her expression sorrowful as she delicately used the tip of her sword to part his garments. Without hesitation, she slashed the corpse, allowing the pungent scent of blood to waft through the air, aiming to attract nearby beasts to consume the remains. Zhao Shinro understood that this brutal act, though merciless, was the most effective means of concealing evidence. Should anyone discover that she had slain Zhao Yuan, the Zhao family would undoubtedly pursue her relentlessly. After completing her grim task, Zhao Shinro took a deep breath, seemingly absorbing all her pain and weariness, transforming it into strength. She swiftly departed the scene, her figure disappearing into the forest, leaving only a lingering scent of blood in the air. On the other side, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to the burden he bore, hastening his journey towards Jingzhou. Deep within the vast and desolate Qinling Mountains, where human presence was scarce, an ancient and mysterious path wound its way through the lofty peaks, as if nature had carved a secret passage for travelers. This old road had withstood the test of time, witnessing the myriad joys and sorrows of countless passers-by, and now, under the tranquil night sky, it awaited the arrival of its next traveler. Riding his steed, the fiery red horse, Jiang Chen sped through this uninhabited realm. The horse's speed was remarkable, akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the night, yet even it felt the pressure of the perilous terrain of Qinling. Jiang Chen gripped the reins tightly, his gaze sharp, ever vigilant of the surroundings. As Jiang Chen traversed approximately 1,800 miles, two colossal figures suddenly loomed ahead. They were two pig demons, each towering nearly 10 feet tall, brandishing rusted, jagged blades, blocking the path. Their eyes gleamed with avarice as they fixated on the approaching Jiang Chen. A pretty boy, with such tender flesh, he must taste delightful. One of the pig demons licked its lips, a cruel smile creeping across its face. Its voice was gruff and hoarse, as though it emerged from the depths of hell. The other pig demon scrutinized Jiang Chen, a glint of cunning flashing in its eyes. Ah, a government official. Judging by his attire and accessories, he must possess many treasures. Tonight, fortune smiles upon us. The two pig demons drooled profusely, clearly intent on devouring Jiang Chen whole. Jiang Chen reined in his fiery steed, gazing at the two pig demons in astonishment. Creatures like these did indeed exist in this world, and their numbers were not insignificant. However, whether in his original form or as he was now, it was his first true encounter with such palpable demons. Just as he was taken aback, the two pig demons lunged forward, their hefty forms barreling towards him. Pig Demon Zhang. Mid-level Master Realm, 366 points of evil value. Pig Demon Wan. Early level Master Realm, 311 points of evil value. Seeing that both pig demons were merely at the initial level of demon creatures, with their mid-level Master Realm cultivation not particularly high, Jiang Chen felt a surge of confidence. Without hesitation, he drew the gleaming blood knife from his waist, his body leaping gracefully from the agile steed. Akin to an eagle soaring into the sky, clang, with a crisp sound of metal clashing, Jiang Chen unleashed his five-tiger breaking gate blade technique. His movements were agile, and his blade technique fierce. Akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, unstoppable, he swung the blood knife, aiming for the head of the foremost pig demon, known as Zhang. The blade's light flickered like lightning, its momentum as fierce as a torrent. Chapter 45. Jiu upon seeing this, pig demon Zhang's eyes flashed with fear. It hurriedly raised its battered blade to block Jiang Qin's powerful strike. However, its strength paled in comparison to Jiang Qin's. With a resounding crack, the demon's weapon was cleaved in two by the blood knife, fragments scattering across the ground. With a swiftness akin to a blade tempered by fire, the blood knife, sharp as ever, sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle as it ruthlessly aimed for half of Zhang's face. The demon barely had time to react, feeling an excruciating pain as its face was severed. Blood gushing forth, staining the earth crimson. Pig demon Zhang let out a heart-wrenching wail, rolling on the ground, its limbs flailing wildly in agony. A sight both harrowing and pitiable, however. Despite its grievous injuries, it did not succumb immediately, its eyes still burning with fury. "You dare to harm my brother!" At that moment, the formidable Zhu Gongbian let out a furious roar, charging forward like a frenzied beast. Its eyes burned a deep crimson. With tusks bared, clearly driven to the brink of rage, it opened its cavernous maw, lunging directly at Jiang Qin, intent on using its massive form and sharp fangs to crush him to death. This was a tactic they employed before transforming into monsters, relying on their sheer size and strength to obliterate their foes. Jiang Qin snorted disdainfully, a look of contempt etched across his face. He remained motionless, yet his right hand had already formed a tight fist, shimmering with a faint golden light. This was the ancient demonic suppression fist he had cultivated over the years, each strike imbued with tremendous power. Capable of subduing all evil entities. "Die!" Jiang Qin bellowed, his right hand swinging out with ferocity, landing a heavy blow upon the grotesque head of Zhu Gongbian. The sound of a resounding thud echoed as Zhu Gongbian's enormous head was driven deep into its chest, its entire body seemingly caving in from the force of the strike. The light in its eyes dimmed instantly, its limbs collapsing weakly to the ground, emitting faint gasps of breath. Clearly, this punch had utterly shattered its vitality, rendering it incapable of movement. Evil value 311. The pig demon, with half its face obliterated, still attempted to flee, but severely wounded. How could it escape swiftly? In a short span of time, Jiang Qin beheaded it with a single stroke. Evil value 366. After dispatching the two pig demons, Jiang Qin meticulously searched their corpses. However, to his disappointment, he found no valuable treasures or precious herbs, only a rather crude token. This token, fashioned from an unknown metal, bore signs of wear along its edges, indicating its age. Ancient characters were inscribed upon it, but Jiang Qin, lacking expertise in ancient scripts, could not decipher their meaning. He shook his head in resignation, inwardly lamenting his apparent misfortune that day. Nevertheless, having discovered this token, though its value remained unclear, he could not afford to waste it. Thus, he tossed the token into his storage ring, intending to seek its appraisal on a later occasion. Having dealt with everything, Jiang Qin remounted Chidian and continued along the ancient path. However, shortly after his departure, a tiger-headed beast approached the scene. This tiger demon was robust, muscles bulging, resembling a walking mountain. Upon seeing the slain pig demons, its eyes widened in fury, pounding its chest in rage. After venting its anger, it hurried to the bodies, searching them thoroughly, yet found nothing of note. "My demon god token. You two useless fools!" The tiger demon seized Zhu Gongbian's head. Biting into it in fury, Jiang Qin gently tightened the reins, bringing Chidian to a slow halt. After 3 arduous days of travel, he finally arrived at the renowned Wanhua Valley. Before him stood a massive stone etched with 3 powerful characters, Wanhua Valley, which appeared particularly striking in the sunlight. Gazing at these characters, an indescribable excitement surged within Jiang Qin. "I've finally arrived," he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with exhaustion, yet predominantly filled with anticipation for the healing that awaited him. Over the past 3 days, he had felt the venom of the 7 Xian blood back gradually spreading within him. Each night, as silence enveloped the world, a pain that penetrated to his very bones surged like a tide. rendering him sleepless. Despite his attempts to alleviate this torment, nothing had proven effective. He knew he had to find a remedy swiftly, or the consequences would be dire. This moment, he dismounted, his movements weary but his gaze resolute. Leading Chidian, he strode purposefully toward the entrance of Wanhua Valley. Along the way, he found the valley lived up to its reputation, bustling with activity at the entrance. A diverse crowd gathered, from ragged beggars to elegantly dressed nobles and anxious commoners. They all came seeking a remedy within Wanhua Valley. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed two young herbalists clad in blue robes standing guard. "May I ask if the life and death ghost physician resides within the valley?" he inquired. The two looked Jiang Chen up and down before one asked, "Do you have a token?" Jiang Chen produced the life and death token from his storage ring and presented it. After confirming its authenticity, they said, "Come, follow us inside." The two led Jiang Chen to a pharmacy, where one of them took the token and entered. After a while, a robust voice resonated from within, "Come in." Jiang Chen stepped inside to find an elderly man in a green robe seated before a cauldron, seemingly engrossed in his work. "Are you here for treatment?" The old man spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and deep, as though extricated from the depths of his throat, carrying an indescribable eeriness reminiscent of a ghostly wail echoing through the wilderness at midnight, sending chills down one's spine. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Chen had no time to dwell on discomfort. He was acutely aware of the depth of his poisoning and the urgency of the situation. Every moment of delay could lead to irreparable consequences. Thus, despite the old man's unsettling voice, he mustered his resolve and replied, "Yes, Senior, I've been poisoned by..." Chapter 46. The conditions of Chiojio. He had just begun to mention the 7 Xian blood bat poison when the old man interrupted him. With a dismissive wave of his hand and an expression of impatience, he said, "No need to explain. I will examine you myself." Turning slowly, his face was suddenly revealed to Jiang Chen. What a visage it was, skin sagging, wrinkles abundant, as if ruthlessly sculpted by the passage of time. Even more repulsive was the thick layer of rouge smeared across the old man's face, the vibrant color starkly contrasting with his aged features, lending his already ghastly countenance an even more bizarre aspect. As if he had stepped out from a horror tale, Jiang Chen gazed at the old man's face, an overwhelming sense of discomfort welling up within him. Most astonishingly, his evil value was a staggering 31,886, a true embodiment of malevolence. This was the life and death ghost physician, Chiojio. Chiojio approached Jiang Chen, observing him closely, and exclaimed, "You little rascal have offended Han Qingkong, who personally poisoned you. You are indeed fortunate." "Senior, I must know if this poison can be cured?" Jiang Chen inquired hastily. Chiojio stroked his chin thoughtfully, a mysterious glint flickering in his deep-set eyes, and slowly replied, "Yes, however, you must help me find something." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart leaped with hope, and he eagerly pressed, "May I ask, Senior, what is it that you need me to seek?" Chiojio narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly lost in recollection, before eventually responding. 500 miles from here lies a mysterious water body known as Bibbo Pond. Within that pond resides an exceedingly rare white jade toad. Its body as white as jade, crystal clear, as if fashioned by nature itself. I need you to capture it for me. Should you succeed in this task, I will have the means to cure your poison. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen agreed, "Very well, I am willing to give it a try." With that, he turned and hurriedly departed from Wanhua Valley, making his way toward Bibbo Pond. Seeing Jiang Chen leave, one of the young herbalists inquired, "Master, how come I have never heard of such a white jade toad inhabiting Bibbo Pond?" Chiojio scoffed, "Fool, the white jade toad resides in the snowy mountains. Naturally, it cannot be found in Bibbo Pond." As he spoke, a glimmer of hatred flashed in his eyes. Who told him to be so handsome? I will ensure his demise. The other young herbalist chuckled, "Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. With just a slight scheme, you've ensured this person's inevitable doom." Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already reached the valley's outskirts. He mounted Chidian, ready to depart for Bibbo Pond when a woman blocked his path. "Hold on." Jiang Chen reined in his horse and inquired, "May I ask why you are stopping me, miss?" The woman, clad in black attire, moved with steady grace, her aura suggesting she was a formidable opponent. Are you not sent by Qiu Jiu to find something? Jiang Qin's brow furrowed, yet he nodded, indeed. The woman sighed. It seems you have incurred his wrath. What do you mean by that? Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with confusion. The woman continued, 3 days ago, I sought him for treatment as well. He attempted to act inappropriately towards me. When I refused, he sent me to search for a herb, only to find that such a herb does not exist in that location. She then sighed again. He harbors a deep disdain for handsome individuals, especially men. Seeing you exit shortly after entering, it is clear he has set his sights on your life. Cursed! Jiang Chen exclaimed with fury, his heart ablaze with rage. Yet, he was somewhat reluctant to accept the reality of the situation. For in the martial arts novels he had perused in his past life, such individuals were typically portrayed as possessing a profound sense of honor and integrity. Observing Jiang Chen's skeptical expression, the woman spoke. If you harbor doubts, feel free to venture to that place for a first-hand experience. However, exercise caution, for the location he mentioned is fraught with peril. Thank you for the warning. My lady, Jiang Chen replied with a respectful gesture, then mounted his steed and hastened towards the direction of the Baibo Pond. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Chen finally arrived in the vicinity of the Baibo Pond. The area was blessed with picturesque scenery, yet starkly contrasting this tranquil beauty were the several nearby towns, which exuded an inexplicable aura of eeriness and desolation. As Jiang Chen stepped into one of the towns, he noticed the residents lining the streets, each devoid of color in their faces and with vacant gazes, as if they had recently suffered from a grave illness, their pallor betraying a loss of vitality. This scene elicited a flicker of doubt within him. Could it be that the Baibo Pond and its surroundings truly concealed untold secrets? Eager to uncover clues regarding the snow jade toad, Jiang Chen resolved to inquire with a passerby. He scanned the area and ultimately focused on a man hurrying past. The man possessed high cheekbones, and his face bore little flesh, appearing as if merely a thin layer of skin clung tightly to his bones, rendering him extraordinarily gaunt and haggard. Jiang Chen quickly approached him, politely intercepting his path, and asked, Good sir, have you ever encountered the snow jade toad in the vicinity of Baibo Pond? The snow jade toad? I've never heard of such a creature. Nevertheless, you should leave quickly. If the blood demon master catches you, you'll be compelled to offer a pound of blood before you can hope to leave alive. What? The blood demon master? What manner of being is he? Curiosity tinged Jiang Chen's voice. The man's face involuntarily contorted with profound terror, as if merely uttering the name was enough to dredge up haunting memories. Trembling, he stammered, the blood demon master arrived 2 years ago, and upon his arrival, he compelled us to submit 3 pounds of fresh blood annually as tribute. Neither the townsfolk nor passing travelers are spared from his tyranny. Should one refuse, he will unleash his wrath upon you. At this point, the man's voice had dwindled to a whisper, his eyes wide with fear. Clearly, the blood demon master had established an absolute reign of terror here, instilling a pervasive dread that stifled any thoughts of rebellion among the populace. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated such malevolence lurking in this place. He asked sternly, Have you not reported this to the authorities? The man scoffed coldly. Report? In the beginning, many attempted to do so, but within a day, their households were slaughtered. Those who followed suit met the same fate, and eventually, no one dared to inform the authorities. He then scrutinized Jiang Chen. You seem to be affiliated with the court. Please, do us a favor and eliminate him. And no sooner had he spoken than a group of mounted warriors galloped into view from one side of the street. They immediately spotted Jiang Chen conversing. Hey, you, have you offered your blood tribute? The leader barked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen assessed them. Their cultivation levels hovered around the postnatal stage, yet their evil values were alarmingly high. Starting at no less than 30, while their martial prowess was lacking, their bloodlust was apparent. A glint of cold determination flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and without hesitation, he drew the gleaming blood knife from his waist. In the next instant, he sprang into action, akin to a soaring eagle, leaping high as the long knife sliced through the air with a whistling sound, descending forcefully upon the leader's head. Swish! It was as if a crimson lightning bolt had streaked through the air, accompanied by a piercing scream. In an instant, both the rider and his magnificent steed were cleaved in two, blood gushing forth and staining the ground beneath them. This spectacle left the onlookers aghast. Terror etched across their faces. They hastily turned their horses, attempting to flee this harrowing scene. Yet, how could Jiang Chen allow them to escape so easily? With a disdainful snort, he flicked the golden needles from his grasp. Those who had yet to escape felt a flash of golden light before a sharp pain pierced the back of their heads, and they collapsed into pools of blood, consciousness slipping away. Jiang Chen's movements were swift and precise, devoid of hesitation, as if he were performing a graceful dance, each action perfectly timed, every needle striking true to its target. In mere moments, the once arrogant group lay lifeless on the ground. Devoid of vitality, only one remained, yet he had been grievously wounded in the thigh and had tumbled from his horse, lying injured on the ground. "Please, don't kill me," he pleaded, scrambling backward in fear of Jiang Chen's wrath. "I will ask, and you will answer. Answer incorrectly, and you shall die," Jiang Chen stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon him. "What is the cultivation level of the Blood Demon Master?" The man hesitated, and Jiang Chen promptly crushed his ankle underfoot. The man screamed in agony, akin to a dying animal. "I will sever a limb for every breath you take," Jiang Chen threatened. "He is at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Moreover, he possesses a formidable technique known as Blood Demon Fury." The warrior, trembling, divulged all he knew. "Is there a snow jade toad nearby Bo Pond?" Jiang Chen pressed sternly. "No. I have never heard of it," he replied. "Scoundrel, you have deceived me." Jiang Chen seethed, his teeth clenched in fury, mentally cursing the entire lineage of his foe. With a swift motion, he sent a golden needle into the man's heart, extinguishing his life. He then mounted his horse and galloped towards the Blood Demon Master's lair. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Jiang Chen arrived before an ancient temple known as Blood Demon Temple. Despite its ominous name, the temple exuded an air of solemnity. With towering ancient trees and swirling incense, devoid of any sense of foreboding, the entrance stood two brawny men, their muscular forms imposing, clad in black attire, with glinting long knives hanging at their waists. Both were experts at the postnatal stage, radiating an unsettling aura. However, to Jiang Chen, these two were nothing more than insignificant obstacles, easily dispatched. He held his blade with poise, dismounting with grace, as if the guards were mere shadows in his path. Striding purposefully towards the entrance of the Blood Demon Temple, each step resonated with resolve, as if he would shatter the very ground beneath him. The towering figures, enraged by Jiang Chen's audacity, widened their eyes in disbelief. Their thunderous shouts echoing, "Who dares to trespass upon the Blood Demon Temple?" Without wasting words, Jiang Chen swiftly wielded his knife, accumulating over 100 points of evil value in mere moments. Once inside the temple, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed in dismay. The courtyard before him was lined with enormous vats, each brimming with crimson blood, emanating a pungent stench. The blood had become a feast for countless flies, buzzing incessantly and driving Jiang Chen to the brink of madness. As if 1,000 needles were pricking his nerves. "Who dares to disturb my tranquility?" A coarse, thunderous voice suddenly reverberated through the temple, resonating within the hearts of all present. Moments later, a rotund monk with a bald head and a bloated face emerged from within. His visage was marred by excess flesh, and his small eyes gleamed with a predatory glint, as if he were ever ready to devour those before him. His robe, once pure and sacred, was now stained with layers of blood. As if he had just returned from a gruesome slaughter, instead of appearing disheveled, the bloodstains only intensified the eerie aura surrounding him. Countless flies swarmed around him, seemingly entranced by the overwhelming scent of blood that clung to him. Reluctant to depart, Jiang Chen fixed a cold gaze upon the monk, filled with disdain. Blood Demon Master. Pinnacle of the innate realm, 1355 points of evil value. An innate master who had slaughtered so many. Jiang Chen snorted derisively and strode forward. Master of the Grandmaster realm. The Blood Demon Master squinted, scrutinizing Jiang Chen with growing seriousness. He sensed the surging inner strength within Jiang Chen, along with the concealed depth of his martial prowess, compelling him to reassess the opponent before him. Suddenly, The Blood Demon Master let out a thunderous roar, as if he intended to unleash all the fury and fear festering within him with his bellow. The excess flesh upon his body began to shrink at a visibly rapid pace, as though being tightly compressed by an invisible force in the blink of an eye. His form underwent a radical transformation. He morphed from a corpulent mass weighing over 400 pounds into a robust figure adorned with well-defined muscles. His sinews were as hard as steel, seemingly capable of shattering mountains with a single blow. Chapter 48. Rejuvenation. The Blood Demon Master ceased his words, acutely aware that further dialogue would bear no fruit. Only strength could speak at this moment. With a powerful push against the ground, he soared into the air like an arrow released from its bow, exuding an overwhelming aura as he swung a fist downwards towards Jiang Qin. This punch was a culmination of the Blood Demon Master's entire might, as if he sought to obliterate Jiang Qin into oblivion. "Come on!" Jiang Qin shouted fiercely, his eyes glimmering with unwavering determination. He remained stationary, yet an invisible force surged within him, converging upon his right fist. Ancient Town Demon Punch. At this moment, he unleashed the full potency of his strike, colliding with the Blood Demon Master's fist. Crack! A chilling sound of bones shattering echoed, as if countless skeletal structures were being violently broken in that instant. The Blood Demon Master's seemingly indomitable physique crumbled under Jiang Qin's punch, proving as fragile as paper. He was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing through the temple wall and plummeting into the blood pool at the center of the great hall. The blood pool was filled with thick, crimson liquid, emanating a nauseating stench of decay and blood. Jiang Qin followed suit, stepping into the foul liquid, the acrid odor nearly suffocating him, almost provoking an involuntary retch. Yet, he bore the discomfort, his gaze fixed intently on the Blood Demon Master who had fallen into the pool. The Blood Demon Master was now in a pitiful state. One of his arms had been utterly shattered in the collision with Jiang Qin. Hanging limply like a lifeless serpent, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display, with his remaining hand, he strained to extricate himself from the viscous and repugnant liquid, each movement seemingly draining his last vestiges of strength. His visage was marred with blood and filth, rendering him all the more fearsome. "Speak. Who commanded you to collect the blood of these people?" Jiang Qin stood before him, his gaze piercing, laced with revulsion. The Blood Demon Master lifted his head, his eyes glinting with malevolence. He let out a cold laugh, as if to mask his own inner terror. "The holy sect will not spare you. Just wait. When the sect leader descends, it will be your demise." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's eyes grew colder still. He refrained from further words. With a swift flash of his blade, he cleanly severed the Blood Demon Master's other arm. The latter emitted a piercing scream, blood once more gushing forth, staining the ground around him. "Is there no white jade toad in the Baibo pool?" Jiang Qin inquired coldly, his voice seeping through clenched teeth. The white jade toad was pivotal to his antidote. If Qiujio was indeed deceiving him, he needed to prepare for the worst, lest he be unwittingly led to his demise. The Blood Demon Master was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating Jiang Qin to pose such a question. Then, he erupted into a maniacal laugh, filled with derision and pride. "So, you seek Qiujio for a cure? Ha! Abandon that hope," his laughter echoed, prompting Jiang Qin to furrow his brow and swiftly behead him. Evil value 1355. Upon exiting the Blood Demon Temple, Jiang Qin's expression soured further. Now that it was confirmed Qiujio had no intention of healing him, what then of the 7 mysterious blood bat poison coursing through his veins? Contemplating this, he posed a query to the system. "Is there a means to delay the onset of the 7 mysterious blood bat poison within me?" Given the host's current strength, the best course of action would be to first acquire a technique capable of suppressing the toxin, and later seek a method to completely eradicate it. Upon hearing the system's response, Jiang Qin's eyes brightened. Which technique in the green prize pool was most suited to suppressing toxins? In the green prize pool, the 9 Young Divine Art was deemed the most appropriate for the host's need to counteract poison. Jiang Qin reviewed his personal data. Coupled with the evil value gained from defeating the Blood Demon Master, he now possessed over 7,000 evil points. "Let us do it," Jiang Qin declared resolutely. "Death to the wicked, life for the virtuous." I shall draw 7 times. As his words fell, 7 green spinning wheels materialized before him. Jiang Chun clasped his hands together, murmuring, 9 Yang Divine Art, 9 Yang Divine Art. Grant me the 9 Yang Divine Art. The wheels began to spin, the pointer whirling rapidly across the surface. After a couple of breaths, it gradually came to halt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Thunder Pearl X2. 300-year Wild Ginseng X1, Gold X100 Tails, Great Return Pill X1, 9 Yang Divine Art, Xin Grade, Upper Tier, X1. Seeing the 9 Yang Divine Art among the rewards, Jiang Chun could hardly contain his excitement. Clenching his fists and exclaiming, "Claim it immediately!" In the next moment, these items appeared before him. Jiang Chun stored everything within his spatial ring and hastily departed. He did not return to the Flower Valley to seek out Qiu Jiu or that woman. Qiu Jiu was a master of the Dharma realm, far beyond his current capability to confront. Moreover, if that woman possessed the means to heal him, there was no need to linger outside the Flower Valley. In the vast wilderness, after a strenuous search, Jiang Chun finally discovered a secluded and tranquil cave. This cave was shrouded by dense foliage, making it challenging to locate without a keen eye. For Jiang Chun, who urgently required a quiet environment to refine his elixirs, it was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chun strode into the cave. Finding a flat area to sit, he cautiously retrieved the precious yellow-grade rejuvenation pill from his robes. Gazing at its gently glimmering surface, a surge of indescribable excitement swelling within him. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Jiang Chun bit down hard and swallowed the rejuvenation pill without hesitation. As the elixir slid into his belly, an indescribable burning sensation surged forth like a tidal wave, rapidly enveloping his entire being. This power felt almost alive, coursing through him with reckless abandon, igniting fiery warmth wherever it went. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. Enduring the excruciating pain, he understood that this was the rejuvenation pill at work, cleansing his body and expelling impurities. Simultaneously, the medicinal force surged through his meridians like a deluge, washing over every blood vessel and acupoint. The sensation was akin to countless tiny creatures scuttling beneath his skin, inducing an unbearable itch that could not be scratched. Chapter 49. A chance encounter by the lake. As time progressed, Jiang Chun's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Waves of black oil and filth oozed from his pores, accompanied by a nauseating stench, rendering him a sight akin to someone who had just emerged from a mud pit only to fall into a latrine. Utterly disheveled and reeking in this agony and torment, time seemed to stretch infinitely, each second feeling like an eternity. Fortunately, this ordeal lasted only for the duration of a single incense stick. After that time, the energy within his meridians seemed to be soothed by an unseen force, gradually calming down. The burning and insect-like torment subsided, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. Jiang Chun exhaled a deep, cleansing breath, releasing the pent-up frustration and fatigue that had weighed upon him. He glanced down at his body, observing a thick layer of black mud and grime coating his skin, remnants of the impurities and toxins expelled by the rejuvenation pill. He wrinkled his brow in distaste, shaking his head in mild disgust. Thankfully, before entering the cave, he had wisely removed the specialized flying fish attire meant for 1,000 households, leaving only a simple undergarment. Otherwise, in his current state, he would likely be mistaken for a beggar and driven away with sticks, a truly humiliating prospect. I should find a place to wash up, Jiang Chun mused, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Fortunately, he soon spotted a crystal-clear pool of water. This pool was nestled within a thicket not far from the cave, surrounded by lush trees, exuding an aura of tranquility and mystery. He shed his remaining garments and vigorously scrubbed himself and his clothes in the pool. Just then, a melodious voice, akin to the tinkling of silver bells, suddenly broke the surrounding silence, emanating from the woods across the small pond. "Sister, there shouldn't be anyone here, right?" A youthful voice queried, tinged with concern. "No way. It's so secluded here. Usually, you wouldn't even see a shadow." Another voice, imbued with a tone of certainty and reassurance, responded, evidently that of the elder sister. Moreover, We have Wang Shixiang and the others watching over us. Even if someone were to come, they wouldn't be able to reach us, so rest assured." As her words faded, two young women clad in white garments, their features strikingly beautiful, emerged gracefully from the thicket. They moved with a lightness akin to woodland sprites, and upon stepping out of the forest, their eyes immediately fell upon Jiang Chen, who was bathing in the pool, that moment. Jiang Chen stood at the water's edge, one hand gripping a stone as a makeshift scrubbing tool, while the other busily washed his body. Completely absorbed in his cleansing ritual, he remained oblivious to the stirrings in the woods, allowing the two women a clear view of him. Almost simultaneously, both women emitted sharp, slightly panicked shrieks, their voices echoing through the tranquil forest and startling several birds perched in the branches. Jiang Chen, taken aback by the sudden outcry, swiftly turned around, his gaze locking with that of the two women. Observing the panic etched on their faces, he quickly realized his predicament and hurriedly donned his still damp clothing. However, the women's cries had stirred the air like a pebble cast into a placid lake, sending ripples of commotion in no time. For burly men with stern visages rushed in from various directions of the forest, evidently drawn by the women's cries to investigate the situation. "Shimmy, what has happened?" The tallest among them, a man over 8 feet tall with a broad face and thick brows, strode purposefully to the side of the two women, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings with an air of authority and concern. "There is someone bathing here." One of the women pointed towards Jiang Chen across the small pond, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and shyness. Her finger quivered slightly, clearly still shaken from the earlier fright. Jiang Chen, now fully dressed, had utilized his qi to dry off the moisture from his clothes. "You scoundrel! How dare you spy on my shimmy?" The man's face contorted with rage, his eyes seeming to blaze as he coldly huffed. His body moving like a great bird leaping into the air, lightly tapping the water's surface with each step, appearing almost ghostly as he swiftly approached Jiang Chen, drawing a gleaming long sword from his waist. He pointed its tip directly at Jiang Chen's throat, his tone frigid and resolute. "You, boy, do not appear to be a novice. If you do not receive a lesson today, you might think us easy prey. Let us do it this way. I will have one of your eyes, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, you shall not leave here alive." Jiang Chen regarded the furious man before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you a fool? I was here first, merely taking a bath. How have I become a lecherous spy on your shimmy? If we are to discuss gouging out eyes, it should be your two shimmy who each lose one, for they should not have ventured out of the woods to frighten others." "You insolent wretch!" the man bellowed, his sword thrusting forward with a swift whoosh, aimed directly at Jiang Chen's chest. The speed and power of the strike were formidable, clearly intent on ending Jiang Chen's life. Unfazed by the man's fierce assault, Jiang Chen merely smiled, his demeanor calm and unhurried. He extended two fingers, as if grasping a delicate feather, effortlessly locking the shimmering sword in place between his digits. The man's face transformed in astonishment. He exerted all his strength to withdraw the blade, but it remained immobile, as though shackled by an invisible force, no amount of struggle yielding any result. "Boy, before you act the hero in your next life, learn to assess your opponent's strength." Jiang Chen's tone was tranquil and indifferent. As if imparting a final lesson to the man with that, he gently twisted his fingers, and with a sharp crack, the once razor-sharp sword shattered into innumerable fragments. "What?" the man gasped in disbelief, staring at the broken weapon in his hands. But before he could utter another word, it was too late. Jiang Chen seized a shard of the sword, flicking it with his fingers like an arrow released from its bowstring, and it pierced through the man's throat with a chilling swiftness. The man's body convulsed violently, the light in his eyes fading rapidly, until he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 50. The marshy riverboat man witnessing this scene from the other side of the pond. The remaining individuals were instantly struck with terror, their souls seemingly fleeing their bodies. They stared at Jiang Chen, as if confronted by a monstrous apparition, before turning to flee in panic. Jiang Chen, observing their retreat, made no effort to pursue them. It was not that he wished to eliminate every threat, but rather that his body had grown exceptionally weak after the cleansing, necessitating a swift replenishment of sustenance. After all, these individuals were merely minor figures of the postnatal realm, incapable of stirring significant trouble. He retrieved a piece of braised beef from his storage ring and, paired with some huadiao wine, began to indulge by the pond's edge. The combination of beef and wine offered a uniquely delightful experience. After finishing his meal, Jiang Qun contentedly patted his belly and then took out the secret manual of the Zhuyang divine art, gently opening it to study it meticulously. His eyes raced over the pages, each line of text dancing like vibrant musical notes, weaving vivid images within his mind. After a swift perusal, Jiang Qun murmured, "Initiating the Enlightenment, the essence of the Zhuyang divine art, the intricacies of its moves and the pathways of qi, seemed to be drawn forth by a mysterious force, gradually crystallizing in his consciousness." Following the guidance of the manual, he attempted to direct the qi within him along designated paths. As the qi circulated, he felt warm currents surging within, akin to countless streams converging into a river, providing him with an unending flow of strength. After roughly 10 breaths, the system's voice rang clearly in his ears. "Ding! The evil value has been completely consumed. The enlightenment session is concluded." Jiang Qun exhaled a breath of stale air and opened his personal panel. Name: Jiang Qun, poisoned, 7 mysteries blood bat poison, realm. Initial stage of Master Realm qualification. Ordinary, 32, evil value. 16180 external skill. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, 13th layer, lower grade Xian. Perfected, requires 360,000 evil value for upgrade. Internal skill. Zhuyang Divine Art, upper grade Xian, first layer entry, fist technique. Primordial Town Demon Fist, lower grade Earth, second layer perfected. A yellow grade cleansing pill only raised my ordinary qualification by 30? How slow is that? Jiang Qun exclaimed in disbelief. Enhancing one's qualification was inherently a defiance of the natural order, not an easy feat. The system's voice resounded again. Moreover, the higher the qualification, the more difficult it becomes to elevate. I hope the host is mentally prepared. Sighing, Jiang Qun then posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. System, how much longer can I live? 30 days. Upon hearing this number, a look of understanding crossed Jiang Qun's face. Though he had only grasped the first layer of the Zhuyang divine art, its preliminary mastery had already yielded unexpected benefits, extending his lifespan by several days. For someone afflicted with the 7 mysteries blood bat poison, whose life was perpetually under threat, this was sufficient. Moreover, he still clutched 4 precious great recovery pills tightly in his grasp. These pills contained potent medicinal power, coveted treasures for martial artists. Jiang Qun was acutely aware that should he consume all 4, his mastery of the first layer of Zhuyang divine art would undoubtedly reach perfection. At that point, the qi within him would grow even more robust, his strength experiencing a qualitative leap. More importantly, his lifespan might be extended once again, granting him additional time to seek a remedy for his poisoning. As these thoughts surged within him, a fierce determination welled up in Jiang Qun's heart. He lifted his gaze toward the horizon, his eyes glimmering with resolute light. If he could cultivate to the 9th layer, perhaps he could eliminate the 7 mysteries blood bat poison altogether. The thought lingered incessantly in his mind, akin to an invisible force propelling him forward. Jiang Qun swiftly mounted his steed, clenching his legs tightly against the horse's belly, and the gallant beast surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. Galloping towards Jiaozhou, the river, shrouded in miasma, coiled and twisted like a colossal black dragon, enveloping the vast expanse of water that stretched over 1,000 feet. The surface of the river roiled tumultuously, hidden currents surging beneath, as if concealing endless perils. This region was notorious for the predations of demons and water bandits, instilling a profound sense of dread in all passing vessels. Without the guidance of an exceptionally experienced boatman, the likelihood of succumbing to the treacherous waters was alarmingly high, often leading to a grim fate at the hands of those malevolent entities. Yet, amidst the lurking dangers of the Ming River, there stood a ferryman revered by the locals as Master Zhang Yin. He was a robust figure, his skin darkened by the sun, his face etched with the marks of time, yet his gaze was piercingly sharp, as if able to perceive every subtle movement upon the river's surface. His expertise in navigating boats was unparalleled, No matter how tumultuous the storms, he could deftly steer the vessel onward. Thus, crossing the Ming River under his command was undoubtedly the safest option. However, whether this local belief held true was yet to be seen. At that moment, a sizable boat, approximately 30 feet long and 10 feet wide, was moored along the banks of the Ming River. Although not excessively large, its sturdy construction and sensible design allowed it to accommodate 30 to 40 passengers at most. The hull was painted in a striking black, making it exceptionally conspicuous. The cabin was spacious and well lit, with neatly arranged seating. Master Zheng, when shall we set sail? Nearly 30 individuals had gathered on the shore, some standing, others seated, all anxiously awaiting the boat's departure. However, Zhang Yin showed no inclination to embark. Instead, he leisurely puffed on his pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Amidst this tense and oppressive atmosphere, a man clad in resplendent flying fish attire, astride a tall chestnut steed, suddenly burst into view. He exuded an air of distinction, clearly a person of notable stature. "Innkeeper, when do we set sail?" he called out, pulling on the reins with a commanding voice. Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Yin slowly lifted his head, sizing up the man before him. When his gaze fell upon the magnificent chestnut horse, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. This horse, with its lustrous coat and well-defined muscles, was undoubtedly a rare gem. "We shall depart shortly." Zhang Yin retracted his gaze, quickly stowing away his pipe and clearing his throat to mask his inner excitement. He was acutely aware of the esteemed status and formidable prowess of the man before him, necessitating a cautious approach. Simultaneously, several robust youths emerged from a nearby thatched shed. Each of them was tall and muscular, clearly the product of rigorous training as crew members. They swiftly approached Zhang Yin, awaiting his orders. "Master Zheng," one of the crew members called out cautiously, a hint of reverence in his tone. "Yes, let us set sail," Zhang Yin replied, rising to his feet, shaking off the ash from his pipe, and striding towards the docked vessel. Chapter 51. Crossing the river, Jiang Chun tightly held the reins of his steed, Qi Dian, and followed suit onto the boat. The horse seemed to sense the impending journey, occasionally letting out low whinnies of excitement. The surrounding passengers began to board as well. Although the vessel appeared substantial on the river, it quickly became somewhat cramped with the increasing number of people. Individuals stood or sat, jostling against one another, yet maintained a taciturn quietude, as if all were awaiting something momentous. The sturdy crew had long been poised for action, grasping their oars and synchronously beginning to row on either side of the boat. The vessel swayed gently with their coordinated movements, gradually distancing itself from the shore and venturing into the heart of the river. Zhang Yin remained steadfast at the bow, his gaze deep and penetrating, as if scrutinizing the turbulent currents below. His countenance bore an air of unflappable composure, as if everything unfolded under his meticulous control. As the boat progressed, the scenery upon the river transformed continually. The distant mountains appeared as ethereal silhouettes amidst the mist, while the nearby waters sparkled with dazzling brilliance. Jiang Qian stood beside Zhang Yin, his gaze solemnly fixed upon the miasma-laden Ming River. The river breeze brushed against his face, cool yet imbued with an ineffable sense of mystery. He slightly turned his head toward the seasoned boatman. "Inquiring, master, I suppose many souls have perished in this river?" Zhang Yin chuckled lightly. "Indeed, young man. Earning a living on these waters entails considerable risk. At times, should misfortune strike, a tempest may arise, leading to the demise of an entire crew. It is not uncommon." Jiang Qian nodded thoughtfully, seemingly digesting Zhang Yan's words. Then, as if merely admiring the scenery, he casually asked, "And master, how many have perished aboard your vessel?" "A few who lacked foresight. When the Dragon King craves dumplings, there is little I can do," Zhang Yan replied nonchalantly. "Da, I see." Jiang Qian nodded, as if comprehending the implications of Zhang Yan's earlier remarks. The boat glided smoothly with the current, ripples cascading across the surface. Yet, Jiang Qian sensed an ominous presence lurking beneath the riverbed, as if several colossal creatures were closely following the vessel, their shapes indistinct in the murky waters, exuding a disquieting aura. These unknown beings seemed to be patiently biding their time, Anticipating an imminent feast, as the boat approached the river's heart, Zhang Yin suddenly sprang from his bamboo stool at the bow. However, before he could fully rise, a large hand swiftly grasped his shoulder, forcefully pressing him back down. The crew members, rowing nearby, cast menacing glances in their direction, their eyes brimming with hostility. Observing this, Jiang Qian smiled faintly, his voice calm and resolute. "Master, we have yet to reach the shore. Why rise so early?" A glint of malice flickered in Zhang Yan's eyes, as if capable of piercing through one's soul. Instilling a chill, however, he quickly regained his composure, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he feigned nonchalance. "Ah, I'm simply getting old. I can't sit still. I need to stretch my limbs." Standing beside him, Jiang Qian smiled softly, his eyes reflecting a serene indifference. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need to rush. Master Zhang, it would be beneficial for your health to sit a while longer." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan's expression shifted slightly, yet he soon returned to his placid demeanor. The two remained in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thickening palpably. The air around them seemed to freeze, even breaths becoming cautious. After several heartbeats, Zhang Yin could no longer contain his simmering rage. His face darkening like storm clouds, he bellowed, "What are you all dawdling for? Row the boat. Are you waiting to feed the fish?" The burly crewmen flinched at his command, exchanging bewildered glances. Yet in the presence of the capricious Zhang Yin, they could only comply obediently. Thus, they seized their oars and began to row vigorously towards the shore. The vessel stirred the water, sending ripples that seemed to narrate this silent confrontation. "Brother, what is your name?" Zhang Yin inquired, his tone unfriendly, tinged with provocation, as if seeking to instigate conflict. Jiang Chun smiled slightly, his gaze calm as still water, responding nonchalantly, "Jiang Qian." Zhang Yin smirked coldly upon hearing the name, as if reveling in some amusement, continuing, "That name seems rather inauspicious, Jiang Qian. One might say Jiang Qian, Jiang Qian. And who knows, perhaps one day you'll end up sinking in the river." Jiang Qian's expression remained placid, devoid of any sign of agitation. He gently patted Zhang Yan's shoulder, as if soothing a petulant child, and remarked, "No matter. If I were to fall into the river, perhaps I could effortlessly dispatch a couple of water ghosts, ridding the world of some nuisances." Zhang Yin was taken aback by Jiang Qian's composed and nonchalant response, momentarily rendered speechless. His eyes widened as he gazed into Jiang Qian's tranquil eyes, and an inexplicable surge of rage welled up within him. Yet he had no outlet for it. Thus, the two shared a tacit understanding. Falling into an uneasy silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly delicate. Jiang Qian's hand rested firmly on Zhang Yan's shoulder, providing an unsettling weight that pressed down upon him. The surrounding crowd cast curious glances their way, yet none dared to intrude. They were acutely aware that neither of these individuals was to be trifled with. Provoking them could result in dire consequences. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. As the two stood silently, locked in a standoff, as if the entire world had come to a standstill, as the vessel slowly navigated through the river's heart, the colossal creatures lurking beneath the surface began to exhibit signs of agitation. Their forms flickered in and out of sight beneath the water, occasionally revealing their fearsome heads or rolling their massive bodies, as if desperately searching for something. Among them, a few were particularly restless, relentlessly ramming their enormous bodies against the ship that bore the crowd. Each impact sent the vessel swaying violently, as though it might capsize at any moment. Fortunately, these behemoths seemed to exercise restraint, seemingly wary of something, ultimately allowing the ship to reach the shore in a breathtaking yet stable manner. The passengers on board sensed the unusual occurrences throughout the journey, their hearts heavy with unease. When the ship finally docked, they hurriedly seized their belongings and disembarked, eager to distance themselves from the water, as if fearing to linger for even a moment longer. Jiang Qian also released his grip on Zhang Yan's shoulder, which had been painfully constricted, prompting Zhang Yan to rub the sore spot, a grimace of pain etching his features. Chapter 52. The Kill Kid. Consider yourself formidable. Zhang Yan's words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden, excruciating pain that shot through his neck, as if a sharp object had sliced through his skin, reaching his very marrow. Almost instantly, a wave of intense dizziness enveloped him, causing his world to spin. He attempted to grasp something to steady himself, but everything felt futile. His vision blurred, and the only sound remaining was a dull buzzing, as if the entire world was collapsing around him. Who is this headless corpse? Why does it resemble my own body so closely? This was Zhang Yan's last thought before losing consciousness, filled with endless confusion and terror. As he slowly closed his eyes in that moment, it felt as though he had detached from his physical form. Drifting towards another realm, he beheld his own body lying on the ground, blood staining the surrounding earth, while his head was nowhere to be found. He attempted to scream and struggle, but it was all in vain. The world around him became eerily silent. Evil value 3836. The few burly men stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief, utterly unprepared for the sudden turn of events. Their faces bore the marks of astonishment and incredulity, as if they had never anticipated matters would escalate to this extent. Zhang Yi, one of them, finally reacted, wailing in sorrow. The others soon awakened from their stupor, furiously seizing their paddles, charging towards Jiang Chen as if driven mad. Their eyes blazed with wrath and murderous intent, as if they wished to tear Jiang Chen limb from limb. Seeking death, Jiang Chen scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. He swiftly evaded their attacks, moving like a wraith, while his blade flashed out like a bolt of lightning. The crisp sounds of steel sinking into flesh rang out, followed by anguished cries. Before the men could react, they all succumbed to Jiang Chen's onslaught. Their bodies collapsed limply onto the deck, blood staining the surface, the air thick with the metallic scent of gore. With a resounding splash, one of the stout men who had not engaged Jiang Chen suddenly leaped into the river. His figure wavered in the water for a moment before vanishing without a trace, as if devoured by the river's depths. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed, his gaze piercing as he peered into the dark abyss. Searching for something, though the murky depths revealed nothing, that a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. Splash, splash, splash. A series of muted sounds disrupted the river's calm as those who had threatened him were unceremoniously cast into the water by Jiang Chen. Their bodies bobbed momentarily before disappearing into the profound depths. The scent of blood rapidly permeated the surface, serving as an invisible signal that summoned several lurking monstrosities. These creatures thrashed beneath the water, their colossal forms pressing against the surface, tearing into the discarded bodies with razor-sharp teeth, devouring them whole. Jiang Chen observed this scene with cold detachment, murmuring to himself, "You reap what you sow. You deserve no mercy." He then swung his blade with a powerful arc, unleashing a torrent of energy that cleaved the ship, burdened with countless sins. In two, the vessel emitted a deafening crack as it splintered, gradually sinking into the river's depths, leaving only ripples dancing upon the surface. "Go!" Jiang Chen shouted, mounting his formidable steed, the sound of thunderous hooves echoing as he raced towards the direction of the Jiaozhou town garrison. Meanwhile, dozens of small boats surged forth like arrows, slicing through the waves. The sailors aboard strained against their oars, their faces etched with urgency and fury. Their singular aim was the Jiaozhou town garrison, for they knew that was where they would find the one they sought. Approximately an hour later, these small vessels finally reached their destination. The men aboard leaped ashore, each towering and robust, their closely cropped hair giving them an air of ferocity. Their eyes blazed with vengeful fire, as if intent on incinerating the very world around them. Among them was a particularly imposing figure who seized the earlier fleeing boatman, demanding with a fierce intensity, "Did my father meet with misfortune here?" His voice boomed like thunder, shaking the very air around them. The boatman trembled in fear, stammering in response, "Yes, yes. Zhang Yi was indeed slain here. That man, he severed Zhang Ye's head in one stroke. The others who sought vengeance for Zhang Yi were also slaughtered by him." His words were laden with terror, as if he had just narrowly escaped the clutches of death. "This ungrateful beast. My father, with good intentions, safely ferried him across the river, and he had the audacity to murder my father." Truly, it echoes the old adage, building bridges and repairing roads leads to no corpses. Murder and arson earn golden belts. Is there no justice left in this world? The man, consumed by rage, felt the veins on his forehead bulge. his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he were about to set the entire universe aflame. "Brother, please calm down," urged a younger man behind him, his brow furrowed in concern. "I recall that just a few days ago, Father sent a boatload of people across. Given his usual disposition of sparing 1 in 10, he wouldn't have let that entire boat go. There must be something amiss." "Yes, brother, the second brother speaks true." Another man chimed in, appearing slightly younger but equally furious. Could it be that something unexpected occurred? Or perhaps that individual possessed some unique quality that caused Father to change his mind? As this thought crossed Zhang Ming's mind, an ominous premonition surged within him. He swiftly grasped the lucky boatman who had narrowly escaped, his eyes filled with urgency and desperation. "On the boat, did my father give you any special signals or hints?" The boatman, startled by Zhang Ming's sudden action, quickly replied, "Usually, the old master jumps into the river first, and we follow suit, then shake the intended passengers off. But today, for some reason, the old master remained seated at the bow, showing no signs of movement. We were all left perplexed." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming's brow furrowed deeply, his foreboding feelings intensifying. He pressed on with his inquiries. "And what happened afterward? Did you notice anything out of the ordinary?" Chapter 53. Arrival at the garrison. The boatman pondered for a moment before continuing. I remember. Halfway through the journey, the old master did stand up once, but that murderer suddenly forced him back into his seat. We were all stunned, unsure if we should take action. As a result, our master urged us to continue rowing forward, and so we did. At this juncture, the boatman's voice dwindled, his face etched with terror. He was acutely aware of the rules governing his profession. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, this incident involved the life of the esteemed elder of the Zhang family. Upon hearing the boatman's words, a profound contemplation flickered in Zhang Ming's eyes as he furrowed his brow, seemingly piecing together the truth of the matter. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing as he directed it at the boatman, asking in a low voice, "Are you implying that the elder was threatened at that time? He was forced to sit there, without giving you any signal to act?" The boatman nodded, a look of unease crossing his features. "Indeed? Sir, that I found it strange at the time, but the master insisted we keep rowing, and we dared not question further." This revelation, Zhang Ming's complexion darkened to a shade of iron, and he spat out several words with great venom. "Damn it! How did he discover our intent to kill him? Could it be that there's a traitor among us?" At this point, a glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes. He pondered for a moment before suddenly raising his head and proclaiming in a chilling tone, "From now on, any foreigner passing through our territory shall be dealt with ruthlessly. I want them to understand the consequences of daring to threaten my father." His voice was frigid and resolute, like a curse emanating from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spines of all present. They understood that Zhang Ming was a man of his word. Once he resolved to act, he would not easily waver. "Brother, won't this jeopardize our business? After all, we also need to allow some tongues to spread our reputation and attract more clients." Zhang Xian, standing behind Zhang Ming, interjected with a furrowed brow, his tone tinged with concern. He knew that while Zhang Ming's decisions were decisive, they might also yield unforeseen repercussions. Zhang Ming, upon hearing this, snorted disdainfully, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing into the distance. "Humph! The elder had a fine reputation, yet where has it led him? Those so-called fame and honor are but ephemeral bubbles in the face of life and death. If that is the case, we might as well seize it all, letting those petty scoundrels know our might. If anyone is to blame, let it be the one who attempted to kill the elder. He has shattered our rules." As he spoke of the elder, a fierce glint ignited in Zhang Ming's eyes, and the hatred within him blazed like an unquenchable fire. Suddenly, the waters beneath the boat grew tumultuous. A swarm of fish-like creatures swirling beneath, seemingly sensing the intense murderous intent emanating from Zhang Ming, darting upward as if rallying in support of him. A ruthless gleam flickered in Zhang Ming's eyes. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening with pressure, as though he yearned to unleash a massacre upon those who dared to provoke them. However, at that moment, a shadow, stretching several dozen feet, glided slowly beneath their vessel. With a gentle tug, Jiang Chen tightened the reins, bringing his steed to a gradual halt, hooves lightly raised, kicking up a cloud of dust, before standing resolutely at the entrance of the Jiangzhou Town Protectorate. At the threshold, 2 court guards lounged lazily on the steps, savoring the rare leisure of the afternoon. One guard held a book in hand, eyes fixed on the densely packed text, his face alternating between excitement and furrowed brows, as if fully immersed in the bizarre narrative world. The other, using a slender stick, poked at a small insect that had crawled from an unknown origin, the insect helplessly writhing under the prodding. While a swarm of ants seized the opportunity to begin feasting on the defenseless creature. Dismounting, Jiang Chun casually draped the reins over the horse's back and strode toward the 2 men. His gait was steady and powerful, each step exuding an ineffable authority. It was only when he stood before them that the 2 guards jolted from their respective reveries, abruptly lifting their heads to scrutinize the unexpected stranger. Wariness etched across their faces. "Who are you?" One guard barked sharply, his gaze scanning Jiang Chun for any sign of vulnerability in his attire or demeanor. The other guard also set aside his stick, rising to his feet with a piercing gaze fixed upon Jiang Chun, his hands instinctively tightening around the hilt of his sword, prepared for any potential contingency. However, when their eyes fell upon Jiang Chun's garb, emblazoned with the insignia of a high-ranking officer, a flicker of alarm crossed their faces. A high-ranking officer held considerable authority within the court guards, wielding power that was not to be trifled with. "I am Jiang Chun, the newly appointed officer of the court guards," he stated calmly, his voice steady and devoid of tremors. They had been discussing the appointment of a new officer just days prior, hearing rumors that the court intended to send someone to oversee the affairs of Jiangzhou. Little did they know that the news had spread so swiftly, and the new officer, Jiang Chun, had already arrived at the protectorate. Without pausing to question the 2 guards about their apparent idleness, Jiang Chun continued onward through the grand entrance of the Jiangzhou Court Guards Protectorate. Inside, he made a beeline for the office of the officer. Upon entering the spacious office, his gaze immediately fell upon a burly middle-aged man, nearly 9 feet tall, with a wasp waist and a powerful build. The man lounged in what should have been Jiang Chun's seat, casually resting his legs while wearing a smug smile. Beside him, a maid respectfully offered him a platter of fresh fruit, which he gracefully picked up, taking a bite that released a cascade of juice. Appearing utterly content, Jiang Chun's gaze lingered on the middle-aged man for a moment, assessing him internally. He recognized that this man was likely one of the deputy officers, perhaps the most senior and powerful among them. "You are the deputy officer here?" Jiang Chun inquired. The middle-aged man paused, slightly taken aback, before setting down the fruit and rising to scrutinize Jiang Chun with sharp eyes. Observing this, Jiang Chun allowed a faint, indifferent smile to grace his lips, his gaze sweeping across everyone present before finally settling on the imposing figure occupying the main seat. He spoke slowly, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Deputy Officer Li? Deputy Officer Wang, or Deputy Officer Zhao? Which one are you?" Upon hearing this, the robust man first seemed taken aback, then swiftly removed his feet from the table, his eyes falling upon Jiang Chun's ornate uniform. A glimmer of realization dawning upon him, he burst into laughter. "Ah, the new officer has arrived. My apologies. I am Zhao Xiao. May I inquire if you are indeed Officer Jiang Chun?" Jiang Chun nodded lightly, replying coolly, "Deputy Officer Zhao, I shall overlook today's events for the time being. However, I expect the Protectorate to restore its previous order starting tomorrow, ensuring no idle individuals can wander in and disrupt official business." As Jiang Chun's words echoed, the air seemed to freeze momentarily, followed by a fleeting flicker of displeasure on Zhao Xiao's face, quickly masked but not unnoticed. "Lord Jiang, we are to work together moving forward. And as the saying goes, we should row in the same boat. Some matters are better left unexamined to maintain harmony," Zhao Xiao stated, suppressing his annoyance, his tone carrying an undercurrent of warning. Yet, Jiang Chun appeared unfazed by Zhao Xiao's demeanor, gently shaking his head, a serene smile playing at his lips, as if he regarded Zhao Xiao's words with indifference. Without lingering to hear more from Zhao Xiao, he turned on his heel and exited the somewhat awkward room. The guard, observing the ongoing tension, instinctively glanced at Zhao Xiao, awaiting his response. However, Zhao Xiu merely narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression inscrutable, seemingly unconcerned, offering no clear directive. The guard, pondering the dynamics between the two men, smiled subtly, yet that smile held a hint of cunning. "My lord, I sincerely apologize, but I am unaware of the exact location of the officer's office. Perhaps you might inquire with someone else. They may be better informed." "What? You don't know?" Jiang Qin's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, reverberating within the protectorate, imbued with undeniable authority. His eyes burned like flames, fixed intensely upon the guard as if to pierce through him. "You, a traitorous infiltrator, dare to wreak havoc in my protectorate." Jiang Qin's words were as sharp as ice blades, and with a swift movement, he advanced like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. His right hand was clenched tightly, as if it had gathered the desolation and murderous intent of the heavens and the earth, embodying the legendary archaic demon suppression fist. With no reservations, he unleashed this punch, the wind of his fist howling, carrying a terrifying force that could tear through the air. The genie Wei, witnessing this, turned pale as paper, fear filling his eyes. In a moment of panic, he could only cross his arms in front of his face, attempting to defend against this lethal strike. However, before Jiang Qin's overwhelming power, his defense was as fragile as paper. Crack! A crisp and piercing sound of bones shattering echoed, followed by the genie Wei's anguished scream. His arms were instantly broken under the might of Jiang Qin's punch, and he was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. He traced a long arc in the air, his body tumbling and falling, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst the rising dust, the genie Wei curled up in pain, emitting continuous wails, clearly having lost all combat capability. "You dare, you insolent wretch!" Zhao Xiu, witnessing Jiang Qin's attack on the genie Wei, was instantly filled with rage, his face turning an ominous shade of blue, his eyes seemingly ready to spit fire. With a swift motion of his foot, he accelerated like a ghost, charging toward Jiang Qin like an arrow released from a bow, his aura ferocious, as if he intended to devour Jiang Qin whole. "Die!" Zhao Xiu bellowed, his voice brimming with boundless killing intent. His iron claws glimmered in the air, sharp as blades, aimed directly at Jiang Qin's face, as if to crush his head into pulp. Yet, Jiang Qin displayed not a hint of panic or fear. With a swift movement, he nimbly ducked, evading Zhao Xiu's iron claws like a darting fish. Simultaneously, his fists were clenched tightly, as if gathering the very forces of the universe, and he struck toward Zhao Xiu's abdomen. Zhao Xiu, a master of the Grandmaster realm, was immensely powerful, far surpassing Jiang Qin. He had initially believed that Jiang Qin would undoubtedly perish under his claws, yet he was taken aback to find Jiang Qin so agilely evade his attack and retaliate with such ferocity. As the archaic demon suppression fist surged toward Zhao Xiu's abdomen, he felt an overwhelming force rushing toward him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. A strong sense of crisis surged within him. Instinct told him that if this punch connected, he would either die or be gravely injured. Zhao Xiu was taken aback, never having anticipated Jiang Qin's strength to be so formidable, capable of contending with him. Thus, in a moment of desperation, he lightly tapped his toes against the ground, soaring through the air like a light swan, executing a graceful somersault, perfectly avoiding Jiang Qin's earth-shattering punch. Boom. Although Jiang Qin's punch did not land on Zhao Xiu, the energy contained within it was immensely powerful, striking a towering tree in the courtyard of the Zhenfu division. The tree instantaneously burst apart under the force of the punch, with chips scattering like snowflakes, and the trunk was crushed, collapsing with a deafening roar. This sound reverberated like thunder within the Zhenfu division, instantly capturing the attention of the genie Wei. They emerged from their quarters, their gazes fixated on the source of the sound. Expressions of astonishment etched on their faces. What had transpired? Was there a battle? That sound seemed to have come from Lord Zhao's room. Jiang Qin's eyes burned with intensity, his killing intent palpable as he fixed his gaze upon Zhao Xiu. Speaking each word deliberately, "Zhao Xiu, as a member of the genie Wei, how dare you openly provoke and lay hands on a superior within the Zhenfu division? Do you seek rebellion?" Chapter 55. The remarkable use of the Jiaolong Ju. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiu felt a wave of dread wash over him, fully aware that in front of so many eyes, Should he act again to kill, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Thus, he held his head high, forcing himself to appear composed. Humph, Jiang Chun, do not slander me. It was you who first attacked and killed your subordinate, compelling me to intervene. Moreover, I now have serious doubts that you are the genuine Jiang Qianhu. You must be a demon from the evil cult posing as him, intending to disrupt our genie way. Upon hearing Zhao Xiu's words, Jiang Chen burst into hearty laughter, laced with mockery and disdain. He narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Zhao Xiu as if he were a mere clown. Zhao Xiu, you truly excel at concocting excuses. You accuse me of killing my subordinates, yet I must ask you. As a subordinate of the genie way, how can you not even know where your own Qianhu resides? Is this not the height of absurdity? As he spoke, Jiang Chen's gaze turned icy. He strode purposefully toward the genie way he had so thoroughly beaten. The man lay sprawled on the ground, trembling slightly, clearly devoid of life. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen drew his long knife from his waist. The blade glinting as it swiftly severed the head cleanly from the body like autumn leaves swept away by the wind. Demon cult scoundrels, they deserve to be eradicated. Zhao Xiu, witnessing this, felt a dangerous glimmer in his eyes. This place was remote, and a mere Qianhu could be easily disposed of. After all, everyone in the courtyard was his own. He could simply frame the evil cult for this later. Thus, he loudly incited, "You, demon from the evil cult, dare to impersonate a Qianhu, intending to disrupt our Jin Yiwei's order. Brothers, charge forth and slay him for merit." As Zhao Xiu's words fell, the surrounding Jin Yiwei began to stir restlessly. They were incited by Zhao Xiu's words, drawing their weapons, preparing to launch an attack on Jiang Chen. Standing firm, Jiang Chen's gaze was piercing, as if he could see through everything. He coldly regarded Zhao Xiu and the restless Jin Yiwei, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Come on." Jiang Chen's voice echoed through the Zhenfu division, his long knife raised high, its tip pointing toward all directions. "I, Jiang Chen, am favored by His Majesty, bestowed with the Jiaolong Ju, appointed as Qianhu. Today, I shall see just how chaotic this Jiaozhou is and whether it can shake His Majesty's resolve." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, exchanging glances filled with shock. The Jiaolong Ju was a legendary steed, each one personally selected and bestowed by the Ming Emperor to favored ministers. Those who possessed a Jiaolong Ju were undoubtedly favored by the Emperor. Holding a prestigious position, Zhao Xiu's expression darkened instantly, regret flooding his mind. If this man truly had the Jiaolong Ju, he could not act recklessly. Otherwise, should the 4 grand prefects of the Genie Way come to investigate, he would find himself in a perilous situation, perhaps even losing his life. The surrounding Genie Way exchanged glances, each silently pondering Jiang Chen's identity. They understood that one who possessed a Jiaolong Ju was no ordinary person. Just as their thoughts wavered, a burly figure, a rotund man, strode into the Zhenfu division. "I heard our newly appointed Qianhu has arrived. What, brothers, are you here to welcome him? Why does the atmosphere seem so tense? Blades drawn? Let us not harm the camaraderie." As the rotund man entered, he jovially bantered, his loud voice imbued with a sense of affability, slightly easing the tense atmosphere. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, keenly observing this unexpected intruder. His heart on guard, though his demeanor remained unruffled, he coldly queried, "So, can you confirm my identity now?" The rotund man, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter, his face adorned with a pleasing smile. "Of course, Qianhu, other things might be faked. But the Jiaolong Ju is a royal symbol, absolutely irreplaceable. Just look at this steed's grace and presence. Where else could one find another like it, save for the royal bestowal?" As he spoke, the rotund man took a few steps closer, his gaze lingering on Jiang Chen's Jiaolong Ju as if admiring a rare treasure. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, his tone commanding and authoritative. "Prepare a room for me immediately. This Qianhu is weary and in need of rest." As he spoke, he strode past Zhao Xiu with an air of indifference, as if the town's pacifier held no significance in his eyes. His steps were firm and powerful, exuding an undeniable authority that enveloped the surrounding imperial guards in an invisible pressure. Although Zhao Xiu's heart seethed with fury, feeling that Jiang Qian, the newly appointed Thousand Householder, was utterly oblivious to the gravity of his actions. He found himself unable to unleash his wrath at that moment. His eyes widened as he fixated on Jiang Qian's retreating figure, fists clenched tightly, as if ready to explode at any given second. Yet, he managed to suppress his anger, refraining from any rash actions. Soon, the crowd dispersed, returning to their respective posts, while Jiang Qian departed to the quarters prepared for him. Watching Jiang Qian's back as he left, Zhao Xiu muttered indignantly, "This man is truly audacious. A master realm practitioner dares to act before me, completely disregarding my presence." His voice brimmed with indignation, yet it was overshadowed by a palpable apprehension towards Jiang Qian. He understood that someone so young could acquire a rare steed like the Jiaolong horse and be personally appointed by the emperor as a local Thousand Householder, indicating extraordinary strength or a formidable background. Wang Baichuan gently stroked his somewhat graying beard, his gaze revealing a hint of profundity. He regarded Zhao Xiu meaningfully and slowly remarked, "Old Zhao, your temper has become increasingly rash of late. Consider this. Why would the emperor dispatch a young master realm practitioner, particularly one favored by him, to this complex situation in Jiaozhou?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiu furrowed his brow, confusion etched across his face. He shook his head, seemingly unable to fathom the underlying implications, and sought Wang Baichuan's counsel. "Brother Wang, what could be the reason?" Wang Baichuan sighed softly, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He shook his head, appearing to be both exasperated by Zhao Xiu's dullness and concerned for the impending storm. He spoke in a hushed tone, "Old Zhao, you have truly become less discerning of late. Reflect on the chaos in Jiaozhou. The myriad of intertwined forces necessitates remarkable wisdom and skill to untangle. The emperor's decision to send a young, favored master realm Thousand Householder here likely serves a purpose far beyond merely restoring order." "What?" Zhao Xiu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "This cannot be. Why would the emperor act in such a manner?" Wang Baichuan's countenance grew grave, as if he could wring water from it, and he lowered his voice, infused with an undeniable seriousness. "There is nothing impossible, Zhao brothered I in this whirlpool of power struggles. Anything can transpire. Were I the emperor, I too would seize this opportunity, using the life of a gifted young master realm Thousand Householder as a pretext to fundamentally rectify the situation in Jiaozhou." As night descended, silence enveloped the world, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects that broke the tranquility in this serene night. Jiang Qian sat cross-legged on his modest yet tidy bed, eyes closed in deep concentration. His entire being felt as if it were ablaze with an invisible flame, his complexion flushed like that of a tipsy reveler, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead and dripping onto the bed with a delicate patter. After enduring prolonged hardship and steadfastness, Jiang Qian exhaled a breath of turbid air, which seemed laden with boundless heat and impurities. This breath coalesced into a visible white mist in the air, gradually ascending and eventually dissipating into the night. With the expulsion of this impure air, Jiang Qian's complexion gradually returned to normal. The cleansing elixir proved to be extraordinary, truly deserving its reputation for purifying the body and refining one's vital essence. Jiang Qian mused inwardly, coupled with the 4 great returning pills I consumed earlier, the potency of their effects has directly elevated my mastery of the 9-yang divine art to the threshold of its 3rd level. Reflecting on his earlier experience with the cleansing pill, he couldn't help but feel a shiver of apprehension. The agony and torment that ensued after ingesting that pill were indescribable, as if his very bones and meridians were being torn apart and reconstituted. Yet it was this very suffering that brought forth his current rapid enhancement in power. The 9-yang divine art is an unparalleled martial technique of utmost rigidity and solar essence, boasting infinite might and divided into 9 tiers. The first tier, known as ethereal purple qi, generates a subtle purple aura within the body, nurturing the flesh and enhancing vitality. The second tier, termed muscle transformation and marrow cleansing, involves a thorough baptism and reconstruction of the body's sinews and marrow, fortifying the physical form for future cultivation. The third tier, radiant yang heat, produces a searing yang energy akin to a blazing flame. dispelling all malevolent forces and rendering the practitioner's body as fervent as the midday sun. The fourth tier, bone shrinking technique, allows practitioners to manipulate the size and shape of their bones at will, evading danger and escaping peril. The fifth tier, turtle breathing technique, is an advanced internal breathing method permitting prolonged breath holding, akin to a turtle entering a state of dormancy, thereby conserving energy. The sixth tier, gecko wall crawling, grants practitioners the ability to traverse walls effortlessly, even leaping upon vertical cliffs. The seventh tier, immunity to all poisons, endows the body with formidable resistance to all toxins, rendering even the most potent poisons harmless. The eighth tier, indestructible diamond body, represents the pinnacle of physical cultivation, transforming the body into an impregnable fortress, impervious to all forms of physical and magical attacks. The ninth and most miraculous tier, rebound attack, grows stronger with each use, allowing practitioners not only to reflect attacks but also to enhance their own strength with every application of martial prowess, achieving an ever-increasing ferocity in battle. Having consumed 4 precious great returning pills, although Jiang Chen acquired 120 units of power, equivalent to 120 years of cultivating the 9 Yang divine art, he had only managed to reach the initial stage of the 3rd tier. Without that invaluable cleansing pill, it was conceivable that even after expending 120 years, he would have struggled to attain the proficient level of the 2nd tier, an unimaginably slow progression. System, how much longer can I live? Jiang Chen inhaled deeply and directly inquired of the system. 1 year. Upon hearing the system's response, Jiang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that as long as he could reach that level, even if he could not completely purge the 7 mystical blood bat poison from his body, it would suffice to alleviate his concerns regarding his life. For by then, he would be immune to all toxins. This Zhao Xiao is relentless in his schemes. He may still attempt to harm me, Jiang Chen pondered internally, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It seemed imperative for him to expedite his cultivation of the ancient town demonic fist to the 3rd major perfection. At that point, he could decisively eliminate this rogue and no longer be subjected to his threats. With the advancement of the 9 Yang divine art to the 3rd tier, Jiang Chen's cultivation soared, reaching the later stage of the master realm, granting him the capability to contend even against ordinary grand masters. Chapter 57. Huadu County. He could distinctly feel the strength within him coalescing and expanding, as if poised to shatter the existing confines and ascend to a higher realm. Just one step further, and he would attain the consummation of the master realm, marking a qualitative leap in his power. Just as he was engrossed in his cultivation and contemplation, a robust voice from outside abruptly interrupted his thoughts. "My lord, are you asleep?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly, a sense of curiosity stirring within him. Who could possibly be seeking him at such a late hour? He gradually withdrew his energy and calmed his breath, the overwhelming aura that surged from his cultivation receding swiftly like the ebbing tide. Retreating into the calm facade beneath, he was acutely aware that in this world where the strong reigned supreme, maintaining a low profile was the key to survival, especially to prevent others from discerning the type of martial arts he practiced, lest enemies find a chink in his armor and devise targeted strategies against him. With a soft creak, Jiang Chen gently opened the door, revealing Li Chong, one of the 3 deputy captains of Jiaozhou. Standing outside. "My lord," Li Chong bowed respectfully. "Fortunately, you arrived just in time. The situation near Huadu County has become increasingly dire. Mountain bandits are rampant, and thousands of innocent civilians have already fallen victim to their brutality. We cannot afford to delay. Yesterday, our scouts reported urgently that this group of bandits may launch a direct assault on Huadu County tomorrow. The situation is critical. How shall we respond, my lord? I will personally go to assess the situation tomorrow." Jiang Chen replied calmly. "Write down in detail where these bandits are active, the name of their leader, and the location of their hideout." "Yes, my lord." At his words, Li Chong immediately complied, turning to leave with hurried steps, clearly intent on gathering the information Jiang Chen required. Returning to his chamber, Jiang Chen slowly closed his eyes, beginning to conserve his energy. The circumstances here were far more complex than he had anticipated. The rampant banditry, the suffering of the common folk, and the impotence of the authorities all felt like a vast net, ensnaring him tightly within. Particularly concerning were the 3 deputy captains, each with a nefarious score of 3,112, 3669, and 5221, clearly all wicked individuals. The numbers above the heads of the Imperial Guards in the Town Suppression Office were all in the triple digits. He realized he had indeed entered the Town Suppression Office. Otherwise, one might mistake the sight of these individuals for a den of outlaws, judging solely by their malevolent scores. Temporarily leaving this place suited him well. Otherwise, being surrounded by such wolves would inevitably lead to his downfall. Early the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and graced the earth, Jiang Qin was already seated in his study, invigorated in his hand. He tightly clutched a confidential letter. Delivered early by Li Chong, detailing the assault on the bandits in Huadu County. The documents elaborated on the origins of these bandits, revealing them to be from the notorious Erlongzai, nestled in the mountains. This stronghold was strategically positioned, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack, a significant scourge to the surrounding areas. The leader of this group was named Meng Shirley, a man infamous in the martial world for his nefarious deeds. Not only was he exceptionally skilled in martial arts, but he was also ruthless, commanding a band of the 8 great kings, each seasoned warriors in their own right. They frequently wreaked havoc in the surrounding regions, committing unspeakable atrocities that instilled terror in the hearts of the populace. However, in Jiang Qin's eyes, these so-called villains resembled mere points to be scored. Slaying such evildoers would not only rid the world of their menace, but also yield a substantial amount of malevolent points. An irresistible temptation for him. As Jiang Qin meticulously studied the intelligence, excitement gleamed in his eyes. Furthermore, according to the report, Meng Shirley had attained the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, verging on the great Grandmaster level. Such strength might seem unattainable to ordinary individuals, yet to Jiang Qin, it was merely a stepping stone on his path of cultivation. The reason Erlongzai sought to attack Huadu County was to abduct people to offer to the demonic sect in exchange for blood demon pills, facilitating their breakthrough to the great Grandmaster realm. Having perused the information, Jiang Qin's resolve crystallized. He mounted his steed, Chidian, who seemed to sense his determination, galloping fervently towards Huadu County. Should we just let him go like that? What if something happens? Wang Baichuan observed Jiang Qin's departing figure. A look of hesitation on his face. Li Chong, however, remained unperturbed, scoffing lightly as he remarked, "Old Wang, you are being overly cautious. Jiang Qin is merely going to assess the situation. He isn't confronting those bandits head-on. As long as he doesn't provoke them, those bandits won't expend their energy chasing after a Grandmaster level expert. After all, their target is the people of Huadu County." Though Li Chong's words sounded somewhat callous, upon reflection, they held a degree of truth. As a Grandmaster, Jiang Qin possessed extraordinary prowess. As long as he exercised caution, self-preservation should pose no issue. A lesson would serve him well, prompting him to recognize the challenges ahead. Despite his lingering concerns, Wang Baichuan could only nod silently. Moreover, imagine the chaos and tragedy if Huadu County were truly breached by the bandits of Erlongzai. At that point, we could seize the opportunity to undermine Jiang Qin, effectively eliminating him without a fight. Li Chong's eyes gleamed with cunning, as if he had already envisioned the victorious scenario in his mind. Yet, what if he manages to eliminate all the bandits of Erlongzai? Wang Baichuan's tone carried a hint of uncertainty, clearly apprehensive of Jiang Qin's capabilities. This man's martial skills were divine. Ordinary grandmasters would be no match for him. Should he indeed possess the ability to wipe out the bandits, would we not be shooting ourselves in the foot? At this, Li Chong chuckled heartily. As if he found the notion utterly ridiculous. If he truly had such capability, then he deserves to die even more. Consider it. Meng Shirley's master is the infamous Feiyan Taoist, Jiang Kui. Who is Jiang Kui? A well-known, ruthless veteran in the martial world. If Jiang Qin dares to lay hands on Meng Shirley, it would be tantamount to slapping Jiang Kui in the face, at that point, without us needing to act. Jiang Kui would come knocking, teaching Jiang Qin what true peril entails. While they schemed in the shadows, attempting to orchestrate a treacherous plot, Jiang Qin had already ridden Chidian, racing with unparalleled speed towards the vicinity of Huadu County. Chapter 58. Slaying Wang Buji. Huadu County, this seemingly unremarkable small town, now faced an unprecedented crisis. Its walls, though sturdy, were manned by insufficient defenders. Even when combining all available forces, including constables, they numbered fewer than 500. Such forces were woefully inadequate against the thousands of bandits. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, the citizens of Huadu County did not relinquish their resistance. They understood the brutality of the Erlongzai bandits. Should the city fall, they would face the harrowing fate of losing their homes and lives, buried without a grave. Thus, even in the face of such disparity, they resolutely stood their ground, erecting a formidable defense with their very bodies. Fourth brother, judging by their current demeanor, it seems they cannot hold out for long. A robust man, clad in a band of iron around his head and adorned with 2 rows of glaring gold markings on his face, stood atop a small hill at a distance from the battlefield. With piercing eyes, he fixed his gaze upon the weathered walls of Huadu County, his tone brimming with unwavering certainty. In no more than 2 days, Huadu County will surely fall. Beside him, a group of equally fearsome bandits gathered, exuding an air of menace. Upon hearing his words, the bandits revealed predatory grins, their eyes gleaming with greed and lasciviousness, as if they had already envisioned the scenes of plundering wealth and ravishing women once the city was breached. Once we enter the city, be sure to cleanse it with blood, avenging our fallen brothers. The man with the golden markings commanded coldly, his voice as chilling as ice, instilling fear in those who heard it. Understood. The bandits responded in unison, brandishing their weapons and erupting into maniacal laughter, eagerly anticipating dragging the populace of this land into an abyss of despair. This man, marked with gold, was none other than Wang Buji, one of the 8 great kings of Erlongzai. Towering and muscular, his iron fists were immensely powerful, having dispatched countless foes in numerous battles. Yet, at this moment, he stood at the edge of the battlefield, coldly observing the crumbling walls of Huadu County, plotting how to pillage once he breached the city. Just then, a rapid and powerful sound of galloping hooves echoed from the distant horizon, shattering the stillness of the battlefield. The sound carried an indescribable force, evoking a sense of awe. Wang Buji frowned, turning to the source of the sound. A crimson figure darted through the twilight, akin to a blazing flame, racing towards them at an astonishing speed. As the figure drew nearer, Wang Buji finally discerned its true nature. A steed clad in a blood-red battle robe, bearing a warrior dressed in brocade, wielding a long blade, an officer of the Imperial Guards. Imperial Guards! Wang Buji was taken aback, his heart engulfed in boundless confusion. The Jinui of Jiaozhou had long been regarded as mere decorations within the officialdom, seldom engaging in the suppression of rebellions or the capture of traitors. Thus, when Wang Buji beheld the Jinui rushing towards him from afar, he could not help but be filled with doubt. He could not fathom why, on this day, these Jinui would deviate from their usual conduct and appear on the minuscule battlefield of Huadu County. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as his gaze fixated on the approaching Jinui warrior, his heart brimming with unease. Although he knew nothing of the warrior's prowess, the horse he rode instilled a sense of awe within him. The steed, with its blood-red coat and muscular build, galloped with the speed of the wind, each stride seemingly capable of shattering the very void itself, unmatched by any ordinary creature. Wang Buji was acutely aware that one who possessed such a mount could not possibly be an ordinary man. A profound sense of crisis surged within him. He understood that he must flee swiftly, for should he fall into the hands of the Jinui, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, just as he turned to escape, a chilling laugh pierced the air. Hemph, attempting to flee. The voice was cold and authoritative, tightening his chest with dread. At that moment, Jiang Qian had also spotted Wang Buji, who was desperately trying to evade the crowd. His eyes filled with a cold, killing intent. With a gentle squeeze of his legs, the steed beneath him, Qi Dian, seemed to sense its master's will, exploding forth with astonishing speed, darting like an arrow towards Wang Buji in an instant. Qi Dian's hooves thundered against the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, its ferocity seemingly capable of trampling all obstacles into dust. Upon witnessing this, Wang Buji's complexion changed dramatically, while some oblivious bandits nearby attempted to obstruct Jiang Chen's path, brandishing their weapons and roaring as they charged forward. However, Jiang Chen merely smiled coldly. With a swift motion of his long knife, a dazzling blade of light cleaved through the air like lightning, aimed directly at the bandits. With a crisp crack, the sound echoed, as the bandits' weapons were effortlessly severed as if they were made of paper. Their bodies subsequently divided in two, blood splattering everywhere amidst their wails of anguish. This scene instilled a profound terror in all present. Damn it, a master! Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's might, Wang Buji immediately fell into a state of panic. Although he too was a master of the realm, he often preyed upon the weak and feared the strong, lacking the courage to confront true power. At this moment, faced with Jiang Chen's imposing presence akin to a mountain and his attack as rapid as thunder, despair surged within him. The monstrous figure of Qi Dian surged past him, each hoof fall reverberating as if to shatter the earth, exacerbating Wang Buji's trepidation. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Jiang Chen. Should they engage, death was inevitable. The fear etched on Wang Buji's face deepened, as if an invisible terror had seized his throat. His gaze was rife with hopelessness, and he could distinctly hear the heavy, forceful breaths of Qi Dian behind him, each gasp resonating like a war drum, unsettling his very spirit. Suddenly, a figure as swift as lightning leapt from Qi Dian's back. Jiang Chen soared gracefully through the air, his long knife shimmering with a chilling light, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, wielding an irresistible force of annihilation as it descended upon Wang Buji. That moment, Wang Buji found himself with no means of escape. He could only grit his teeth and raise his steel-long knife, attempting to deflect this fatal strike. Yet, he understood that the disparity in strength between him and Jiang Chen was insurmountable, and this blow would likely be impossible to withstand. With a resounding clash that reverberated through the heavens, Jiang Chen's flaming blade effortlessly cleaved Wang Buji's weapon in two, the momentum unabated as it continued forward with unrelenting force, mercilessly bisecting Wang Buji's body. Guilty value 2111. Reinforcements had arrived. Witnessing Wang Buji's demise, the citizens of Huadu County, who had been valiantly resisting, suddenly raised their arms in exultation, their eyes aglow with hope, their morale soaring in that instant. Without pausing after dispatching Wang Buji, Jiang Chen swiftly mounted his steed with agile decisiveness. He understood that abandoning his horse in the midst of such a battlefield was a grave error. The synergy of horse and rider could yield a combat prowess far exceeding their individual capabilities, achieving an effect greater than the sum of its parts. However, if separated, the horse would become uncontrollable, careening wildly, unable to contribute effectively and becoming an easy target for the bandits. Once mounted, Jiang Chen's gaze turned even more frigid. He gripped his long knife tightly, unleashing a resounding battle cry from his throat. As if to vent all the murderous intent within him, he charged through the crowd, his every strike accompanied by a spray of blood and the wails of the vanquished. Qi Dian beneath him raged like a furious beast, its hooves pounding the earth, stirring up clouds of dust and wind. Jiang Chen moved like a wraith upon his steed, darting unpredictably, dazzling all who beheld him. His long knife sliced through the bodies of his foes with the swiftness of lightning, each strike precise and lethal. Under his leadership, the previously demoralized citizens began to rally, seizing weapons to join the fray. Their figures danced upon the city walls and streets, forming an indomitable line alongside Jiang Chen. With Wang Buji's sudden demise, the morale of the bandits suffered an unprecedented blow, as if they had lost their backbone, plunging into chaos. Particularly those bandits who were nearing the city walls via the siege ladders. They became akin to ants in a hot pan, hastily retreating. They were filled with dread, fully aware that with their leader slain, no matter how fiercely they fought, they would garner no attention, nor receive the rewards and recognition they so desired. In this atmosphere of confusion and fear, over 1,000 bandits swiftly vacated the battlefield, their figures fading amidst the swirling dust, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the cold bodies of 50 or so slain comrades strewn across the ground. These corpses lay haphazardly, some still impaled with arrows or swords, blood staining the earth, and the air thick with the stench of carnage. Go! Jiang Qian commanded, urging Qi Dian towards Huadu County, his figure barely visible amidst the dust. Akin to a red lightning bolt cleaving through the sky, the retreating bandits cast terrified glances at this sight, acutely aware that this Jinhui was no ordinary foe. His arrival undoubtedly heralded new turmoil for Huadu County. Qi Dian, beneath Jiang Qian, resembled a raging beast, its powerful hind legs propelling it into the air, gracefully leaping nearly 10 zhang to land upon the city wall. The guards and citizens atop the walls marveled at Qi Dian's valor. The faces of the defenders were smeared with blood, exhaustion etched in their eyes. Yet, upon witnessing Jiang Qian's arrival, a glimmer of hope flickered across their features. They regarded him as their savior, showering him with expressions of gratitude. "Where is the leader of Huadu County?" Jiang Qian reined in the reins, bringing Qi Dian to a steady halt atop the wall, his gaze piercing as he spoke with a commanding tone. He understood that finding the county's leader was paramount, to ascertain the situation within the city, and to devise a strategic plan moving forward. "Reporting, my lord, our county magistrate fled long before the bandits attacked, and now it is actually Captain Wang from the county office who is leading our resistance." A dusty, anxious citizen rushed forward to report to Jiang Qian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qian's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. He had not anticipated that at such a critical moment, the magistrate would choose flight, abandoning the people to such peril, yet he swiftly tempered his emotions. Now was not the time for accountability, but rather to locate Captain Wang, comprehend the city's defenses, and formulate a counter-strategy. "And where is he now?" Jiang Qian inquired in a somber tone. "He is at the North City Gate." The citizen pointed in that direction, continuing, "The situation there is most dire, with hundreds of bandits fiercely assaulting the walls, and Captain Wang is desperately holding the line." "What? So many?" Jiang Qian's heart sank with astonishment upon hearing this. He had never anticipated that the bandits' power was so formidable, which undoubtedly posed a significant threat to Huadu County. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qian mounted his steed and galloped wildly along the city wall. His figure raced past like a streak of crimson lightning, leaving the surrounding citizens and soldiers utterly astonished. After a mere dozen breaths, Jiang Qian arrived at the northern city gate of Huadu County. At that moment, the northern gate was engulfed in fierce combat, flames soaring into the sky, and the cacophony of battle cries deafening. The bandits frantically attempted to scale the city walls, while the defending civilians fought valiantly, relentlessly knocking the bandits down from the ramparts. Among them, a man towering over 8 feet stood out on the battlefield, his robust physique resembling a walking mountain. Drenched in blood yet unafraid, he wielded a long knife. Its edge dulled, cleaving through the enemy ranks with ease. With each swing of his blade, the anguished cries of foes echoed, as if he were the grim reaper of this battlefield, harvesting lives. "Third brother, I believe today we can breach Huadu County," remarked a gaunt, brutish leader of Erlong Zai, standing below the city, gazing up at the tumultuous battle, his eyes glimmering with greed. Two other leaders echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, third brother, look at those defending soldiers. They are on the verge of collapse. Once we breach the walls, I shall seize several women for my enjoyment." Chapter 60. Despair of Pantai. Look at your meager ambitions. One of the leaders cast a disdainful glance at his companion. "I say we should simply take this city for ourselves and revel in being the county magistrate. Then, gold and silver treasures, beauties and fair maidens would all be ours." These 3 leaders were the capable subordinates of Erlong Zai, accustomed to plundering and pillaging for pleasure. At this moment, intoxicated by the dawn of victory, they recklessly fantasized about a glorious future. Oblivious to the consequences as they spoke, a sudden clamor of urgent and powerful hoofbeats rang out, followed by a magnificent crimson steed that leaped onto the city walls like a flame, its graceful form gleaming in the dying light. Its eyes sparkled with indomitable spirit, as if capable of perceiving all worldly evils. Despite the carnage and the horrific scene of blood and smoke that enveloped the battlements, the steed, Qi Dian, remained unfazed. Its hooves light and powerful, navigating the obstacles of the city wall with astonishing agility. Riding upon Qi Dian was none other than Jiang Qian, clad in a flowing robe resembling a flying fish. He stood tall like a pine, gripping a gleaming long knife. With each swing of his arm, the knife traced silver arcs through the air, each strike accompanied by the sharp clang of metal and the cries of fallen bandits. As one foe after another succumbed, blood sprang forth. Jiang Qin's movements were swift, each strike a precise judgment upon his enemies, instilling fear in the hearts of the surrounding bandits. Third brother, look at that man. One of the bandits pointed towards the city wall, terror evident in his eyes. Who is he? That red horse is truly formidable. Witnessing his men fall one after another under Jiang Qin's relentless assault, Pan Tai, the third ranked among the 8 great kings, furrowed his rugged brow, an expression of grave concern etched upon his face. Having navigated the treacherous waters of Jiaozhou for many years, he had risen to his current position through a blend of caution and ruthlessness. Yet, confronted by the sudden might of Jiang Qin, even he felt an unprecedented pressure. Retreat. The situation is amiss, Pan Tai whispered urgently to his trusted aide, his tone low yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Years of experience in the underworld told him that persisting in a direct confrontation would only lead to greater losses. A swift retreat was imperative. At Pan Tai's command, the bandits in the rear immediately sounded the gongs and drums, signaling their withdrawal. The bandits engaged in combat, upon hearing the signal, understood immediately and began seeking opportunities to escape. In an instant, the once fierce battlefield descended into chaos as the bandits scattered in flight. Trying to escape? Humph. Is it truly that simple? A cold smile crept across Jiang Qin's lips. As the adage goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture their leader. To defeat the enemy's offensive, one must eliminate their head. Jiang Qin tightened the reins, and Qi Dian, as if sensing his master's intent, erupted with astonishing power. The steed's hooves thundered, resembling a red whirlwind that tore through the sky, leaving a fleeting shadow as it charged towards Pan Tai. The speed was breathtaking, as if the very air was being torn apart. Pan Tai, witnessing this, felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition swelling within him. He knew he was no match for Jiang Qin, especially with the unparalleled steed Qi Dian at his side. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, desperate to escape this perilous situation. However, Jiaozhou was not known for its horses, and the mount he could find was merely a subpar steed. Though it barely bore his weight, it was no match for the speed of a legendary horse like Qi Dian. In mere moments, the red whirlwind closed the distance between them. Jiang Qin, like a phantom, silently appeared behind Pan Tai, his form light and agile, as if one with the wind, making him nearly impossible to detect. Swish, a blade of chilling radiance suddenly illuminated the dusk, akin to a flash of lightning slicing through the night, severing the darkness and Pan Tai's fleeting hope. The immense blade's momentum surged like a raging torrent, unstoppable, cleaving Pan Tai's mount in two from head to tail. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching whinny, blood and entrails gushed forth like a broken dam, splattering across the ground and instantly staining it crimson. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, mingled with the nauseating steam rising from the entrails being seared by the heat, inducing revulsion. Yet, despite the staggering force of the blow, it did not claim Pan Tai's life. With remarkable reflexes, he managed to lean aside just in time, narrowly evading this lethal strike. Nonetheless, his complexion turned ashen, and fear filled his eyes. Trembling, he looked at Jiang Qin, seeking an explanation. "My lord, did our chieftain not already pay homage to the Jinhui, and timely pay our tributes? Why then do you pursue us so relentlessly? Do you seek to instigate conflict between our factions?" Pan Tai's words dripped with terror. He could not fathom why Jiang Qin was so resolute in his pursuit. Go him, having expressed subservience to the Jinhui and timely paid tributes, should have warranted their protection, not the merciless hunt he now faced. Jiang Qin scoffed, a derisive smile curling his lips. "Humph, what of it if I bully your Erlongzai? In this Jiaozhou territory, I have Zhao Xiu, Zhao Qinhu backing me. Should I fear a rabble like you?" His voice boomed like thunder across the battlefield, clear for all the surrounding bandits to hear. Many bandits turned furious upon hearing this, their eyes brimming with indignation towards Zhao Xiu. Zhao Xiu was indeed notorious in Jiaozhou, but not for his fairness. Rather, he had exploited his status and position, extorting those living on the fringes of society, including even bandits. Resentment towards Zhao Xiao had long since festered in the hearts of these bandits. Now, upon hearing Jiang Chen invoke Zhao Xiao to intimidate them, their anger reached a boiling point. They had thought that they had dutifully paid their dues, only to find Zhao Xiao still relentless in his pursuit. Sending men to besiege their stronghold. Chapter 61. Captor Wang Ji Zhao Xiao, brother, are you mistaken? Our chieftain has a good relationship with Zhao Qianhu. Pan Tai attempted to argue further, seeking to sway Jiang Chen with words, hoping to secure his life. Yet, Jiang Chen seemed to see through his intentions, impatience etched upon his face as he coldly replied, "No need for further words. Today, your death is inevitable. Upon reaching the realm of the masters, the consumption of true qi diminishes significantly, while the recovery speed increases dramatically. However, Qi Dian's speed was so overwhelming that Pan Tai could only exhaust every ounce of potential within himself to barely evade Jiang Chen's relentless pursuit. This state was exceedingly perilous for Pan Tai. Though he could manage for a short time, prolonged exertion would deplete his physical strength, true qi, and willpower, leaving him utterly defenseless. I can't keep fleeing like this. Pan Tai pondered silently, acutely aware that continuing his flight would only lead to certain doom. Consequently, he abruptly halted, his eyes narrowing with resolve as he whirled around, the gleaming blade in his grasp flashing like a bolt of lightning as it cleaved towards Jiang Chen. With this strike, he channeled all his strength, seeking a slender thread of hope amidst despair. The blade's energy surged forth like a tempest, spanning over 10 zhang in width, imbued with unparalleled momentum and might. As if intent on cleaving space itself in twain and striking mercilessly towards Jiang Chen. Where the blade passed, dust billowed and flora was severed, a testament to its astonishing destructive power. Yet, in the face of such a formidable assault, Jiang Chen merely scoffed, his demeanor unperturbed. He swiftly summoned the essence of his internal energy, his right hand forming a fist, which he then thrust forward with tremendous force, unleashing a colossal fist imprint that crashed forth like a mountain. This imprint, rich with Jiang Chen's profound inner strength and exquisite martial prowess, collided with the blade's energy, erupting in a deafening roar and dazzling sparks. Under the impact of Jiang Chen's overwhelming blow, the seemingly unstoppable blade energy was instantaneously obliterated, dissipating into nothingness. This spectacle left all present in utter astonishment. They had never witnessed such formidable martial skills and astonishing power. "Damn it!" Pan Tai exclaimed, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. He had never anticipated that his all-out strike would be so effortlessly neutralized by Jiang Chen. Before he could launch a second strike, Jiang Chen had already leaped from his steed, akin to a majestic eagle, swiftly closing the distance. Pan Tai, taken aback, attempted to retreat for safety, but it was too late. Jiang Chen unleashed a punch, the force of which sliced through the air like a blade, landing squarely atop Pan Tai's head. The sheer power of this blow was beyond imagination, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. Bang! With a tremendous sound, Pan Tai's head burst apart like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer. Blood and flesh scattering violently, the scene gruesomely horrific. Sin value 2446. The surrounding bandits, witnessing Pan Tai's gruesome demise, were gripped by fear, which spread like a plague among them. One by one, their faces turned pale, legs trembling, involuntarily retreating, terrified of becoming another victim to Jiang Chen's terrifying might. The air was thick with the scent of blood and despair, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly oppressive and terrifying. Jiang Chen casually shook the blood from his fist. His brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Disgusting, he muttered to himself. Had I known, I would have used a blade. It would have been much cleaner with that. He nimbly mounted his horse once more. Sitting upright like a pine tree, his gaze piercing as it scanned the trembling bandits around him. Under his watchful eye, the bandits appeared stripped of their facade. Their sin values hovered above them like illuminated text, clearly visible to Jiang Chen. Taking a deep breath, he charged forth, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the darkness. He specifically targeted those bandits whose sin values exceeded 100. most of whom were innate-level warriors and minor leaders among the bandits, notorious for their countless misdeeds and stained with the blood of innocent civilians. Yet, before the prowess of Jiang Chun, a master of the realm, they seemed utterly feeble. Jiang Chun's sword technique was both fierce and precise. Each strike fell like autumn leaves. Almost no one could withstand even a single blow from him. As the glimmer of his blade danced, one bandit after another fell to the ground. After roughly the span of an incense stick, the battlefield underwent a radical transformation. With the death of their leader Pan Tai, the vast majority of the bandits scattered like lost dogs, no longer daring to confront such a formidable foe, desperately seeking to escape this perilous place. Meanwhile, those who had climbed the city walls, unwilling to retreat and choosing to fight to the death, were summarily cut down by the citizens and the garrison. As the battle concluded, the people of Huadu County gazed at Jiang Chun with eyes brimming with admiration and respect. He stood tall, his countenance stern, yet his gaze conveyed an ineffable confidence. "Where is Captain Wang?" Jiang Chun inquired upon reaching the city walls. His voice was clear and powerful, seemingly penetrating the crowd and resonating in every heart. At that moment, a burly, blood-soiled man emerged from the throng. He was the very individual who had fought valiantly against the bandits atop the walls, and his face now bore the marks of exhaustion. "Wang Ji, at your service, I pay my respects to you, sir," he declared, kneeling on one knee in deference. Jiang Chun regarded Wang Ji with a glimmer of appreciation. The number above Wang Ji's head shimmered in golden hues, reading 233. To Jiang Chun, this number radiated a sacred light, representing the merits Wang Ji had accumulated, equivalent to saving 233 innocent lives with his own hands. "How many combatants are there in Huadu County?" Jiang Chun inquired. Wang Ji's lips curled into a bittersweet smile as he responded, "Sir, at this moment, every citizen in Huadu County is capable of fighting. We understand that if the county falls, none will escape unscathed. Thus, be they the elderly, children, or women, they are all willing to take up arms to defend their homeland. In the Jinui and Liaoshenming, have they not received your plea for help? Have they not sent reinforcements?" Jiang Chun's brow furrowed, his gaze revealing an unwavering coldness. He knew that in this era of turmoil, only these official forces could provide them with substantial support. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji's expression dimmed, and he shook his head helplessly, a hint of despair in his voice. "Sir, our distress signal has indeed been sent out for several days, yet we have yet to receive any response. Moreover, there is even graver news. It is rumored that the mastermind behind this attack is a member of the demonic sect, the Flying Heaven Taoist Jiang Kui. This individual is exceptionally skilled and operates with cunning. Notorious for his malevolence, no one dares to tread lightly in this turbulent water. Flying Heaven Taoist Jiang Kui, what is his realm?" Jiang Chun asked directly. Wang Ji's demeanor turned grave as he replied. "This man broke through to the Great Master realm a decade ago, the highest pinnacle that all in the martial world aspire to reach. As for his current cultivation, it is likely that no one knows. However, one thing is certain. His strength is not to be underestimated. It is said that 5 years ago, the captain of the Jinui was slain by him. That captain was also at the mid-level of the Great Master realm. Yet in the face of Jiang Kui, he was as defenseless as an ant." Jiang Chun nodded at this, though no fear marred his expression. Indeed, the prowess of a great master was immensely formidable. Yet with his current cultivation level, while he could not easily slay a great master, he possessed the ability to protect himself. "First, find me a secluded place. I wish to enter seclusion to cultivate and quickly enhance my strength. Should there be bandits attacking the city or any urgent matters arise, ensure you inform me promptly." "Yes, sir, rest assured, I will arrange this immediately," Wang Ji replied respectfully before swiftly leading Jiang Chun deeper into the county office. Before long, they arrived at a tranquil courtyard. Wang Ji halted and turned to Jiang Chun, saying, "Sir, this was once the residence of the county magistrate. Though it has fallen into disrepair, it remains the best lodging in Huadu County. The environment is serene, free from disturbances, making it highly suitable for your seclusion." Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction. He surveyed the surroundings. Although the courtyard's buildings were simple, their layout was quite reasonable, instilling a sense of tranquility and depth. Compared to the luxurious mansions he resided in back in the capital, This place indeed appeared far more modest. Stepping inside, he found the furnishings to be exceedingly sparse. Merely a wooden bed, a writing desk, and a few chairs. Despite its simplicity, he was indifferent, striding into a secluded and quiet room within the county office, preparing to commence his seclusion for cultivation. The room, while plainly arranged, exuded a refreshing aura that suited him perfectly. Lord Wang, is he truly a member of the Jinui? A man clad in constable attire whispered to Wang Ji from behind. His eyes brimmed with skepticism, evidently harboring great doubts about Jiang Chen's identity. I see these Jinui flaunting their power daily, bullying us ordinary folk, yet they hardly dare to confront the bandits, the man continued. Wang Ji's expression darkened at this, and he abruptly turned, fixing the man with a piercing gaze as he reprimanded. Enough! How dare you be so disrespectful? This esteemed lord possesses unfathomable martial prowess, capable of revealing extraordinary strength with every motion, and rides a dragon steed granted by the emperor. His status is beyond compare. Should you continue to speak foolishly and provoke his ire, I cannot guarantee your safety. The man was utterly intimidated by Wang Ji's imposing presence, falling silent as if struck dumb, too afraid to utter a single word. He was acutely aware of Wang Ji's methods and understood all too well the dire consequences of angering the Jinui. It was my misstep. The constable named Li Tsong, under the stern gaze of Wang Ji, finally lowered his head, his voice tinged with a hint of panic and unease. He knew that his earlier words had provoked his normally authoritative superior, and he recognized that in this tumultuous moment, any hint of dissenting opinion could lead to catastrophic repercussions. Wang Ji regarded him, his eyes a blend of reproach and warning. Li Tsong, you must comprehend that the current situation leaves no room for even the slightest negligence. Regardless of the origins or intentions of that gentleman, as long as he is willing to stand by us and assist in repelling the bandit incursions, he is our sole savior in Huadu County. Should he depart from here, with our present strength, we would likely be slaughtered within 2 days. At this juncture, Wang Ji's tone grew profoundly grave, his gaze conveying an unassailable resolve. He looked at Li Tsong once more, his voice imbued with an unmistakable authority. If I hear another word of your seditious talk, disturbing the morale of our troops, do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie and meting out severe punishment. With that, Wang Ji strode away, leaving Li Tsong standing alone, his eyes flickering with a tumult of emotions. He watched Wang Ji's departing figure, resentment and bitterness etched across his face. System, open personal panel. Name, Jiang Chen, poisoned. 7 Xian bloodbat venom, realm, late stage grandmaster talent, ordinary, 32, evil value. 11236 external skill, dragon elephant prajna skill, 13 levels, lower Xian grade, fully mastered, further upgrade requires 360,000 evil value, internal skill, 9 Yang divine skill, upper Xian grade. 3rd level entry, fist technique, primordial demon suppressing fist, lower earth grade, 2nd level perfected. Unbeknownst to me, I have amassed over 11,000 points of evil value during this time, enough for 10 consecutive draws. Jiang Chen gazed at the points he had accumulated, murmuring with satisfaction. This was largely thanks to a ferryman named Zhang Yin, who had generously bestowed upon him nearly 4,000 points of evil value. Otherwise, he would never have been able to gather such a bounty. Let the drawing commence, Jiang Chen declared. He realized that the cost-effectiveness of the lottery far surpassed direct enlightenment. Merely drawing 2 or 3 high elixirs could rival the effects of a 10,000 evil value enlightenment. Not to mention the possibility of acquiring advanced techniques and rare cleansing elixirs. Ding! The lottery begins. As the system's voice faded, 10 green wheels appeared before him in an instant. They began to spin simultaneously, gradually coming to a halt after a few breaths. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 300-year wild ginseng 3, thunder pearl 2,100 tails of gold, great healing elixir 2, and bone severing technique, middle Xian grade. Chapter 63, Li Tsong Dam. What have I drawn? Jiang Chen cursed under his breath upon seeing the results. Not only had he drawn nothing of particular value, but the only item worth noting was the bone severing technique. However, with his focus on mastering the 9 Yang divine skill, he had neither the time nor the energy to train in this technique. Thus, He spoke to the system directly. Disassemble this technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 76 points of technique value. In the next moment, the bone-severing technique vanished into thin air. After claiming all the items, Jiang Chun wasted no time and decisively consumed the 3 invaluable great healing elixirs. Immediately immersing himself in the practice of the 9 Yang divine skill, as a stick of incense burned down slowly, Jiang Chen's complexion grew increasingly flushed, as if engulfed by searing flames, and wisps of white smoke began to rise from his head. The potent medicinal energy coursing freely through his body. With a forceful exhalation of heated breath, Jiang Chun seemed to emerge from a profound state of enlightenment, fully relaxing. He slightly opened his eyes, surprise flickering within, murmuring, I never anticipated that mastering the 9 Yang divine skill would be so arduous. Even with the aid of 3 great healing elixirs, it has taken me 90 years' worth of cultivation to barely break through from the entry level of the 3rd stage to its completion. It appears the road to future cultivation will be long indeed. This thought. An inexplicable jealousy welled up within Jiang Chun, directed toward the protagonist Zhang Wuji from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. How fortunate Zhang Wuji was, managing to master the nearly divine 9 Yang divine skill to its pinnacle within just a few years, while he himself, alas, it all boiled down to his inferior talent. Jiang Chun sighed softly, his gaze filled with resignation. He understood that if he did not swiftly enhance his talent, he might spend his entire life without breaking through to the 4th stage of the 9 Yang divine skill. If only I could draw a cleansing elixir, Jiang Chen mused, his brow furrowed, as though a heavy burden weighed upon his heart. He recognized that while the great healing elixirs were precious and could marginally enhance his comprehension, their effects were far too minimal to be truly transformative. Only the cleansing elixir could significantly elevate his talent, allowing him to progress further along the path of cultivation. Just as he sank into contemplation, a series of faint but hurried footsteps reached his ears. Though subtle, they resonated with clarity in his keen perception. Someone was approaching. Jiang Chen's heart raced, instinctively heightening his alertness. The footsteps were muffled and slow, clearly an attempt to conceal their sound and avoid detection. He quickly deduced that the intruder harbored ill intentions, likely targeting him. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chun flung open the door and swiftly stepped into the courtyard. His gaze sharpened, scanning the surroundings until it fixed upon a shadow lurking in the corner. There, a figure was stealthily attempting to escape unnoticed. Humph, trying to flee? Jiang Chun thought with a cold smile. A glint of frost appearing in his eyes. The shadowy figure clearly did not anticipate Jiang Chen's acute awareness and swift detection. Panic seized them, and a flicker of fear crossed their features as they turned to flee without hesitation. Can you escape? Jiang Chen lifted his right hand, a glimmering golden needle appearing between his fingers. This needle, meticulously crafted, possessed formidable power, capable of piercing through steel. With a gentle flick, it shot forth like an arrow. Whistling through the air toward the fleeing figure, a piercing scream shattered the night, as the individual, possessing lowly strength, had just barely leaped onto the roof, attempting to use the cover of darkness to escape, only to be struck by Jiang Chen's golden needle, which pierced through their thigh, causing them to lose balance and tumble from the rooftop. My leg. It hurts so much. They crashed heavily to the ground. Writhing in agony, clutching their injured leg, their face contorted in pain, tears and snot flowing uncontrollably, creating a pitiful sight. Jiang Chen approached slowly, looking down at them from a height and calmly inquiring, "Who are you?" Upon hearing Jiang Chen's question, the individual's face betrayed a flicker of panic, but they quickly composed themselves, adopting an expression of utmost sincerity, as though wronged. I'm merely passing by. Curiosity led me to see if you needed assistance. I truly mean no harm, my lord. Please believe me. Had Jiang Chun not noticed the black number 388 hovering above their head, he might have been swayed by their words and chosen to believe them. Crack! Just then, a sharp sound of bones snapping echoed, causing Li Tsang's face to turn ashen, resembling that of a corpse. Jiang Chun raised his foot, and Li Tsang trembled, using his hands to push against the ground, terrified as he attempted to crawl away from Jiang Chen's shadow. However, Jiang Chun had no intention of letting him go. still unwilling to speak. Jiang Qin's voice was low, tinged with menace. Boom! Before he finished speaking, Jiang Qin stomped down hard on Li Cong's back. The force was tremendous, eliciting a pained scream from Li Cong, as though struck by a colossal hammer, instantly robbing him of the will to resist. I am truly innocent, Li Cong gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his back, despair flooding his heart. He knew that if he confessed his true identity and intentions, a dead end awaited him. Jiang Qin's gaze was as cold as ice, dismissing Li Cong's pleas entirely. He raised his foot once more, unhesitatingly placing it upon Li Cong's body. This time, he exerted even greater force, as if intent on pouring all the rage within him into that single step. With a dull thud, Li Cong suddenly spat forth a copious amount of fresh blood, mingled with shattered fragments of his own entrails, a sight both shocking and grotesque. His complexion had turned as pale as parchment, and his eyes brimmed with despair, as if he had already glimpsed the end of his own life. I am wronged, my lord, Li Cong exclaimed with the last vestiges of his strength, his voice a mere whisper, as if it might be swallowed by the night breeze at any moment. Chapter 64. The thoughts of Meng Shirley at that moment. A figure hurriedly entered the scene. It was Wang Ji. Upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle, he was momentarily taken aback, his brows knitting tightly together, his gaze rife with confusion. Li Cong, how could you be here? Wang Ji's voice carried a hint of disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that this typically unassuming man would find himself in such a dire predicament. Brother Wang, save me, please, save me. Li Cong's eyes were filled with pleading and despair, his voice weak and trembling. As though he had exhausted all his strength, he looked helplessly at Wang Ji, regarding this usually fair-minded constable as his sole lifeline in this moment of hopelessness. Standing to the side, Jiang Qin observed the scene with icy detachment, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were merely a spectator to a drama that had no bearing on him. As his gaze shifted to Wang Ji, it was imbued with an added layer of provocation and disdain. What is it, Constable Wang? Do you intend to intervene? Jiang Qin's tone was laced with amusement. As if testing Wang Ji's stance, Wang Ji took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that the situation was fraught with complexity, and a misstep could lead to greater trouble. He directed his gaze towards Jiang Qin, his eyes reflecting a mix of respect and uncertainty. I would not dare, my lord, as an official of the court, you surely have your reasons. However, I implore you to enlighten me as to what has transpired to incite such fury within you. Wang Ji's words bore an element of inquiry, yet Jiang Qin appeared to disregard them entirely, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and brought it down forcefully upon Li Cong's head. With a resounding thud, it seemed as if Li Cong's skull had been crushed by an unseen giant hand, blood and brain matter erupting in a gruesome spray that splattered across the ground. The horrifying tableau sent chills down the spine, the air heavy with the pungent stench of blood, inducing nausea. Jiang Qin's face remained expressionless, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. He cast a cold glance at Wang Ji, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. He sought to kill me, and I discovered his intent. Constable Wang, you would do well to uncover the truth by tomorrow and provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, do not blame me for investigating the traitors in Huadu County first. Jiang will not tolerate any impurities in my sight. Having uttered these words, Jiang Qin ceased further dialogue and strode back to his quarters, leaving behind a pool of blood and a visibly horrified Wang Ji. Wang Ji stood there, stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as though he had witnessed the unimaginable. Even as a battle-hardened veteran, the sight of such brutal carnage overwhelmed him, and he could not suppress the wave of nausea that ultimately led him to retch violently. Meanwhile, within the ominous military camp of Erlangzai, Meng Shirley coldly observed the bandits returning in defeat from the battlefield. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, seemingly able to penetrate the deepest fears and secrets of the human heart. So you mean to say that the 3rd and 7th were slain by a mysterious figure riding a Jiaolong steed? Meng Shirley's voice was low and frigid, each word squeezed out with undeniable authority. Indeed, it is absolutely true. I once traveled to the capital and saw a Jiaolong steed. There is no doubt that it was one. A bandit leader quaked on the ground, his face as pale as parchment, his eyes filled with terror. Moreover, that individual possesses terrifying martial prowess. With a single punch, he crushed the head of the third. Even when we surrounded him with dozens, we could not withstand his moves. Was he dressed in the attire of the Jinyui? Meng Shirley's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. And did you say he was sent by Zhao Xiao? Zhao Xiao? Humph. This man is opportunistic and self-serving, appearing wildly audacious but truly as timid as a mouse, always cautious and indecisive. He would never dare to confront us so brazenly. Meng Shirley's words dripped with disdain, clearly unimpressed by Zhao Xiao's character. Meng Shirley spoke, a figure beside him, holding a feathered fan and clad in scholarly attire, slowly rose. His tall frame and gaunt face radiated an aura of wisdom. As if everything lay within his grasp, my lord, this may not be without possibility. Qin Yuan's voice was steady, as if reminding Meng Shirley not to underestimate the situation. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, Meng Shirley paused, bewildered. He looked at Qin Yuan and inquired, military advisor, what do you mean? Do you truly believe Zhao Xiao might send someone to slay our brothers? Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. Since this person rides a Jiaolong steed, a rare mount not easily found in our native Jiaozhou, he must certainly be an outsider. With a gentle sway of his feathered fan, Qin Yuan's gaze deepened, as if he had already grasped the entirety of the matter. Moreover, I have heard that the court recently dispatched a message via pigeon to the Jiaozhou town government, indicating the appointment of a Qianhu to enhance the local security. Are you suggesting that this individual is that newly appointed Qianhu? Meng Shirley asked softly, his tone tinged with uncertainty, clearly surprised by this deduction. Qin Yuan nodded gravely. It is highly probable. This person possesses formidable martial skills, is ruthless in action, and rides a Jiaolong steed. His status is undoubtedly significant. Considering the news of the court's appointment of a Qianhu, he likely embodies that new authority. Meng Shirley's brow furrowed deeper. But why would he come to Huadu County? Qin Yuan let out a cold laugh, slowly articulating 4 words. To use a knife to kill. What? Meng Shirley slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Qin Yuan. Are you suggesting that Zhao Yuan, that old fox, intends to leverage our hands to eliminate this Qianhu sent by the court? Qin Yuan nodded lightly, the feathered fan swaying gently, his demeanor unfazed. Such occurrences are not unheard of in the martial world of Jiaozhou, nor across the realm. Several previous Qianhus have met their demise at the hands of martial artists. Upon hearing this, Meng Shirley's expression darkened, unease flickering in his eyes. What do you believe we should do? Chapter 65. Driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf. The martial world of Jiaozhou is a tangled web of various factions, and any reckless action could invite dire consequences. This awareness has always guided Meng Shirley's cautious approach, avoiding the creation of enemies. It is precisely because he understands this that he has entrusted this seemingly ineffectual scholar as his military advisor. Seeking his counsel, eliminate him, but we must not act rashly. We must employ strategy. Qin Yuan's gaze turned sharp, as if he had discerned Zhao Xiao's ulterior motives. He spoke in a low tone. We have already agreed to the conditions of the demon cult. Should we breach this agreement, we would undoubtedly be pursued by them, destined for an unending nightmare. Therefore, we must capture Huadu County. This is an unchangeable fact. However, we cannot take matters into our own hands to kill that person. His identity is special, having been granted a Jiaolong steed, and should the court investigate, we would be in grave peril, facing irrevocable consequences. Meng Shirley's heart surged with tumult at these words, and he hastily pressed on. So what exactly should we do? We cannot remain idle. We can exploit the discord between Zhao Yuan and that individual, subtly sowing seeds of discord and inciting them to annihilate each other. This is the superior strategy. Qin Yuan smiled slightly, that smile concealing a ruthless cunning. Zhao Xiao seeks to use us to eliminate the newly arrived Qianhu. Does he? Then we shall turn the tables on him, providing Zhao Xiao with an irresistible reason to take action against this person. He gently caressed the feathered fan in his hand, a glint of cleverness flashing in his eyes. Over the years, Zhao Xiao has wreaked havoc in Jiaozhou, committing numerous atrocities. His crimes are beyond count. We shall present these incriminating evidences to the new Qianhu, so he may be aware of Zhao Xiao's deeds. That new official, upon taking office, will surely seek to establish his authority by targeting Zhao Xiao. As for Zhao Xiao, he will not sit idly by. He will never allow someone who holds his fate in their hands to exist in this world. At that time, the two of them would undoubtedly engage in a fierce battle to the death, while we could merely sit back and watch the tigers fight, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Meng Shirley's eyes brightened, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of victory. He suddenly clapped his hands and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea! Truly a splendid idea! This way, I shall possess another piece of leverage against Zhao Xiu in the future. Should he dare to threaten me again, he will have to tread cautiously, lest he oversteps." "Your insight is commendable," Qin Yuan interjected, pausing briefly before continuing. "After all, we still have ample time before the deadline set by the demon sect. There is no need for us to rush into conquering Huadu County." Upon hearing this, Meng Shirley nodded, his expression growing ever more resolute. "The strategist speaks wisely. We must not act in haste." "Summon someone." A trusted aide stood respectfully before Meng Shirley. "What orders do you have?" "Chieftain," Meng Shirley replied solemnly, "proceed as the strategist advised. Have our informants hidden within Huadu County send me evidence of Zhao Xiao's transgressions over the years. Remember, it must be executed with utmost precision, leaving no trace behind." "Understood," the aide acknowledged, turning to depart. The following morning, Jiang Qian strolled leisurely out of his abode, the morning light casting a gentle glow upon him, adding an air of warmth to his presence. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, as if he were savoring the tranquility and freshness of the morning. Just as he stepped outside, his gaze caught sight of a figure lingering at the entrance, seemingly hesitating whether to enter. Jiang Qian had already heard the faint sound of footsteps outside, but seeing that the individual did not intrude uninvited, he paid little heed. However, to his surprise, the person continued to hover at the threshold. "Do you require something?" Jiang Qian halted, fixing his gaze on the individual at the door, and directly inquired. The person trembled slightly at his words, seemingly intimidated by Jiang Qian's presence. He raised his head to meet Jiang Qian's eyes, a complex array of emotions flickering within. "My lord, I have come to report on Zhao Xiao, the deputy commander of the Jinyue." The individual finally gathered his courage, his voice quivering slightly. His words conveyed a sense of resolve and determination, as if he had prepared himself to face any consequences that might arise. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qian's eyes momentarily flashed with surprise at the unexpected revelation. Yet he quickly regained his composure and asked coolly, "Oh, why do you wish to report him? What crimes has he committed?" The individual, upon hearing this, hastily produced a thick stack of papers from his bosom, respectfully extending them towards Jiang Qian. "My lord, these documents detail Zhao Xiao's misdeeds over the years, his oppression of the common people, his corruption, his mercilessness, and his collusion with bandits to slaughter innocent civilians." As he spoke, he cautiously retrieved several hefty ledgers and a pile of meticulously sealed letters from his clothing, which contained irrefutable evidence of Zhao Xiao's crimes that he had gathered over the years. The ledgers meticulously recorded each transaction of Zhao Xiao's embezzlement and bribery, while the letters revealed his collusion and dealings with various bandit factions. Jiang Qian accepted the evidence, meticulously flipping through the pages. After perusing the contents, he let out a cold laugh, his voice laced with barely concealed disdain. "This Zhao Xiao is indeed a man deserving of death 1,000 times over. Where did you acquire this evidence? How did you come to know of these matters?" The individual hesitated for a moment, uncertainty flickering in his eyes, but he quickly steeled himself. He spoke softly. "I was once one of Zhao Xiao's subordinates, and having grown weary of his tyranny and oppression, I resolved to betray him. This evidence was secretly gathered from within his estate. I understand that these documents are sufficient to ruin him, but I also recognize that toppling him will not be an easy task. Thus, I sought you out, my lord, hoping you would rid the people of this menace and present these incriminating proofs to the court." Jiang Qian nodded gently, casting a discerning glance at the individual, silently contemplating. This person's identity is indeed suspicious, yet at this critical juncture, the the evidence he possesses holds greater significance. Therefore, he replied nonchalantly, "Very well. I understand. You may leave now. Remember, this matter must remain confidential to avoid alarming the enemy." Upon hearing this, the individual visibly relaxed, bowing deeply in gratitude before hastily exiting the scene. Jiang Chun remained rooted in place, his gaze thoughtfully following the retreating figure as he calculated his next steps. He knew well that the emergence of this evidence would undoubtedly bolster his plans to reorganize the martial world in Jiaozhou. With this thought, a surge of ambition welled up within him. Chapter 66. The Imperial Flower Gang. He strode purposefully onto the city wall of Huadu County. Today, those once arrogant bandits had conspicuously refrained from launching an assault as they usually did. Could it be that these bandits were frightened? Jiang Chun stroked his chin, furrowing his brow, only to promptly dismiss the notion. He was acutely aware that these bandits were no ordinary foes, and they would not be so easily intimidated. Setting aside the fact that he had only slain 2 of their master-level experts, this was merely the tip of the iceberg concerning the bandit forces within the Erlongzai. The remaining 6 formidable warriors and Meng Shirley were all seasoned fighters, each possessing immense strength. They would not retreat merely because of this minor setback. Moreover, with the formidable presence of the Grand Master Jiang Kui, if the bandits were truly cowed into abandoning their siege, how could Jiang Kui remain idle? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Chun suddenly recalled the evidence that had recently come into his possession. Were the bandits attempting to utilize Zhao Xiu to eliminate me directly? After pondering for a moment, he deemed this possibility quite plausible. After all, why would the bandits so benevolently deliver evidence to him? However, given the circumstances, he intended to allow these individuals to witness firsthand the principle of striking first. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chun unhesitatingly summoned his steed, Chidian, and galloped toward the encampment of the bandits at Erlongzai. Erlongzai, notorious in the martial world as a den of thieves, was, in fact, situated quite a distance from Huadu County. Yet, this did not imply that the bandits of Erlongzai could act with impunity. On the contrary, several surrounding counties had erected formidable walls, equipped with vigilant defenses and a well-trained militia. More importantly, these counties were home to local martial arts experts whose prowess was not to be underestimated. Thus, although the bandits of Erlongzai were fierce, they were compelled to confine their activities to the outskirts of these counties, wary of initiating an assault. Huadu County, being one of the significant counties in the area, once housed a local gang known as the Yuhua sect. This faction, primarily engaged in the brothel business, was powerful and boasted numerous skilled fighters. However, 3 years prior, they encountered an unprecedented catastrophe. The incident stemmed from their leader inadvertently offending the capricious and powerful deputy leader of the demon cult, Ren Yingying. This was a storm that could have been averted, yet due to the impulsiveness of the Yuhua sect's leader, the entire gang was plunged into an irretrievable abyss. The influence of the demon cult was a source of dread throughout Jiaozhou and the entire martial realm. Their methods were ruthless and brutal, leaving a trail of bloodshed in their wake. Ren Yingying, in particular, was a standout among the younger generation of the demon cult, a figure of renown on the demon ranking, possessing unfathomable strength and an unpredictable temperament that made her difficult to fathom. Upon the news of the Yuhua sect leader's offense reaching the ears of Ren Yingying, the entire gang was thrown into a state of alarm. Urgently seeking aid, however, they received no reprieve, only to be met with a full-scale assault from the demon cult. That day, Huadu County was engulfed in flames, and the sounds of slaughter echoed through the air. Although the members of the Yuhua sect fought valiantly, they ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming assault of the demon cult experts. In the end, all 533 members of the gang met a gruesome fate at the hands of the demon cult. That night, the streets of Huadu County ran red with blood. A lamentation echoed through the land, and the entire county seemed shrouded in a thick aura of carnage. The fall of the Yuhua sect was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Huadu County. They had lost a formidable protector, leaving them weakened and vulnerable. In the aftermath, various other factions within the martial world of Jiaozhou began to stir, eager to seize opportunities amidst the chaos. In no time, Huadu County was engulfed in turmoil, with factions intertwining in relentless conflict, committing acts of arson, murder, and pillaging, threatening to reduce the county to a ghost town. This was also the reason why the bandits of Erlangzai dared to attack Huadu County. With a sharp whistle, Jiang Qian tightened the reins, and his steed, Chidian, came to a steady halt near the gathering place of the Erlangzai bandits. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over the chaotic and boisterous scene before him. While his mind remained composed, the bandits of Erlangzai were indeed as dissolute and unruly as the rumors suggested. They lounged about in groups, some engaged in jovial banter, others gambling and drinking, while a few lay sprawled on the ground. Sound asleep. It seemed these bandits were utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Jiang Qian estimated their numbers to be around 5,000. While not overly large, their strength was not to be underestimated. Any warrior below the celestial realm who intruded upon them might find themselves overwhelmed and slain. Observing from a hillside, Jiang Qian contemplated a strategy to eradicate them entirely. Just as he furrowed his brow in deep thought, a gentle breeze brushed past, carrying with it an unusual aura. A man clad in a gray robe, exuding an ethereal grace, emerged from the most opulent tent at the center of the bandit camp. His steps were steady, and each movement radiated an extraordinary demeanor, as if he were out of place amidst the surrounding clamor. Could this individual be the legendary flying Taoist, Jiang Kui? Jiang Qian pondered, yet soon shook his head, a tinge of regret surfacing within him. Alas, the distance was too great. Otherwise, he could ascertain the man's identity. The name Flying Taoist Jiang Kui resonated like thunder throughout the martial world of Jiaozhou. Not only was he a deeply skilled martial artist, but he was also a master of esoteric arts, medicine, and alchemy. It was said that he possessed the ability to traverse the skies and earth. A figure of mythic proportions in the hearts of many within the martial community. If he truly were Jiang Kui, it would necessitate a reconsideration of the risks involved in taking action. Nevertheless, Jiang Qian remained undaunted. He swiftly adjusted his mindset, redirecting his focus back to the situation at hand. He understood that regardless of whether the man was indeed the flying Taoist, he could not afford to be complacent. Though the bandits appeared disorganized, their sheer number and formidable strength warranted caution. He needed to maintain his composure and devise a flawless strategy. Consequently, Jiang Qian decisively sought a concealed position, settling down to cultivate his inner energy. With closed eyes and a focused mind, his breathing deepened, resonating with the ethereal energies of the universe. As he refined his inner energy, his presence grew increasingly stable, akin to an immovable mountain. Chapter 67. Midnight. As night descended, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yet Jiang Qian seemed to meld into this shroud, becoming one with the night. He awaited patiently, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike. Only when darkness fell and the bandits let down their guard could he stealthily approach their leaders. Once they fell, the remaining bandits would pose little threat. The day slipped away like water through fingers, and soon, the tranquil night blanketed the vast land. The moon ascended silently into the sky, casting a silvery glow that added a touch of serenity to the stillness of the night. Throughout the day, the bandits of Erlangzai appeared to have tempered their previous bravado, engaging in no significant activities. They gathered around the brightly burning braziers, savoring the rare moments of peace. The flames danced in the night, flickering in and out, resembling some mystical signal or whispering secrets unknown. However, this tranquility was short-lived. A chilling wind howled across the open plains, fierce as a wild beast, carrying a biting coldness and relentless fury that ravaged the land. The winds, sharp as ice blades, sliced through the air and the skin of the bandits alike. They shivered, huddling closer together, seeking warmth from one another against the howling storm. "Damn it, I'm freezing," exclaimed a burly bandit, his face lined with fat, as he stomped his feet in frustration. "I thought we'd be in Huadu County in a couple of days, enjoying good food and drink, but instead, we're stuck here in this godforsaken place, freezing and eating nothing but the cold wind. What a stroke of bad luck!" Amidst the gathering of bandits huddling by the brazier, such complaints echoed repeatedly. Although most had practiced some rudimentary martial arts, in the face of the biting north wind, their skills seemed futile against the frigid air. Their faces turned pale, lips cracked, eyes filled with exhaustion. Who knows what they were thinking? Why provoke the likes of the Genie Wei? One bandit lamented, "I heard a master from the Genie Way came and killed both our leaders, Pan Tai and Wang Buji. Now look where we are, unable to even enter Huadu County. Stuck freezing in this hellhole, just one person, and they can't even handle a Genie Way." They bluster and boast, but when trouble arises, they cower like turtles. It's infuriating, he continued, his voice thick with disappointment. Another bandit sighed in agreement. What can be done? While they can't contend with the Genie Way, they can certainly overpower us. These leaders do nothing but enjoy their lives, hoarding all the spoils while we get nothing. As the bandits grew increasingly agitated, their grievances escalated into harsh words, vowing to drag their leaders' ancestors into the fray. Their eyes blazed with fury, as if they were ready to unleash all their pent-up resentment. Damn it! All they care about is their own comfort, never minding our lives. One bandit spat, his tone laced with indignation. The treasures they pillage have all gone into their pockets. We don't even get a sip of soup. Another bandit echoed in agreement, his face etched with resentment. Just as they spoke with fervor and heightened emotions, a figure silently swept past them from behind. This individual was Jiang Chun, clad in attire suited for nocturnal endeavors, gliding through the bandit throng like a specter in the night. His gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, meticulously observing the bandits' words and actions, striving to glean valuable information from their discourse. He understood that these lower-tier bandits harbored deep grievances against their leaders and superiors, a potential advantage he could exploit. Moving gracefully among the crowd, he seemed to meld into the darkness, drawing no one's attention. The internal dynamics of the Longjai bandits were far from monolithic. On the contrary, these lower-tier bandits bore significant animosity towards their leaders, were it not for the need to earn a meager livelihood in such a harsh environment. They might have long fled this realm of chaos in search of a more tranquil existence. On this frigid night, straying from the meager warmth of the fire pit was akin to stepping into the jaws of death, with the risk of freezing to death in the wilderness looming ever-present. In such an environment, where the desire for peace prevailed, who still had the heart to keep watch? This provided Jiang Qian with considerable ease in his infiltration. He moved like a phantom through the bandit encampment, arousing no suspicion. Soon, he arrived at the vicinity of the tents. There were 10 tents in total, arranged in an orderly fashion throughout the camp, resembling miniature fortresses. These tents belonged to Meng Shirley and his 8 formidable subordinates, serving as their temporary abodes in this desolate wilderness. One tent, however, stood alone, exuding an air of grandeur that starkly contrasted with its surroundings. The fabric appeared thicker, adorned with exquisite patterns, signifying an identity of distinction. Yet, the purpose of such an imposing tent remained a mystery, arousing Jiang Qin's curiosity. With careful steps, he approached Meng Shirley's tent like a stalking cheetah. His heartbeat steady and powerful, his eyes glinting with determination. He recognized the critical nature of this operation. He must strike true, for the consequences of failure would be dire. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. To shoot a man, one must first shoot the horse. Jiang Qian understood this principle well, knowing that eliminating Meng Shirley first would render dealing with the other 6 a mere formality. Thus, he focused intently on Meng Shirley's breathing, attempting to ascertain his precise location. In a flash, Jiang Qian moved with lightning speed. Having pinpointed the location, he summoned the true energy within him without hesitation. The energy surged through his meridians like a mighty river rushing to the sea. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his strength and struck a powerful punch toward Meng Shirley's tent. Bang! A deafening sound erupted as his formidable fist obliterated the entire tent. Fragments of the tent flew through the air like leaves caught in a tempest. The occupant inside was propelled upwards as if kicked by an unseen force, soaring through the air before crashing down heavily onto the ground. Zhuo Wenjin. Early Mastery, 1226 points of evil value. What? Upon seeing the information of the individual within the tent, Jiang Qian was jolted. As if struck by lightning, he had never anticipated that his meticulous planning and stealthy approach would lead him to discover that the person within the tent was not Meng Shirley, but rather Zhuo Wenjin, Meng Shirley's capable aide, a formidable adversary in his own right. Jiang Qian's expression shifted to one of gravity as he swiftly adjusted his mindset to brace for the potential crisis. However, The commotion had inevitably caught the attention of other bandit leaders. Who dares to disturb my Erlongzai's domain? With a thunderous roar, a lithe figure sprang forth from another tent like a tiger descending a mountain. In the moonlight, the individual was imposing and fierce. It was none other than Meng Shirley, the leader of Erlongzai. Meng Shirley's sudden appearance tightened Jiang Qin's chest, yet he did not succumb to panic. He understood that even the slightest hint of fear could plunge him into an abyss of despair. Thus, he quickly steadied himself, drawing his blade with swift precision and launching himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Aiming to strike Meng Shirley down, with this strike, he poured all his strength into the blow, the blade glimmering coldly under the moonlight, accompanied by a chilling sound that seemed to split the air itself. Blood-fiend golden body, Meng Shirley bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder across the night sky. In an instant, a semicircular blood-red shield materialized around him, resembling a thick layer of crimson armor, shielding him securely. Boom! Jiang Qin's blade energy collided with the blood-red shield, producing a deafening explosion. The force of the blow rendered the blood-fiend shield 3 parts weaker. Its swirling crimson glow dimmed considerably, yet it remained unbroken. Meng Shirley's expression shifted slightly, clearly taken aback by the ferocity of Jiang Qin's attack. Simultaneously, the other 5 formidable subordinates emerged from their respective tents, each one robust and menacing, brandishing various weapons as they surrounded Jiang Qin. Their eyes gleamed with murderous intent, as if they sought to devour him whole. Amidst this encirclement, Jiang Qin stood undaunted. He was acutely aware that he had found himself in a perilous predicament. However, it was precisely in such moments that one must maintain composure. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled his true energy to its utmost limit, realizing that he must swiftly resolve the situation before the bandit leaders became fully alert. As any future attempts to strike would only become increasingly difficult, potentially leading to irrevocable doom. Ancient demon suppressing fist? Jiang Qin roared, his true energy seemingly boiling over at that moment. He clenched his fists tightly, their surfaces radiating a faint golden glow, as if containing boundless power. Then, like an arrow released from its bow, he charged forward, a massive fist shadow hurtling towards Meng Shirley. Meng Shirley's complexion paled in response. He understood the sheer force of this punch. He immediately activated the blood-fiend golden body once more, channeling all his energy into the blood-red shield, preparing to withstand the impending blow. However, to everyone's astonishment, this punch did not strike Meng Shirley's blood-fiend shield. Instead, due to a miscalculation in angle, it collided with Zhuo Jinwen, who lay nearby, barely clinging to life. With a resounding boom, the fist shadow collided with Zhuo Jinwen's body, akin to a massive cannonball exploding. Zhuo Jinwen's form disintegrated under the impact, blood and flesh scattering, a scene both gruesome and shocking. Evil value 3699. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. The remaining 5 formidable subordinates gaped at the scene before them, unable to believe their eyes. Who on earth is he? They wondered, astonished by his might, capable of dispatching Zhuo Jinwen with a single blow. Meng Shirley and the other 5 stared at one another, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had never encountered such a powerful foe. Jiang Qin's strength far exceeded their expectations. While they pondered this, Jiang Qin showed no hesitation, moving like a wraith towards another bandit leader named Zhang Hantian. His speed was blinding, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky, leaving onlookers bewildered. Zhang Hantian, ranked 8th among the 8 formidable subordinates, possessed only early mastery, making him the weakest among them. Yet, he was still a local tyrant within Erlongzai, wielding considerable strength and renown. However, in Jiang Qin's eyes, he was currently the most viable target for a swift kill. Jiang Qin's eyes were as keen as those of a hawk, locking onto Zhang Hantian. His form traced a graceful arc through the air, akin to an eagle soaring high, directly aiming for Zhang Hantian. How dare you? Meng Shirley's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with fury. He recognized that this young man, though possessing formidable inner strength and inscrutable martial arts, was at most his equal, lacking any overwhelming advantage. Yet, it was precisely this equally matched opponent who, in a moment of carelessness, had slain one of his subordinates, Zhuo Jinwen. With Zhang Hantian also at risk, This affront was an unbearable humiliation for Meng Shirley. A surge of blood rushed to his head, igniting a fire within him that threatened to engulf the world. Die. Meng Shirley let out a thunderous roar, his voice echoing like a deafening clap of thunder. He suddenly drew forth a coiling dragon staff from his spatial ring, the weapon gleaming in a deep golden hue, intricately carved with lifelike dragon motifs that emitted a faint, chilling light, undoubtedly a rare treasure. Gripping the staff tightly with both hands, Meng Shirley's internal energy surged violently, as if he intended to devour the entire staff whole. His gaze fixated intently on Jiang Qin, as though he aimed to etch his figure deeply into his memory. In the next moment, Meng Shirley lunged forward like a wild stallion breaking free, the coiling dragon staff howling through the air as it descended mercilessly towards Jiang Qin. This strike bore the weight of all his might. Seemingly intent on shattering the very heavens and earth, Jiang Qin, sensing the ferocity of Meng Shirley's attack, felt his expression grow grave. Chapter 69. The might of the 13th level of Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. The immense shadow of the staff loomed in the air like a colossal pillar, radiating an overwhelming aura of oppression and destructive power. Its sheer size seemed capable of obscuring the entire sky, instilling a sense of reverence in all who beheld it. A mere ordinary martial artist would likely be reduced to a pulp upon receiving such a blow, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying assault, Jiang Qin exhibited no hint of fear or retreat. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his energy into the 13th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. In an instant, his muscles swelled as if countless tiny creatures coursed through his veins, providing him with an unending source of strength. Jiang Qin's form flickered like a specter through the void, swiftly arriving at the location of Jiang Hantian. Upon sensing Jiang Qin's approach, Jiang Hantian's expression shifted dramatically. He promptly summoned his internal energy, bracing himself for battle. However, Jiang Qin's speed was simply too swift. He was unable to mount an effective defense. Ancient Demon Suppression Fist? Jiang Qin bellowed, unleashing a punch that sent a golden fist shadow hurtling towards Jiang Hantian like a dragon bursting from the sea. Jiang Hantian's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The fist shadow struck him with the force of a small mountain, producing a resounding crash as his body was instantly shattered into pieces, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. Sin value 1664. As the system's notification chimed, Meng Shirley's staff came crashing down, accompanied by a howling wind, akin to a dragon emerging from the ocean, an unstoppable force aimed at Jiang Qin's head. This blow was the culmination of all his strength, intended to deliver a lethal strike and decisively end the battle. Clang! A clear metallic clash resonated, and Jiang Qin's body seemed enveloped in an invisible armor. With all his might harnessed in the 13th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, he managed to withstand Meng Shirley's strike. The immense force caused the ground beneath Jiang Qin to tremble slightly, yet he stood steadfast like a rock, unyielding. What? Meng Shirley's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief washing over his face. He had never anticipated that the young man before him could indeed withstand his full-force blow without faltering. It was known that this strike could crush a small mountain, yet it had merely stirred faint ripples across Jiang Qin's form. Die! At that moment, Jiang Qin's voice exploded in Meng Shirley's ear. Seizing the opportunity created by blocking Meng Shirley's strike, Jiang Qin surged forward like a phantom, his eyes glinting with icy resolve, as if he could already envision Meng Shirley sprawled upon the ground. The earlier clash had clarified Meng Shirley's strength to Jiang Qin. Though Meng Shirley was indeed a formidable opponent, in Jiang Qin's eyes, he was far from his match. Jiang Qin was confident that, given a moment's time, he could utterly defeat Meng Shirley and bring this battle to a close. After all, how could an ordinary master-level martial artist possibly cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to the 13th level? Such a notion was utterly preposterous, almost beyond belief. Yet, Jiang Qin had accomplished this feat, mastering the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill and elevating it to the pinnacle of its 13th level. Though Meng Shirley was unaware of the precise nature of Jiang Qin's cultivation, he could sense something extraordinary about him. Gritting his teeth, his eyes aflame with fury, he shouted, "This kid is quite peculiar. Everyone, attack together! Kill him!" He understood that he was no match for Jiang Chen alone. Thus he called upon his companions without hesitation, seeking to overwhelm Jiang Chen through sheer numbers. Clang! In that critical moment, Jiang Chen's form flickered, and he appeared before Meng Shirley. Clenching his fists, he unleashed the ancient demon suppression fist with all his might. His fist seemingly gathering the power of the heavens and earth, carrying an overwhelming momentum to strike fiercely against Meng Shirley's coiling dragon staff. With this punch, Jiang Chen poured forth every ounce of his strength. Holding nothing back, he was acutely aware that in the face of a combined assault, he must give it his all to seize any chance of survival. The staff, meticulously forged from dark iron, bent slightly under the sheer force of Jiang Chen's thunderous punch, as if it had borne unimaginable pressure. Despite Meng Shirley being a master at the pinnacle of his realm, he now appeared pale and distressed. The searing pain in his arm nearly causing him to drop his long-time weapon. His eyes widened in shock, blood splattering from the corner of his mouth, the price he paid for resisting Jiang Chen's onslaught. He felt as though he were facing not a mere man, but a colossal beast that had traversed from the primordial era, possessing the power to annihilate everything. Quick! Kill him! Meng Shirley roared, urgency lacing his voice. He knew all too well that alone he could not withstand Jiang Chen's relentless assault. He needed the strength of his comrades to have even the slightest chance of survival, at that moment. The attacks of the other four had reached Jiang Chen's rear. Their gazes were cold, radiating a chilling intent to kill, akin to four predatory beasts poised to deliver a lethal strike. Ha! The four shouted in unison, each unleashing their most powerful techniques in a concerted effort to slay Jiang Chen. Their assaults sliced through the air like four bolts of lightning, accompanied by a fierce wind and the piercing sound of rupturing air. Aimed directly at Jiang Chen's vital points, Jiang Chen moved with the grace of a dancing dragon, evading their attacks while searching for an opportunity to counterstrike. He twisted his body like a swift serpent, his right hand gripping the blood knife, sweeping it horizontally with sudden ferocity. This strike channeled all his strength and will, the blade tracing a brilliant crimson arc through the air, releasing an overwhelming wave of cutting energy that surged towards the four attackers. The four felt an intensely sharp blade energy rushing towards them, their hearts seized with alarm as they hastily summoned their full power to defend. However, Jiang Chen's strike was too formidable, even combined. They could not withstand it, and they were sent staggering back several paces, their faces pale. Seeing this, Meng Shirley let out a furious roar, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The coiling dragon staff in his hand traced silver arcs through the air, its shadows multiplying like a dragon surging from the sea. Imbued with boundless might and murderous intent, aimed directly at Jiang Chen's vital points. This strike was the culmination of Meng Shirley's strength. He understood that if he could not end this in one blow, he would likely never have another opportunity. Chapter 70. Slaying Meng Shirley, however. Jiang Chen seemed to have already discerned Meng Shirley's intentions. He shifted slightly, effortlessly dodging Meng Shirley's assault like a wraith at the same time. He clenched his left fist and unleashed the ancient demon suppression fist. This punch bore the weight of a mountain, infused with an inexorable pressure, hurtling towards Meng Shirley. Meng Shirley felt an irresistible force barreling towards him, his heart racing with alarm as he hurriedly retracted his coiling dragon staff, summoning all his internal energy to resist. Yet, the power of Jiang Chen's punch was staggering. He felt as though he had been struck by a mountain, his body involuntarily propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The coiling dragon staff collided with the ancient demon suppression fist in midair, producing a deafening roar akin to thunder, reverberating through the surroundings and causing the very space to tremble. Where their forces met, the air seemed to tear apart, erupting in blinding light that made it impossible to gaze directly as the two forces clashed. Surrounding sand and gravel were whipped into a frenzy, forming miniature dust storms. The wind howling and yellow dust swirling chaotically. These particles flew through the air like razor-sharp blades, slicing through everything in their path, emitting a piercing shriek. The four formidable warriors felt a chill creeping into their hearts. Though seasoned fighters, they could not help but feel fear in the face of the terrifying power Jiang Chen displayed. They exchanged glances, a flicker of hesitation and uncertainty passing between them. Should they step forward to assist? One of the individuals whispered softly, his voice tinged with uncertainty. After all, although the four of them combined possessed considerable strength, facing a formidable opponent like Jiang Chun left none of them confident in their ability to emerge unscathed. However, Ming Laoda, the leader, hesitated to speak. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by a third party. Humph, what is there to uphold? Loyalty is but a farce. Only survival holds true significance, Deng Ming retorted with a cold sneer. His tone laced with indifference. He was acutely aware that in this chaotic world, the only path to pursue wealth, power, and influence lay in remaining alive. Death rendered all aspirations null and void. The other three fell silent, fully comprehending that although Deng Ming's words were harsh, they resonated with an undeniable truth. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, the essence of existence hinged solely on living. Notions of faith and loyalty were mere illusions. As time progressed, Jiang Chen gradually found his rhythm in battle, growing bolder with each confrontation, as if an inexhaustible source of power surged within him. At that moment, his ancient demon-fighting fist displayed unprecedented finesse and might. Each strike reverberated through the air, causing even the heavens and earth to tremble. You worthless lot, why do you hesitate? Attack? Meng surely felt a surge of terror as he sensed the terrifying power contained within Jiang Chen's punches. He knew well that if this continued, he would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Yet, when his gaze swept over the four great warriors, he found them still cowering, unwilling to step forward and assist. This sight incited a tempest of rage within Meng Shirley, who bellowed furiously, attempting to intimidate them into action. A golden opportunity. Jiang Chen's eyes glimmered with the sharpness of a hawk, keenly seizing the moment when Meng Shirley's anger distracted him. Like a ghost, Jiang Chen evaded Meng Shirley's seemingly ferocious yet flawed attack with ease. He then concentrated all his strength and unleashed a devastating punch to Meng Shirley's chest. This strike encapsulated all of Jiang Chen's power, as if it sought to obliterate Meng Shirley entirely. With a deafening crash, Meng Shirley's body was hurled away like a rag doll caught in a tempest. His resistance utterly futile, he traced a long, arcing trajectory before crashing heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. His chest caved in under the immense force, creating a ghastly indentation, while blood gushed forth like a spring, staining both his garments and the earth beneath him. In his eyes, a mixture of unwillingness and despair brewed. He could scarcely fathom that he would fall to a seemingly youthful adversary like Jiang Chen. He struggled to rise, yet the excruciating pain rendered him powerless, forcing him to watch helplessly as Jiang Chen drew closer with each step. The remaining four, witnessing this spectacle, were engulfed by dread. They understood Meng Shirley's capabilities. Yet now he lay lifeless on the ground like a kite severed from its string. Exchanging silent glances, they comprehended each other's thoughts without uttering a word and promptly turned to flee. They recognized that Jiang Chen had transformed into an entity far beyond their capacity to challenge, with Meng Shirley's grim defeat serving as undeniable evidence. Thus, the four scattered like frightened rabbits, hastily fleeing the scene. Think you can escape? It's not that simple. Jiang Chen's voice echoed through the vast night, his gaze as frigid as ice, fixated on the four bandit leaders of Erlong-Zhai, as if he intended to freeze their very souls in that moment. These four were prey worth thousands of points in evil value, and Jiang Chen would not let them slip away so easily. He slowly retrieved the bloodied blade embedded in the ground, which gleamed ominously in the moonlight, quivering like a bloodthirsty demon. Steadily, Jiang Chen gripped the hilt and swung the blade with precision, executing the motion with a clean decisiveness, devoid of hesitation. Meng Shirley's lifeless head, refusing to close its eyes in death, was severed from his body with the swing of the bloodied blade, rolling onto the ground. Those once vibrant eyes, now filled with terror, had lost all glimmer, leaving behind only an abyss of emptiness and silence. Evil value 5369. After confirming Meng Shirley's demise, a cold glint flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes as he advanced, meticulously inspecting Meng Shirley's body to ensure no valuable items were overlooked. His gaze then fell upon a shimmering spatial ring adorning Meng Shirley's finger, capable of storing numerous rare treasures. Jiang Qian smiled faintly, unhesitatingly removing the ring and carefully stowing it away in his bosom. Just then, a clear and prolonged whistle pierced the night air, shattering the surrounding silence, in a heartbeat. A crimson figure surged forth like an arrow loosed from its bow. Racing towards him, it was the silhouette of a magnificent steed. Its fiery coat glowing vibrantly within the darkness, as it galloped, its hooves kicked up clouds of dust, resembling a tempest of crimson fury unleashed upon the night. Chapter 71. The Celestial Taoist, Jiang Kuei. The horse's eyes glowed like two burning specters in the dark, radiating an unsettling light. It charged forward, plowing through any bandits attempting to obstruct its path, sending them sprawling in disarray, bones snapping, and anguished cries filling the air. Jiang Qian seized the saddle of the crimson stallion with agility, deftly mounting it. Once settled, his gaze sharpened, scanning the surroundings until it settled on the fleeing quartet, as the four fled in disparate directions. Jiang Qian swiftly analyzed the situation and locked onto the one among them with the most substantial evil value as his target for pursuit. In the midst of his flight, Deng Ming inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Qian riding a blood-red steed, rapidly closing in on him, and was instantly paralyzed with fear, his complexion turning ashen. Internally lamenting his misfortune, he recognized he was no match for Jiang Qian. Should he fall into his clutches, death would surely follow. Thus, he exerted every ounce of strength to flee, as if pursued not by a man, but by a raging beast. At that moment, several bandits who had been scattered around, drawn by the commotion, began converging toward the source of the noise. Eager to uncover the truth, Deng Ming's heart soared with hope as he seized a passing bandit and, with no regard for human life, hurled him toward Jiang Qian's advancing direction, hoping to use the bandit as a stepping stone for his own escape. The unsuspecting bandits, caught off guard by Deng Ming's sudden shove, lost their balance and tumbled to the ground, some even suffering severe injuries, their cries of pain echoing in the air. Whoosh! A series of sharp, slicing sounds pierced the atmosphere, accompanied by glimmers of cold light, as Jiang Qian's long blade transformed into a harbinger of death, each swing imbued with a chilling intent to kill. The bandits Deng Ming had used as shields stood no chance against the fierce blade's arc. Before they could react, they were cleaved in two by Jiang Qian's lethal strikes, blood splattering and staining the earth. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding bandits were seized by terror, having never before encountered such a brutal display of violence. Fear spread like a plague, driven solely by the instinct to survive. They scattered in all directions, desperate to avoid becoming the next victim of the blade's wrath. Whoosh! In a mere 4 or 5 breaths, Jiang Qian's figure appeared like a specter behind Deng Ming. The long blade, charged with his full strength, shimmered ominously, as if it would cleave the very fabric of space itself. Sensing the chilling aura of death emanating from behind him, Deng Ming exerted every effort to turn and resist, yet his struggles felt utterly futile against such overwhelming force. Crack! With a resounding snap, Jiang Qian's blade struck true, severing Deng Ming's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Staining his garments crimson, Deng Ming's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend that he had fallen so easily to this young man's blade. Evil value 3112. Jiang Qian sheathed his weapon, casting a cold gaze around. The bandits who had initially gathered to witness the commotion had vanished without a trace. Next, without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qian pursued another leader of Erlong Zhai, swiftly catching up to him. The blade flashed, and he too met a grim fate. Evil value 1433. The third leader of Erlong Zhai, known as Zhuangbatian, was a notorious figure in the underworld. Yet now, as he faced the relentless advance of Jiang Qian, who bore the aura of death, the fear surging within him washed away his usual bravado. "My lord, spare me. I am willing to surrender and offer all my wealth, just begging for your mercy." Zhuang Beishan's voice trembled visibly, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees, raising his hands high as if to demonstrate his submission to Jiang Qian. However, Jiang Qian's gaze remained as cold as ice, affording him no chance to continue his plea. The long blade sliced through the air like a flash of lightning, severing Zhuang Beishan's neck. Whoosh! With a resounding clang of the blade, Zhuang Beishan's head fell. blood gushing forth to stain his garments and the ground beneath him. Sin value 1203. Terror filled his eyes, as if he could not comprehend, even in his final moments, why Jiang Qin had resolved to kill him with such determination. Only one remained. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, Chidian let out an excited roar, seemingly invigorated by his master's resolve, its fur bristling with exuberance. It strode forward, pursuing the last bandit leader with great strides. The final bandit chief of Erlong Zai, known as Iron Hand Zhangfang, had gained a modest reputation in the Greenwood for his ruthless methods and exceptional martial skills. However, he was most renowned for being the nephew of the flying Taoist, Jiang Kuei. Yet at this moment, facing Jiang Qin's relentless advance, he resembled a wild beast trapped in a cage, his eyes filled with dread. Just as Jiang Qin was about to close in for the final blow, Zhang Fong suddenly changed his expression, joy illuminating his face as he cried out, "Uncle, save me!" At these words, Jiang Qin's heart jolted. He quickly reined in the reins, bringing his galloping steed to an abrupt halt. He gazed ahead with vigilance, his eyes sharp, attempting to discern any potential threats amidst the night. Chidian sensed its master's tension, anxiously pacing back and forth, occasionally emitting low growls, as if preparing for the impending battle. At that moment, a figure dashed towards them from afar, its speed akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, swiftly closing the distance between itself and Jiang Qin. The aura emanating from this figure was so potent that even Jiang Qin found himself momentarily shaken. He could distinctly sense that this was a grandmaster-level expert, with unfathomable cultivation, far from an ordinary foe. Jiang Qin's brow furrowed. Grandmasters were exceedingly rare in the Jianghu of Jiaozhou, each possessing extraordinary strength. Moreover, Jiang Kuei, even among grandmasters, was an exceptionally formidable presence. Flying Taoist, Jiang Kuei, I never anticipated his arrival would be so swift, Jiang Qian murmured to himself, a hint of gravity underscoring his tone. Jiang Kuei was not only Zhang Fang's uncle but also the true master of Erlong Zai. Having attained the pinnacle of grandmaster-level cultivation, making him an unfathomable opponent, Jiang Qian felt acutely aware that he was far from being his match. Chapter 72. Taiji Jiang Qin's brow tightened as he swiftly retrieved 3 thunder pearls from his storage ring, each capable of threatening a master-level warrior. At the same moment he produced the thunder pearls, Jiang Kuei's silhouette, like a specter, instantaneously appeared beside Zhang Fang, clad in a light blue Taoist robe that billowed like the garments of an immortal. His goat-bearded visage bore a chilling glint of murderous intent, as if he wished to shred Jiang Qin into pieces. Jiang Kuei, Grandmaster-level pinnacle, 18,334 sin value. Zhang Fang, trembling as if he had found a lifeline, cowered behind Jiang Kuei's broad and sturdy figure, his voice quivering with a hint of sobbing and boundless fear. Second uncle, Meng Shixiang. He was killed by him. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Kuei's countenance darkened, his eyes flashing with a fierce light akin to blades. He abruptly turned his gaze towards Jiang Qin, his voice as frigid as ice, capable of freezing the very air. You shall pay for this. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Jiang Kuei erupted like an enraged tiger, unleashing an astonishing aura as he lunged toward Jiang Qin. His speed was breathtaking, rendering even Zhao Xiu, who had previously clashed with Jiang Qin, seemingly inferior by comparison. However, Jiang Qin did not appear flustered in the face of this sudden onslaught. His eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly devised a countermeasure. In this critical moment, he made a decisive move, raising his right hand to hurl a thunder pearl in the direction of the approaching Jiang Kuei. The thunder pearl shimmered with a ghostly light under the moon, exuding a disquieting aura. Yet, Jiang Kuei seemed oblivious to it, maintaining his relentless charge toward Jiang Qin. As a martial arts master, Jiang Kuei possessed extraordinary perception. In a single glance, he discerned the trajectory and force of the iron sphere, knowing full well that this concealed weapon posed no threat to him. Thus, he disregarded the thunder pearl, focusing entirely on delivering a lethal blow to Jiang Qin. However, to Jiang Qin's utter astonishment, the moment the thunder pearl struck the ground, it detonated with a tremendous explosion, unleashing a shocking wave of energy, boom, accompanied by a deafening roar. a powerful shockwave surged forth like a tempest, mingled with countless razor-sharp fragments that shot toward Jiang Kuei like blades. This unexpected assault momentarily halted Jiang Kuei's advance. He was compelled to muster all his strength to withstand the overwhelming barrage. Boom, boom. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Kuei staggered, Jiang Qin's eyes flashed with determination as he relentlessly hurled the remaining thunder pearls into the fray. Each thunder pearl traced an elegant arc through the air before erupting with even greater ferocity. Releasing a violent wave of energy in an instant, the entire space seemed engulfed by this tumultuous force, dust swirling and smoke billowing, rendering the scene nearly indistinguishable. When the dust finally settled and the smoke began to dissipate, Jiang Kuei's garments were tattered and in disarray, hanging from him in a ragged state, appearing quite disheveled. Yet, despite enduring such a fierce assault, the aura emanating from Jiang Kuei had not diminished in the slightest. Instead, it grew even more formidable. His eyes narrowed, exuding a chilling presence. He resembled an enraged beast. Though the 3 thunder pearls possessed tremendous power, they merely left Jiang Kuei slightly disheveled in the face of his Grandmaster-level pinnacle strength, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Die! Jiang Chun was acutely aware of his predicament, grasping that retreat was no longer an option. A sense of resolve surged within him as he leaped from the galloping Chidian. Akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, hurtling towards Jiang Kui in midair, he channeled his true energy, consolidating it into an overwhelming force, unleashing the ancient demon-subduing fist with catastrophic intent aimed squarely at Jiang Kuei. This punch represented Jiang Qin's utmost effort, his final hope. He understood that Jiang Kuei's prowess was formidable. Even with Chidian's full-speed escape, its velocity could not compare to Jiang Kuei's. Choosing to flee would be tantamount to seeking death. Only by fighting with every ounce of strength could he hope for a glimmer of survival. Jiang Kuei, momentarily dazed by the explosive force of the earlier Thunder Pearl, felt a tempestuous energy rampaging within him, as if it would tear his very organs apart. Fortunately, he reacted promptly, swiftly channeling his internal true energy to erect a sturdy shield for defense. This shield functioned as an invisible barrier, absorbing the majority of the energy unleashed by the Thunder Pearl's explosion. Otherwise, relying solely on his physical form, he would have surely been reduced to a bloody pulp. Even so, the residual shockwave left him feeling disoriented, his complexion growing increasingly grim. However, just as Jiang Kuei steadied himself and sought to regulate his breath, Jiang Chen was already upon him, shadowing his every move, delivering the ancient demon-subduing fist with unparalleled force directly aimed at his chest. This punch encapsulated all of Jiang Chen's true energy and will, as if he sought to shatter the very heavens. Yet, Jiang Kuei, being a Grandmaster-level pinnacle expert, merely snorted, advancing rather than retreating, and struck forth with his palm, unleashing a stream of black energy that surged forth from his palm. Directly meeting Jiang Chen's ancient demon-subduing fist, boom! The 2 formidable forces collided in midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The black energy surged forth like a frenzied dragon, ruthlessly tearing at the true energy of Jiang Chen's fist. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Jiang Chen's ancient demon-subduing fist's true energy was forcefully shattered by this black stream. With a rustle, Jiang Chen was sent reeling backward, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. Retreating several dozen steps before barely stabilizing himself, his complexion had turned pale, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that the recent clash with Jiang Kuei had inflicted substantial internal injuries. He raised his gaze to Jiang Kuei, the gravity of the situation becoming increasingly evident on his face, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. This individual's strength far exceeded my expectations. Jiang Chun had originally believed that even if he could not defeat Jiang Kuei, he would at least be able to engage him in a contest. However, reality imparted a cruel lesson, allowing him to deeply comprehend the terrifying prowess of this consummate grandmaster. Chapter 73. The fearsome Jiang Kuei appeared remarkably calm and unperturbed. He gently brushed the dust from his clothes, as if the fierce battle that had just transpired was nothing more than an inconsequential matter to him. He did not rush to attack. Instead, he stood there quietly, gazing at Jiang Chen with his profound eyes, a hint of disdain evident in his expression, akin to a ferocious tiger observing a lamb awaiting slaughter. "You are quite impressive." Jiang Kui finally spoke, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with a sense of mysterious power. "Even within the Wudong sect, individuals as young as you possessing such profound martial skills are exceedingly rare. Alas, it is unfortunate that you have encountered me today at this juncture." A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Kuei's eyes as he slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upwards, a surge of formidable true energy beginning to churn within him. "Damn it, Taijiquan. He truly is from Wudong." Jiang Chen gasped inwardly, disbelief and shock flaring in his eyes. He had never anticipated encountering a disciple of Wudong here, let alone one whose Taijiquan had reached such an extraordinary level of mastery. Faced with Jiang Kuei's Taijiquan, Jiang Chen dared not hold back or grow complacent. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength, and suddenly launched a powerful punch at Jiang Kui. This strike encompassed all his true energy and will, as if he aimed to rend the very fabric of space itself. Yet, Jiang Kui remained unfazed. With a mere motion of his hands, the black true energy flowed like a phantom in the night, silently intercepting Jiang Chen's blow. Immediately thereafter, the white true energy radiated like the first light of dawn, effortlessly rebounding Jiang Chen's attack back at him. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated through the air, leaving Jiang Chen aghast. He had not expected his full force strike to be so easily neutralized and subsequently reflected back. He hurriedly adjusted his stance, narrowly evading the counterattack. However, the crisis was far from over. Before Jiang Chen could react, Jiang Kui had already left behind a fleeting shadow in midair, slicing through space like a bolt of lightning. His figure, ghostly and elusive, appeared before Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming aura bearing down on him, causing him to gasp for breath. He swiftly summoned the true energy within him, preparing to face Jiang Kuei's next strike. Yet, Jiang Kuei's movements surpassed his expectations. As his fists descended like a torrential rain, each blow imbued with tremendous force. "Damn it!" Jiang Chen roared inwardly, an indomitable fighting spirit igniting within him. Recognizing that continuing to engage in a long-range contest of true energy would only render him more passive against Jiang Kuei's adept Taijiquan, he resolved to leverage the formidable physical prowess bestowed upon him by the 13-fold dragon elephant prajna skill for close-quarters combat, seeking an opening to defeat Jiang Kui. With a flash, Jiang Chen darted forward like a leopard, his eyes blazing with fervor as he locked onto Jiang Kuei's figure. He then concentrated all his strength, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Jiang Kuei's chest. However, Jiang Kui seemed to have anticipated his intent. With a gentle flick of his hands, he effortlessly redirected Jiang Chen's fist as if plucking a string on a musical instrument. Jiang Chen's fist narrowly grazed Jiang Kui, stirring only a slight breeze. Bang! At that moment, Jiang Kui suddenly struck out, his palm crashing into Jiang Chen's chest like a lightning bolt. Jiang Chen felt an immense force surge through him, propelling him backward uncontrollably until he landed heavily on the ground. A sharp pain radiated from his chest, his true energy spiraling into chaos, as if disrupted by an invisible force. Undeterred, Jiang Chen clenched his teeth, enduring the agony in his chest, and unleashed a flurry of punches towards Jiang Kui. Each blow was imbued with immense power, as if he sought to tear apart the very space around him. Yet, Jiang Kui moved with the grace of a specter, skillfully evading each of Jiang Chen's strikes. Jiang Chen's fists left trails of afterimages in the air, but he could never land a hit on Jiang Kui. Bang! With a deafening sound, Jiang Kui delivered another heavy palm strike against Jiang Chen. The force was so great that it sent Jiang Chen flying over several dozen feet, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, tracing a long arc through the air. When Jiang Chen crashed to the ground, the earth trembled as if shaken by his fall. A deep gash was carved into the ground upon his impact, dust swirling and stones scattering. Jiang Chen's body slid across the ground for a distance before finally coming to a halt. Puff! Struggling, Jiang Chen rose from the ground, his complexion pale as death, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. He gasped for breath, each inhale seeming a Herculean effort. The force of that palm strike had evidently inflicted severe injury. as if his internal organs had been violently struck, causing unbearable pain. Jiang Kui stood not far away, his hands still gently raised, the black and white energies swirling within his palms like the yin and yang fish in the Taiji diagram, both opposing yet unified. His gaze was as tranquil as water, as if the previous strike had been nothing more than an inconsequential act. What formidable power, what a resilient physique. If you were to break through to the Grandmaster realm, I might not stand a chance against you, Jiang Kui remarked, genuine admiration lacing his words as he slowly approached Jiang Qin, each step exuding calm assurance, as if everything were well within his grasp. At that moment, Qi Dian furiously positioned itself in front of Jiang Kui, its large, bell-like eyes fixated on him, emitting a low growl as if warning him to keep his distance from its master. Qi Dian's muscles tensed, poised to launch an attack, ready to protect Jiang Qin's safety. Jiang Kui regarded the obstructive Qi Dian with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. A Jiao Longju? How remarkable! What manner of person are you to have been granted a Jiao Longju by the Ming Emperor? Such an honor is not something just anyone can possess. At this juncture, Zhang Feng hurried over and said, "Uncle, I heard that a Qianhu from the Jinyue has recently arrived in Jiaozhou. Could it be this person?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Kui's gaze once more fell upon Jiang Qian. Scrutinizing him carefully, he could not help but ponder. This young man not only possesses formidable strength, but also rides such a rare steed as the Jiao Longju, and is a Qianhu of the Jinyue. Clearly, his background is not to be trifled with. It seems that after eliminating him, we must hasten our departure from Jiaozhou. Otherwise, should the Ming Emperor pursue the matter, it could spell disaster for us. Chapter 74. Peacock Feather System. Begin the lottery, utilizing the blue roulette. Jiang Qian, having risen from the ground, fixed his blood-red eyes upon the approaching Jiang Kui, and without hesitation, addressed the system. He could only hope to draw a treasure capable of contending with Jiang Kui. Else, this time next year would mark his demise. Ding! The lottery commences. A blue roulette materialized before him. He currently possessed over 18,000 points of sin value, affording him but a single opportunity to spin the blue roulette. If this time he failed to draw something capable of dealing with Jiang Kui, it was unlikely that the green roulette would offer anything of worth. The Thunder Pearl, under Jiang Kui's vigilance, would be wholly incapable of harming him. Before his eyes, the blue roulette began to spin slowly, soon coming to a halt. Upon seeing the reward from this lottery, Jiang Qian could not help but erupt into laughter. Heaven has not forsaken me, bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Jiang Kui delivered a gentle kick, as if effortlessly sending a withered leaf flying, directly propelling Qi Dian away. Qi Dian's massive form arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Emitting a pained howl, It struggled feebly, its eyes filled with agony, clearly injured by the blow. Jiang Kui, akin to a merciless harbinger of death, slowly approached Jiang Qin. He towered over him, casting a disdainful gaze, as if looking upon a lifeless corpse. "Boy, what is your name?" Jiang Kui coldly inquired, his voice laced with mockery. Jiang Kui, do not slay nameless ghosts. Tell me your name, so I may know whose life ends at my hands." Jiang Qian met his gaze, a bone-chilling coldness emanating from his eyes, a grim smile curving his lips. "Your grandfather's name is Jiang Qian. When you descend to hell, do not forget to inform the king of hell who it was that sent you there." His voice was deep and resonant, each word seeming to be squeezed from between his teeth, imbued with an undeniable resolve. As his words fell, Jiang Qian's right hand abruptly emerged from his sleeve, firmly grasping a pure gold cylinder that shimmered with a golden hue. This cylinder, ancient in design, was intricately engraved with complex and mysterious patterns, as if it contained some unfathomable power. Jiang Kui's gaze was instantly captivated by the golden cylinder, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. This feeling was so intense that he could almost perceive the breath of death enveloping his heart, as if an invisible hand had seized his heart, leaving him cold and breathless. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at the golden cylinder in Jiang Qian's hand, the threat of death growing ever more pronounced. "No," with a crisp sound, Jiang Qian unhesitatingly activated the enigmatic weapon in his grasp. A dazzling array of radiant colors burst forth, as splendid as a peacock's plume and reminiscent of a rainbow slicing through the sky, adding an indescribable brilliance to the tranquil night. The kaleidoscopic light blossomed, enveloping everything in its vicinity. Jiang Kuei, eyes wide in astonishment, stood motionless, entranced by the beautiful illumination. In that moment, his life flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. The helplessness following his parents' death from plague during his childhood, his reliance on his brother, the confusion when his master found him and took him back to Wudong, the arrogance he felt after his successful cultivation, believing himself invincible, the pride that turned to defiance when punished for the wrongful death of innocent civilians, the pain of losing his beloved woman to another, culminating in the agony of his own hand in their demise, the desperation of fleeing from the relentless pursuit of his sect, the numbness of indiscriminate slaughter, all of it gradually unfurled before him, only to fade away in due course. His parents, brother, master, Ling heir, and senior brother, those who had once left indelible marks on his life, seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space. Beckoning him gently, their faces were serene, as if they had forgiven his past transgressions, inviting him to a place far removed from the clamor of the world, devoid of pain and regret, where only happiness resided. Bang! Jiang Kuei collapsed, yet his face bore no trace of anguish, only an infinite tranquility. Though he had already lost all semblance of life, he fell before Jiang Chen, irrevocably transformed into a lifeless corpse. Sin value 18334. The peacock feather in Jiang Chen's hand, once aglow with vibrant splendor, now appeared to have lost all vitality, gradually dimming until it lay quietly in his palm, an ordinary dart die in the distance. Jiang Fong witnessed this scene, as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot, his eyes wide with disbelief. In his heart, Uncle Jiang Kuei had always been the omnipotent, invincible figure, the one who could shield him from harm. Yet now, his uncle lay lifeless in a pool of blood, the flame of life extinguished without warning. A terrified scream shattered the tranquility of the night, and Jiang Fong finally snapped back to reality. Turning to flee without a moment's hesitation, he understood that remaining here would only lead to his own demise. He must escape this terrifying place to preserve his life. Jiang Chen gazed at Jiang Fong's frantic retreating figure, his heart betraying not a single ripple of emotion. At this moment, he had exhausted all his strength. Even lifting his arm felt like an insurmountable effort. He looked at the now dull peacock feather in his hand, feeling an immense sense of relief. The peacock feather, a high-tier dark weapon, required replenishing with mystic silver needles after each use, up to a maximum of 100. The more needles, the greater the power. Fortunately, he had drawn the legendary artifact, the peacock feather. Otherwise, facing a foe like Jiang Kuei today would surely have spelled his doom, leaving no chance for survival. With great effort, Jiang Chen struggled to rise from the ground, his face smeared with a mix of blood and dirt, presenting a pitiful sight. He staggered to Jiang Kuei's corpse, beginning to search through his belongings. Jiang Chen knew that as a consummate master, Jiang Kuei must possess numerous treasures and secrets, all of which were crucial to him at this moment. In the course of his search, Jiang Chen unexpectedly discovered that Jiang Kuei was clad in a soft armor made of an unknown material. This armor appeared exceptionally lightweight, emanating a faint chill under the moonlight, clearly not an ordinary item. Chapter 75. 10 deaths without survival. He gently touched it, feeling an indescribable resilience and softness, as if it could withstand all forms of attack in the world. Alas, it could not withstand the peacock feather. Jiang Chen scoffed coldly, forcefully stripping the armor from Jiang Kuei's body. However, he had no intention of donning the garment that had been pierced by the peacock feather. He was uncertain whether it harbored lethal toxins, and a careless mistake could lead to unnecessary troubles. Yet, he did not feel disappointment, for even if he did not wear it, the armor would surely fetch a handsome price. After all, if death were to come, it would be for others. Having completed this task, Jiang Chen's gaze turned steely once more. He slowly approached Jiang Kuei's corpse, the blade in his hand flashing as he cleanly severed Jiang Kuei's head. Jiang Chen mused to himself that this head, if taken to the Merits Hall of the Imperial Guards, would undoubtedly yield a substantial reward. After all, Jiang Kuei ranked highly on the wanted list, and his head would surely garner a hefty bounty. After placing Jiang Kuei's head into his storage ring, Jiang Chen hurried to Qi Dian's side to assess its injuries. Qi Dian had been kicked by Jiang Kuei. Although not fatal, it had still sustained significant harm. Qi Dian, possessing considerable intelligence, ceased to struggle upon witnessing Jiang Kuei's demise, instead reclining on the ground to recuperate. Jiang Qian approached Qi Dian, just as he prepared to examine its wounds when a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him. His body felt as though it had lost control. He stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Thud. A dull thud resounded, and Jiang Qian abruptly expelled a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid traced a dark arc through the air before ultimately landing on the ground. To everyone's astonishment, as soon as the blood made contact with the earth, it emitted a plume of white smoke, akin to molten iron, instantly enveloping the area. This smoke carried an indescribable, searing aura, evoking an involuntary chill in those who inhaled it. In that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that the dual forces of yin and yang within him, the true qi of Taiji, had not dissipated with Jiang Kuei's fall. Rather, they were stirred by some invisible force. Surging with greater intensity, these two streams of Taiji true qi rampaged within him like untamed stallions, completely beyond his control. A deep sense of dread gripped Jiang Chen's heart, for he was acutely aware that the nature of Taiji true qi was to possess formidable aftereffects, once unleashed. It surged like a tidal wave, nearly impossible to quell that moment. He felt as though he were engulfed in tumultuous waves, at any moment on the brink of being consumed by this overwhelming power. What compounded Jiang Chen's despair was the turmoil within him. The once tightly suppressed poison of the 7 Xian blood bat began to stir restlessly, rapidly becoming more active. The toxin, like a cunning serpent, took the opportunity to wreak havoc within his body, incessantly gnawing at his flesh. Jiang Chen felt an excruciating pain emanating from deep within, as if a sharp blade were twisting inside him, tearing at his very organs. Simultaneously, a blazing inferno spread throughout his body, searing every inch of skin and bone. This unbearable agony felt as though it were attempting to rend his soul from his corporeal form. And he perceived each second as a torturous eternity, a profound sense of hopelessness welling within him. He contemplated that perhaps death would offer an escape from this endless torment, a means of liberation. Yet, fate appeared unwilling to grant him such reprieve. Thanks to his cultivation of the 13-fold dragon elephant prajna skill, Jiang Chen's body and meridians had been tempered far beyond the ordinary warrior. And this resilience became his sole lifeline in this dire moment. Were it not for this, he would likely have succumbed to the onslaught of true qi and venom long ago, despite being physically and mentally drained. On the brink of despair, Jiang Chen summoned his remaining strength, gritting his teeth and laboriously channeling his true qi. He understood that only by suppressing the chaotic yin and yang true qi could he hope to muster the energy needed to confront the equally formidable 7 Xian blood bat toxin. He closed his eyes, focusing intently as he guided the true qi through his meridians, attempting to tame this rampaging force with his will and mastery. Each circulation of true qi felt like a silent duel with death itself. A moment's negligence could lead to irrevocable consequences. After what felt like an eternity, as Jiang Chen struggled to subdue the turmoil within, a sharp, urgent whistling pierced the stillness of the night, shattering the silence. The sound was clear and powerful, and even in his precarious predicament, Jiang Chen could discern that a feathered arrow was hurtling towards him at breathtaking speed. However, in his current state, his true qi in disarray and the venom wreaking havoc, his movements had become alarmingly sluggish, and his reflexes significantly impaired. He could hear the arrow slicing through the air, drawing nearer, yet he felt as if bound by invisible shackles, unable to execute any effective evasive maneuvers in an instant. The arrow struck him with the force of a silver lightning bolt, piercing the night and accurately embedding itself in his left shoulder. The impact reverberated through his entire body, nearly causing him to lose his balance. The arrow grazed the edge of his heart. Had it deviated even a fraction, he would have perished on the spot. Jiang Chen suppressed the agony radiating from his shoulder, stifling any cries of pain. His eyes widened, burning with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon the figure in the distance, bow in hand, coldly observing him. It was Zhang Fong, who had just moments ago seized an opportunity to flee. Now return to eliminate Jiang Qin and eradicate any future threat. Jiang Fang's expression was a tumultuous blend of surprise, relief, greed, and hatred, forming a grotesque tableau. His eyes gleamed with an unsettling light, fixated on Jiang Qin. Filled with mockery and derision, as though he were relishing the final struggles of a beast ensnared in a trap. "I wondered why you did not pursue me," Jiang Fang remarked, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His tone infused with relief. "Fortunately, I returned. Otherwise, I would have missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." He stood his ground, refraining from advancing, maintaining a distance of over 50 paces, observing Jiang Qin's desperate plight with the demeanor of a cat toying with a mouse. He reveled in this sense of control, as though the entire world lay within his grasp. Jiang Qin understood precisely why Jiang Fang dared not approach recklessly. Deep within, Jiang Fang harbored an intense fear. Born from the memory of the mysterious concealed weapon that had claimed Jiang Kuei's life. That weapon, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, had snuffed out Jiang Kuei's existence in an instant, leaving Jiang Fang with lingering trepidation. His heart was clouded with uncertainty. He could not ascertain whether that formidable weapon still possessed any residual power, nor whether it could deliver another devastating blow at a critical moment. This uncertainty loomed over him like a sword, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. Thus, he opted for the most prudent course of action, to attack from a distance with his bow, seeking to eliminate Jiang Qin at his most vulnerable. It must be said, Jiang Fang's decision was indeed astute. Although the peacock feathers could not be unleashed again at this moment, their latent threat remained significant. Should he venture too close, Jiang Qin might well seize the opportunity to unleash his Thunder Pearl, catching him off guard and potentially sealing his fate. A cunning glimmer danced in Jiang Fang's eyes as he remained at a distance, watching Jiang Qin's desperate struggles unfold, a flicker of vengeful delight surfacing within him. System: activate the blue roulette twice, and the green roulette 6 times. After slaying Jiang Kuei, Jiang Qin had amassed over 18,000 points of evil value. Coupled with the previous 8,000 points, this was sufficient for him to spin the blue roulette twice and the green roulette 6 times. As his words trailed off, the system's voice resonated once more, commencing the lottery. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound sliced through the air again, and soon after, an arrow, like a bolt of black lightning, pierced the stillness of the night, accurately striking Jiang Qin's thigh. The force of this shot was tremendous, penetrating his pant leg and embedding itself deeply into his flesh. Jiang Qin felt a piercing pain radiate from his thigh, making him involuntarily gasp. However, beneath the intensity of his suffering, his gaze grew increasingly profound, as though searching for a glimmer of hope within the darkness. This moment, Jiang Fang, positioned 50 paces away, bow in hand, wore a cruel smile. He possessed the ability to end Jiang Qin's life with a single arrow from that distance, bringing this conflict to a close. Yet, the hatred within him compelled him to choose a far more merciless path. "Death will not come so easily for you. Boy, I shall sever your limbs, allowing you to truly experience the agony of being a human pincushion." Jiang Fang's voice echoed through the night sky. Laced with malice, he intended to scorch every inch of Jiang Qin's skin with indelible marks of suffering, ensuring that he paid for his transgressions. Moreover, Jiang Fang harbored an even greater curiosity. What secrets lay hidden within this man, Jiang Qin, that rendered him so formidable and terrifying? His martial arts, his concealed weapon, and his resilience in the face of such grievous injury were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Thus, Jiang Fang had made up his mind. Once Jiang Qin was utterly incapacitated, he would capture him, subject him to torment, and extract the secrets of his martial arts. Today's lottery seemed to progress more swiftly than usual. In a remarkably short span of time, Jiang Qin completed the spins, 2 blue and 6 green, totaling 8 draws. However, the results of the lottery sent his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Earth-grade advanced skill, Indestructible Vajra Technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 300-year-old ginseng, 1 thunder pearl, 100 taels of gold, and 2 great returning pills, along with 1 low-level Earth-grade skill, Great Compassion Palm. To his dismay, one of the 2 blue draws yielded nothing. a mere 10% chance had inexplicably fallen in Jiang Chen's favor. Although the indestructible Vajra technique was indeed a powerful earth-grade skill, it held little value for him in his current predicament. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen refused to give in. Claim rewards. In the next moment, these items appeared before him. Jiang Chen showed no hesitation, swiftly seizing the two great rejuvenation pills. With a gentle flick of his fingers, one of the pills, glimmering with a golden sheen, accurately landed in his mouth. Simultaneously, his other hand was not idle, as he pushed the second pill into the mouth of the nearby red lightning beast. The great rejuvenation pill, renowned as a miraculous healing elixir, proved its efficacy with remarkable speed. Jiang Chen felt a warm current swiftly glide down his throat, rapidly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. This stream of warmth seemed to possess magical properties, alleviating his pain and restoring a measure of his mobility in an instant. Whoosh! At that moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air once more. Jiang Fong evidently sought to deny Jiang Chen any respite, launching another feathered arrow imbued with lethal intent towards Jiang Chen's left leg. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened instantaneously, leveraging the brief restoration provided by the great rejuvenation pill. He reacted with remarkable swiftness. He rolled to the side, narrowly evading the strike. After dodging the arrow, Jiang Chen did not linger. He quickly grasped the Thunder Pearl and, with a surge of power, hurled it towards Jiang Fong's position. The Thunder Pearl traced a graceful arc through the air, racing towards Jiang Fong. Despite the multiple wounds adorning his body and the unbearable pain, Jiang Chen expertly controlled the Thunder Pearl, which, under his guidance, sliced through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, ultimately landing precisely beside Jiang Fong, 50 zhang away. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a powerful shockwave surged outward, stirring up dust and scattering debris. Jiang Fong, startled by the sudden blast, instinctively collapsed to the ground, shielding his head with his hands, curling up into a ball. Meanwhile, after consuming the great rejuvenation pill, the red lightning beast seemed to be reborn. Its injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate, and its previously exhausted body regained vitality. Adi clamped down on Jiang Chen's clothing with its mouth, gently tossing him onto its broad back, then immediately lifted its hooves. Galloping away like an arrow released from a bow. At this moment, Jiang Fong, consumed by rage, felt his vision turn blood-red, as if blood might drip from his eyes. He seized his bow and arrow, aiming at the fleeing Jiang Chen in the distance, and without hesitation, released a deadly shot. Chapter 77. The only hope, the 9 calamity life and death pill. However, the red lightning beast was incredibly swift. Darting through the night like a streak of black lightning in the blink of an eye, it had carried Jiang Chen several dozen zhang away, coupled with the dim night and sparse moonlight. Visibility was hindered, causing Jiang Fong's arrow to narrowly graze Jiang Chen's body, leaving a deep scratch but failing to inflict any critical harm. Seeing this, Jiang Fong gritted his teeth in fury, once again aiming at Jiang Chen. Preparing to fire a second arrow, however, just as he drew back the bowstring, ready to release, the red lightning beast vanished into the vast darkness, seemingly swallowed by the night, leaving no trace behind. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Jiang Fong snapped his sturdy longbow, which had once been a beautifully crafted weapon, now crumbling in his grasp like paper. His eyes burned with a blood-red fury. The tides of regret and resentment surged within him. Threatening to engulf him completely, he recalled the earlier moment, filled with remorse. Had he not hesitated and instead aimed directly for Jiang Chen's head, Jiang Chen would now be a lifeless corpse. Jiang Fong, in a daze, approached Jiang Kuei, gazing at the only family member who had provided him countless protections and assistance, now lifeless, lying there without a head, utterly still. Tears streamed down his face like pearls released from a broken string as he wept uncontrollably. "Uncle, what am I to do now that you are gone?" Jiang Fong's voice was filled with despair. Jiang Kuei had been the closest person to him in this world, his greatest support. During Jiang Kuei's lifetime, his prestige and strength had shielded Jiang Fong from innumerable enemies and foes. But now that Jiang Kuei was gone, those adversaries, once suppressed and intimidated by him, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Moreover, should the mission for the demon sect remain unfulfilled, Jiang Feng would become a target for their pursuit as well. The thought of being besieged on all sides, isolated and helpless, sent shivers down his spine. If that were to occur, with the forces of the martial arts community in Jiaozhou, the Genie Wei, and the demon sect all pursuing him simultaneously, escape would be nearly impossible, and survival would be a distant hope. With this realization, a potent sense of crisis surged within Jiang Feng. He understood he must make a decisive choice swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. After weeping for a moment, he abruptly lifted his tear-streaked face, his bloodshot eyes fixating on the remaining bandits who had not yet fled. The weather was frigid, and water had turned to ice. Despite the fierce battle they had just endured, many bandits remained. Fearful of freezing to death, they huddled together, shivering in the distance. Now, the prospect of capturing Huadu County to appease the demon clan seemed nearly impossible. Instead, Jiang Feng's eyes glinted with a sinister light as a plan formed in his mind. Bang! In a deep and desolate valley, accompanied by a dull thud, Jiang Qin fell helplessly from the galloping horse. At this moment, his lips had turned a ghastly shade of purple, a clear sign that the poison had seeped into his bones, rendering him beyond salvation. His complexion was pale as paper, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead, mingling with the dirt below, presenting a picture of utter misery. The medicinal properties of the great rejuvenation pill had managed to suppress the ferocious 7 Xian blood bat poison for a time, which was already a miraculous feat. Yet every miracle has its limits. At this moment, the toxicity surged with renewed ferocity, and Jiang Chun felt as if his body were being torn apart by countless ants. Gnawing at him, the pain was indescribable, threatening to devour his very soul. He gritted his teeth, clutching the grass beneath him, attempting to alleviate the torment in this manner. It seemed today he was destined to perish here. Jiang Qin's voice was hoarse, as if it might be swept away by the wind at any moment. He struggled to channel his energy to suppress the rampant poison within. Yet the Tai Chi vital energy in his body appeared to have lost control, colliding chaotically, failing to restrain the toxicity and exacerbating his injuries further. At that moment, he was utterly powerless, lacking even the strength to rise. He could only lie helplessly on the ground, allowing the poison and pain to gradually consume his life. Observing the red lightning beast anxiously pacing before him, Jiang Qian struggled to raise his hand, gently waving it as he spoke to the beast. Go, you are free. Yet, the red lightning beast seemed to comprehend his words. Growing increasingly agitated as it nudged Jiang Qian with its nose, emitting low whines, clearly unwilling to let him die so easily. System, how much longer can I survive? He inquired directly. If this continues, at most, you have the time it takes to brew a cup of tea's worth of time, he murmured, his tone filled with resentment. However, in that moment of despair, a glimmer of inspiration suddenly illuminated his mind. He recalled the memory of consuming the 9 calamity life and death pill. That's right. I also took the 9 calamity life and death pill. A surge of joy crossed Jiang Qin's face, his gaze becoming resolute and bright, as if he had discovered a glimmer of hope. The 9 calamity life and death pill was a heavenly grade elixir with miraculous life-restoring properties, but the conditions to trigger its effects were exceedingly stringent. System, what must I do to activate the 9 calamity life and death pill? Jiang Qian asked eagerly, urgency lacing his voice. He understood that he now stood on the precipice of life and death, and only this pill could serve as his lifeline. The system fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering how to respond to Jiang Qin's query. After a brief pause, a cool voice resonated in his mind. The conditions to trigger the 9 calamity life and death pill are remarkably unique. You must maintain absolute clarity between life and death while igniting the most intense desire to survive from the depths of your heart. Only then can you activate the potential of the 9 calamity life and death pill, allowing it to exert its true efficacy. Moreover, the more severe the injuries and the closer to death you are, the greater the probability of activation. However, not every instance of nearing death guarantees a 100% trigger. The system's grave voice continued. Based on the system's calculations, given the host's current injuries, the probability of triggering the 9 calamity life and death pill before death is 1 in 5. With such severe injuries, the probability is only 1 in 5. Jiang Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, furthermore, the host cannot heal the injuries. If the injuries do not worsen, the probability is zeroed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was overwhelmed with regret. He should have chosen the yin-yang transformation pill from the outset. Now, he found himself in a perilous gamble for his life. Chapter 78. Half of a nightmare. He finally understood why, throughout history, no one had dared to poison themselves or allow their friends and family to inflict serious harm upon them after consuming the 9 calamities life and death pill, in an attempt to trigger its legendary effects. The cost was simply too daunting to contemplate. Who among them would willingly place themselves in such dire straits, enduring unimaginable pain and suffering, all for a mere 1/5 chance of survival? It was likely that the vast majority would retreat at the first hint of danger, opting to abandon this reckless endeavor. After all, life is singular. Who would willingly wager their existence on an uncertain future? Cough, cough, coughed. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a sudden wave of intense pain surged through Jiang Chen's chest. Accompanied by a few sharp coughs, he expelled several mouthfuls of blood laced with toxins. Please, host, endure as long as you can. The longer you hold on, the greater the chance the 9 calamities life and death pill will take effect. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind, seemingly both a source of encouragement and a reminder. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth against the discomfort and continued to persevere. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. Each second stretched out like an eternity. Jiang Chen's gaze burned with an unquenchable thirst for life. I cannot die. I have traversed realms and awakened the system. I cannot simply fade away. The excruciating pain crashed over him like a relentless tide, gradually igniting a flame of hatred in his eyes. He clenched his jaw, his voice low and resolute. Han Qingkong, you treacherous villain, should I survive this ordeal, I shall ensure the complete destruction of your 5-poison sect. The specter of death hung over Jiang Chen like a chilling sword, its presence growing ever more oppressive. As if it were poised to strike him down at any moment, he swiftly accessed his spatial ring, a precious treasure acquired after his arrival in this world, containing everything he had extracted from the system. Without hesitation, he retrieved all the 100-year-old ginseng and 300-year-old wild ginseng. These roots exuded a potent life force, as though they embodied the purest essence of nature. Jiang Chen was aware that ginseng could sustain life. Yet he remained uncertain whether it would suffice in his current predicament. However, at the brink of death, he could not afford to hesitate. He understood that he was teetering on the edge of a precipice, and a moment of carelessness could plunge him into an irretrievable abyss. Yet, even a glimmer of hope was worth clinging to. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Jiang Chen decisively snapped one wild ginseng after another, consuming them voraciously as if devouring radishes. Each piece contained astonishing medicinal power, a gift from nature, now serving as his lifeline. As the wild ginseng filled his stomach, powerful medicinal energies erupted within him, transforming into pure vitality that surged through his limbs and bones. This energy coursed through his body, forcibly sustaining the flickering flame of life within him. Jiang Chen felt a warm current flowing through him, as if myriad streams converged into a vast river, ultimately becoming an ocean of vitality, bestowing upon him an unprecedented lease on life. Yet, the overwhelming force of this energy struck him with an unbearable pressure. As if it sought to rend his very flesh asunder, blood gushed from his nose, erupting like a breached dam, staining his garments crimson. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen had no time to dwell on these matters. One thought consumed him. He must survive. For vengeance, he could not succumb so easily to death. A brief period passed, and soon he reached the moment the system had predicted would be his demise. Contrary to all expectations, Jiang Chen remained alive. The precious 300-year-old wild ginseng seemed to possess miraculous powers, sustaining his breath and allowing him to linger on the precipice of death without succumbing immediately. Yet, this power could only carry him so far. Host, please be advised, as your life hangs in the balance, the probability of triggering the 9 calamities life and death pill has surged to 1/3. You must persist. The likelihood continues to rise. The system's voice resonated in Jiang Chen's mind, tinged with urgency. Yet, at that moment, He felt as though he were engulfed in chaos, the cacophony rendering the system's words nearly inaudible. Unbeknownst to him, tears of blood streamed down his cheeks, a testament to the severity of his injuries. His ears, nose, and mouth flowed with blood, like a torrent unleashed, staining both his garments and the earth around him. Beside him, the crimson lightning emitted a low, mournful cry. Its eyes reflected sorrow, acknowledging the peril Jiang Chen faced. It seemed all but certain that he could not escape death this day. Thud. A dull thump reverberated through the air as Jiang Chen collapsed. His grip still tight around the feathered arrow embedded in his chest. Sweat adorned his brow, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, rendering him a picture of despair. However, in this moment of life and death, the system's voice suddenly burst forth in his mind, now imbued with excitement. 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%. The effects of the 9 calamities life and death pill have finally taken hold. Accompanied by the system's words, a gentle radiance began to emanate from Jiang Chen's body, a luminescence seemingly capable of piercing through the darkness to illuminate all. This glow not only gradually restored warmth to his form, but also revitalized his very essence at an astonishing pace. The pupils of Jiang Chen, once scattered, miraculously reconsolidated in this moment. The 2 streams of Taiji true energy, which had previously rampaged through his meridians, were now as if firmly controlled by an invisible hand. Effortlessly subdued, and no longer did they clash wildly. Instead, they obediently submitted to Jiang Chen's will, transforming into the most loyal servants within his being. Simultaneously, his shattered heart began to heal at a remarkable speed. The once dilapidated myocardium gradually regained its resilience, with each heartbeat growing increasingly steady and powerful. The pain and weakness that had pervaded his body due to the cardiac damage receded like a tide, leaving behind a surge of newfound vitality coursing through him. Even the venom of the 7 Xian bloodbat was now firmly suppressed by this mysterious force. The toxins that had wreaked havoc within him were seemingly bound by invisible chains, unable to stir up any further tempest. Every meridian and acupoint in Jiang Chen's body glowed like bright lamps, radiating a soft, milky luminescence. This light not only illuminated his physical form but also brightened his inner self, granting him an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Beside him, Qi Dian watched this miraculous scene, nearly bursting with excitement. Its hooves rose high before pounding down repeatedly, producing a crisp and powerful sound, as if celebrating Jiang Chen's rebirth. It could distinctly sense that Jiang Chen's life was being drawn back at an incredible speed, filling it with boundless exhilaration. Jiang Chen found himself immersed in a strange and profound dream. In this dream, it felt as though he had returned to the very beginning of life, once again becoming a fetus curled up in a warm sanctuary. The heavens enveloped him like an amniotic sac. While the earth transformed into his sustenance, he seemed to merge with the entire world, embarking on an unparalleled journey of existence. In this dreamscape, Jiang Chen continuously absorbed the true essence of all things. The energies of mountains, rivers, flora, and stars were greedily assimilated into his being, intertwining with his original vitality, nourishing both his flesh and soul. He experienced an unprecedented comfort, as if the entire universe were rejoicing in his existence. His body underwent rapid transformation. Every inch of skin, every bone, and every organ experienced a metamorphosis akin to rebirth. The scars left by past battles faded as if caressed by the gentle spring breeze. His muscles became more robust, his bones increasingly resilient and upright, and his mind cleared completely. However, at that moment, he sensed a pair of crimson eyes fixated upon him, those eyes seemingly steeped in a sea of blood, exuding boundless terror and despair. They resembled the eyes of a malevolent spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell, devoid of any emotion. Those eyes appeared capable of piercing through the mist of dreams, locking onto him with unwavering intensity. Jiang Chen felt the insidious malice contained within those orbs, as if they could erupt at any moment, ready to feast upon him. A profound sense of crisis surged within him, as though he were on the brink of an abyss from which there would be no return. Jiang Chen struggled to break free from the grip of those eyes, but the force binding him felt like iron chains. Rendering him immobile, he struggled to breathe. His heart weighed down as if crushed by a boulder. You cannot escape. You cannot escape. This deep, chilling voice echoed in Jiang Qin's ears like a haunting nightmare, imbued with an insatiable coldness, as if threatening to freeze his very soul in the darkness. No. No. Jiang Qin abruptly sat up from the grass, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat, his eyes filled with terror. As if he had just awakened from a harrowing nightmare, he gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, as though he had just endured a life-and-death struggle. What a terrifying dream, he murmured to himself, extending a trembling hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Striving to regain his composure, he surveyed his surroundings, noticing sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the grass. The day had long since brightened. The sun blazed hot and radiant, indicating it was likely midday. Chapter 80. Venom in the marrow. He glanced down at his body and discovered that, aside from a feathered arrow still lodged in his leg, all other wounds had completely healed. The scars that had once caused him immense suffering had vanished without a trace, leaving only faint remnants. Astonished, he touched his chest, where the 7 Xian blood bat poison had previously ravaged. It too had returned to normal, the toxins seemingly repressed once more. A wave of indescribable relief surged within Jiang Qin. Grateful for the rare chance at survival, he inhaled deeply, feeling the resurgence of that new vitality coursing through him. His heart brimming with excitement, Jiang Qin gritted his teeth, exerting forceful leverage with his hands, and with a sharp crack, he snapped the feathered arrow embedded in his leg. Following this, he took a deep breath, firmly grasped the arrowhead, and yanked it out with a jolt, accompanied by a surge of pain and a spurt of blood. That moment, Qi Dian, who had been vigilantly watching over him, nudged his shoulder with its head upon seeing Jiang Qin awaken and extract the arrow. Its excitement palpable, Jiang Qin quickly regulated his breathing, channeling his true energy, and observed as the bleeding from his leg gradually slowed, ultimately coming to a complete halt. That was close. I almost died, Jiang Qin murmured. Recalling the harrowing events of the previous night, his heart still heavy with fear and trepidation. At that critical juncture, every breath felt elongated. Every slight movement could have determined his fate. System. Did the 9 tribulations life and death pill enhance my qualifications? After calming his emotions, Jiang Qin directly inquired. There is both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? The system's voice resonated, causing Jiang Qin's heart to sink. Let's start with the good news. The good news is that the 9 tribulations life and death pill is indeed exceptionally potent. Your current qualification is intelligent. Is that so? Jiang Qin's thoughts stirred, and he promptly opened his personal panel. Name: Jiang Qin, poisoned, 7 Xian bloodbat venom, realm. Late master realm qualification. Intelligent, 0, evil value, 236 external skill. Dragon elephant prajna art, 13th layer, lower grade Xian, perfected. Requires 360,000 evil value for upgrade, internal skill. 9 yang divine skill, upper grade Xian. 3rd layer entry, fist technique. Ancient Demon Suppression Fist, lower grade Earth, 2nd layer perfected.